traverse the tomb-robbing world. You establish the immortal martial way with your extraordinary comprehension. You comprehend the Zhang family's unique skill, fakie of finger, by probing with your fingers. You comprehend Tai Chi fist by watching the Guozi Temple Tai Chi diagram. Your name is Su Mo, originally not from this world. Just a month ago, suddenly soul crossed, came to the Guozi Temple near London. At this moment, a clear prompt sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for crossing the tomb-robbing world, receiving the accumulation of luck from 2 worlds, gaining the ability to go against the heavens in comprehension, and establishing the path of immortal martial arts. Upon hearing the system prompt, you couldn't help but feel a wave of joy. The initial stage of human immortal martial arts is to temper muscles and bones, then connect the vitality and internal strength through the meridians, strengthen the internal organs, blood vessels, and bones, finally open the acupoints to achieve human immortality, and ultimately reach the state of invincibility. At this time, you have just started to cultivate the path of immortality and martial arts, and are in the most basic stage of a warrior. Above the warrior, there are also warriors, generals, grandmasters, great grandmasters, martial saints, transcending the mundane, human immortals, and the indestructible realm of seeing gods. Yes, this world does have ancient gods, the snake god in the ghost hole, the entropy beneath the extreme abyss of Lop Mirror, the ancient tree in the ghost square, and even the 9-headed snake cypress, all represent the power of the ancient gods. If you can comprehend the ultimate in this world, finally reach the realm of invincibility, and find the secret of eternal life, it is not in vain that you have crossed this time. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard 3 knocks on the temple gate, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man saying, "Is there anyone inside?" You were slightly startled. The Guozi temple had long been deserted, with few visitors usually, and only an old temple caretaker here. Who would come here looking for someone? You put on your clothes, turned and walked to the temple gate, only to see a middle-aged man in his 40s standing at the gate, followed by several young men. One of them was dressed in black, with a cold expression, and carrying a simple black sword on his back. Middle-aged people see you, with a smile on their faces that carries a hint of a rivers and lakes vibe. "Excuse me, I am Wu Sansheng, passing by this Guozi temple. I would like to rest in this precious place. I wonder if you can accommodate me?" The person introduced himself as Wu Sansheng, and among the 4 people behind him, one wore a pair of glasses, looking gentle and cultured, with a special kind of innocence and clarity in his eyes. The other young man in black had a slightly pale complexion, with no expression on his face, and his eyes were cold and dull, but he carried a rectangular wooden box on his back, resembling a sword scabbard. The other 2 men, one tall and sturdy, exuded a military-like competence in their every move. The other one exudes a sense of rivers and lakes, with a smile on his face but sharp eyes. Of course, you hear Wu Sanshu revealing his identity, and you guess that the 4 people behind are Wu Tianjin, Xiaoga, De Kuwei, and Panzi. I didn't expect that Wu Sanshu's gang of 4 thieves would actually come to Guozi Temple. It seems that I have crossed over at just the right time. Guozi Temple is just a dilapidated temple that has not seen incense for many years. The temple is on the verge of collapse, and you are only temporarily staying here. Naturally, it is impossible to stop Wu Sanshu and the others from entering. After Uncle Wu San and the others entered the Guozi Temple, they took a glance at the dilapidated main hall of the temple and the broken water tank in the courtyard. Couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. "Brother, are you the only one living here?" You smiled indifferently. "There is another old temple priest, but he is not here these days as he went to visit his relatives. The Guozi Temple has long been in ruins, with only one old temple priest usually looking after it. It was he who took me in after I crossed over from another world." After saying that, you invited Uncle Wu San and the others to sit in the side room that you had already tidied up. After Uncle Wu thanked him, he said, "Little brother, do you have anything to eat here? We can pay." The 4 of them traveled all the way from Hang City to here, eating instant noodles and dry rations along the way. You smiled lightly and said, "Talking about money is being polite. I can see that you have been working hard all the way, so I can still afford some food." After that, you took out rice, noodles, and vegetables from the house, and cooked some dinner to entertain Uncle Wu San and the others. Uncle Wu and the others rushed all the way, and when you brought the food to the table, they didn't hesitate to eat. It was so delicious. After eating, Uncle Wu immediately took out 2 banknotes and insisted on giving them to you, but you firmly declined. Uncle Wu saw you so straightforward, and he suddenly had a few more good feelings in his heart. He looked at the broken water tank and said, "You are also a practitioner, but I don't know who your master is?" Upon hearing Uncle Wu San's question, you hesitated for a moment. This is a tomb-robbing world, integrating many plots such as grave robbers and ghost blows out the light. At this moment, Uncle Wu San and others arrived at the Guazi temple, and it seems that there is also a Wangpingzi and Hubei in the capital. Since you arrived at the Guazi temple, you have not gained much insight. Perhaps entering the strange and mysterious world of tomb robbing will allow you to gain more insight, and even expand the path of cultivating immortality. Seeking the path to eternal life is by no means a dream. When I think of this, you smile and say, I see that you are not ordinary people. To be honest, I am from the Banshan lineage. The reason you pretend to be from the Banshan lineage is also for your own consideration. In the world of stealing bases, there are mainly 4 techniques: moving mountains, unloading ridges, erupting hills, and touching gold. But in fact, there is another technique represented by the ancient master of sealing teachers, known as the guardian of the mountain. And the reason you impersonate a Taoist priest is because it is the most mysterious sect. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, there have been mountain-moving Taoists, but their goal is often the cultivation methods and rare elixirs in ancient tombs, and they disdain gold and silver. And the Banshan Daoran is very mysterious, like a dragon in the martial arts world. Since the Banshan Daoran suffered heavy losses with Chen Yulo at Ping Mountain, Zagr Sha was so angry that he left for overseas, retired, and the Banshan Daoran lineage has disappeared here. Even his granddaughter, Xu Eli Yang, knows very little. You have the secret technique of the legendary Kuei Xing kick from the mountain-moving Taoist, but you also won't reveal your true identity when pretending to be the mountain-moving Taoist. Although they come from the world of pen thieves, the Wu family has a common way of excavating graves with the method of the unloading mountain strongman sniffing soil digging family since the old master Wu Lao Go. Even though their noses were blinded by the blood corpse and can only raise dogs to smell the grave soil for themselves. And Zhang Qiling's hair bun finger is also intricately related to the hair bun finger of the hair bun general in history, and Zhang Qiling is also known as half of the hair bun celestial official. Therefore, you call yourself a mountain-moving Taoist, but you are actually trying to get closer to Uncle Wu San and the others, in order to join their exploration team. As expected, as soon as Uncle Wu San heard that Su Mo recognized himself as the mountain-moving Taoist, he was immediately shocked. He took another careful look at Su Mo and a smile appeared on his face and said, "It's no wonder that with your hand of Taijiquan, old brother, you were able to stir up a current of water to shatter the vat. But it turns out to be the moving mountain lineage." It turned out that Uncle Wu San just happened to see Su Mo shattering the water tank with his Taijiquan before he entered the door. Therefore, I was curious, so I went straight into the Temple of Melon, for the sake of lodging, for one thing. Secondly, it was to probe Sumo's reality. Sumo nodded. "To tell you the truth, I've only been here for a few days, and I'm here for the same purpose as a few of you. If you don't mind, how about a ride?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu San could not help but show a hint of hesitation on his face. He had only met Sumo for the first time. Although Sumo's ability to manipulate water currents to shatter the vat with his Tai Chi fist was something he had already seen when he came. But the other party's claim that he was from the mountain-moving Taoist was just an empty claim. He has been mixing with the world for many years very cautiously. How will he believe because of Sumo's words? Uncle Wu San hesitates. Behind him Wu Tianjin is considered a fledgling nature, does not dare to talk nonsense. As for Dakuei and Pansy, who had always looked up to Uncle Wu San, they also refused to say anything at this time. On the contrary, although little brother had been silent, after hearing Sumo's words, but he couldn't help but look at him, his voice clear and cold. "You say you are the mountain-moving Taoist, do you have any proof? Credentials?" Sumo's sword brows frowned slightly as he looked at little brother, and suddenly a smile unfolded on his face. In an instant, he made an arrow step towards Xiao and went through, grabbing at Xiao right in the chest. Seeing this, little brother immediately jumped sideways and dodged away, but his evasive movements were as agile and dexterous as a panther. But Sumo's grab was simply a false move, and what he wanted was for little brother to sidestep and dodge. Then suddenly a foot flew out at a gallop. Pust! Sumo's toe kicked with incomparable precision right on the sword case containing the black and gold ancient sword behind little brother's back. Snap! The sword box instantly flew out and opened, and the black and gold ancient sword with a dark body flew out of the box. Xiao was startled, and immediately twisted his body to grab the hilt of the flying black and gold ancient sword. A backhand slash chopped and sliced towards Sumo's toes. But Sumo suddenly stretched out his second finger leisurely at this time. In an instant, he pinched the blade of the black and gold ancient sword that little brother chopped over. With just a light clip of his second finger, little brother felt the blade as if it were welded to his fingertips. It was actually impossible to twitch at all. Sumo was just a few seconds away. He successively made use of Emoshan Taoist's Kuai Xing Kuei Do and Fat Jiu Zhonglang General's Fat Jiu finger, but his skill was astonishing to the four seats. Chapter 3, Comprehending the Golden Crow Blade Technique, opening the door to teach little brother a lesson. This scene, however, shocked all of little brother Wu Sanjun and the others beyond words. Though Dakue Panzi and Wu Tianjin don't recognize it. However, little brother and Wu Sanjun were aware of the Fat Show finger and Kuei-Shing kick fighting, and when they saw Suemo even make use of 2 moving mountain Fat Show stunts, they were so shocked that their faces changed drastically. And the moment Sumo's fingers clamped down on the black and gold ancient sword, he suddenly only felt a surge of spiritual energy rushing straight to his heavenly aura. This was the blade intent contained from within the black and gold ancient sword, and just the instant the fingers made contact. Suemo, however, seemed to have a sudden epiphany. You pinched the ancient black and gold blade and resonated with the blade intent weapon soul contained in the blade. Comprehended the Golden Crow Blade Technique. As the tone fell, countless figures suddenly appeared in Sumo's mind. One by one, the gaunt figures holding black and gold ancient swords flickered and changed in his mind's eye. In just a short moment, the essence of the Golden Crow Blade Technique had already been rehearsed and reviewed in his mind. In a second at most, he had already comprehended the entire essence of the Golden Crow Blade Technique. And as he comprehended the entire essence of the Golden Crow Blade Technique, the black and gold ancient sword in little brother's hand suddenly emitted a clear sound, but it was as pale as a dragon's roar. Xiao couldn't help but be alarmed. However, at this time, Suemo suddenly twisted his fingers, and actually snatched the black and gold ancient sword directly from Xiao Ji's hand. A reversal in the air and an instant grip on the hilt brought the blade down in a slash towards the little brother's head. The light of the blade fell like a golden crow breaking through the clouds, and the sharpness leaked out. However, it was precisely the first move of the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Open the door to the thief. Xiao instantly paled and hastily drew himself up and jumped to the side. Chop! Where the blade falls. The lapis lazuli bricks on the ground were actually instantly cleaved by Sumo's knife to create a crack that was several feet long. Straight cracks, straight through the ground more than a foot, before draining all the sword intent contained in this move. This slash, however, was the one that shocked little brother and Uncle Wu San and the others into jaw-dropping silence once again. Instead, Suemo flicked his wrist and sent the hilt of the knife to the little brother. Is it believable now that I'm a mountain-moving Taoist? Little brother received the black and gold ancient sword in silence and inserted it back into the package behind his back. Uncle Wu San, however, said with a smile on his face, Master Su, you're so powerful in these kung fu. If it is not the legendary godly mountain-moving Taoist, who could be so capable, I believe it, old brother. In fact, Uncle Wu Sanjun only understood Sumo's Kuei-Shing kick do and Fat Show finger. There was no way to see the Golden Crow Blade Technique that Suemo used behind him. But having the first two is enough. Although the Fashu finger was handed down by the Fashu Lieutenant General. However, the Kuei-Shing kicking bucket is the untold secret of the mountain-moving Taoist. It is said that this move can gather the strength of the whole body on the toes. A kick is enough to break the large vertebrae of an incorruptible zombie. And although Sumo's kick just now was light and dexterous, but with the tip of his foot, he struck the tip of the black and gold ancient sword behind little brother's back at once, kicking it directly out of the package, and in terms of recognizing the accuracy of the force and the cleverness of the... What is it if it's not a quaffle kicker? Originally, Uncle Wu San only called Suemo as little brother. But now that he saw Suemo revealing several mastery skills one after another, he immediately changed his tone to honor him as Master Su. This master is not a degradation of seniority. Rather, it is an honorific title for a person of high stature who attracts admiration in the Jianghu. Uncle Wu San knew that this trip to King Lu's palace was very treacherous, that's why he brought along little brother and the others. Today, although it was only the first encounter with Suemo. But the other party is the heir to the mountain-moving Taoist, mysterious and unpredictable hands, Wu Sanjun naturally do not dare to easily offend. In the Jianghu, moving mountains and unloading mountains, hairy hills and even 9 doors and touching gold, we are all on the same line. When you meet an expert who wants to join you if you don't allow it, you will naturally make a grudge. Besides, with such an expert, entering the Ru Wang Palace would definitely be like a tiger with wings. Therefore, Uncle Wu San immediately nodded his head. Master Su, since you're going to King Lu's palace as well, let's ride together. We have each other's backs. Then thank you, third uncle. After talking with Uncle Wu San and the others, Suemo saw that it was getting late. Then he packed up a place for Uncle Wu San and the others to borrow a place to stay, and then all of them rested in the Melon Temple for the night separately. The next morning, the group then left the Melon Temple and headed for King Lu's palace. After leaving Guazimio and traveling eastward for 5 hours in one face, the road gradually became extremely rough and difficult to navigate. The crowd rode in a minibus, then a tractor, and at the end of the day they simply rode in an ox cart. Along the way, Dakue Panzi and Wu Tianjin are doing sore buttocks grimacing. Even Wu Sanjun is also constantly moving his body. Obviously sitting is very difficult. Only Su Mo and little brother were sitting in the car, but they were silent. The old man driving the cart looked back at Uncle Wu San and the others. Grinning with a mouthful of yellow teeth smilingly, he pointed at a mountain peak in front of him and said, "A few of you bear with me a little longer. When we get to the bottom of that mountain in front of us, we'll be almost there." The old man who drove the car didn't talk nonsense, and soon after the crowd arrived at the bottom of the mountain, Instead, he saw a mountain stream flowing out of a cave between the mountain walls. The old man pointed to the entrance of the cave. "I know an old fellow who specializes in picking up people in his boat here, and a few of you have followed him through the cave. We'll get to the village you're talking about by evening." Daikyu took a look at the deep darkness of the cave, but he couldn't help but frown. "What? More holes to drill? God knows what's in this hole." The old man grinned. "It's okay if you don't want to drill a hole." He pointed his hand around the back of the hill. "There's a coiled trail from there, and it's only 2 or 3 days' walk along the trail." Upon hearing that it would take 2 or 3 days to walk through the mountains, Dakue and Pansy and the others looked at Uncle Wu San. Instead, Uncle Wu San looked at Suemo. Suemo is a mountain-moving Taoist, and has spent a lot of time at the Melon Temple. So Uncle Wu San wanted to see what he had to say. Facing Uncle Wu San's inquiring eyes, Suemo had a faint smile on his face. "It's okay, just go through here." Uncle Wu San then nodded. "Well then, let's listen to Master Su." The old man driving the cart saw that Uncle Wu San had agreed to walk the waterway, and then let out a whistle towards the entrance of the cave. Immediately afterward there was a clattering and a paddling sound, and then a groundhog was seen running by. The old man driving the car clapped his hands. "Donkey balls, come here." The dog seemed to be very familiar with the old man, and ran up to him, wagging his tail. Uncle Wu San picked up the dog and took a sniff, but then his face changed dramatically. "My goodness, why does it smell like this?" Suemo knew that Uncle Wu San was smelling the corpse odor from the dog. The Wu family specializes in sniffing grave soil and is very sensitive to scent. And deep within this cave is the land of the accumulation of corpses, and this earth dog follows his master through the waterways all the year round. He even often feeds on the bones and flesh of the corpses in the land of corpses, so his body naturally carries a particularly unpleasant corpse odor. Uncle Wu San just took a light sniff and smelled something wrong, and immediately his face became a bit ugly. Turning his eyes to Suemo. Suemo, however, just smiled blandly. "Fear not, it's just a place to accumulate corpses." As soon as Uncle Wu San heard this, he put his heart down a little. "Master Su, you know something fishy about this place?" Sumo nodded. He's been around for 2 lifetimes, so of course he knows that there's something fishy going on in this land of accumulated corpses. However, there were only some large-sized corpse crappers in there, and at most, there was a 1,000-year-old female corpse puppet. With his and little brother's abilities, going in certainly wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 4, Corpse Pile Up, Corpse Crawl. As he was talking, a small boat rode out of the Waterway cave. The old man driving the car pointed to the ferry. "Gentlemen, this is the boat that will take you in, just follow the boatman in." Daikyu went over and quickly negotiated a price with the boatman, and several people then boarded the boat. After reaching the boat, Uncle Wu San but whispered, "Everyone be careful, there's something odd about this boatman." He could smell that the boatman also carried the stench of a corpse, and he seemed very sharp when bargaining with Daikyu, so he became suspicious of him. But he was speaking Hangzhou dialect, which only Dakue and the others understood. Soon the wooden boat entered the waterway, and the light around it dimmed and Dakue stood in front and shone his flashlight, but he saw that the front was deep and dark, and the air was permeated with a wet and cold chi. After about 10 minutes of walking forward, the current suddenly became swift. The boatman suddenly lowered his voice. "All of you wait and don't talk nonsense. If you annoy the mountain god lords inside, we won't even be able to get out." Once he said these words, Wu Tianjin and the others revealed a look of astonishment and uncertainty. Uncle Wu San's face was also gloomy, one eye always looking at the waterway in front of him. Suemo, however, had an unperturbed expression. He knows what's in this waterway, and he knows what this boatman's gonna come up with. So the heart is not panicking at all. The wooden boat soon passed a few sharp bends, and the current in front of it gradually smoothed out. But the waterway is more narrow up. Pansy is tall, several times almost hit his head, cannot help but curse. At this time, Uncle Wu-san suddenly lowered his voice. Shut up! Pansy heard this and instantly didn't dare to curse again, turning his face to look at Uncle Wu-san. However, he saw Uncle Wu-san staring with his side ears, seemingly listening to something. Immediately afterward, the crowd heard a rustling sound that. It was as if someone was whispering deep in the waterway, and it sounded especially creepy in this dark space. Wu Tianjin couldn't help but ask the boatman. What's that sound, old man? Asked, but realized there was no response. He turned his head, but realized that the boatman and the old man driving the car on the stern had disappeared at some point. The crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of horror in their hearts. All the way the boatman and the old man who drove the car stayed in the stern and rowed the boat. Uncle Wu-san and the others didn't even hear the sound of someone falling into the water, so how could these two good people suddenly disappear? Could it be that they've all turned into ghosts? Stop looking. Sumo, who had been sitting on the boat without speaking, suddenly opened his mouth and pointed his hand towards his head. There's a lot of robber holes in here. The two of them climbed up through the robber's hole just now when we weren't looking. Upon entering the waterway, one sees that inside the waterway there are a number of robber holes that are round on the outside and square on the inside. Because this place is close to King Lu's palace, there must have been many grave robbers patronizing it for thousands of years, so they didn't care. It was only at this moment, when they heard Sumo speak, that the crowd came to a realization. The feeling that the boatman and the old man who drove the car were actually taking advantage of the crowd's lack of attention to sneak down the robber's hole and climb in. These two, could it be that they're trying to shade us? Fat K was furious and cursed. Pansy even fumbled with the gun at his waist. Yards, if these two guys try to make trouble, I'll let them stay here forever. Uncle Wu-san, however, looked at Sumo. Sumo just smiled faintly. Just two little thieves, how big of a storm can they turn? Although Sumo didn't say much on this journey, his expression always looked serene and self-conscious. Just now it was more that he had directly pointed out where the boatman and the old man driving the cart were going. At this moment, when they heard Sumo speak in such a breezy manner, all of them felt a sense of relief. Uncle Wu-san heatedly smiled. Master Su is right, it's just two little thieves, what a bird to be afraid of. As soon as he finished speaking on his side, suddenly Pansy in front of him let out a shriek. Uncle Wu-san couldn't help but slap him on the head. What's all the fuss about? Pansy rubbed his head with an aggravated look on his face. No, third master. Just now, a black shadow suddenly swam underwater. It looks like a big black dumpling. The crowd couldn't help but raise a heart when they heard Pansy say this. Even Sumo's expression became a bit grave. This accumulation of corpses in the waterhole and the corpse puppet he is aware of, but how there are big black dumplings. Just then, Xiao suddenly raised his right hand and stabbed it lightning fast in the water. Moving very quickly, he plucked a black bug out of the water with 2 fingers and dropped it directly onto the board. Isn't this it? The crowd fixed their eyes on it, but they saw that it was actually a foot-long black corpse. This kind of corpse crush that grows in the land of accumulating corpses, because of devouring dead flesh for many years. As a result, they all grew to be extremely large, and several pairs of caliceri were still waving after being thrown onto the boat by Xiao. Daikyu went up and stomped on the corpse, stomping the corpse directly to death, cursing. Yards, I can't believe I have this, it's still bad luck. Pansy couldn't help but scratch his head. Could it be that I am mistaken? As they were speaking, the crowd suddenly heard a rustling sound overhead, like a sharp rain. The crowd rushed to look upward. At a glance, Wu Tianjin and Dukuei couldn't help but lose their voices in shock. Instead, a bloody, battered face suddenly hung upside down from a robber's hole in the head of the. A pair of dead eyes were rounded and were looking towards the crowd, with an expression of agonized horror still lingering in them. But it was the body of the boatman. Wu Tianjin let out a shriek just now. The body of this boatman then suddenly fell through the robber's hole, his bloody, slimy body crashing right into him. It was only then that the crowd could see that the lower part of the boatman's body had disappeared. Below him a 3-foot-long black giant corpse was gripping his intestines tightly and was cackling and tearing at them. The rustling sound that the crowd heard just now wasn't a ghostly whisper or the sound of rain at all. Instead, it was the sound of a corpse gnawing on dead flesh. This corpse fell after the remains of the boatman. suddenly turned around in the air and opened his commissary and attacked towards Daikuei, who was next to him. Daikuei panicked and drew out his short knife and stabbed at the corpse. However, the tip of the knife pierced into its armor was like hitting an iron stone, and surprisingly, it could not pierce in at all. Right at this moment, little brother suddenly poked out 2 fingers, and the fingertips instantly pierced behind the corpse's armor. With a twist of his fingers, he suddenly pulled a long, macaroni-like strip of snowy white out of the corpse. This is the central nerve of the corpse. It was jerked right out of his body by a hairy mound of fingers from Xiao. With a twitch, the 3-foot-long corpse dropped into the water in a clod heap. Little brother is awesome. Pansy Daikuei couldn't help but let out a gasp. Xiao dumped the corpse's central nervous system right into the water. Then kicked the boatman's mutilated body into the water as well. Puff! The remnants of the body fell into the water, immediately coloring the water with a circle of blood red. As the blood entered the water, a huge ripple suddenly appeared under the water. It was as if some horrible giant had suddenly been startled by the blood water and swam rapidly over to the side of the small boat. All aboard saw the great ripple that was stirred up by the. Both had their hearts in their throats once again. Daikuei and Pansy hurriedly shone their flashlights over, but the light had just hit the surface of the water and. The ripples, however, suddenly disappeared, while the water was so dark underneath that nothing could be seen. Chapter 5, Black-haired stiff, white corpse puppet, twin corpses show up. Although the water had become calm, the atmosphere within the entire space suddenly seemed to be a bit more gloomy. It's like someone in a basement space suddenly turned on a refrigerator. It made the temperature seem as if it had dropped a few degrees precipitously. Even the expression on Zhao's face became grave. One hand was placed on the hilt of the ancient black and gold sword behind his back. Suddenly, there was a sudden explosion of water behind the stern of the ship, and a dark figure suddenly leapt out of the water and lunged towards Xiao on the stern. The black shadow was humanoid, covered with black bristles up to several inches long. It looks like large water monkeys that suddenly jumped out of the water. Little brother, however, did not panic, and drew out the black and gold ancient sword behind his back with his backhand. With a twist of his wrist, the blade cut straight down hard towards the black shadow. Madaka! The blade chopped at the black shadow, surprisingly making a sound of gold and iron clashing. Little brother couldn't help but blush momentarily. The black shadow was actually a black-furred stiff. Dead people do not rot, that is, stiff, but the recently dead zombies are usually light purple all over the body. Limbs are stiff and immobile. If the zombie enters the corpse farm, it can grow white hair in a month or so. This kind of zombie is the white-haired stiff, but slow-moving and afraid of light and fire and even water and dogs and people. White-haired stiffs can be transformed into green stiffs after more than 100 years of rearing, and they can jump very fast and are not afraid of humans and animals. The only thing I fear is flames and daylight and thunder and lightning. And green stiffs can be transformed into black stiffs by raising the corpse for another 1,000 years. The black stiff walks and jumps like a fly, is agile, and is able to pass through houses and swim underwater. And the bones and flesh around his body have been as hard as iron and stone, and he is not afraid of flames and swords. This zombie is a black-haired stiff that has been necrotic for at least 1,000 years, and not only is it agile. He was able to be extremely fast underwater like a swimming fish, and even little brother's black gold ancient blade was surprisingly unable to cut through his flesh. After the black-haired stiff was slashed by Xiao, he swung his claws backhandedly and clawed at Zhao's body. Although little brother jumped back a few feet in a hurry, the black-haired stiff was surprisingly extremely fast. The tips of his claws still clawed a couple of cuts into little brother's chest. A black aura instantly flew over Zhao's skin, Yet again, it was quickly suppressed by the unicorn blood within him. The black-haired stiff seemed to have sensed the unicorn blood in little brother as well. There was a mournful hiss. The hissing sound was like a broken gong, sounding extremely creepy on this dark waterway. Before the roar fell, the black-haired stiff suddenly leapt forward without bending his legs. Once again, he lunged at the little brother. This kind of black-haired zombie is naturally incompatible with the unicorn blood in little brother's body. Therefore, when he sensed the unicorn blood in Xiao Zhao's body, he immediately became berserk and lunged at Xiao Xiao without thinking twice. But it had just pounced in mid-air when a black shadow suddenly pierced out beside it. But it was none other than Suemo. Suemo hadn't moved when little brother struck just now. One reason was because he had confidence in little brother's skill, and the other was because he wanted to see what little brother was really capable of. But the black-haired stiff was hacked by the black and gold ancient sword to the body but did not cut open a piece of skin and flesh. It made Sumo immediately understand that little brother was no match for the black-haired stiff. With only the unicorn blood in his body, as well as the hairy mound finger and the black and gold ancient sword, it was impossible to suppress this black-haired stiff. Seeing the black-haired stiff pouncing towards Xiao Xiao again, Sumo then jumped up and arranged Sparrow's tail plus wild horse splitting mane from Tai Chi fist. Instantly his left hand hitched onto the black-furred stiff's left arm at the same time, grabbing both of its arms steeply behind his back. At the same time, a vicious kick slammed into the back of the black-haired stiff's waist. Bang! A popping sound, like defeating leather. Sumo's kick, however, happened to violently kick at the position of the large vertebrae at the back of the black-haired stiff's waist. But it's exactly a Kuei-Shing kick. This Kuei-Shing kicking bucket is the untold secret of the mountain-moving Taoist. Being able to instantly run the whole body force in one point, instantly unloading the zombie large vertebrae, and even cohesive force to smash the vertebrae. Although the black hair stiff action like flying muscle sinews tough as iron, even the black gold ancient knife are not afraid. However, this Kuei-Shing kick fight was forceful through the vertebrae, instantly shattering several of its large vertebrae. Sumo kicked out with one foot, while the other instantly pierced out from behind the black-haired stiff. The toes of his feet steeply kicked upwards like a spirit ape probing the moon, violently striking the back of the black-haired stiff's head. Bang! There was another pop. This kick, but the black-haired stiff neck back big vertebrae once again kick broke in several pieces. The black-haired stiff let out a gong-like hiss, and his body fell forward. Sumo's two Kuei-Shing kicks successively shattered two large vertebrae on its body. After losing the support of its vertebrae, its entire body immediately went limp, and its two long claws were unable to move. Seeing this, Xiao hurriedly swung his sword down towards its neck. Madaka! This knife chopped down, and there was another crunching sound like gold and iron striking each other. However, the blade only chopped open a slit in the black-haired stiff's fur, not even cutting through the muscle. Give me the knife! Sumo let out a loud shout. Little brother froze for a moment, then backhanded the hilt of the knife to Sumo. Sumo gripped the hilt of the blade tightly, twisted his wrist, and the power of his whole body instantly condensed in the blade. A move of the Golden Crow blade technique's 1,000-pounds pressing camel, towards the black-haired stiff's neck, he chopped down ruthlessly. This move 1,000-pounds pressure camel is extremely powerful, and the force of one slash is 1,000 pounds. Together with the sharpness and weight of the black gold ancient blade itself, the chopping blow on the black-haired stiff's neck instantly made a crunching sound like chopping gold and breaking jade. Chop! The black-haired stiff's neck was instantly severed by a slash, and a thick black gas gushed out from the broken neck. But it was fishy and smelly to the extreme. Seeing this scene, little brother and also Uncle Wu-san and the others were stunned with their jaws dropping. Previously, Sumo had demonstrated a handful of the Golden Crow blade technique of opening doors to thieves at the Guazi temple. The power of the blade penetrated straight through the ground by more than a foot, so it was evident that this way of blade technique was powerful. And today this black-haired stiff little brother had personally attacked using the black gold ancient blade. And yet, it couldn't even cut through its muscles. And with just a single slash, Sumo directly severed its neck. It was evident that this Master Su's sword technique was strong and subtle. The eyes of little brother looking at Sumo were even more filled with shock and awe. Master Su, awesome. Uncle Wu-san extended a thumb towards Sumo and just complimented him. Suddenly a laugh could be heard from behind him. LOL. It was an eerie, mournful voice, sounding like a laugh, but a little like a cry. It was creepy to the ears. The crowd turned their heads in unison at the sound, but they saw a snow-white figure at the stern of the ship at some point. Just now, the crowd's attention was on the black-haired stiff. He was oblivious to when the white figure had come over. Sumo, however, knew that this was exactly the 1,000-year-old female corpse puppet that was hiding in the land of accumulated corpses. This land of accumulating corpses is also a land of raising corpses. There are two ancient coffins of the spring and autumn period on the mountain wall in the depths. One of the two corpses in the coffin has become a 1,000-year black stiff, while the other has become this kind of corpse puppet with spirit. This kind of corpse puppet is different from zombies. Zombies have no consciousness and are completely walking dead. While the corpse puppet still has the consciousness of the dead, it is extremely similar to the ghosts and spirits. This black and white zombies were originally a pair, and now that Sumo had decapitated the black-haired stiff, the female corpse puppet, however, immediately showed up and came out. Sumo then crossed his black and gold ancient sword and made a horizontal slash towards the female corpse puppet. However, this female corpse puppet let out an eerie laugh, and her body shrank back and Then he suddenly fell into the dark river and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Chapter 6, Phagocytosis of the 1000-Year Corpse Elixir, Enhancing the Martial Tao. Is that a female ghost? Wu Tianjin looked at the water where the female corpse puppet disappeared with a pale face and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water. Suemo shook his head. Just like this black-haired stiff, it's just a 1000-year-old dumpling. 1000-year-old dumplings. Wu Tianjin couldn't help but spit out his tongue, his face turning even whiter. The crowd looked at the remnants of this black-haired zombie on the boat, and only then did they feel the aftermath. Just now, if Suemo hadn't made a sudden move. Directly two Kuwaishin kicks bucket successively shattered the waist and neck vertebrae of the black-haired stiff, and then chopped off its head with a knife, that female corpse puppet if it appeared again. The entire ship is afraid to be buried in this hole of accumulated corpses. Uncle Wu San sighed. This trip was really thanks to Master Su. If it weren't for the Guazi temple meeting Master Su, I'm afraid we're going to be planted here in the land of corpses. This accumulation of corpses land Wu Sanqing had never been here before, but he did not know that there were so many crises in this place. At this moment, he couldn't help but be glad that he was fortunate to have accepted Suemo into the team at that time. Otherwise this boatload of people will be buried here, I'm afraid. Daikyu and Pansy also nodded their heads in agreement in a hurry. That's right. If it weren't for Master Su, this black dumpling alone would be enough for us. Yeah, and that white dumpling, god-awful and scary. Little brother didn't say anything, though. However, the eyes that looked at Suemo no longer had the previous vigilance and indifference in them, replaced by a sense of admiration. Sumo's strength was feared to be far above him, and he had just saved him once. It's just that little brother is a stuffy person and has never been good at talking, so he remained silent. It was Wu Tianjin who couldn't help but marvel. Master Su, seeing as you may not be as old as me, this kung fu is really something. Uncle Wu San laughed. He, Master Su, is an orthodox descendant of the mountain-moving Taoist, and just now, those two Kuwaishin kickfights. It was the famous partridge whistle that filled the countryside back then, and I'm afraid it's hard to kick out. Uncle Wu San saw the Kuwaishin kick do that Suemo had just kicked to shatter the black-haired stiff's large vertebrae. At this time, he was convinced of Sumo's identity as the heir of the mountain-moving Taoist. Suemo heard the crowd's admiration, but he just smiled without saying anything, his eyes looking towards the black-haired stiff remnants on the ship. I've heard that this kind of zombie that's been raised for 1000 years will have corpse pills in their bodies. But I don't know if it's on this black-furred stiff. With that thought in mind, he then flipped the pouncing black-haired zombie body over end. 2 fingers were probed through the broken neck. Though it was only a 2-finger probe, and by no means could it enter the zombie's chest cavity. However, Suemo had already felt with his fingertips that there seemed to be a spiritual cold and ghostly intent inside the black hair stiff's chest cavity. It seems that it has something really good in its chest. Suemo then lifted the black gold ancient blade and concentrated his energy towards the black-furred stiff's chest and dissected it down. Fortunately, after this black-haired stiff was decapitated and the yin qi in its body dispersed, the muscular skin was no longer as tough as before, and it wasn't too difficult to dissect it with the black gold ancient knife. Soon the black-haired stiff's chest was split open and on the location of his heart Suemo really found an elixir pill. However, it was the corpse Dan that was bred in the black-haired stiff. After returning the black gold ancient sword to little brother, Suemo cupped the corpse Dan in his hand and scrutinized it carefully. This corpse Dan was dark all over, but the surface was glowing with a dark purple color like congealed blood. It looked dark and spooky, with a touch of grimness through the skin. You gazed at the corpse pill and comprehended the idea of the Tai-yin observation. Tai-yin viewing thoughts, one can obtain the essence of the Moonin by viewing it, and strengthen one's own Yuan-shin power. And possesses the power of visualization over all kinds of bizarre things, able to see through appearances to their essence. As a tone fell, Sumo's gaze then suddenly gained a touch of keenness and permeability. And the corpse Dan in his hand looked to him as if it had been stripped of its shell, can see through the substance at a glance. Zombie Dan, the zombie body nurtured the different treasures of the spirit of the Dan, containing the poison of the corpse. Ordinary people should not touch or else they will be corpses poisoned into the body. Martial artists and above can rely on the Tai-yin guanyin to absorb it and gain realm enhancement. Seeing the words floating in front of him, Suemo couldn't help but feel happy. I didn't realize that, by virtue of my own ungodly enlightenment. Just gazing at the corpse Dan comprehended the idea of the Tai-yin observation. And this Tai-yin guanyin thought that it could actually allow itself to devour corpse pills. Without much hesitation, he then put the corpse Dan into his mouth. Xiao couldn't help but be shocked at the sight and reached out to try and stop it. Uncle Wu San also hurriedly said, "Master Su, no." Su Mo, however, shook his head and smiled, signaling that it was fine, and tilted his head back to swallow the corpse Dan into his stomach. Uncle Wu San then slapped the back of his head and laughed. "Yes. Master Su is a mountain-moving Taoist who plays with elixirs. This corpse elixir tastes just like we eat sugar pills." Su Mo just smiled faintly when he heard this and didn't say anything. The so-called heir to the mountain-moving Taoist was just a pretext for him to join Uncle Wu San's team. In fact, if he hadn't just comprehended the idea of the Taiyin Quan Si. This kind of corpse Dan that contained insidious corpse chi, he also didn't dare to eat it indiscriminately. As the corpse Dan entered the abdomen, a coldness instantly penetrated into the blood veins. So much so that his blood seemed to freeze for a moment. Sumo's heart sank, then he used the Taiyin viewing thoughts to project his consciousness on top of the corpse Dan in his body. As the power of that corpse Dan gradually became lighter and softer with the application of the Taiyin Quan Xian idea, it seemed to turn into a cold moon shedding a faint cold glow, slowly releasing much dark power within him. This slow release of power was also gradually adapted by Sumo's body. And this brings about a kind of accelerated operation on the chi and blood. And as the chi and blood accelerated to run the circumference, cackling sounds were also vaguely emitted from Sumo's body. Like the sound of a river hitting congestion. However, it was the power of the corpse Dan that penetrated his body, accelerating the chi and blood in his body, and began to impact the 8 strange meridians in his body. The chi and blood impacted all the way to the 100 meetings point at the top of the head very quickly. From the top of his head above, all the faintest hint of white gas appeared. Uncle Wu San and the others had also seen it, and they all couldn't help but be shocked and dumbfounded. Is this the creation of that corpse Dan into the body? It seems that Master Su ate the corpse pill. This is another advancement. Dakue Panzi and also Wu Tianjin were both amazed and envious. But they all know that this kind of corpse Dan condenses corpse poison in yin qi. Ordinary people don't even say eat it. Even holding it in your hand for a long time can cause corpse poison to enter your body. Therefore, they were only envious. Boom! As the chi and blood impacted the 100 sinks, Sumo only felt a sudden explosion above his head. Immediately afterward, like a spiritual spring poured over the top, instantly the whole person became incomparably transparent and clear. But it turns out that the power of the corpse Dan has been fully absorbed by him just now. And with this power he rushed through the 8 channels of the Qi Jing and penetrated the Baihui point. His human immortal martial Dao, however, had once again refined a layer, reaching the warrior realm. You devoured a 1,000-year-old corpse elixir, and utilized the Taiyin Guanfa to absorb the corpse elixir's aura. Reach the 2nd level of the human immortal martial way, the samurai realm. You've absorbed all the power of the corpse pill and gained the ability to be invulnerable to all poisons. And has the power to make flying insects and beasts avoid easy. Chapter 7 Ancient Coffin on the Mountain Wall, Frost Moonsword. Hearing the tone in his ears, Sumo couldn't help but feel happy and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that just decapitating this black-haired stiff would bring him so much profit. He had joined Wu San Province's team to come to the Lu Wang Palace, but he had indeed come to the right place. If he had stayed at the Melon Temple, how would he have been able to obtain so many realizations and wonders? Just then, the waterway opened up and ahead, however, we came to a wide cavern, and the shallows on either side of the waterway were all covered with green, rotting corpses. Many large and small corpse cubes crawled around on the corpses, and from time to time, the cackling sound of corpse cubes devouring dead flesh could be heard. And just to the side of the waterway, there were 2 ghostly green crystal coffins that it's set right in the middle of an almost vertical mountain wall. That white-clothed female corpse puppet is standing on top of one of the crystal coffins. It seemed to be gazing at the crowd on the boat, although separated by a few dozen meters. However, everyone seemed to be able to feel the dark and gloomy as well as resentful intent in its gaze. Uncle Wu San and the others felt the chill in the female corpse puppet's gaze. Seeing the layers and layers of rotting corpses and large and small corpse collectors on both sides of the waterway, they felt even more hairy in their hearts. Everyone keep your voices down and just go over here. Uncle Wu San lowered his voice and instructed the crowd. Sumo heard it, but he couldn't help but sneer. I'm afraid that if you want to pass without saying anything, that dumpling won't allow it. This female corpse puppet is different from a zombie. Zombies are just walking corpses with little consciousness, knowing only to devour and kill. The female corpse puppet, on the other hand, had the consciousness of two living people and was extremely vindictive. The black-haired stiff that Sumo had just beheaded was originally a pair with it, and now that it saw Sumo and the others coming over, categorically there was no reason to let it go, even if Sumo they lowered their heads and passed in silence. This white corpse puppet was afraid that it would also follow over later to continue the pursuit. What's more, this black-haired stiff had corpse pills in it, and the white corpse puppet might have them in its body as well. By killing this white corpse puppet, he would be able to obtain one more point of harvest while cutting off the aftermath. Thinking of this, Sumo said to Uncle Wu-san and the others, "You guys go over there first, wait for me to finish this dumpling." When Uncle Wu-san and the others heard this, but they couldn't help but all be shocked. "Master Su, never." "Yes, Master Su, there's still a lot of corpse crushers over there." Sumo, however, shook his head blandly. "It's okay, these corpse crushers should be afraid of me." He had just swallowed the 1,000-year corpse pill and had already gained the power to make flying insects and beasts avoid easy. These corpse collectors shouldn't dare to come near him. Now, only the white corpse puppet remained, and as long as it was resolved, another wave of gains could be taken. Xiao Xiao glanced at Sumo and suddenly unhooked the black and gold ancient sword from his back. "Knife for you." Sumo didn't have a weapon right now, and his golden crow blade technique did require the black gold ancient blade. Then, without being polite to the little brother, he took the knife and held it in his hand, then turned around and jumped to the bank of the river bank with a single leap. He had just jumped to the shore and the corpse collectors on those rotting corpses then seemed to smell the aura emanating from him and instantly retreated backward. Although these corpses have been living here for thousands of years and have been feeding on dead flesh. However, they were extremely fearful of the corpse pills on these two zombies. And after Sumo devoured the corpse Dan, he had also gained the power to make them fearful. Wherever Sumo went, the corpses receded in all directions like a tidal wave. It looks quite marvelous. Uncle Wu-san and the others on the boat were watching in wonder. Sumo quickly walked to the bottom of the mountain wall. On that crystal coffin on the mountain wall, the white female corpse puppet, however, was still standing in place. The eyes were cold as they gazed at Sumo. Sumo raised his head to look at it, then holding the black and gold ancient sword in one hand, one hand grabbed the bump between the mountain walls and climbed upwards. He had already comprehended the 5 birds of prey, but at this time, his body movements were like that of a spiritual ape. In the blink of an eye, a few climbing leaps brought him near the crystal coffin. LOL. When the female corpse puppet saw Sumo approaching the crystal coffin, she suddenly let out a ghostly and mournful laughter. Turning around, he suddenly jumped into the darkness. When Sumo saw the female corpse puppet jump away, he then grabbed the mountain wall and jumped into the 2 crystal coffins. These 2 crystal coffins are precisely the coffins of the black and white zombies, all of which are empty at this time. There doesn't appear to be much in the way of burials either. Except that in this coffin on the left, there were many pieces of clothing scattered about that. It seemed to be the shredded clothing from the black-haired zombie. Between the pieces of clothing, there was actually a vague flash of cold aura. Sumo reached out and plucked away the debris, only to see an ancient sword with a sheath lying at the bottom of the coffin. Frost Moon Sword, forged by swordmaker Oyezi during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Oyezi, a great sword maker in the spring and autumn period, once cast Long Yuan, Jialu, Pure Jun, Xingshu, Yubon, Juk, Te, Gongbu, and other famous swords. This sword is called Frost Moon, which is the sword cast by Oyezi before his death, because the sword shape is strange like a sword but not a sword. Therefore, it has never been handed down, much less known to the world. Sumo was surprised when he saw the words that were visualized by the Tang viewing thoughts floating in front of his eyes. With that, he drew out the Frost Moon sword hidden in the scabbard. Pale. A dragon roared and whistled through space. A sword blade as cold as a curved moon, permeated with a frosty chill that. It appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. The sword does have a somewhat odd shape, more like a scimitar. It is no wonder that Oyezi did not pass it on to the world. And yet somehow it had ended up in this crystal coffin. Sumo was holding the Frost Moon Sword and suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his heart. You observed the Frost Moon Sword and comprehended the Frost Moon Sword technique. Your Frost Moon Sword technique has fused with the Golden Crow Blade technique, and you have gained a new epiphany. Comprehended the Sun and Moon Sword technique. As the 2 beeps fell, Sumo's eyes seemed to fly past many figures holding swords. These figures were either armed with ancient black and gold swords that All that was used was the golden crow blade technique, that kind of thick, majestic, domineering and powerful blade technique. Or holding a long sword, the sword is floating in light, and every move carries an indescribable spontaneity and uninhibitedness. As these many figures gradually merged, a figure holding the frost moon sword surfaced in his mind. The thick, majestic, hegemonic and overpowering nature of the golden crow blade technique. It was instantly combined with the frost moon sword's light and ethereal treacherous dexterity, quickly combining into a brand new sword art. Sun and moon swordsmanship. And the frost moon sword, which looks like a sword but not a sword, and is shaped like a curved moon, is an odd weapon. However, it is very suitable for this way of swordplay. Sumo felt the power of the brand new sword technique, but he couldn't help but feel a surprise in his heart. Just then, a sudden chill came from behind him. That white female corpse puppet, however, suddenly pierced out of the darkness again and from behind Sumo, he quietly lunged over. Its movements were light and fluttering, and it made scarcely a sound, It brought only a chill. The two long claws were like 10 long sharp cones, turning their eyes toward Sumo's undershirt and stabbing down. Sumo's heart instantly flinched, and without even thinking, he returned his hand and slashed out with a sword horizontally. Chapter 8, Slaying a 1,000-Year Female Corpse Puppet, Peak Martial General. Look out! Uncle Wu-san and the others who stopped on the waterway saw the white corpse puppet suddenly and quietly appearing behind Sumo to sneak in. A quick and loud reminder. However, at this time, Sumo had long realized that the breath behind him was not right, and instantly returned with a horizontal slash of his sword. Chop! The frost moon sword swung a cold shadow that. Instantly, it cut a hole directly into the chest of that sneaky white corpse puppet. The white corpse puppet let out a heartbreaking wail, and then flew backwards. However, this time Sumo had no intention of letting it go. At the same time that a sword was chopped back, Sumo immediately extended 2 fingers. Hair mound finger. The fingertips instantly pinched the lapel of the white corpse puppet and instantly ripped it back. The white corpse puppet's chest was cut open by the frost moon sword, and a thick black gas immediately flew out. After Sumo ripped it back with a hair mound finger, he then stabbed out with his sword once again. Pust. This sword, however, stabbed straight into its chest and abdomen, instantly stabbing it through the heart. The white corpse puppet was pierced into a skewer of meat by the frost moon sword, and trembled in the air like a leaf falling in the wind. A black, shadowy aura continued to rise from his body. This frost moon sword was a divine weapon created by Oyezi, and it was meant to sharpen iron like mud. Under the 2 swords, the 1,000 years of corpse chi gathered on the white corpse puppet kept leaking out. As the black gas drifted away, its body became dry at a speed visible to the naked eye, Finally, it gradually waxed and dried up like a withered leaf, and there was no longer a single movement. However, he was completely decimated by Sumo. On the waterway, Uncle Wu-san and the others saw this scene and were all. Sumo then placed the withered remains of the white corpse puppet in the crystal coffin. Then a sword slashed through its chest. Within the chest cavity there is indeed a corpse Dan, but it is different from that black-haired stiff's corpse Dan. White corpse puppet body nurturing corpse Dan is all body white like pearlfish eyes, above a touch of light green light. The white corpse puppet corpse Dan is the result of 1,000 years of corpse gas from the white corpse puppet. After devouring it, you can gain an increase in vital energy and receive a martial arts enhancement. With the application of the Tang viewing thoughts, a text appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. Sure enough, it was the white corpse puppet corpse pill. Sumo's heart was delighted, then he pinched the corpse Dan and placed it directly in his mouth. Perhaps the black-haired stiff's corpse pills are too heavy with energy. Or perhaps it was because this time Sumo had already adapted to the power of the corpse Dan. This time, as soon as the corpse Dan entered his belly, it then turned into a stream of air that filled Sumo's entire body. This breath, which is supposed to be extremely cold. After entering the blood vein, it instead provoked an extremely hot reaction in the blood vein, so much so that Sumo felt that the body was soon as if a furnace had risen. The entire body's strange meridians and veins seemed to be immersed in a stream of warmth. At the same time, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels seemed to be warmed and re-tempered in this warmth. This brought about a more majestic discoloration of the body's chi and blood, like a trickle of water gradually expanding into a river. The majestic surge of chi and blood brought about an even greater impact on the chi points. Goggle slap. A burst of chi and blood impact resounded all around Sumo's body between the bones and joints. You obtain the white corpse puppet corpse pill and gain a great increase in chi and blood, and your body's chi and blood impact the circumference of the sky. About to break through the martial general realm. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Sumo was too late for information. At this moment, all of his body was filled with majestic chi and blood, and his entire body's bone and odd points were constantly being impacted by chi and blood. So much so that the countenance became a little grim for an instant, and the mouth actually couldn't help but let out a gurgling low roar. In the distance, when Uncle Wu-san and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked and scared. What's wrong with Master Su? Listening to his continuous roar, he seems to be having a hard time? Daikyu couldn't help but blush a little. Su. He can't have been bitten by a zombie and be necrotic. Cut the bull. When Uncle Wu-san heard this, he was so angry that he slapped Dakue on the head. Even if a zombie bite is going to turn necrotic, it won't be this fast. Daikyu took a slap and couldn't help but rub his head. But Master Su looks very wrong. Is it not a necrophilia? At this time, Xiao Xiao, however, kept gazing at Sumo in the crystal coffin, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, by no means a necromorph. He seems to have received some sort of growth and boost. Grow and help? Uncle Wu-san and the others felt both shocked and confused when they heard little brother's words. Did Sumo have another strange encounter? However, if they looked from below, they didn't find that Sumo had gotten anything good. The skill of the mountain-moving Taoist is really unpredictable. At this time, Sumo was blissfully unaware of Uncle Wu-san's and the others' discussion below from above. He could only feel that his body was already drenched in sweat, and his mouth was even drier. At this moment, it was as if a huge furnace was burning inside him. The chi and blood in his body was scorched and steamed to accelerate, but in a minute's time it had already run for a few weeks. And the resulting increase in power was astonishingly terrifying. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from deep within Sumo's body. Immediately afterward, it seemed as if the whole world had suddenly become infinitely clear and silent. And he felt as if he had elevated himself to a new level. Not only did his physique and strength gain new growth, but his eyesight vision also seemed to become clearer than ever before. You have broken through the martial general realm and reached the peak martial general realm. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Sumo couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart. Although martial artist warrior samurai warrior general is only the lowest 3 ranks of the human immortal martial arts path. However, he had successively broken through the martial warrior samurai and even martial general realms in just one day, so it could be said that the speed of his cultivation was very astonishing. At this rate of cultivation, I'm only afraid it won't take too long. One would be able to reach the pinnacle of the human immortal martial Tao. Even, reaching the realm of fading mortals into immortals and seeing God's invulnerability was definitely not a dream. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but feel another burst of ecstasy. At this time, when Uncle Wu-san saw that Sumo had been standing motionless in the crystal coffin, he couldn't help but shout. Master Su, are you okay? When Sumo heard Uncle Wu-san calling himself, he then waved his hand and responded aloud. Nothing. When he finished speaking, he grabbed hold of a protruding rock wall and took a long, gentle leap downward. Under this leap, his body was so light that he jumped down several meters instantly without any force. Yet it felt lighter than before. The ability of a peak martial general was truly extraordinary. After Sumo leaped a few meters, he gently placed one hand on a rock wall below him. Then once again, a downward leap, feet will land on the ground, but it is light and natural spontaneity to the extreme. In the distance, little brother saw Sumo jump from the 30-meter-high mountain wall to the ground in 2 leaps. And the movement was spontaneous and natural, but he couldn't help but sigh. He really has gotten stronger again. Is the mountain-moving Taoist really that powerful? Speaking of which, Xiao could not help but have some doubts in his eyes. But even Partridge Whistle, the original heir to the orthodox mountain movers. I've never heard of such a strong ability either. This Sumo, what kind of person is he? Chapter 9 Evil Ghosts Near King Lu's Palace? Sumo quickly returned to the boat, and after the crowd drifted forward with the current for a while, Then he left the bottom of the mountain through the hole in front of him and abandoned his boat on the shore outside the hole. Cooking smoke could be seen faintly in the woods far ahead, but it was the mountain village that Uncle Wu-san and the others were looking for. By this point, the crowd was relieved. On this journey, there are boatmen haunting in corpses eating people. Then there was the black-haired stiff and the white corpse puppets, which could scare the gang to death. Uncle Wu-san couldn't help but sigh. Master Su, your tactics today have kind of opened my eyes. I've heard that once upon a time, Partridge Whistle was able to break a zombie's vertebrae with a Kuei Shing kick. But it turns out that your tactics are so much stronger than that partridge whistle. Suemo smiled faintly. Although Partridge Whistle and I are both mountain movers, we are not of the same lineage. So naturally it's a little different. Anyway, mountain movers have been around since the Qin and Han dynasties. One of the sect branches is afraid to know how many. Suemo simply said that he is not a branch with Partridge Whistle. Not much is the same except for the Quidditch kicker. Such a sentence was the solution to both Uncle Wu-san and little brother's doubts. Dakue and Pansy, however, do not understand what mountain-moving Taoist unloading the ridge force, just a strong praise. It's still Master Su. When that female dumpling jumped out, I was so scared I couldn't even utter a breath. As a result, Master Su killed it with a single sword without looking back. That's right, Master Su's sword is also peculiar, calling me to see that it's also worth quite a bit of money. At this time, Suemo had already put the Frost Moon sword behind his back and returned the black gold ancient sword to little brother. Dakue and Pansy couldn't help but drool as they looked at the Frost Moon ancient sword behind him. A sword like that can still kill zombies. If sold it would be worth at least $1 million or so. They're just drooling, though. After all, this sword is Suemo personally climbed to the mountain wall to get it himself. Whoever of them is greedy that can only go get it themselves. As they spoke, the crowd arrived at the village, where Uncle Wu-san had found a guest house. Then the crowd took a hot bath there and washed away all the frightening fatigue of the day. After finishing dinner, Suemo returned to his room and placed the Frost Moon sword on his lap to examine it. This sword looked rather strange, even though its blade was like a curved moon. However, it was possible to use the Golden Crow blade technique and the Frost Moon sword technique at the same time, and it was also possible to fuse the use of the Sun and Moon sword technique that Suemo had comprehended. But it was a divine weapon that was very suitable for Suemo to use. Unexpectedly, Suemo had already had many strange encounters and rewards before he even arrived at King Lu's palace. And inside King Lu's palace, as far as Suemo knew, there was also the bizarre 9-headed serpent cypress, as well as the jade figurine armor. There are also Kirin exhaustion and other treasures. When I get there, I don't know what kind of realizations and wonders I'll gain. Thinking about this, Suemo couldn't help but look forward to this trip to King Lu's palace even more. Early the next morning, after everyone had breakfast together, the Uncle Wu-san then discussed the next route of travel with little brother Suemo and the others. As we were chatting, a waiter came by. Could it be that a few of you are inverts? When Uncle Wu-san heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. How is it that a guesthouse attendant inside such a remote village knows how to pour? The waitress, however, smiled. We're so remote here, who would come if it weren't for the inverters? It turns out that there is indeed a large tomb near this mountain village. Some years ago when there was a big flood also washed down some good things, so much so that the State Administration of Cultural Heritage and archaeological team of people sent a special person to investigate. And had the whole mountain fenced off. But then the archaeologists didn't seem to find out a damn thing about it. Slowly they all withdrew as well. Later on, many people came here one after another, basically in various names to visit the tomb. But these people, despite the effort they put in, have not seen anything come out of it. Some even came and dove headfirst into the mountains, never to be seen again. The waiter made some small talk with Suemo and them, then turned around and left. Uncle Wu-san and the others were silent for a while, but they all looked at Suemo. Master Su, it looks like a lot of people have been here before. But I don't know if we'll be able to touch something good this time, so when do you think it's better for us to leave? Suemo knew that this Lu Wang palace was in the mountains, and there was no need to waste time at this time, so he said. It's better to be early than late, it's none of our business whether others have explored or not. Uncle Wu-san nodded. Master Su is right. It doesn't matter if we're first in line for the fight. As long as we find the entrance to King Lu's palace, all the bright weapons inside will be ours. After a few people had made a deal, they then briefly packed up their tools and then after procuring some food and water and other supplies from the village, he left the village and traveled towards the mountains. He had just left the village when he saw an old man carrying water by the mountain stream in front of him looking very familiar. But it's the same old man who drove the cart yesterday. As soon as Dakue and Pansy took a look at the old man driving the cart, they were furious and rushed towards the old man. As soon as the old man saw Suemo and the others, he also turned around and ran in fear. But how is his old arm and leg a match for the two veterans, Dakue and Pansy, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was chased down by the two and kicked down. Then tied up the hands and feet like a bundle of piglets and mentioned in front of Uncle Wu-san. Master, forgive me, I really didn't screw you over yesterday, it was all that boatman's doing. It's got nothing to do with me. When the old man saw that he had been caught, he then just shrugged it off and begged for mercy and cried bitterly. Put all the blame on the boatman. I'm only responsible for bringing guests to the ship, I really don't know anything else. Uncle Wu-san and the rest of them were years old, so how could they be fooled by a few words from him? Daikyu then gritted his teeth. You old thing, how dare you argue, I'll drag you back to the waterway and feed you to the corpses later. But it can't be made to work. When the old man heard that he was going to be fed to the corpse, he was so scared that he almost pissed his pants and hurriedly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. I've really done no harm. It was the boatman who did all these things. You a few masters have a large amount of adults, never with my general knowledge harmed innocent Suemo glanced at him, but he was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and kicked at him and said. Cut the crap, have you ever taken someone into the mountains to look for an ancient tomb before? When the old man heard this, he stopped begging for mercy, and his eyes gibbered twice but there was no immediate answer. Suemo knew at a glance that he was getting ideas again, and then he squeezed the old man's neck. Be honest and take us there, and I'll let you go. Or I'll crush your neck right now and throw you into a nest of corpse eaters. When the old man heard this, his face turned white with fear and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness again. Moncler, it's not that I don't take you guys, it's there. That place is evil. There are evil spirits out there. Hearing the old man's words, Suemo and the rest of them couldn't help but be stunned. There's an evil spirit in the neighborhood of King Lu's palace? It's true, grandpas, I'm not lying to you. I took a team over there the other day and they've all disappeared, but they've all been eaten by evil spirits. That place is evil, don't dare to go there. Chapter 10 Holding a Luoyan shovel in hand, understanding dragon pointing. After listening to the old man's words, Suemo knew that these people he was talking about who suddenly disappeared. It's probably that expedition of Annan's. Arnon and the others were assigned by Jude Kao to come to the palace of King Ru, wanting to discover the secrets of the. It was this old man who was also sought out as a guide when he arrived here. This old man led Aining and the others to the mountains. The next day they went over and found that all these people had disappeared, so they thought that there were some kind of man-eating ghosts in the mountains. In truth, Aining and these people might have already gone deeper into the mountains, or into the interior of King Lu's palace. Thinking of this, Suemo then gave the old man another kick. Where are the evil spirits? Cut the crap and take us there. The old man had to get up from the ground and lead Suemo and the others towards the mountain. The group had traveled for over an hour when they arrived at the campsite of Annan and his group. Instead, they saw that the tents and dishes and radios and such remained in good condition, but not a single ghost was to be found in the camp. The old man looked horrified. Masters, you didn't see it, I didn't lie to you, did I? These people are as if they've been eaten by ghosts. Suddenly it's all gone. Dakue and Pansy checked out the campsite and also wore expressions of disbelief. Yeah, it's like the people in this camp just disappeared all of a sudden. We looked, and everything in the camp was in good shape. In no way does it look like it was attacked by a man-beast. Uncle Wu-san was also a bit stunned. Before he could enter King Ru's palace, he found that an expedition had gotten there first. And when this expedition got here, it mysteriously disappeared. This whole thing does seem to reek of weirdness. Could it be that there are really some evil spirits hiding around this Luoyan palace? Suemo, however, had a good plan and just smiled lightly and said. Maybe they just found the entrance to the tomb and went down there. There aren't any large beasts in this mountain, so naturally there's no need to leave anyone behind to guard it. Once the crowd heard that this was also the case, their hearts relaxed a bit. This old man led to this place is already useless, Suemo and the others can't really exterminate him. He was then told to go back. On his way out, Pansy even grabbed the old man by the collar. Dead old man, you almost killed us in the waterway, if it wasn't for the kindness of Master San and Master Su. I'll get you killed today. Don't say anything when you go back or. Before he finished speaking, Pansy slashed his palm diagonally against a small tree nearby. Chop! This thick small tree was actually directly split by his palm. Pansy is a war veteran and has practiced a lot of hard skills. This hand of splitting a tree with a single palm was no big deal to him, but it was the old man who was so scared that his face turned yellow and he hurriedly answered with his mouth full. Don't worry, several masters, I'll go back and absolutely not dare to talk nonsense. If I say a word you'll have to take my head. Pansy then let go of the old man to let him go back. After seeing the old man leave, Uncle Wu-san then asked Dakue and Pansy to go around and look for a robbing hole. However, the two of them turned around in a big circle, but they found nothing, and could only scratch their heads and run back with a helpless face. Uncle Wusan took a look and couldn't help but curse in anger. But head. Cursing, he could only ask Dakue and Pansy to take out their Luoyang shovels and just take dirt and search for graves near the campground. The Wu family's method of searching for graves is to take soil from various places and then sniff the odor of the grave soil to identify the exact location of the grave. This is the method passed down from the old Dogwu. It is not high-end at all, and it is even more laborious. Although Suemo was familiar with grave robbing in his previous life, it was the first time in his life that he had seen a Luoyang shovel. With that, he took the Luoyang shovel from Daikyu and took a closer look at it. Just as he took the Luoyang shovel in his hand, he suddenly only felt an aura penetrating straight into his heavenly soul. You've been exposed to the Luoyang shovel, to the flashes of wisdom from thousands of years of grave robbers. Comprehend the dragon seeking and pointing technique. Hearing the beep in his ears, Suemo couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise in his heart. I didn't expect that I could gain new insights just by touching the Luoyang shovel. And from it, I have learned the art of dragon spotting. This enlightenment is really unbelievable. As the tone fell, a tidal wave instantly surged into Sumo's mind. Thousands of years of knowledge of the art of finding dragons and points and the art of feng shui geomancy of moving mountains and pouring buckets were all branded in the depths of Sumo's brain along with this tidal wave of knowledge acquisition. Over here, when Uncle Wusan saw that Suemo was silent with a Luoyang shovel in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He only thought that Suemo was looking for the entrance of Lu Wang Palace with the Luoyang shovel in his hand. Since ancient times, the mountain-moving Taoist has been like a divine dragon. They naturally have their own unique way of finding ancient tombs. Why don't you let Suemo find a way to find it if you're digging half a day blindly like this? Thinking of this, Uncle Wusan then piled on a smile. Master Su, can you tell where the entrance to this ancient tomb is? Suemo knew that Uncle Wusan was testing himself. However, now that he had the dragon seeking and pointing techniques ability in his possession, naturally, I am not afraid of Uncle Wusan's examination. I can try. Suemo said after a faint smile, and then cast his gaze nearby. His eyes followed the mountain trend all the way over, but his mouth was chanting. Look for the dragon and point at the entangled mountain. Entanglement is a barrier. If the water outlet gets 1,000 locks, riches must be here. He had just realized the art of searching for dragons and points, so when he was inspecting the mountains, in his mouth, however, he couldn't help but recite the mantra. On the side, Uncle Wusan heard it but his heart fluttered. Dragon seeking gold splitting decision. Feelings of this master Su actually will also find the dragon splitting gold decision. No wonder he held the Luoyang shovel in his hand as if pondering. It is really worthy of being a mountain moving Taoist, and the art of moving mountains and pouring buckets is actually proficient in everything. Thinking of this, the eyes of Uncle Wusan looking at Suemo were even more filled with admiration. He himself didn't mess around with finding the tomb, and only stood by Sumo's side and watched him move. Suemo looked at the shape of the mountain once, then took the compass to divide the gold and set the position, and quickly determined the orientation. Tiptoeing in one position. Start here. Both Daikyu and Pansy couldn't help but be stunned. Master Su found the entrance so quickly? Uncle Wusan was not to be trifled with. Still not following what Master Su said. Okay. Dakue and Pansy then copied the Luoyang shovel and took the soil according to the position pointed out by Suemo, shoveling down as if they were flying. In no time at all, he dug out more than 2 meters deep, and the bottom of the shovel seemed to be as hard as if he had dug into a stone, but he had dug into the layer of rammed earth. Taking out the shovel, he saw that the soil brought out of the shovel was crimson in color, as if it was drenched in blood. Uncle Wusan and the others were overjoyed. This is it. Master Su is awesome. Blood in the earth, it must be a big tomb. Having found the location of the tomb, the following is much simpler. Uncle Wusan then joined hands with Dakue Pansy, first taking soil from each of them along several points. The rough outline of the tomb was then quickly determined through the soil of the grave, and finally the excavation of the robber's hole began on the top side of the tomb. Dakue and Pansy flew around with Luoyang shovels in their hands, and soon dug out a 7 or 8 meter robber's hole. The bottom was straight ahead on the side of the tomb wall. Chapter 11, When the corpse speaks in the ancient grave, the sarcophagus shows a bloody corpse. The group followed the robber's hole into the ground and came to the side of the tomb wall. Daikyu took the crowbar and was about to pry open the tomb wall, but Xiao grabbed him. Don't move. After saying that, little brother squatted down and carefully stretched out his 2 fingers, gazing along the seams of the tomb bricks. Click. After a soft thud, he actually used his hairy mound finger to gouge out a tombstone brick in the crevice of this paper-thin tombstone. Wu Tianjin and the others all looked at each other in disbelief, but they didn't know what Xiao was doing. Suemo smiled. Everyone stand back, there is climbing acid in the sandwich between the walls of this tomb, little brother is trying to remove it. Uncle Wu-san and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It turns out that many ancient tombs would have placed this climbing acid used in alchemy among the interlayers of the tomb walls. This strong organic acid can burn a person's skin to the point of festering or even corpse once it gets on the skin. After little brother gouged out the tombstone, he randomly sucked out the climbing acid inside with a syringe and a line pipe. Then have Daikue and Pansy dig out a trench below and release all the climbing acid inside the trench. It was only after the acid climbing had finished releasing that little brother had Daiki use a crowbar to pry open the tomb wall. Behind the wall of the tomb was a chamber, and in the darkness only a bronze cauldron could be seen in the chamber. There was a sarcophagus in the back. Daikue and Pansy ran over to the cauldron and took a look at it, instantly shouting with excitement. "Third Master, there are so many treasures inside." Wu Tianjin and Wu Sanjun also walked over to look, but they saw many headless dry corpses placed inside the tripod. The dry corpses were all wearing a lot of gold and silver jewelry as well as ancient jade accessories, all of which looked to be of great value. Pansy jumped right into the tripod. Straight away, he went to work stripping these gold, silver, and jade items down to his backpack. Uncle Wu-san couldn't help but curse. "This cauldron is used by others to offer sacrifices to the heavens, do you want to be a sacrifice by jumping in?" Pansy grinned as he moved his hands to get the gold, silver, and jade. "Third Master, we come as not to run to the Mingware, so many good things do not take it as not a loss." Uncle Wu-san, however, could see that Xiao was standing still and hadn't moved. And the expression looked as if it was very grave, and it seemed to be very slightly worried, hurrying up. "Stop it and get out, it's in here." Before the words were finished, a sudden muffled thud could be heard from within the chamber. This muffled sound was like the beating of a flood of stone drums. Suddenly resounded in the chamber but shocked everyone out of a cold sweat. Pansy's body went limp with fear inside the cauldron. Almost sat on his ass on the neck of the headless dryad inside the tripod. Wu Tianjin was even more frightened. Uncle Wu-san, however, heard the sound coming precisely from the sarcophagus, and looked at it with a pair of astonished eyes. "What the hell?" Pansy swallowed and shuddered. "Cut the crap and get the hell out of there." Uncle Wu-san cursed viciously. Pansy hurriedly climbed out of the cauldron, his feet just landing on the ground. Suddenly a tremor could be heard from within the sarcophagus once again. Bang! This time, everyone could clearly hear that the vibration came from inside the sarcophagus. It seemed that the arrival of the crowd had angered something in the sarcophagus, causing it to knock angrily on it to send out a warning. Pansy's feet went limp and he instantly fell to his knees. Holy! Uncle Wu-san's nephew was also white with fear. It was at this moment that a grating, strange sound suddenly rang out. The sound was like a frog's low chirp, and it sounded hair-raising in this deep, dark chamber. The crowd turned their heads, but they saw the little brother's eyes fixed on the sarcophagus, and though his mouth did not move, instead, a grating, strange sound came from his throat. At this time, a frog-like low grating sound like a frog chirping surprisingly also came out from within the sarcophagus. Little brother actually seemed to be talking to something in the sarcophagus. It's just that the sound of this conversation was completely beyond the range of what Uncle Wu-san and the others could understand. It was even more eerie and terrifying in the extreme. Little brother suddenly fell to his knees directly at the sarcophagus. This scene was so bizarre that Uncle Wu-san and the others couldn't help but be scared to death. All of them also had their legs softened and followed little brother towards the sarcophagus and fell to their knees. Except for Sumo. At this moment, Suemo was listening to little brother's conversation with Gugu inside the sarcophagus. But suddenly, there was an extremely marvelous and weird feeling. The frog's low, grating sound actually seemed to carry some sort of understandable rhythm. You heard little brother's necrotic conversation with the blood corpse and gained insight, thus comprehending the necrotic language technique. Over here, when Wu Tianjin saw that Suemo didn't kneel, he couldn't help but be a little shocked and strange. Master Su, why don't you kneel? Suemo smiled faintly. It's just an old dumpling, who am I to kneel it? When Wu Tianjin heard it, but he couldn't help but feel even more surprised. What's in the coffin is an old dumpling. How do you know, Master Su? What did little brother say to it? It's necromantic. Corpse language? Wu Tianjin was even more surprised. Zombies have a language? At this time, Xiao Xiao looked back at Sumo and stood up. What's in there has been pacified by me for the time being, so don't touch anything in here, people. Get out of here before sunrise, or else even the immortals will never leave the Lu Wang Palace. Hearing his words, Uncle Wu San and the others couldn't help but be frightened. Over here, Sumo, however, couldn't help but sneer. It's just a bloody corpse. Why are you so scared? You can't touch anything in the mausoleum and you have to leave before dawn? Then what are we doing here? Now that he had reached the peak of Martial General and had the Frost Moon sword in his hand. I'm not afraid of a single blood corpse. Thinking of this, Suemo looked toward the sarcophagus and a touch of arrogance appeared in his eyes. LOL. A frog's low-sounding necrotic speech suddenly issued from between Sumo's throat. Xiao and the others couldn't help but stare. Especially little brother, whose expression looked even more stunned. It wasn't just because he just realized that Suemo actually knew corpse language as well. Moreover, he also heard the provocative and threatening implication in Sumo's language. The meaning of the necromantic language that Suemo had emitted was, "Who are you to tell me to leave?" This passage of necromantic speech had just been sent out when another loud tremor could be heard from the sarcophagus all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, a low roar could be heard coming from within the sarcophagus. It seemed that the thing inside the sarcophagus had been completely enraged by Suemo. Master Su, it must not be. Xiao Xiao's face suddenly changed once again and hurriedly blocked Suemo. Suemo, however, just smiled coldly, his eyes staring at the sarcophagus, but his face did not change at all. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge sarcophagus lid suddenly flew straight up and a huge black shadow suddenly stood up straight from the coffin. Daikyu and the others were aiming their flashlights at the sarcophagus. Under the light, however, a figure nearly 2 meters tall, covered in scarlet blood, a bloody corpse whose head was even more twisted and hideous to the extreme was standing inside the coffin staring at them with a pair of scarlet eyes. As the lid of the coffin flew up, the bloody corpse rose and the entire chamber was instantly filled with a fishy smell of blood. The blood corpse's eyes stared tightly at Sumo's direction, and a grating low sound was emitted from its throat. This corpse language Sumo and little brother, but they heard it clearly. You are asking for death. Chapter 12 Frost Moon Chop, Kill Blood Corpse. The bloody corpse let out a gurgling necromantic. Suddenly from the sarcophagus legs do not bend directly jumped up, a leap actually jumped up several meters, straight towards the crowd pounced over. Under the flying swoop, it brought out a bloody aura, as if a tide of blood was coming towards the crowd. Little brother stood right in front of the crowd, seeing the blood corpse pouncing over he hastily drew out the black and gold ancient sword behind him. Towards the blood corpse's chest, he slashed down. Madaka! The blade slashed at the blood corpse's chest, surprisingly emitting a popping sound like striking gold or iron. Although this blood corpse was all covered in blood and mucus, its muscles and bones and even its skin were as hard as iron. Even though the black gold ancient blade was extremely sharp, it was surprisingly unable to cut through the flesh of the blood corpse. But Zhao's slash kind of blocked the blood corpse for a bit. After Xiao blocked the blood corpse, he whirled around and slashed over again. However, as the blade slashed down, the blood corpse suddenly swung its arm up and swept it towards the blade. When the blood corpse's arm clashed with the blade, and it even made a sound of gold and iron. Xiao Xiao's black and gold ancient sword was instantly knocked away by a huge force. Little brother couldn't help but be creeped out as well. This blood corpse had infinite strength, and under one arm sweep it was actually 1,000 pounds. He hastily took a few steps backward, but a blistering cry escaped his mouth. Move! Uncle Wu San and the others panicked and turned to run. In the midst of the chaos, Sumo, however, rushed forward to meet the blood corpses. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed between the blood corpse and Zhang Qiling. A dragon's roar bloomed, and the frost moon sword was steeply sheathed. A cold moon-like light swung out in the darkness of the chamber. Sumo's sword held the power of the sun and moon sword technique and also had the force of a peak martial general. The power of a sword can cut through iron and stone. Chop! The frost moon sword's blade viciously chopped at the blood corpse's flailing arm, instantly bringing out a trail of blood. The blood corpse's arm was actually instantly chopped in half by Sumo, and the sword blade almost cut through the bones. Roar! The blood corpse suddenly let out a roar, seemingly also shocked and angered by the power of Sumo's sword. The other large hand opened up like a bushel, carrying a heavy stench of blood and corpse odor, and slapped towards the top of Sumo's head. Before it could slap down its big hand, Sumo suddenly flew with a swift kick. The quixotic kickboxer. There was a popping sound as the toe kick slammed between the blood corpse's chest and abdomen. The bloody corpse immediately flew backwards. A kick that flew out of nowhere, but a kick that. Sumo, however, had instantly transferred his entire body's force to the tip of his foot as if he was flinging a whip, and this foot also had nearly 1,000 pounds of force. The bloody corpse flew out several meters backwards, hitting hard on top of the tomb wall with a loud shock. The entire chamber seemed to tremble. Uncle Wu-san and the others looked stunned. Little brother's black and gold ancient sword couldn't even cut through the flesh of a blood corpse. Instead, Sumo was able to chop open the blood corpse's arm with a single sword, and he was able to kick it away with a single kick. This martial arts and power was simply unbelievable. Little brother stood there with a shocked expression on his face as well. This Master Su, who called himself the mountain-moving Taoist, was truly unfathomable. Wu Tianjin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It's still Master Su, or else. Daikyu couldn't help but sigh as well. Luckily Master Su was here. The two of them had just finished speaking when they saw the blood corpse suddenly climb back up from the ground. Roar! A roar, mingled with angry emotions, issued from between his throats. Sumo looked at the blood corpse, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Just now, he had already tested the true strength of the blood corpse in a single glance. But it's just that the flesh and bones are tougher than ordinary zombies. Plus the blood and water slime on the body carries necrotic poison. For the unusual, this stuff is very scary, indeed. As long as it is caught by its claws a little, even if it does not die in this life, is still corpse poison into the body worse than death. But to Sumo, it was nothing at all. Sumo was now at the peak strength of a martial general, together with the sun and moon sword technique and the frost moon sword in his hand. As well as the ability to be invulnerable to all poisons, dealing with this blood corpse was not a problem at all. The blood corpse roared, then jumped up from the ground again. It jumped up without bending its legs at all, and its huge body instantly leaped up several feet. The hands brought out a strong stench of bloody corpse from the air, and much more blood was spilled on his body. Stand back! Knowing that its blood water contained corpse chi and blood poison, Sumo immediately let out a low gulp. Tell Uncle Wu-san and the others to back off. The words had not yet fallen, but he had already greeted the blood corpse with the frost moon sword in his hand. A flash of cold light, like a moon shadow for an instant. Under the sword, one of the blood corpse's arms actually broke off instantly. While Sumo chopped off the left arm of the blood corpse with his sword, he quickly flew up with a kick that. Once again, he kicked hard between the blood corpse's small abdomen. The bloody corpse was instantly kicked and sent flying backwards again. But this time Sumo didn't let it fly back, but quickly followed it with an arrow step. The frost moon sword in his hand stabbed down hard towards between its chest and abdomen. The blade of the sword instantly pierced into the chest of the bloody corpse, and the tip of the sword pierced out from behind. A dense corpse chi immediately flew out along the blade of the sword. The blood corpse let out a low roar, and its body trembled violently on the blade of the sword and raised his other arm towards Sumo's head to slap him. But Sumo didn't wait for its palm to slap down, drawing out the sword blade while twisting at the waist. The body steeply turned in place like a windmill. The frost moon sword took advantage of the force of this turn and instantly swept out like a horizontal wave of the river. Not only was the sword powerful, but the force was 1,000 pounds. Chop! The sword blade chopped across the blood corpse's neck, instantly severing the blood corpse's neck directly. The head of the hideous, blurred, bloody corpse suddenly shot up into the sky and, after impacting on the top of the tomb and then falling down, like a ripe watermelon, it grunted and rolled around on the ground before coming to a stop. And after the blood corpse's undisclosed body paused in place for a moment, after a burst of corpse gas gushing from the broken neck, the body suddenly collapsed to the ground like a piece of rotten wood. When Wu Tianjin and the others saw the scene, their jaws dropped in shock. Sumo decimated the blood corpses, although it was only for a short minute or two. Instead, they felt as thrilled as if they had walked on the razor's edge. Fortunately, the blood corpses had already been decimated at this point, and they were relieved. Sumo, however, did not breathe a word. His face was as calm as ever as he lifted his feet and walked to the front of the bloody corpse's mutilated body. The black-haired stiff and the white corpse puppet both have corpse pills, and this blood corpse has been in King Lu's palace for an unknown number of years. There must be a treasure on it too. He then cut along the blood corpse's chest with his frost moon sword. This blood corpse had been decapitated, and after the corpse chi dispersed from its body, but its muscles had softened a lot. Using the frost moon sword cut through it easily. Within the chest cavity, however, there was indeed an all-over crystalline bright red pill. Blood corpse pill. It is the product of a blood corpse absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and gathering the corpse's chi. After devouring it, you can gain a great boost in physical ability and yuan chi cultivation. As the Tang contemplation thoughts were contemplated, a text appeared before Sumo's eyes. But it was really the blood corpse pill. Sumo pinched the blood corpse pill and then brought it to his mouth. Master Su, be careful. Little brother couldn't help but vocalize a warning. This blood corpse is no more than an ordinary zombie, the corpse poison is extremely intense. Chapter 13, Breaking Through the Peak of the Martial General and the Zhongshe Realm. Sumo turned around and smiled at Xiao Xiao. Might as well. He was now invulnerable to all poisons, so naturally he wouldn't be afraid of the blood poison corpse chi on the blood corpse's body. Much less would they be afraid of the Dan poison corpse chi on this blood corpse Dan. After saying that, Sumo put the blood corpse pill directly in his mouth. Boom! As the blood corpse Dan entered his body, an explosion suddenly bloomed in the depths of Sumo's soul and body. A majestic blood chi rapidly rushed through several passages in Sumo's body, but it was like destroying everything. In just a few seconds, he had rushed through a few more meridians. At this moment, the vigorous power within Sumo's body was like a great river flowing endlessly. The resulting breath is even thicker and more distant, powerful, and strong. The force and breath that could be generated from raising his hands and feet was even more continuous. You have broken through the peak of Martial General and reached the realm of Martial Grandmaster. Hearing the beep in his ears, Sumo couldn't help but feel another burst of surprise in his heart. I didn't expect that the power of this blood corpse pill would be so majestic. However, it is different from the previous black zombie Dan and the white zombie puppet corpse Dan. Just one entrance, and it was transformed into a mammoth force that, instantly breaking through the shackles that lay across the bottleneck at the peak of the Martial General, the direct impact broke through the peak of the Martial General, allowing him to reach the Martial Dao Sovereign Realm. Sumo had known that above martial artists, there were warriors, generals, grandmasters, great grandmasters, and martial saints. Fading mortality, human immortality, seeing God unbreakable 9 realms. He gained a heaven-defying enlightenment at the Melon Temple, and it took him half a month to break through to the martial realm. Now that he had just arrived at the King Lu's palace, he had already passed through the 3 realms of Samurai Martial General Zhongshe in 2 days, one after the other. The rapidity of the advancement was such that even he himself couldn't help but be staggered. If we were to go deeper into King Lu's palace, there would only be even more powerful gains and advances to be made. Fear of reaching the earthly martial saint, or even fading into immortality to see that God is not bad, are by no means delusional. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Over here, although little brother and the others couldn't see Sumo's progress. However, it could also be felt as if Sumo seemed to have a slight change in his body again in just a short period of 2 minutes. As to what changes they could not tell, but only feel Sumo body seems to have more a kind of pale as mountain like heavy breath. Standing there not moving, has not angry since the authority. This kind of aura makes an ordinary martial artist like Daikue Pansy, who is a veteran from the military. All felt awe in their hearts. And although Uncle Wu San and Wu Tianjin are not martial artists, however, he could also feel the pressure of that powerful aura on Sumo's body. Master Su seems to have gotten stronger again. Yeah, he's not moving though. Yet there seems to be a great pressure on the body that one can feel. Is this brought on by the blood corpse Dan? Daikue Pansy and also Wu Tianjin, although they were uncertain. However, it was also vaguely guessed that it was the changes brought about by the blood corpse pill. And Uncle Wu San was even more appalled. No wonder the mountain-moving Taoist never touched the treasures and gold inside the crypt, even though he moved mountains and did countless things. And only seek the pills or secret cultivation techniques in them. Let's see, Master Su just behead 3 zombies, and after the corpse Dan he obtained was devoured. The changes produced are already as strong as they are. If it is true that more creations can be obtained in the chamber of the tomb, this Master Su is afraid that achieving immortality is not a dream bubble. If a man can really attain the way, what is all that gold, silver, and treasure? When he thought of this, Uncle Wu San could not help but add a few more points of reverence to his eyes when he looked at Sumo. I only feel that although this Sumo seems to be about the same age as Wu Tianjin, but his person is unpredictable, the means is even more out of the ordinary. when it is really a strange person in the world. And when little brother looked at Sumo at this time, there were even more complex expressions such as admiration and doubt in his eyes. He knew he was no match for the bloody corpse in this sarcophagus. Therefore, you have to retreat after using necromantic prayers. Who knew that Sumo was not afraid, but instead directly used the frost moon sword to cut him down? This one can, but is far above their own do not know how much. When he first met Sumo, little brother still had misgivings about him and only felt that the other party's identity was quite suspicious. But now it seems that this Master Su is not only an authentic mountain-moving Taoist. And even in the moving mountain lineage, it was a godlike leader. Several people looked at Sumo with expressions of awe in their eyes. And after Sumo swallowed the blood corpse Dan, he wiped the blade of the frost moon sword clean and put it back behind his back. But he smiled faintly at the crowd. Go! When Uncle Wu-san and the others heard this, they hurriedly agreed and followed Sumo forward. But he had implicitly regarded Sumo as the head of the team. At the very beginning when Sumo joined the team, not to mention little brother. It was Dakue Pansy and Wu Tianjin who had a few misgivings about him, and it was Wu Sanjun who agreed to let Sumo join the team after he saw Sumo's Kuei-Shin kick duel. However, since Sumo entered the Waterway, he has successively revealed his exceptional abilities. However, it made Uncle Wu-san and the others slowly develop more feelings of trust and admiration for him, so much so that they unconsciously treated him as the soul of the team. In fact, human beings are mu-strong by nature, and this is true for both men and women. If Sumo's means were not even as good as Dakue Pansy's, he was only afraid that he could only stand on the sidelines when he arrived here. But after he had used his tactics one after another, even such a jungle veteran as Uncle Wu-san Ji. He was also admired from the bottom of his heart, and he did not dare to disobey his words in the slightest. Several people quickly left the chamber and moved forward, but ahead of them was a narrower tomb passage. After passing through the tomb passage, there is another corridor, in which there are no burial objects. It's just a very winding road. After walking forward along the corridor for a dozen meters or so, but seeing that at the end of the corridor was a giant jade gate. It looks translucent and crystalline, and on the side of the door are carved two hungry ghosts, one holding a ghostly claw and the other a seal of. But it was hideous and vicious and black. Pansy and Dakue couldn't help but get excited once they saw the jade gate. Good lord, this jade gate must be worth a lot of money. If you carry one of these out, you'll get at least a couple houses out of it. Seeing the two of them in this state, Uncle Wu-san rolled his eyes in anger. This jade door is thousands of pounds apiece. If you guys are capable, just carry it out and sell it for money. Pansy and Dakue were instantly a bit embarrassed by the reprimand, so they had to stop talking. Push the door in after prying the jade door open with a crowbar. Just as he entered, he heard another gasp from Pansy. There are dead people here. Uncle Wu-san's face turned green with anger when he heard him yelling there again. Will you stop embarrassing yourself here? What tomb doesn't have dead people in it? No, third master. Pansy, with a panicked look on his face, pointed to the ground next to the coffin in front of him. It's the gringo who looks freshly dead. The crowd followed his pointing, but saw that between the several coffins placed in the chamber, actually lying horizontally two foreigners wearing mountaineering clothing. Look at the appearance of the body, seems to be dead not very long. The two faces are full of fear and pain expression. On the surface, however, not a single injury could be seen, as if he had been scared alive. This. Wu Tianjin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. These two couldn't have been scared to death by something inside the tomb, could they? Uncle Wu-san shook his head. All come to explore the tomb, and there are a few timid. How can they be scared to death? Daikyu's face, however, turned a little white. That's hard to say, third master. Maybe there really is something more terrifying in this tomb. He had just finished speaking on his side when he suddenly caught a dark shadow with a sweep of his eyes. The dark figure, all black, appeared noiselessly beside the coffin. A head is strangely large, looks like the legendary big-headed ghost, the huge head but a pair of small eyes, was looking thievishly at the crowd. Daikyu let out a scream of terror. There's a ghost. Chapter 14 Big-Headed Ghost by the Coffin of the Seven Stars, meeting Ning in the depths of the tomb. Daikue let out a scream, but Pansy next to him was quick with his hands. Raising his hand, he shot the big-headed ghost in the head. Bang! Only a crunching sound was heard, and the big-headed ghost's head was instantly broken. It turned out to be holding a large, round, tiled jar on its head, with only two holes gouged out of the top of the jar. Instead, Pansy's shot broke the tile jar right through, almost hitting the head inside. "Mother, shoot the old man." Big Head Ghost was shot and cursed in human language, turned around and tried to run. Pansy raised his hand to shoot at his undershirt again, but Sumo grabbed his wrist. "Don't fight, he's human." While he was speaking, Xiao was already jumping towards the big-headed ghost with an arrow step. Toward the other man's undershirt, he grabbed the backpack behind him. With a flick of both arms, the big-headed man took off his backpack and jumped aside, running forward. Seeing this, Xiao then chased after him, and the two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Uncle Wu-san and the others couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this. "Master Su, this guy is human." Daikyu seemed to be distraught. Sumo nodded. "This guy is just putting a jar over his head and pretending on purpose." He knew that the guy pretending to be a god was Fatty Wang Yusin. But little brother was somehow in hot pursuit. At that moment, Uncle Wu-san said after a moment of silence, "Forget about them. Pansy Dakue, you and Tianjin go to the other chambers. I'll check out the crypt over there." After saying that, Uncle Wu-san turned around and walked out of the tomb. Sumo couldn't help but see a trace of confusion in his eyes when he saw Uncle Wu-san turn and leave. After thinking about it for a moment, he couldn't help but realize it was actually not the first time that both Uncle Wu-san and little brother had come to this King Lu's palace. When, after the first archaeological operations in the South China Sea in China, he had then come to King Lu's palace with his little brother, only that time they had returned in defeat without gaining anything. This time, Uncle Wu found little brother to re-explore King Lu's palace, for the sake of the ghost seal inside King Lu's palace. It was the key to unlock the bronze door and the thing necessary to unlock the ultimate. But after seeing the bodies of foreign explorers in this crypt, and meeting Fatty Wang, so the two of them decided not to delay any longer and prepared to quickly enter the Hydra Cypress and open the coffin to take out the ghost seal. It was for this reason that little brother took the opportunity of chasing Fatty Wang away first, and when Uncle Wu-san saw Shu leave, he left to detach Pansy Dakue and the others, and himself left the tomb on the pretext of checking. Prepare to travel to the location of the main crypt under the Hydra Cypress tree. After thinking about this, Sumo looked at Uncle Wu-san's back but secretly sneered in his heart. Although it was the first time he had come to King Lu's palace, with the tying guanxi and the dragon pointing technique, this labyrinth of tombstones won't be hard for him at all. Mountains, rivers, and mountains all have chakras, and the burial chamber has its chakra even though it is a place where yin-chi converges. With the tie-in viewing thoughts, although it was impossible for Sumo to discern the path of however, it was able to see the direction of the chi veins of the tomb chamber, and along the direction of the flow of the chi veins, the correct path could be found. Sumo then stood in place and concentrated on his thoughts. The flow of breath between the tomb passages was quickly discerned through the tie-in observatory. He then walked forward alone along the chakra heading between the tomb passages. The passages outside this 7-starred coffin are, however, well connected, with several tomb passages leading elsewhere. In addition, there were other ear chambers outside the tomb, and little brother and Uncle Wu-san had disappeared. Sumo stood and took a closer look at the tomb passage. Still relying on the direction of the flow of chi veins detected by the Taiying Guanyin to move forward, he soon passed through 2 tomb passages. As he was walking, he suddenly heard a woman's cry of alarm coming from the front. Sumo couldn't help but frown at the sound. Why is there a woman's voice in this chamber? It's Nin? He then followed the voice forward, but saw that in a chamber ahead of him, surprisingly, there were a lot of black corpse piles gathered in the black. The smallest of these corpse cubes is more than a foot long, and the largest is 2 or 3 feet long. It looks as large as a large dog. There were still a few bodies lying on the ground, but they had been crawling all over their bodies by the corpses. The sound of a corpse gnawing on dead meat creaked, but it sounded creepy in people's hearts. Turning his face, he saw the shoulders of a 2-meter-high bronze statue in the corner of the crypt. There stood a slender woman in a leather jacket. The woman had a gun in one hand and a torch in the other. The pretty white face was full of shock and fear, and a flash of hope appeared in Sumo's eyes instantly after seeing him. "Help me!" But it was none other than Anan. When Sumo saw Ning, he couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. How come Aning is still here and is still trapped by these corpse collectors? It looks like those bodies on the ground were all the henchmen she brought with her. But it has been killed by the corpse. These corpses have thick armor and are not afraid of bullets, if not for the fact that Aning is standing very high up. There is a torch in her hand. This is afraid that even she has been killed and nibbled by the corpse. Sumo couldn't talk about aversion to Aning, but he couldn't talk about any good feelings either. This woman was Jude Law's only command, and in the original story ended up in the mouth of a snake. But it's sad and pathetic, but at this point it's surrounded by corpses. If Suemo doesn't save her body from being eaten by the corpse, it's a bit unreasonable. Suemo was thinking. Seeing that he stood still and didn't say anything, Aining thought that he was afraid of the corpse, so she hurriedly said, "Big brother, save me, I have a lot of money on me, I can give it all to you." Suemo couldn't help but laugh. Despite being a man of 2 lifetimes, he looked at money lightly in this one. Since he had awakened the earthly martial way, his goal was to ascend to the peak of the martial way. Searching for immortality to achieve human immortality. Money really is bull when it comes to these things. Aining looked at the disdainful smile on his face and knew that the man didn't care about the money, then his eyes twinkled. Suddenly, he pulled something dark from his arms and held it up in his hands. "I know you don't like money, but this is a treasure, and if you save my life, it's yours." Suemo fixed his eyes on it, but he saw that what Aining was holding in his hand was actually a claw. Skinny bones and sharp claw tips, black as ink all over the body, looks like the ghost claws in the hands of the evil ghost outside the Jade Gate. Suemo couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Right. Outside the Jade Gate of King Lu's palace, 2 statues of evil spirits in their hands, one with a ghostly seal and the other with a ghostly claw. It's impossible that the tomb contains only the ghost seal without the ghost claw. This ghost seal is said to be the object of King Luzian's command of the Yin soldiers. Another key to open the bronze door to decipher the ultimate, this ghost claw must also be an extremely magical and bizarre thing. Thinking of this, Suemo then said towards Aining, "Throw me the ghost claw and I'll save you." A disbelief appeared in Aining's eyes at once. "I'll give it to you if you save it, or what if you take it and run?" Suemo couldn't help but laugh. "Give or take, as you wish, these corpse crushers only eat meat, not ghost claws, anyway. I'll take it when you're dead just the same." As soon as Aining heard this, he looked down at the corpse below him and his face was suddenly filled with horror. Chapter 15 Ghost Claw, Ancient God, Transformation Space. Of course Suemo would not stand by and watch Aining's flowery body being torn apart and eaten by the corpse. The reason why he said that was to ask Anan to obediently give the ghost claw to himself. I don't know if the girl's been brainwashed or what, but she's loyal to Jude Cow. Oftentimes things are done quite ruthlessly and without regard to any means. Since I've come to this world of grave robbers and met Ning here. Suemo then wanted to temper her a bit. If he could temper her to be more obedient, Suemo wouldn't mind changing her fate. You know, it didn't end well for her in the original story. Bitten by a venomous snake while in a snake swamp ghost town and eventually dragged to the middle of a snake's nest. Hearing Sumo's words, Aining's face instantly turned a little pale. Even though she still has a gun in her hand. However, the bullets were surprisingly unable to penetrate the armor at all when she shot at the corpse earlier, leaving her without the slightest confidence in such things as guns and bullets at this point. What's more, he didn't want to use it to threaten Suemo at this time. After a few seconds of silence, she threw the ghost claw in her hand right towards Suemo. Suemo took the ghost claw in his hand with a letter. This ghost claw was black all over, not gold or jade, but it was unknown what kind of material it was made of. Just as he entered his hand, Suemo felt a sense of coldness penetrating straight through his skin. Instantaneous. The darkness before him spread out steeply, like a tidal wave sweeping through the entire chamber. Turning the world in front of him suddenly became extremely vast. Immediately following, a horrifying sight suddenly appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. Under the black clouds, the monumental graves in the mountain range are like a succession of peaks. The black gas and green smoke between the peaks seemed like nitrous vapor. Countless walkers strolling through the smoke. The eerie pupils of the eyes were like the sea of the underworld, transmitting an eerie light filled with the smell of death. Just between this horrible Inshan underworld, a class of bronze trees covered in a green patina rises from the ground. The canopy shades the sky. Beneath the thick green branches and trunks, countless huge black chains that crisscrossing the sky. Under the great bronze tree, there are giant snakes with 9 colors and 9 heads circling and flying around. Each snake head seemed to be able to create ripples in space and time under its spinning dance. There were giant worms writhing as if they were city gates, opening their bloody mouths and devouring everything around them, chewing everything into nothingness. There are gigantic, peerless treasure phase flowers that seem to be able to weave thousands of illusions under their blooming petals. Every vision is like a bottomless dream. Suemo looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but be filled with shock and sighs as well. He knew that this must be the ancient god of the Tomb Raider world. It's a world that combines Ghostbusters with Thief's Pen and all sorts of spooky stuff. Not only is the Queen Mother of the West alert to the ancient kingdom, but there are also bronze trees, bronze gates, and terrifying ancient gods hidden in many tombs. And just at the moment Suemo got the ghost claw, the visions of countless ancient gods unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. This world, far more bizarre and grandiose than Suemo imagined. You touched the power of the ancient god contained in the depths of the ghost claw and comprehended the transformation space. As the system tone fell, a huge space suddenly unfolded in front of Sumo's eyes. It's a huge space, hidden in the void. Being able to unfold or put away with Sumo's intention, but not existing within this world. Suemo couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart. I didn't realize that I got the ghost claw. Surprisingly, he was able to comprehend a system space with the help of his heaven-defying enlightenment. This space seems to be theoretically expandable enough to be extremely large, enough to hold a lot of things that. It was extremely useful to Suemo. Suemo then maneuvered his mind to put away the transformation space, then placed the ghost claw into his arms. Turned and walked toward the other side. Anin couldn't help but freeze at first glance. Hey! Why don't you? You save me? Suemo turned his face to give her a faint smile. Why should I save you when I have the ghost claw in my hands? Upon hearing this, Aining's face turned white with anger and raised his hand towards Suemo and shot him. However, Suemo was prepared for this and quickly jumped away to the side when he saw her arm raised. Bang! The sound of gunshots rang out, but it stirred up all the corpses on the ground. A few of the corpse collectors immediately turned around and pounced towards Aining. Two of the corpse collectors that were as large dogs even climbed directly onto the statue, and the two oval claws in front of them stretched out and looked like they were about to grab Aining. Aning hurriedly dropped his hand toward these two corpse collectors and struck them. But when the bullet hit the corpse, it bounced off immediately. It was actually impossible to even pierce their armor. The two corpse collectors seemed to be even more enraged, opening their AO claws and grabbing at Aining. Aining was so scared that she lost her face, and the gun in her hand was out of bullets. Simply threw it at a corpse's head, shrieking under his breath. Help! At this time, Suemo but walked over again. The corpses on the ground seemed to have smelled the scent of his body, and they immediately retreated a path. Anin couldn't help but be stunned at the sight. It's amazing that these corpse crushers are afraid of him. Who the hell is he? Seeing Suemo walk over, Aining instantly became much more honest and looked at him pitifully. Save me. I'll give you anything you want if you can save me. Suemo looked at her with a smile on his face. Anything you want? Can I have this man of yours? Aining instantly had a slight blush on her face, biting her lip for a few seconds of silence, and whispered. You are too bad, you. Even if you want me as a person, you should at least save me. Suemo smiled faintly, walked under the statue and flew out with a kick towards a corpse. Bang! The corpse, which was as big as a canine, was instantly kicked straight out of the room by his. The other corpse cudgel turned around and just wanted to attack, but was followed by another kick from Suemo, instantly shattering the armor and flying backwards. The few remaining smaller-sized corpses seemed to be afraid of Sumo's breath and immediately turned around and ran. Aining looked at this scene, but her mouth opened into an O shape in shock. She's lost a dozen of her men in this chamber. Although these men are all well trained and hold various weapons in their hands, they are powerless in the face of this horrible corpse. Soon they were all killed by these body slugs. And Suemo looks like an ordinary young man. Surprisingly, he had scared off these corpse crushers with his bare hands. Who the hell is he? At this time, Suemo clapped his hands. It's okay, come down. Only then did Anin wake up as if from a dream and hurriedly jumped down from the statue. Seeing that she had come down, Suemo turned around and headed towards the front of the chamber. Anin stood frozen in place for a few seconds, not sure if she should follow him or what to do. It was at this moment that another sound of a corpse suddenly came from the distance. Aning immediately trembled and hurriedly and obediently followed behind Suemo. Suemo looked back at her and smiled. Follow me, and you'll be mine from now on. Aning immediately had another slight blush on her face, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Suemo. In his eyes, however, there were a few moments of doubt, a few moments of admiration, and even a few moments of nostalgia and helplessness. This guy, what the hell is he? Chapter 16 Kirin Bloodline, Eternal Body. After Suemo finished speaking, he then lifted his feet and walked forward. Aining was afraid of those corpses and could only follow him, not daring to leave his side. She's brought an expedition with her, carrying a lot of the latest gear. But did not expect just to arrive at the King Lu's palace, folded, and at the moment in the hands of even lost the gun. Seeing Suemo, she realized what was outside of people and outside of heaven. He came over with his bare hands and didn't even sheath the ancient sword behind him. Just directly kicked away 2 giant corpse collectors and scared the other corpse collectors directly back. This ability simply boggled her mind. Although she was full of wisdom, but at the moment in front of Suemo, she did not dare to have a little heart. Follow honestly. The tomb passages in King Lu's palace are well connected, with different entrances and exits for each chamber. It looks like a maze. But Suemo used the tie-in observation method. Just through the mausoleum chi veins flow to find the correct path, not long before the front of the sudden clearing, but the emergence of a huge cave. The cave seems to exist in the belly of a mountain, with a roof that reaches almost 100 meters high. There were still slits at the top that vaguely spilled moonlight. The sparse, dull moonlight poured down through the crevices of the rock, outlining the cavern's massive silhouette. A huge black shadow was vaguely visible in the center of the cave. It was a huge, monstrous tree that looked to be as tall as a 10-story building. The body of the tree several people can encircle. The bark of the tree is like dragon scales mottled with darkness. The tree is also coiled with countless vines like a giant python. Many vines hung down into the air from the canopy, with many grayish-white shadows hanging from the ends, looking like human bodies. A mountain wind poured in from the top of the cavern, and the branches and vines slowly swayed and it was like countless pale wind chimes fluttering and ringing with an eerie rustling sound. Suemo knew that this was the Hydra cypress in the depths of King Lu's palace, and although he was also quite shocked in his heart, the face, however, remained unperturbed. Behind her, Aining saw the Hydra cypress, but she was so shocked that her face turned slightly white. Suemo then cast his gaze below the Hydra cypress. Instead, you see a flight of steps leading down from the tomb passage below to the tree. Directly beneath the Hydra cypress was a stone platform on which lay a corpse, covered with white veil. Just then, a soft sound suddenly came from the distance. Sumo craned his head to see that. But Siwu Sanjun and little brother and fat man from one side of the mountain wall between the tomb passage peeped out. The 3 people are not from a tomb passage present, but all almost at the same moment to find this place. Fatty looked at Suemo in a thievish manner, while a trace of consternation appeared on Uncle Wu San's face. Then he piled on a smile to Suemo. Little brother, on the other hand, remained as sullen as ever. Suemo looked at the 3 with a faint smile, then turned back. Go down. Anin froze, glancing at the ground a full dozen meters below him. With that, he found a coil of rope from behind his back. Before she could unfurl the rope, Suemo suddenly spread his long arm and directly wrapped it around her waist. Aining was held in his arms for an instant, resisting and struggling for a moment and then not moving. It seemed to know that it shouldn't be of any use for her to resist, feeling his nostrils when she did, but her face suddenly couldn't help but blush slightly. Suemo glanced down at her, a faint smile on his face, his left arm wrapped around Aining and suddenly he leapt forward. Aining couldn't help but let out a soft cry, only to realize that her body had instantly turned into a free fall, plummeting downward. Seeing that he was about to fall to the bottom of the cave, Suemo suddenly pressed his right hand on a bump between the mountain walls on one side. Then he stopped his downward momentum, then let go and leapt down again. In the blink of an eye the 2 landed safely at the bottom of the cave. Aining feet safely landed, which put down the heart, but still feel a heart thumping and jumping. When he looked up at Suemo, the look in his eyes became much more complicated. Suemo, however, let go of her waist and turned around, then walked towards the tree. Anin's eyes flickered for a moment, then she followed. Over there, the 3 of them, Uncle Wu San, saw Suemo go down to the bottom of the cave in the twinkling of an eye. Hurriedly took out the rope and slowly climbed down from the tomb passage. By the time they reached the bottom of the cave, but Suemo had already reached the front of the stone platform. There were 2 corpses lying on this stone platform, but they looked to be a man and a woman, and the male body was wearing armor that. The face is also wearing a bronze mask of a fox face, the female body is wearing a white veil body serene, a face looks surprisingly a few handsome meaning. Suemo looked at the same green-faced fox male corpse and reached out to rip off a piece of black armor from its waist. The black armor was engraved with the words Inchi Baori. But it was the Kirin exhaustion. Kirin exhaustion, condensed from the blood of the Kirin divine beast, it can increase the cultivation of Yuan Qi after swallowing it, and bring about extreme changes to the host's physique. Under the Tang viewpoint, the attributes of the Qilin exhaustion quickly surfaced before Sumo's eyes. Sumo saw the attribute text in front of him, then without hesitation, he put the Qilin exhaustion into his mouth. This world of grave robbers has a lot of bright objects underground, though. However, Sumo's goal was no longer above these gold and silver treasures ever since he gained the heaven-defying enlightenment to open the human immortal martial Tao. What he wanted was to acquire more cultivation, and then rapidly improve himself. It even reaches the realm of fading into mortality to become immortal, to see God's invulnerability, and even immortality. Compared to these, silver and gold are nothing but rotten wood and dirt. That was why he entered the cave first, to get the Qilin exhaustion. Now that he had gotten his hands on the Kirin exhaustion, and saw clearly the properties of the Kirin exhaustion, he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation at all. As the unicorn exhausts its mouth, a flavor with a strong scent of blood instantly explodes on the taste buds. Then it quickly enters the bloodstream. Sumo's blood thus boiled again, as if adding another great tide in the middle of the river. Moreover, this blazing tide of blood flowed with a strange power. It's like the unicorn in the ancient wilderness. Suddenly transformed into his body from thousands of years of thick history, treading waves in his blood, driving up a tidal wave of blood surging. Boom boom. Deep inside his body, explosions came out from time to time. This power of the Qilin bloodline, with each passage of blood through an orifice. It then triggered a devastating explosion. And the power of the Qilin bloodline quickly ran throughout the body along with the blood flow. Sumo only felt that every cell in his entire body was quickly infused with a brand new power. This power seems to come from the barbarians, with a hideous and untamed meaning that it is not restricted by the rules of this world, and it can bring a kind of overturning power to this world. Brought about by this power, there is also a hardened rebirth of the musculature. Sumo only felt that his whole body was like being immersed under a blazing hot spring. So much so that his skin was vaguely red, and his eyes even brought out a tinge of red in them. It was as if the cells of his entire body had been reborn again, but they were already very different from before. You devoured Kirin exhaustion, gained the power of the Kirin bloodline, and improved your physique as a result. Get the everlasting body. Current longevity increased by 50 years. Chapter 17 Bronze Fox-Faced Corpse, Circular Light Technique. Hearing the beeps coming out of his ears, Sumo couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise in his heart. I didn't expect that after devouring the Kirin exhaustion, I would immediately obtain the Kirin bloodline. And it became an everlasting physique. You should know that little brother is the unicorn bloodline, and thus the everlasting body. Zhao's father is a member of the Zhang family, while his mother, Pema, is a doctor in Tibet. The two were left with him after they met and fell in love in Tibet, but soon after he was born, his mother, Pema, became a sacrifice to Yama, the king of the underworld, who rode the corpse. Buried by a Tibetan lama in the Tibetan sea flower field. His father possessed the blood of the Qilin, while his mother possessed the extremely honorable bloodline of the king of Hades, Therefore, the little brother body is extremely pure bloodline, not only the bloodline of the unicorn but also the bloodline of the king of hell passed on by his mother. Even though the little brother looks like he's in his 20s. But in reality his age is not known at all. It's a true eldritch body. And now that Sumo had devoured the Kirin exhaustion, he had unexpectedly obtained an everlasting body as well. The greatly increased longevity also brought about a powerful enhancement in the bloodline and physique. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but be extremely surprised in his heart. By this time, Uncle Wu-san and the others had also quickly arrived on the platform. Master Su, I didn't think it was you who came a little faster. Uncle Wu-san was not embarrassed at all and still greeted Sumo with a smile on his face. Sumo knew that little bit of his mind very well, and of course would not take it to heart. A faint smile followed. You guys are pretty fast too. Uncle Wu-san glanced at Ning and couldn't help but feel a little strange. This is? Sumo said indifferently. She's the leader of that camp before. But all the members of her crew died in the front chamber. Oh. Uncle Wu-san gave an oh-so-sweet sound, but his eyes had a few more complex looks when he looked at Ning. Stuffy little brother naturally didn't say much, just glancing at Anand. Fatty, on the other hand, had his eyes fixed on the corpse on the stone platform. Instead, the mind was already calculating how to take the bright weapon. While Sumo and Uncle Wu-san were talking, Fatty had one hand reaching out to the female corpse. Straight away, he picked up the eightfold treasure letter on her. Fat ass, don't move. Uncle Wu-san took a look and hurriedly shouted to stop it. Fatty, however, rolled his eyes and sneered. It's not like this Ruang Palace has anyone's name written on it, and there's no first come, first served. Everyone is running for the bright weapons, why can't I move? When I came to this Luang Palace, first I almost let the corpse gas in the 7-star coffin smoke me to death. Almost fed to the corpse, and almost let your people shot in the head. Born to die is not for this thing. He muttered, as he went to tug at the eightfold letter of treasure hanging from the neck of the female corpse. But it was the words of Uncle Wu-san that fell completely on deaf ears. Suemo heard this, but he couldn't help but smile. Fatty, will you open this thing even if you take it down? Before Suemo stopped Pan Zi from shooting, the fat man had a few good feelings towards Suemo. At this moment, when he heard Sumo's words, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and look down at the eightfold treasure letter on the female corpse's chest, but he also couldn't help but frown. This square eightfold treasure letter is very ancient and skillfully shaped, and from the outside there is not a single gap at all. There is only one tiny lock hole. In ancient times, this kind of thing used by the nobility was extremely delicate, and it was simply impossible to open it by virtue of external force. Unless we find the key. It would be worth every penny to damage it from the outside. The fat man scratched his head and said, "Do you even know how to open it?" Suemo smiled. "You go give this woman a kiss and she'll tell you how to open it." The fat man grinned at that. "Dude, you're kidding me, I'm not good at this, Fat Master." Suemo smiled faintly, walked to the stone platform and suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the female corpse's mouth. The female corpse's mouth was open, but a bronze key was resting on the tip of her tongue. The fat man froze, and his face then lit up with joy. "Dude, awesome. No wonder you let me kiss her." With that, Fatty hurriedly picked the key out of the female corpse's mouth. Then as soon as he ripped off the eightfold treasure letter, he lowered his head and began to study it, preparing to open it. It was at this moment that the female corpse suddenly had a body tremor, then reflexively sat up suddenly, the 2 arms steeply pierced out, instantly holding the fat man in place. The fat man was shivering with fear. "Holy, it's a must for me to kiss you, isn't it?" Said hurriedly turned around and tried to break free, but the female corpse's arms unexpectedly held extremely tightly, following that he rolled off the jade bed. At the same time, the bronze fox-faced corpse that had been lying on the jade bed also suddenly sat up from the bed, both hands grabbed at the little brother in front of him. Xiao had been standing by in silence, but his reaction was extremely fast. Seeing the bronze fox-faced corpse stretching out its arm to grab it, it then drew out the black gold ancient sword behind it and slashed down towards its arm. Madaka! This bronze fox-faced corpse was wearing armor, and the blade of the black and gold ancient sword chopped on the armor. There was a sound of gold and iron. Although the fox-faced corpse's arm was not severed, it was also slammed down by Xiao. But then the eyes behind the bronze mask suddenly opened. Its eyes were surprisingly green as well, and they were filled with eerie and grim. The eyes seemed to penetrate into the depths of the soul. "Look out!" When Suemo saw the bronze fox-faced corpse open its eyes and look at Xiao Xiao, he was startled and hurriedly spoke out to remind him. This bronze fox-faced corpse is very strange, and the corpse's eyes contain the power of the circular light technique, capable of mesmerizing and controlling people's minds and souls. When Xiao Xiao's eyes touched with the fox-faced corpse, he only felt his heart and soul fluttering. The eyes went into a bit of a trance. But just then, the power of the Qilin bloodline in his body suddenly awakened. There was a sudden boom in his head, but his eyes then turned clear. The power of the Kirin bloodline in his body has a natural suppression of evil spirits and weirdness. Therefore, although he was affected by the circular light technique, he was then awakened by the power of his bloodline and directly suppressed the circular light technique. Xiao looked towards the fox-faced corpse and suddenly let out a furious cry that. A hairy mound of fingers from his right hand stabbed towards the fox-faced corpse's eyes. Pust! The fox-faced corpse's eyes were instantly pierced by Xiao's hairy knuckle finger, spewing out 2 streams of black water that. The corpse, on the other hand, collapsed on its back on the jade bed with a shudder. The corpse had just collapsed when a soft click suddenly came from beneath the jade bed. Several arrows suddenly shot out from the stone platform behind the jade bed. It turns out that there's a mechanism under this jade bed. Bronze fox-faced corpse and the white veil female body a few tossing is triggered under the bed organs, will be hidden on the stone platform crossbow excitation. These arrows suddenly shot out, but they enveloped the entirety of Zhao's location. Xiao had just stabbed down the bronze fox-faced corpse, but was simply too late to react. And these arrows even completely enveloped the range he was in, actually not leaving him the slightest way to retreat. Seeing that the arrow would reach Xiao Zhao's chest in an instant, a ghostly moon-like sword light suddenly stabbed in. It instantly turned into a cloud of sword shadows in the air. Chop chop. Several arrows were instantly shredded by the sword light. Chapter 18, A 1,000-Year-Old Mystery, Immortality. Just at the moment when the jade bed mechanism came out and the arrows suddenly shot out. Suemo suddenly jumped to little brother's side with an arrow step and drew out the frost moonsword and chopped the few arrows directly in front of him. The little brother glanced at Suemo in shock, and a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for Suemo, he would have been hit by an arrow at the very least at this moment. The arrows of this ancient burial mechanism usually carried a highly poisonous. Even if he had the Qilin bloodline in him again, he was bound to be unable to return after being hit by the arrows and poison. Thanks. Little brother was shy about words. He just said 2 words, thank you. However, in his words, he had already added a few more points of respect and gratitude to Suemo. As a member of the Zhang family, he found the ghost seal both to guard the secrets of the Queen Mother of the West and the ultimate. It was also in order to find many of his own memories, so he pretended to chase after Fatty before, wanting to reach the Hydra cypress tree first. It wasn't that he intentionally deceived Suemo. Suemo helped him in the Waterway. So he already had no previous doubts in his heart towards Suemo. What's more, at this moment, Suemo had saved his life again. At this time, however, Fatty suddenly jumped up from underneath the jade bed. That white-veiled female corpse had somehow become sprawled out behind him, her hands wrapped around his neck. It was as if it was wrapped tightly around his neck like silk thread. His eyes, however, were filled with madness, and he suddenly lunged towards Uncle Wu-san, who was on the side. Uncle Wu-san was startled and hurriedly jumped away to the side, cursing. Fat ass, you're crazy. The fat man's mouth ho-ho strange screams, but does not answer the words, still lunging at him. Uncle Wu-san scrambled around the jade bed and ran behind Suemo and Xiao Xiao. This fat ass is crazy. As he spoke, the fat man had already pounced in front of Suemo, but his hands grabbed right towards Sumo's neck. He had just reached his hand in front of Sumo's body. But Suemo grabbed the hands of the pair of female corpses on her neck. Click it. The female corpse's hand wrapped around the fat man's neck was instantly snapped off by Suemo. Then he was picked up from the fat man and thrown onto the jade bed. The female corpse landed on the bed and was just about to rise again, when Suemo suddenly stabbed it right in the heart with his sword. Stabbed it straight through. A thick necrotic aura erupted from its wounds. Then its body quickly dried up and commiserated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short while its skin was as yellow and wrinkled as dried leaves. As the corpse aura leaked from the female corpse, Fatty's side gradually came to his senses. Instead, 2 green bruises had been wrapped around his neck by the female corpse. If he had undone the hand around his neck any later, I'm afraid he would have been strangled to death by now. Suemo utilized the tie-in viewing method to look down and carefully look over the bronze fox-faced corpse and the female corpse. However, he realized that there was no sign of Corpse Dan's existence on them, but he couldn't help but be a little disappointed. These 2 corpses didn't appear to be zombies in the common sense, so they didn't harbor corpse pills. They've been dead for thousands of years, though. However, it was still able to release the circular light spell when triggered by a living person to raise a corpse, so it could be seen as very weird. Fatty gritted his teeth and glared at the female corpse. Mother, this mother dumpling, could it be that she's really taken a liking to your fat master, and she's even pestering me? Uncle Wu-san couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, she's trying to keep you here on a double date. It's just that the rightful owner of this fox face is afraid that he won't agree, so why don't you guys duke it out again? Pull back, I think you guys would be a good fit. Although the fat man had been defeated repeatedly, his mouth was not at all soft, and after returning Uncle Sam's remark, lo and behold, but all he did was poke and coo at the eightfold treasured letter with the bronze key that he had plucked from the female corpse's mouth. After the bronze key had been inserted into the locking eye and twisted twice, the eightfold treasured letter gave out a soft click, Then it split down the center into 8 petals. Inside, it was empty. Fatty couldn't help but be a little disappointed. The corpse of this woman is held in his arms as a treasure. I thought there was something good, but it turned out to be empty. Xiao Xiao and Uncle Wu-san couldn't help but look disappointed when they saw that the eightfold treasure letter was unexpectedly empty. They originally thought that the ghost seal was in the eightfold treasure box, but it turned out that it wasn't here. Instead, Suemo turned his gaze to the Hydra cypress in the back. This female corpse on the jade bed is probably the beloved consort of King Ruzhen Wang. And this bronze fox-faced corpse. It should be the same iron-masked Shang who helped King Lu's Amaze bird take over the tomb of King Mu of Zhou. This King Lu's palace, in fact, was not originally the tomb of King Lu Zemin, but of King Mu of Zhou. Legend has it that when King Mu of Zhou came to the Kunlun Mountains westward in a chariot of 8 steeds driven by Zhuofu. Meet the Queen Mother of the West. In the Yaoqi, the Queen Mother of the West entertained King Mu of Zhou, and before she left, the Queen Mother of the West gave King Mu of Zhou a pill of immortality. However, this immortality pill has side effects, and when a certain amount of time has elapsed, he had to use a special method to put himself into a dormant state, or else the corpse in the elixir would get into his brain, turn it into something that has no mind like the Walking Dead. The undersea tomb in the South China Sea as well as the Forbidden Woman in the Jelmo Sanatorium are such that after eating the corpse pill, the product of the transformation of the corpse into the brain. And if he is suddenly suspended after entering a dormant state, he turns into a blood corpse. Only after a period of dormancy in the jade terracotta armor, shedding its skin every 500 years, his body had gone through several fading mortal rebirths to counteract the side effects of the corpse pill before he could be reborn. King Mu of Zhou lived to be 105 years old, and finally died without illness, and there are different opinions on where he was buried. In fact, he did not die, but hid himself in the jade figurine armor dormant, to spend a long period of dormancy, and the location of his actual tomb is in the palace of King Ru. By the time of the Warring States period, the state of Lu produced a king, Lu Zemin. Once he killed a python while robbing a tomb, and obtained a ghostly seal inside the snake's belly, so he was able to command the Yin soldiers. From then on, he helped Lu to fight for many years to establish an unparalleled merit. Then, King Ruzin met Iron Mask. Iron Face told him that in ancient times, King Mu of Zhou had a jade figurine armor, which could be worn to live forever. King Lu Zhenwang then searched everywhere for the tomb of King Mu of Zhou. Finally, he found this tomb of the Western Zhou Emperor in this mountain, and he then untied King Mu of Zhou, who was hidden in the armor of a jade figurine, turned them into blood corpses and then suppressed them in the sarcophagus. And then he killed everyone involved in the incident. Leaving behind the iron-masked Shang and the martyred concubine on the jade bed, he then prepares to put on the jade terracotta armor himself and enjoy the power of immortality in place of King Mu of Zhou. In the original, Xiao said that the one who actually wore the jade terracotta armor instead of King Mu of Zhou was actually Iron Mask. This person is well versed in the art of Qimen Bagua Feng Shui divination, and can be called wise beyond his years. The reason why he instructed King Lu Zemin to steal the tomb of King Mu of Zhou was so that he could live forever. After King Lu Zhenwei unlocked the jade figurine armor on King Mu of Zhou, and after King Mu of Zhou turned into a bloody corpse and was suppressed. Instead, the iron-masked Sheng kills King Ruzhen, puts a bronze fox mask on his face, and leaves the circle light spell on him and his beloved consort. But regardless of whether the bronze fox-faced corpse on the jade bed is iron-masked Shang or King Ru Gotham, none of the real caskets are here, only in the trees of the Hydra Cypress. Chapter 19, Secret Technique of Mechanical Formation, Coffin in the Cypress Tree of the Nine-Headed Snake. Thinking of this, Suemo turned his gaze to the giant Hydra cypress tree behind him. The tree was just too huge and weird. The tree was also several meters in diameter and about 10 stories high. The pieces of bark were as pale and mottled as old dragon scales. However, not a single trace of a casket could be seen on the body of the tree or even under its roots. Suemo then turned his gaze to the jade bed. There was indeed a mechanism under the bed, but this one was connected to the concealed crossbow in the stone platform behind It does not connect to the Hydra cypress body. Little brother and Uncle Wu San were also puzzled. They came for the ghost seal. But if the actual casket can't be found, what's the point of searching for the ghost seal? Over here, Fatty Wang was holding the eightfold treasure letter with a despondent face. Damn, it took half a day's effort to get this. When Suemo heard his words, his gaze suddenly landed on the eightfold treasure letter, but he couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. There's no reason why this eightfold treasure letter would let this female corpse hold onto it without putting anything in it. It must mean something. Thinking of this, Suemo then took the eightfold treasure letter from Fatty. This eightfold treasure letter opens up and splits into 8 petals spreading outwards, but underneath it is motionless. The open letter body above looks at first glance like a flower end. Sumo's heart suddenly fluttered and he turned his face to look at the Hydra cypress tree. Right. The way this eightfold treasure letter opens up, it looks similar to this Hydra cypress tree. Murphy. Does it represent some sort of organ or information about the hidden casket? Suemo held the eightfold treasure letter and contemplated with his eyebrows, only to feel that a spiritual spring gradually seeped out of his heart. Instead, it seemed to gradually become clearer in his mind. You explored the secrets of the Eightfold Treasure Letter and comprehended the secret art of the ancient organ formation. As the cue dropped, a tidal wave appeared with that raging spiritual spring that seeped out of Sumo's heart and quickly occupied his mind. A weird organ, a strange formation. All of them flashed before his eyes as if they were lights, and in an instant they were burned into the depths of his mind. Just a very short time. He then already had a firm grasp of many of the ancient organ formation secret techniques from before the spring and autumn and warring states periods. When he looked at the Hydra cypress tree again, Sumo's eyes were already old and relaxed. It's as if it's a done deal. He took a few steps to the tree, and his eyes traveled from the roots to It ended up resting about 5 feet off the ground. There, between two patches of mottled bark, was a seemingly insignificant slit, like a sword mark, Again, it's like a wormhole. Sumo drew the frost moon sword from his back and stabbed the tip of the sword into the tree hole. Then, a twist of the wrist. Madaka! The blade of the sword actually resounded with a sound of gold and iron in the body of the tree. Sumo then withdrew his right hand backward. Click! The dragon scale-like bark instantly cracked, and the curved moon-like blade of the frost moon sword twisted an iron chain. From the body of the tree he was brought straight out. The chain was as thick as an arm, but it was hidden in a hole in the tree. If not for the fact that Sumo had already comprehended the ancient organ formation secret art, it would have been impossible to detect it at this time. Sumo grabbed the chain and shipped it to drag. There was a sound of chains rubbing together, and arm-like chains were dragged completely out of the trunk of the tree by him. It was followed by a rumble as the winch inside the tree was dragged. The giant Hydra cypress tree suddenly emitted a tremor the vines in the canopy drove the corpse to dance in unison, as if a giant was flinging its head wildly in stabbing pain. There was even a tremor among the tree trunks. Rumble! With a great shock, a huge crack suddenly appeared between the trees. An extremely large coffin suddenly appeared in front of the crowd from within the body of the tree as the chain winch turned, as if a giant had opened its mouth and spat out a treasure. This coffin is cast in bronze all over, and there are several huge chains wrapped around it. The surface of the coffin was covered with inscriptions and also had a greenish patina. Uncle Wu-san and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this scene. They all completely failed to realize that the real hearse was hidden within this giant tree. And the mechanism is hidden under the bark. It's anyone's guess. If it wasn't for Sumo, they were afraid that they could only turn over one stone at a time and look for one piece of bark at a time. That's a long way to go. Fatty's eyes were even full of amazement. Brother, you're a god to find such a hidden organ. This brain of yours. Is it really a human brain? Sumo, however, just smiled faintly, turned around, and walked to the bronze coffin. A closer look at the surface of the coffin showed that it wasn't a box-like coffin in the traditional sense of the word, Instead, there are other organs. It is just like that eightfold treasure letter that Fatty got. Sumo then walked to the center of the coffin. Reaching out, he stabbed 2 fingers in a gap right in the middle of the coffin lid. Hair-mound fingers stabbed into the lid of the coffin and quickly found the pivot of the mechanism therein. Click it! There was a soft thud from between the lids of the coffins, followed by a jarring sound of patina blooming. And then the whole huge bronze coffin, like that eightfold treasure box, was. Suddenly, it cracked like a flower petal, splitting into 8 petals from above, revealing a jade-encrusted lacquer coffin inside. The jade on the surface of the coffin was very neatly arranged, and appeared to be arranged in the form of a heavenly circle. Fatty's eyes glazed over at the jade on top, pulling out his knife and trying to pry them off. Holy cow, so many ancient jades, getting them down would be worth a lot of money. Uncle Wu-san couldn't help but look at him with a mixture of anger and amusement. Dead Fatty, this is Manosaurus jade, it's worthless if you pry it off piece by piece. It's not even enough to pay your way back and forth. Hearing him say this, the fat man relented, but turned his face to the idea of a coffin. However, the lacquered coffin was covered with gold threads and looked very cumbersome. By this time, Pansy Dakue and also Wu Tianjin had also emerged from the tomb passage. They were sidetracked by Uncle Wu-san, but later they disappeared, along with little brother Sumo and the others. I could only walk forward blindly, and almost encountered a corpse on the way, so it was easy to get here. As soon as they saw Sumo and Uncle Wu-san at the bottom of the cave, the 3 of them couldn't help but rejoice. Hurriedly, he climbed down the rope. Third uncle, why did you leave us behind and run over here by yourself? As soon as Wu Tianjin saw Uncle Wu-san, he complained with some anger. Uncle Wu Sanjun smiled a little awkwardly. Got sidetracked on the road, so I got here first. I'm glad you guys are okay. When he finished speaking, he had the two of them, Pansy and Dakue, cut the gold threads along the perimeter of the coffin, then carefully folded the top-embedded jade set of coffins and placed them in his backpack before finally carefully cleaning the gap between the lid and the body of the coffin. In the midst of cleaning up, suddenly there was a thud inside the coffin and it was as if someone had suddenly knocked from inside the coffin. This sound of movement came out of nowhere, but it startled both Dakue and Pansy. The short knife in his hand that was cleaning the fish glue almost fell to the floor. Holy, there's a living person inside the coffin. Chapter 20, Armor Release, Corpse Change. The muffled sound startled almost everyone in the room. Wu Tianjin and Dakue Pansy's three faces went white, and Aining's face suddenly changed. The beautiful eyes were full of doubt. Only little brother and Suemo were not so surprised. Uncle Wu San's face, however, quickly recovered. A bunch of big old men with no guts as big as pussies, what are they afraid of? Pansy braced himself and said. That's right, this coffin has been buried here for more than 3,000 years, how can there still be a living person? He then stuck the crowbar into the crack of the coffin with the two of them, Daikyu, and then pried the lid open with force. The lid of the coffin had just been opened, and a long pent-up foul odor came from inside. The smoky crowd could barely hold back their vomit. Immediately afterward, a figure suddenly sat up straight from inside the coffin. Dakue and Pansy stood the closest and were so scared on the spot that their legs went weak. Wu Tianjin and Aining were also scared white. It's Uncle Wu who's been moving mountains and fighting for years, so he's bold and careful. Not by the sudden sitting up of the living scared, fixed attention to take a closer look, but found that this sitting up behind the person is actually supported by an iron bar. That is to say, there is also a mechanism inside the coffin, and as soon as the lid is wide open, this stick then immediately props the body of the person inside up into a sitting position. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and looked carefully at the man sitting up in the coffin. But the man was fully clothed in black armor and the skin that was exposed was white to the point of transparency, and while both eyes were closed, all of his features had been distorted, and he looked as if he was in a great deal of pain. Pansy suddenly let out a shriek. This really is a living person, and he can still breathe. The crowd took a closer look and saw that the chest of the man really seemed to be heaving. And you could clearly see moisture coming out of his nose. Daikyu had turned white with fear. This guy has lived for thousands of years. The fat man raised his hand and took out a pistol from his waist. Mother, who cares if he's pretending, let's raid him first. Uncle Wu San, however, grabbed his wrist. Fat ass, don't mess around. Suemo knew that this person, whether it was King Lu Jin or Iron Mask. But really, it's all been a living death. After eating the corpse cake Dan, dormant within the jade terracotta armor, it is a near-dead state, almost senseless except for the fact that he sheds his skin once every 500 years, and that he breathes. Moreover, as soon as the jade terracotta armor was opened, he was a dead man. When King Mu of Zhou became a blood corpse after being unlocked from the jade figurine armor, it was the same. For the jade terracotta armor or the corpse pill, Suemo had absolutely no interest. He preferred to find the ghost seal. After all, the ghost seal is the key that opens the ultimate and bronze doors, and as long as we get the ghost seal, he might have something else to offer. He quickly took a closer look toward the coffin, but didn't realize where the ghost seal was hiding. While wondering, the fat man quietly put his hand toward a thread on the coffin's body. When he saw the thread, he guessed that it might be the key to unlocking the jade terracotta armor, and tried to unlock it. Take this armor off and put it in your backpack. Don't move. At the critical moment, little brother gave a roar and immediately after that, he suddenly stabbed the black and gold ancient sword towards the fat man's head. The fat man reacted quickly enough, instantly shrinking his neck when he heard the wind rising behind his head. The blade light of the black gold ancient blade instantly swept past his head and nailed the Hydra cypress with a snatch. The fat man was startled, his face went a little white, and he cursed angrily under his breath. You want Fat Master's life, don't you? Instead, Xiao Xiao looked at him with an icy expression. If you dare to undo your armor, I will kill you. The fat man raised his hand in anger and went to pull out his gun. This dumpling is your ancestor, is it? Why can't you unravel it? Little brother said coldly. If you unlock this jade figurine armor, it will inevitably turn necrotic and everyone will be dead by then. As soon as the fat man heard this, his hand, which had touched the handle of the gun, stopped, and the man gradually became calm and but still couldn't help but mutter. "If you don't solve it, then don't solve it. What are you doing stabbing Fat Master me?" Uncle Wu-san couldn't help but shake his head. "Who made your hands so fast, if little brother doesn't do it? You're afraid you've already unlocked the jade terracotta armor?" When the fat man heard that this was really the case, although he was angry in his heart, he had no reason to have a seizure. One could only stand aside in exasperation. The crowd stood next to the coffin and all couldn't help but look at each other. There were no other burial objects in the coffin, and the most precious looking thing was this jade figurine armor. "If we can't undo this jade figurine armor, should we carry this corpse back?" At this time, Suemo suddenly smiled coldly. "If the jade terracotta armor is unraveled, it's just a necrophilia turning into a blood corpse, it's no big deal." When the crowd heard his words, they couldn't help but stare, then they remembered Sumo's ability to kill blood corpses before. And yet they are all speechless. Suemo glanced at the corpse sitting in the coffin, pondered for a moment, and suddenly struck out like electricity. The fingers were instantly on the corpse's neck. "You've lived long enough to deserve to die." As he said that, he instantly pulled on the thread of the jade figurine armor in its armpit with one hand, however. Little brother couldn't help but gasp at the sight. "Thou shalt not." Although he was surprised, he didn't stop Suemo. One was because Suemo had saved himself, and the other was because Sumo's ability was enough to deal with the blood corpses. The reason why they even bother to stop it is just an instinctive fear. However, Suemo had to unlock this jade terracotta armor. Because he wants the ghost seal. Until now, Suemo hadn't seen where the ghost seal was. So naturally, I guess that the corpse inside the coffin must have been hidden inside the jade figurine armor. Regardless of whether or not the ghost seal has the ability to command the Yin soldiers. At least it had been a token or treasure of King Russians in the first place, and he was bound to carry it with him. If you want to find the ghost seal, you must unlock the jade terracotta armor. Even if it makes him turn into a corpse. Otherwise, there was no point for Suemo and the others to come to King Lu's palace. Slap. As the threads unraveled, the black armor on the corpse suddenly came apart, piece by piece. They all landed on the bottom of the coffin. As the jade figurine armor unravels, the originally translucent pale skin on the corpse seemed to suddenly fill with blood in an instant, rapidly turning blood red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, its body had turned bright red, and from the surface of the skin even secreted a lot of sticky red liquid, as if the blood flowed out of the body along all the pores. And its body was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, It was like a balloon that had been blown up, and his head was even 2 or 3 times bigger in the twinkling of an eye. One of its faces became even more hideous and twisted, and one of its eyes actually began to swell and protrude, and appeared on the outside of his eyelids, as if blood was still dripping from his blood-red eyes. Roar! A low, hysterical roar emanated from its throat. Just less than a minute, this corpse, actually really corpse into a blood corpse. Chapter 21, Is your neck hard, or is my sword sharp? This corpse had quickly turned into a blood corpse in just a few seconds. And the body continues to swell. Uncle Wu-san and the others all turned pale with fear and retreated backward. However, Sumo's expression remained unperturbed as his eyes looked onto the bloody corpse. It was always the one treasure he wanted. Ghost seal. The ghost seal is not in the sarcophagus, not in the 7-star coffin, and not next to the bronze fox-faced corpse just now. Then it's bound to be on this bloody corpse. It's the key to unlocking the bronze door, the keystone to unlocking the ultimate. This blood corpse would only keep the ghost seal on its body regardless of whether its identity was Iron Masked Shang or King Lucian. Therefore, although the blood corpses were rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, Sumo's eyes, however, quickly shuttled over it. But he didn't find the ghost seal. Suemo couldn't help but frown. Surprisingly, there was no ghost seal on this bloody corpse either. Where the hell is it? In only 10 seconds or so, the blood corpse's body had swelled to the point of giganticization. Suemo then drew out his frost moon sword and stabbed it violently towards the blood corpse's chest. Pust! The curved moon sword blade instantly pierced into the heart of the bloody corpse. The blood corpse let out a painfully tearing roar, and its body shook violently. At the same time, the Hydra cypress suddenly danced wildly as well, the giant umbrella-like canopy, swinging wildly as if it were a madwoman, The branches and vines in the canopy flew together with them, and the dried bodies wrapped around the ends of the vines swirled in the air like chain hammers. The entire space seemed to have become dark and frenzied as a result, as if it was the scene before the extinction of the world. This scene scared Uncle Wu-san and the others to death. Master Su. Suemo also couldn't help but change his face slightly. This blood corpse was stabbed with a sword and such a great reaction occurred. Could it be that this Hydra cypress has become one with the blood corpse? He looked behind the bloody corpse but I saw an extremely tiny line of blood, which actually extended out from the hole in the tree behind the coffin. It connected all the way to the back of the blood corpse's head. I don't know if the bloodline was there from the beginning, or if it just grew. However, it was becoming thicker as the blood corpse swelled, and was now as thick as an intestine connecting a baby to its mother. No wonder the blood corpses are swelling so fast. But it turns out that its body in the Hydra cypress tree has actually become one. Did it hide the coffin inside the Hydra cypress tree for this? Just then, the surface of the blood corpse's body was rapidly dimming after expanding. The blood-like brilliant red color of his skin quickly turned black and cold, and the blood quickly coagulated into chunks that seemed to turn into mottled bark. Although Suemo didn't know why it had changed like that. But you can see that the bleeding corpses are turning into the same thing as Hydra cypress. The weirdness of this thing is beyond the realm of common understanding. Master Su, quickly decapitate it. The little brother's face had turned pale, and with a shout from his mouth, raising the black and gold ancient sword in his hand towards the blood corpse's neck, he chopped down hard. Madaka! The black and gold ancient blade chopped at the already black and cold mottled skin on the blood corpse's neck. But only one cut was made. In just a few tens of seconds, the skin of this blood corpse was already as tough as iron. Suemo then twisted his wrist and pulled the frost moon sword out of the blood corpse's chest. Then with a backhand, he slashed his sword down towards the blood corpse's neck. Chop! The blood corpse's neck was instantly cut in half, only to be blocked by the neck bone. The frost moon sword's sharpness far exceeded that of the black gold ancient blade. Sumo's backhanded sword was carrying nearly 1,000 kilograms of force. But for all that, it only cut open half of the bloody corpse's neck. By the time it got to the collarbone, it was too far gone to cut. The neck bone of this blood corpse was surprisingly harder than iron and stone. The blood corpse once again let out a wild roar and slammed his hands forward. A palm wind with a fishy odor and blood immediately slapped towards Suemo and little brother. Xiao quickly took a few steps back to avoid the blood corpse's palm. Suemo, on the other hand, jumped away to the side while slashing down with his sword again from the left side of the blood corpse. The location where the sword blade chopped away was still the blood corpse's neck. If one sword doesn't cut off your head, then two. Let's see if it's your neck that's stiff or my sword that's sharp. The sword blade chopped down again from the wound made by that sword slash just now. But with this sword, Suemo had gathered even more power than before. Madaka actually issued a sound of gold and iron striking each other. This sword Suemo directly severed the neck bone of the blood corpse. The bloody corpse's head flew out of its neck at once, while the body swayed in place for a moment after forward he flung himself down inside the coffin. A strong corpse chi, with a foul odor and bloody scent, instantly and rapidly filled the area around the coffin. One whiff makes you feel sick and suffocated. Uncle Wu-san's nose was extremely sensitive, and he immediately shouted when he smelled this strong corpse gas. Get back, now! He hurriedly led Wu Tianjin Dakue Pansy and the others to quickly exit backward. Although Xiao was not afraid of the corpse gas and blood poison, he quickly took a few more steps backward. At this point, the Hydra cypress giant tree's dancing state, however, suddenly became even more frantic. The entire cave resounded with loud clicks and pops, as if the cave was about to collapse. Between the vines of the tree crown, there was even a blood-red aura coming out of It was as if a mist of blood had suddenly appeared in the cavern. Long, snake-like vines danced the dryads entangled at the end of In the mist of blood, it looked like groups of corpses were flying around, and it looked gruesome to the extreme. Suemo was also very shocked in his heart. The reaction triggered by the beheading of the blood corpses far exceeded his expectations, yet it was extremely different from the original. He could only retreat a few steps to the side under the suffusion of the corpse chi that the blood corpse erupted. Although he wasn't afraid of the corpse gas and blood poison. But it really doesn't feel good to be in this foul-smelling corpse air. However, he didn't withdraw too far, and his gaze went to the bloody corpse's head on the ground. There's an intuition floating around in the mind. The connection between this blood corpse and Hydra Cypress was extremely deep. The series of reactions triggered after the beheading of the blood corpse were all likely related to it. Now that the bloody corpse's head has been decapitated, though. But still, Hydra Cypress reacted so strongly. It seems to be related to the fact that the bloody corpse head is still attached to the tree. As his eyes traveled, he saw that the bloody corpse's head rolled on the ground for a few feet after grunting and suddenly he rolled toward the hole in the tree. Nope. Not rolled over, but dragged by the thread of blood that was like an umbilical cord. Sumo's heart fluttered. The head of this blood corpse had to be chopped off to sever the link between it and the Hydra Cypress. Although Sumo didn't know the weirdness between this Hydra Cypress and the blood corpse head. But decapitation is inevitably the right choice. Thinking of this, he then closed his breath and took an arrow step towards the bloody corpse's head and jumped over. The sword light flashed like a rainbow. The frost moon sword chopped down viciously towards the blood corpse's head. This sword, however, contained almost all of Sumo's entire body's strength in the blade. Madaka! The blade of the sword ruthlessly slashed at the blood corpse's head, instantly chopping the skull straight open. The threads of blood connecting the heads suddenly convulsed and spasmed like dead snakes, rolled around on the ground with his head. Suemo looked at the head that had been chopped open was about to slash down with another sword. Suddenly. Bang! The blood corpse's head suddenly split open a few times from the top position of its head like a flower bud blooming instantly. Bright red flesh and blood bloomed in all directions like flower petals. A 1-inch sized corpse with a golden color all over crawled out from among the brain matter. Chapter 22, Breaking Through a Bloody Path. After the small corpse with golden color all over crawled out of the blood corpse's head, a pair of wings then unfolded behind him, before letting out a sharp chirp. The chirp sounded like some kind of high-frequency vibration, though it didn't sound very loud. But the penetration was surprisingly strong. As the chime fell, a sudden rustling sound rang out around the cave. It seemed as if the storm clouds had suddenly changed and a sharp rain had fallen. Uncle Wu-san and the others couldn't help but be filled with fearful and puzzled expressions when they heard rustling sounds in all directions. Several people with 6 pairs of eyes looked around. Immediately afterward, he saw that many corpses suddenly appeared between the holes around the cave as if it were a honeycomb. Many large and small corpse cubes kept crawling out from the holes of the crawling toward the large Hydra Cypress tree below. The black corpses were like black water that kept leaking down from a leaky net. In the blink of an eye, the area around the cave was almost flooded. This cave seems to have holes connecting it to all the previous waterways, Therefore these corpse collectors were surprisingly extremely numerous. It seems that these corpses were summoned by this golden corpse. It soon converged on this side from various holes in the belly of the mountain. Instead, the small golden corpse suddenly lifted its wings and flew up into the air in the twinkling of an eye. The flight was accompanied by another jolt. As this one vibration was issued, the number of corpse collectors seemed to have increased even more. Apparently, this corpse that was hiding in the blood corpse's head, although its appearance was too small compared to an ordinary corpse, but it's a corpse-crushing king. This corpse caper king was hatched from the corpse caper dan. The corpse pill is something created by the Queen Mother of the West. After swallowing it, the substances in it will enter the brain along with the corpse collecting eggs, changing the structure of the person's physique and giving the person the ability to live forever. In this world of toon rating, in addition to the unicorn bloodline, the corpse pill is the best way to be able to live forever. However, the side effects of the corpse pill are also tremendous. If the eggs get into the brain, a person will probably turn into a senseless walking corpse. Just like the forbidden woman under the undersea tomb in the South Seas. Therefore, only King Mu of Zhou or King Lucian and Iron Face would use the jade terracotta armor to put themselves into a dormant state, shedding their skin once every 500 years in the jade terracotta armor to shed the corpse toxin in their bodies. But once the jade terracotta armor is unlocked, the power of the corpse pill will immediately break free of its restraints. The resulting effect is even more terrifying than the banning of women. Regular people will immediately become blood corpses. Instead, the corpse cache within the corpse cache dam will rapidly develop into a corpse cache king. Although this kind of corpse king is small in size, it is nourished by the human body for thousands of years. It emits high-frequency vibrations that are even capable of summoning a corpse. Uncle Wu-san and the others immediately turned green with fear. With so many corpse cripples, once they all gathered around, the people present, except for little brother and Suemo, I'm afraid none of them will survive. Even little brother was creeped out. Though his unicorn bloodline can deter corpse crushers. However, with such a large number of corpse collectors, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to scare them all away with Qilin blood. What's more, at this moment, the corpse caper king is in the cave, and with him around. I'm afraid that the reaction of these corpse collectors to the unicorn blood will still be discounted. Right at this moment, Suemo suddenly turned his face and shouted to the crowd. Move! Everyone couldn't help but stare, turning their faces to look at Suemo. Suemo held the frost moon sword and looked at them. Leave the way you came, and little brother will guard you. The number of the corpse collecting group has been increasing, if Uncle Wu-san and the others leave now. With little brother's unicorn blood protecting him, it was definitely possible to leave safely. At this time, if Uncle Wu-san and the others didn't leave, they would probably really die here. Sumo, on the other hand, knew he would be fine. He already has the Qilin bloodline, and he's also entered the realm of martial grandmasters. In his hand, he also had the Frost Moon Sword, a divine weapon of the Warring States. As long as Uncle Wu-san and the others didn't act as their own procrastinators, getting out in one piece shouldn't be a problem. Aining's pair of beautiful eyes, however, were filled with worry as she looked at Suemo. What about you? Suemo shook his head. I'll be fine. He hadn't gotten the ghost seal yet, so how could he not be willing to leave like this? Moreover, after the appearance of the Corpse Cutter King, this place has become a nest of corpse collectors. Even if he waited a while longer to return here, he was afraid that it would have become a forbidden place for the living, and it would be difficult to enter again. Uncle Wu-san and the others looked at Suemo, their expressions though all had a lot of worry. But at this point, the corpse collectors were already getting more and more numerous, so if they didn't leave, they really wouldn't be able to get away. Now that the corpse is still just taking over the perimeter of the cave. Waiting for the corpse to become more and more to cover the entire cave, even little brother's unicorn blood is afraid that it will be difficult to rush out a path. What to do? Wu Tianjin looked at Suemo with a tangled and uneasy face. Uncle Wu Sanjun clenched his teeth. Since Master Su said so, he naturally has his certainty. Let's not stay here and drag Master Su down. With that, he turned his face to Suemo and clasped his fist. Master Su, let's retreat first. After saying that, he pulled Wu Tianjin and left quickly towards the front. Seeing this, Dakue and Pansy had no choice but to nod their heads at Sumo. Then followed Uncle Wu-san with a quick step. Aining glanced at Suemo, her beautiful eyes intertwined with expressions of worry and doubt, and after a second of silence, turning around, he also ran after Uncle Wu-san and the others. Little brother gave him a look. You watch out. Little brother already had an extremely high assessment of Sumo's strength. And at this point, little brother also knew that if we kept Uncle Wu-san and the others here, surely it would drag Suemo down instead. Therefore, he simply admonished the. Turning around, he led Uncle Wu-san and the others to run quickly towards the path they came from. Soon they were following the stone platform to the edge of the cave. The swarms of corpses had taken over the edges of the cavern, and some of the corpses had caught the scent of the living end. It then immediately let out a low chirp and lunged towards Uncle Wu-san and the others. Daikyu and the others hurriedly lit torches in an attempt to disperse the corpse collectors. This kind of corpse is tough, knives and guns are difficult to penetrate the armor, just the flame can still scare them. But perhaps it was because the Corpse King had summoned it, and although Dakue and Pansy kept repelling it with torches, but the corpses behind them still went forward and lunged forward. At that moment, little brother suddenly drew out his black and gold ancient knife and slashed down towards his palm. Blood instantly dripped along the palm of his hand. An aura of the Kirin bloodline immediately emanated in the surroundings. Those corpse crappers seemed to have caught the scent of the unicorn's blood. There was a low chirp before they backed out of the way. Move! With one hand outstretched, Xiao letting the blood keep spilling, he quickly rushed a path through the swarm of corpse crushers, and a loud cry escaped his mouth. Uncle Wu-san and the others rushed forward after him, while Dakue and Pansy broke off at the end with torches in their hands. The 7 men quickly made it to the edge of the cave and then quickly made their way back into the tomb passage along the rope they had climbed down earlier. Before drilling into the tomb passage, a few people looked back, but saw Suemo standing alone under a tree. With the Frost Moon sword in one hand, behind him was a black tide of corpses. A touch of difficulty and worry couldn't help but appear in Aining's eyes. Let's go, Master Su will be fine. Xiao whispered, then turned and walked into the tomb passage. Chapter 23, Listening to the Vampire King's Shocking Sound, Comprehending the Lion's Roar Technique. After Wu Tianjin and the others left, Sumo's gaze was aimed at the tree hole. That hole in the tree is where the coffin is hidden. The ghost seal must be there. And, although the golden corpse crush king was flying through the air, but the location was also always near the entrance of the cave. There must be something extraordinary in this hole in the tree. Thinking of this, Suemo then lifted his feet and walked towards the tree hole. However, he had just taken 2 steps when suddenly a gust of wind came from above his head. He didn't look up, jumping away to the side on instinctive reaction. A dry corpse entangled in vines suddenly fell from the air and it ruthlessly smashed into the position where Suemo was standing just now. This dry body may have been a grave robber who entered the area years ago, but somehow became entangled in vines that suspended in the air like a flying insect caught by a spider. At this moment, it was wielded by the vine and attacked towards Suemo like a meteor hammer. Bang! The dry corpse smashed into the ground and was instantly smashed to pieces, bones and broken flesh scattered all over the place. Before Suemo could figure out what was going on, the second dryad was then smashed towards him by a long snake-like vine dancing around. Suemo quickly jumped away again while looking towards the air. In the air, a long snake-like vine, towards Sumo's position had smashed down. And just then, behind them, the corpse collectors had already flooded the entire area outside the cave platform like a tidal wave, and countless large and small corpse collectors with pitch-black bodies emitted cackling noises and swarmed towards the tree. Sumo's face couldn't help but become grave as well. At this time, there were vines and dry corpses constantly falling from the air, and there was a tide of corpse crushers behind them. A slight misstep and he might also not be able to get out of the cave at all. Just then, he suddenly saw the corpse king hovering in the air for a while. Turning his head, he flew towards the head of the bloody corpse below. Suemo couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This thing wants to go back? The reason it flew out just now was because Suemo chopped the bloody corpse's head open. Make it feel threatened. And now it wants to fly back. That is to say, although the blood corpse's head was severed, the skull bloomed, and the corpse king flew out, but there is still a connection between them and Hydra Cypress. It was also for this reason that the Hydra Cypress's attack on Suemo was so furious to begin with. Figuring this out, Suemo then took an arrow step forward and penetrated. Dodging the 2 dryads that had only just fallen through the air, he rushed towards the bloody corpse's head near the hole in the tree. The figure of the corpse caper king shifted in the air, and suddenly, in a dive, it landed right on top of the blood corpse's head. Then one head dug into the bloody, mushy brain tissue in the skull, with the body snatchers entering the brain tissue. The umbilical cord of blood between the hole in the tree and the head suddenly tightened, and then quickly retracted back inside the hole in the tree. The speed actually suddenly became extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the entrance of the cave. Suemo hurriedly lunged at it again. But just then, there was a sudden gust of wind in the air. 4 or 5 long snake-like vines suddenly fell together from between the cave entrance and Suemo. The dryad wrapped around the end of the vines slammed down hard towards his head. In the nick of time, Suemo had to jump away to the side again. Boom boom. 4 or 5 dry corpses slammed onto the ground viciously at the same time, bones and broken flesh splattering. Because of this attack, the head of the blood corpse, however, had been quickly dragged inside the tree hole by the bloodline. While many of the corpse cripples behind Suemo had already accelerated to reach the tree. It was only a few meters away from him. The smaller ones seemed to be a bit intimidated when they got closer. However, those corpse piles that were as big as dogs were quickly rushing towards Suemo. Suemo lifted his leg and kicked away 2 corpse busters, but more were charging at him. He couldn't help but frown. At this time, the aura of the unicorn bloodline in his body that it no longer seems to be enough to deter so many large body scavengers. And at that moment, there were many more vines flying overhead, smashing down towards him. The situation has become dangerous to the extreme. Suemo gritted his teeth and slashed the frost moon sword down towards his palm. Just now, little brother was using his blade to cut open his own skin and drip down the unicorn's blood. Letting the unicorn blood's aura fill the space scared off the corpse collectors. Now Suemo seemed to have only this method to quickly scare off these corpse piles. As the blade of the sword cut through the palm, blood suddenly dripped down the palm. A strong scent of unicorn blood quickly dispersed through the air. Those large and small corpse collectors suddenly let out a low sound, and all of them stopped there. Don't dare go any further. It sure worked. Suemo looked at the paused corpse collecting swarm, and his heart just loosened up. Suddenly a low sound could be heard coming through the hole in the tree behind him again. However, it was the corpse collector king that once again emitted this high-frequency vibrating sound. This time the tremor became sharper and more urgent. The volume wasn't high, but it seemed to penetrate the eardrums. Sumo's eardrums all seemed as if they were pricked by needles. And those corpse cripples that had already been scared by the unicorn blood aura on Sumo's body and didn't dare to come close suddenly stirred up. They let out bursts of low chirps and suddenly started crawling towards Sumo again. But just at this moment, a soft sound suddenly came out from Sumo's ears. You listen to the corpse cutter king's vibrations and gain realization. A spiritual spring suddenly surged up from Sumo's mind. That jarring roar of the corpse cutter seemed to do more than just sting his eardrums. It also gave him new insights. You've comprehended the lion's roar. Lion's roar kung fu, one of the 72 Shaolin stunts that are the most rigid and strongest in the world. You can emit internal chi from the dantian outwardly, driving the three chambers to resonate, amplifying the sound to an extremely high level. Under the clear whistle, it is like thunder that shakes the sky and makes the enemy's liver and bones split, even shattering the opponent's heart, soul, liver and gall. You can also send out your internal chi from your dantian, driving the power of the Qilin bloodline in your body. Make the power of the lion's roar kung fu expand to its maximum, and even be able to reach the point where under one roar, all beasts will bow down for it. As the beep sounded, Sumo's mind instantly sprang up with a spiritual spring. In just a few seconds, he had already comprehended the entire essence of the lion's roar kung fu. A moment of clarity came to his mind. The agitated tide of corpse cripples had already surged towards Sumo once again. The foremost few corpse collectors had already reached a meter in front of Sumo. Right at this moment, Sumo suddenly brewed up enough chi and suddenly his tongue burst into thunder. Retreat! This roar was like thunder breaking through the air and shaking the surroundings. The cavern even created a kind of cavity effect in the roar, amplifying the roar several times more at once. The entire cave seemed to tremble for it. In the distance, Zhang Qiling and the others, who had already been traveling along the tomb passage for a while, also vaguely heard the roar. And yet they all couldn't help but stop in shock. Wu Tianjin said in a shocked voice. This is Master Su roaring. Uncle Wu San sucked in a breath of cool air. It's amazing how that roar can come through from so far away. Daki. Master Su's power is so strong that it's terrifying. Pansy. Master Su he. We'll be fine, right? Aining looked behind her, her beautiful eyes full of worry and shock, but her face was already a little pale. Xiao, on the other hand, looked deep into the darkness behind him, but a complex expression appeared in his eyes. He even seems to be able to feel the power of the Qilin in this roar as well. Chapter 24. One roar scares away a million corpse cubes? Retreat! With a roar, Sumo used his dantian internal chi to externalize, and through the resonance of his chest, mouth, and head cavities, amplify the power of the lion's roar kung fu to the extreme. And the spatial resonance of the cavern allowed this power to instantly expand to its maximum as well. At the same time, the power of the Qilin bloodline in his body expanded rapidly with the sound waves. An awe-inspiring power of the Qilin bloodline spread rapidly through the space like a tidal wave. This power was enough to shock all the beasts and deter the insect race. Perhaps these flying insects and beasts had never seen a griffin, much less its power. However, this kind of power-crushing and intimidation is directly imprinted in the depths of their blood veins. Even after thousands of years of iteration, it still manages to make them feel a kind of fear from the depths of their souls. With a roar, the tide of insects was instantly like a tidal wave hitting an iron plate. Instantly the foremost tide shattered. Those few corpse collectors that ran at the front were actually scared by Sumo's roar and directly fell to the ground. And the wave of bugs behind them crashed into them with a thumping, 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 thumping sound. Then there was a flurry of stops. Immediately afterward, the bugs let out a wail, then turned around and ran. It was as if they had seen the most terrifying divine object, and they simply didn't dare to move forward any closer. Even though the corpse caper king was in the middle of the tree cave, and had just used high-frequency vibrations to summon them. The swarm of corpse flies that had been swarming around instantly dispersed like the Kuroshio current, darting back toward the perimeter of the cave. Corpse crappers, large and small, scrambled into the apertures in those cave walls and, as fast as they come, they get away. Over here, Zhang Qiling and the others in the tomb passage soon heard a rustling sound coming from behind them. The sound was already very familiar to them, and once they heard it, they knew that it was the sound of the corpse-collecting swarm crawling around. De Kue Panzi and also Wu Tianjin were immediately creeped out. What's going on? These corpses are crawling back in. It can't be that something has happened to Master Su, can it? It sounds like these corpses are crawling towards us. Uncle Wu San's face was also green and white for a while, his eyes filled with a mixture of doubt and fear. That roar just now sounded incredibly powerful. I also don't know what the situation is on Sumo's side. How come the corpses are crawling back? And, by the sound of it, it was still rushing behind them. The younger brother's face was also a little white, but his gaze remained stoic, the eyes locked on the rear tomb passage for an instant. Sasha. Soon, the dark shadows of the corpse-collecting swarm appeared in the tomb passage. A large group of corpse collectors, crawling back into the tomb passage from the cave, quickly rushed towards them. After Dakue and Pansy used their flashlights to see that it was indeed a large group of corpse cubes, his face went a few shades of white again. The corpse is back. Run! The two of them turned around and were about to send their feet into a frenzy, and Uncle Wu San and Wu Tianjin and Aining also turned around and ran. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't possibly outrun a corpse in this kind of tomb passage. And just then, Zhang Qiling was standing motionless. Uncle Wu San ran a few steps and froze when he realized that Xiao was not moving in place. Little brother, what are you doing? Little brother stood still, watching the corpse-crawling horde crawl towards him, Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. They're not attacking, they're scared. Scared? Uncle Wu San couldn't help but freeze again. Did. As he spoke, the corpse cache had already climbed to less than a foot away from Zhang Qiling. However, Zhang Qiling suddenly slashed the black gold ancient blade towards his palm once again. The palm that had already stopped bleeding was once again oozing blood. A strong unicorn bloodline aura instantly spread out in the tomb passage. Giggle. The corpses that were rushing suddenly lifted their wings and chirped for a while, and all of them stopped. They stared with their little red eyes, and stopped in their places in fear, and after staying there for a few seconds, it suddenly turned around and crawled towards another fork in the road. Zhang Qiling watched the corpse-collecting swarm quickly fleeing away, a smirk appearing on his face. Yes, they are afraid. They were scared off by Master Su's voice and that's why they came back here. The cut he made towards his palm wasn't just to deter the corpse. It's also to validate your own ideas. That lion's roar of Sumo's just now came through the deep tomb passage. He could even vaguely sense a different kind of intimidating power in the roar. That was definitely different from an ordinary Buddhist lion's roar. Ordinary Buddhist lion's roar, vibrating the three chambers with the middle chi, internal energy spreading the space from the dantian. Shock the curfew with might and sound. However, Sumo's roar had more than just the power of the Buddhist internal martial arts. It also carried the power of the Qilin bloodline that Zhang Qiling was very familiar with. Only this power of the unicorn bloodline that can deter all beasts and insects. It was only then that the tidal wave of body slugs quickly receded from the cave. You're saying that Master Su scared off 1,000,000 corpse collectors with that roar? When Uncle Wu San heard Zhang Qiling's words, but his face was full of shock and disbelief. Dakue and Pansy and Wu Tianjin as well as Aining were even more shocked. Can hardly believe my ears. One person letting out a roar to scare off so many bugs? Is he still human? Annan's beautiful eyes twinkled and she suddenly remembered the scene when Su Mo first met herself in the crypt. At that time, he was surrounded by corpses on the shoulders of the statue, and all of his expedition members had already been killed by them. While Su Mo appeared as if he was walking idly, he didn't put those corpse collectors in the slightest bit in his mind. And those corpse collectors, when they encountered him, it was as if they had seen the Terror Demon King. It must be him. Annan couldn't help but nod. He wouldn't be human. Dekue and Pan Zi and Wu Tianjin, however, looked at each other in disbelief. Little brother and also Uncle Wu San as well as Aining were both shocked and seemed to be in disbelief by the statement that. But it makes sense when you think about it. From the time he entered the watercourse, the abilities demonstrated by Su Mo. Nothing is beyond their knowledge. If someone says they can scare off 1,000,000 corpses with one roar, they must be the ones who will think it's just nonsense to pass off jokes and bolting shamelessness. However, if it was Su Mo who did it, they vaguely felt. That makes sense. Daikyu, however, was suddenly delighted. In that case, all those body snatchers must have gotten scared off. Should we go back? The little brother was silent for a few seconds, but shook his head. Don't go. It's still dangerous there, maybe it's nothing to Master Su. But we'll definitely slow him down if we go. He looked into the darkness in the distance and spoke in a deep voice. Let's wait for him outside, he'll be fine. Over here, after Sumo let out a roar. The swarms of corpse crushers soon burrowed back into the apertures of the cave walls, retreating but more rapidly than the ebbing tide. The Buddhist lion's roar coupled with the power of the unicorn's bloodline. Coupled with the resonating effect of the cave's cavities. Letting Sumo's move was an exponential amplification of power. It was precisely for this reason that the tidal wave of corpses had receded so quickly. Just then, there was a sudden gust of wind overhead. Sumo looked up, but saw those dry corpses hanging under the vines above his head. Surprisingly, like ripe fruits, they fell out of the air one after another. But it turned out that Sumo's roar not only scared off the corpse, but even those vines seemed to be unable to withstand this kind of mighty shock, and actually loosened their entanglements one after another. Slap! A dried corpse fell out of the air like a flower and onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, these dry corpses were scattered all over the ground by the falling body parts. Some of the dry corpses had turned completely white, with broken bones and heads scattered everywhere. Hydra cypress also suddenly stopped swinging like crazy and became much quieter. Moonlight spilled down the rocky crevices, through the gnarled python-like branches and vines of the scattered in front of Sumo. But the hole in the tree in front of him was still very dark and it was like a huge mouth that devoured life. In the cave, a sharp vibration came out vaguely. That's the vibration of a corpse. As if with a few moments of fear, and a few moments of anger. Chapter 2500 Ghosts Compulsion, Compulsion Control Technique, Ghost Button Fish Dragon Seal. Sumo raised his feet and walked into the tree hole. The cavern of trees was very dark, and the moonlight from the fissure at the top of the cavern, it can't shine through here at all. He paused at the mouth of the cave for a few seconds, letting his eyes grow accustomed to the darkness inside. Sumo's physique had long been far beyond normal at this point, and with the power of the Chilan's blood, let him be able to see in the dark. After just a few seconds of acclimatization, he was able to see inside the cave. The hole in the tree was huge, but it fit perfectly with the height of the bronze coffin outside. The corpse craving king, which was golden all over and only an inch in length, was lying on the wall of the cave behind the tree hole. However, Sumo was not in a hurry to go over and behead it. Because he saw something else unusual in the hole in the tree. A thin line of blood, penetrating from the depths of the hole in the tree, looking like the human body's neural network. The twisting and coiling on the cave wall formed a large net, and at the center of the network was a crimson red like blood. And the corpse king, lying in the center of the big net. A very tiny line of blood was wrapping around its body. Sumo couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Suddenly, he realized why this Hydra cypress could be connected to the body in the coffin. And respond together. These lines of blood are what exist as if they were nerve lines. They're all over the body of the Hydra cypress, even down to the vines that run between those branches. This end is then connected to the back of the head of the body inside the coffin. It was also for this reason that when Sumo beheaded the jade figurine corpse in the coffin, it was only then that he encountered such a great reaction from Hydra cypress, even the vines dancing the dryads as if they were chain hammers to make an attacking move. After Sumo thought about it, he then drew out the frost moon sword. The Hydra cypress has this weird neural line. And the corpse king seems to have the residual memories of the jade figurine corpse. Once the two are combined, there is bound to be bizarre appearances. Then simply decapitate. With a flash of sword light, the frost moon sword in Sumo's hand violently stabbed towards the corpse cash king. Pust. A crunch. The corpse caper king that was entangled in the blood threads was instantly pierced through its armor by the frost moon sword, letting out a mournful low cry. The threads of blood on its body suddenly looked as if they had encountered a hot water wire worm and violent spasms convulsed. There was a sudden ruckus of voices outside the tree hole. Sumo twisted his head, but he saw many vines outside the cave dancing madly. Many dry corpses entangled in vines frantically crashed into the ground, shattering into countless broken bones and corpses. From among those broken bones and corpses, some bright red worms actually appeared. These worms were only the size of a thumb, crimson as blood all over, and after crawling out from between the broken bones, and together they crawled towards the tree hole. As these bugs crawled, a thin line of blood was pulled up behind them. Those lines of blood, however, were the very ones that came out from between the vines, one crisscrossing the other. In the blink of an eye, the outside of the cave was already densely covered in lines of blood, obscuring almost all of the space outside. At the same time, some of the dryads tangled between the vines suddenly moved. These dry corpses, which had originally been air-dried, had actually grown some thin lines of blood on their bodies as well, and as the bloodlines wrapped around their bodies actually seemed to be able to move. Although the movements are stiff as puppets and very slow. But so many dryads suddenly moved at the same time. The scene was still unspeakably horrifying as it crawled towards the tree hole along with the blood-colored bugs that crawled out of the broken bones. Not to mention the many bloodlines behind them as well. Countless threads of blood were intertwined, but they covered up all the outside of the cave entrance. There's no path to get out at all. 100 Ghosts Compulsion, blood parasites made by the Eastern barbarians, symbiotic with corpses and skeletons. The bloodline behind us is poisoned with a strong corpse poison, it will kill you after touching it. As the tie-in viewing thoughts were recognized, a line of text appeared before Sumo's eyes. Immediately after that, a beeping sound but suddenly rang in his head. You saw the 100 Ghost Corpse Compass, realized the principle of the symbiosis of all things, and created the compassion control technique. As the tone fell, many things once again appeared before Sumo's eyes. Yet both are many things in the world that can be mutually beneficial and symbiotic. Leaf-cutting ants and aphids, anemones and hermit crabs. Even wormwood. All things in heaven and earth are inherently one. Many things can be mutually beneficial and symbiotic. It's like this 100 Ghosts corpse worm. It was originally just a small worm found by the Eastern barbarians, and was cultivated on top of vines to get into corpses. Then they can parasitize it and draw nutrients for the Hydra cypress at the same time. It can also manipulate dryads along with the bloodlines on Hydra cypress. As an image surfaced before his eyes, Sumo then completely comprehended the mysteries of the compulsion control technique. Eastern barbarians, Miaozhong and other places have had the existence of compulsion since ancient times. Compulsion control is just utilizing the principle that all things are mutually exclusive. Achieve the goal of controlling the compulsion or even manipulating the creature. The bloodlines on these 100 Ghosts compulsions contained necrotic poison and could not be touched at all. However, using the compulsion control technique, it was possible to disperse it. Sumo then walked to the entrance of the cave and cut a tiny slash in his palm with the frost moon sword. A few drops were sprinkled along the sides of the hole. Originally, manipulating this 100 Ghost compass required the use of some exotic herbs or spices. But he's got nowhere else to come. Using one's own blood that contained the power of the Chilin's bloodline, however, was able to achieve the same effect. Those 100 ghost parasites and dry corpses had originally crawled to the entrance of the cave, but as Sumo sprinkled the drops of blood down, they suddenly all came together in unison to avoid the hole and crawl towards the sides of the tree. In the blink of an eye, a path was parted outside the tree hole. Sumo couldn't help but feel happy at the sight. It worked! The 100 Ghost compound outside the cave had been restrained, and he then turned around and returned to the cave. That corpse king had been shattered by his sword, and the bloodlines on those cave walls had stopped twitching and the whole Hydra cypress seemed much quieter. Sumo then cast his eyes into the cave, searching for the whereabouts of the ghost seal. There were only a few splinters of wood in the cave, and no sign of the ghost seal. Sumo frowned and contemplated for a while, and walked straight to the cave wall where those blood-colored lines were intertwined. Raising his frost moon sword, he stabbed straight down towards where the line of blood was most concentrated there. In the entire King Lu's palace, the shadow of the ghost seal could not be found. It could not have disappeared out of thin air. There's definitely something weird going on here. The frost moon sword was able to cut iron like mud, but the blade pierced into the tree without any obstruction. A large hole was soon dug where the bloodline was concentrated. From the dugout hole in the tree, a lot of sticky bright red liquid kept dripping down, just like blood. A chunk of wood chip fell with it, and soon, Sumo saw that there was indeed a party of purple and gold treasure box hidden in the depths of the tree hole. When he opened the purple and gold treasure box, he saw that inside was precisely a side of black bizarre seal. It's stylized as a griffin with its feet on a malicious ghost, and the griffin itself is made up of countless little ghosts. The twisted body of the ghost looked like countless snakes twisting and twisting, but if the angle was turned, it looked like countless dragonfish running and jumping. Ghost button fish and dragon seal. Sumo instantly stared. Chapter 26 Phagocytic Transformation Method, Cultivation Bloodline Crazy Growth. It's said that people see things differently in terms of their perspectives and their eyes and their minds. The things seen will be different. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 hamlets in 1,000 minds. At this time, in Sumo's eyes, this side of the body black modeling strange ghost button dragonfish seal. It should also be very different from the ghost seal in the eyes of King Ruzin. The ghost seal in the eyes of King Ru Gotham was twisted and entwined by evil ghosts all over his body, full of evil and weirdness. Therefore, it can be used to control the Yin soldiers. However, in Sumo's eyes, this square ghost seal seemed to represent a fusion. Numerous severe ghosts or dragonfishes fused into one divine beast, the Qilin. It represents the transition from the most Yin to the most Yang, from the weakest to the strongest. You viewed the ghost button dragonfish seal and experienced the transformation of the Yin and Yang forces of heaven and earth. The devouring and fusion of all things, comprehending the devouring transformation method. The devouring and transforming method. It can devour and absorb the blood chi and spiritual energy from the bizarre thing into its own bloodline cultivation. The devouring and transforming method? Sumo couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. As the tone fell, Sumo had quickly comprehended the mysteries of the devouring transformation method. This ability is not just devouring, but also a fusion. It's like the countless little ghosts on the ghost seal twisting and fusing to become the Kirin. Sumo could also transform the chi and blood of many weird things into his own cultivation and bloodline by devouring them. Sumo felt the wonderful effects of the devouring transformation method and his eyes shone with it. He placed a hand on the opening of the hole where the walls were still dripping with a sticky bright red juice like blood. A surge of blood power was instantly and rapidly extracted and absorbed by him. Unicorn bloodline plus 10. Unicorn bloodline plus 20. A text kept emerging from before his eyes. All the power in the Hydra cypress, with those nerve-like threads of blood, It was quickly devoured and absorbed by Sumo. Outside the cave, countless vines began to twitch and dance as if they were being jerked and skinned by a giant python. And as the power of the tree's blood is drawn, the Qilin bloodline in Sumo's body seemed to have become even more pure. The blood in his body boiled for it. It is a devouring and transforming of a powerful force. The 3,000 years of accumulation and absorption by the nine-headed serpent cypress were all seized by his devouring transformation method for his own use at this time. The sap of the tree, the power contained in the threads of blood, and even the power of the 100 ghosts of the zombie parasites outside. All of them were swallowed and extracted by him in a steady stream. In the end, it all turned into pure and strong Qilin bloodline power, which was quenched and sublimated in the body. In just a short minute, the unicorn blood in his body seemed to have been rapidly strengthened. However, it was even purer and more majestic than when he had just swallowed the Qilin exhaustion earlier. What this brought about was a renewed expansion of qi and blood running through the body, and a rapid movement of the circumference of the sky. Finally, it turned into thick cultivation yuan qi and condensed in the dantian. Cluck and pop. A crunching sound of qi and blood impacting the orifices scurried between the meridians and joints throughout Sumo's body. In just a few short minutes, his cultivation seemed to have gained great growth again. It seemed to be on the verge of reaching the peak of the sovereign realm. It was a simultaneous powerful growth of the bloodline and cultivation. As the blood qi continued to be extracted and devoured, his skin gradually turned red. A bright red unicorn pattern gradually appeared on the surface of the skin on his chest. Fur like brocade, mane like fire, for hooves galloping. You used the devouring transformation method and strengthened the Qilin bloodline, gaining an increase in your everlasting physique. Longevity boosted by 100 years. You have gained cultivation growth by using the devouring transformation method and have attained the peak of the patriarch. Hearing the beep in his ears, Sumo couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart. I didn't realize that the harvest would be so lucrative. I got the ghost seal, and I actually comprehended the devouring transformation method because of it. One could directly devour the essence power of the nine-headed serpent cypress tree's body, allowing oneself to quench and enhance the Qilin bloodline in one's body, gaining a simultaneous increase in lifespan and cultivation. This piece of comprehension was truly heaven-defying. You have strengthened the Qilin bloodline and gained an everlasting physique. For more advancement, new realizations can be gained elsewhere. The beep sounded again. Sumo's heart couldn't help but stir. In this world of grave robbers, surely these ancient tombs that harbor countless strange and bizarre things. The most insights and benefits can be gained. At the Melon Temple he only pioneered the human immortal martial way. And in King Lu's palace, not only did he obtain the Kirin exhaustion and give birth to the Kirin bloodline, he also got the ghost seal and obtained the devouring transformation method. As for the others, such as the compulsion control technique, corpse whispering technique, and the frost moon sword, there was even less to say. Wanting to gain more cultivation and reach the point of seeing God's immortality. Then we must continue to go down to the tomb to pour. Thinking of this, Suemo strengthened his confidence and goal. Undersea tomb, Hentang Heavenly Palace, Serpent Marsh Ghost City, Jingjie Ghost Cave. There are still many places waiting for him to explore. It was at this moment that a beep sounded again. You're only raising your bloodline power now, if you want to reach the peak of the human immortal martial Tao. Not only do we need to accumulate cultivation, but we also need to quench and raise our bloodline, raising the Qilin blood in our bodies to Qilin sacred blood. Enhancing the Qilin sacred blood requires the double purification of the corpse-scented devil's taro heart as well as the ghost cave sacred blood. Hearing the prompt, Sumo's brows couldn't help but stare slightly. A ghost cave? In the woods, Uncle Wu-san and the others had returned to the ground, and were sitting among the tents that Aining and the others had left behind. Look at that dugout robber hole. Will Master Su be alright? Pansy looked at the robber's hole and couldn't help but scratch his head as he asked. The fat man next to him couldn't help but spit. You've asked the same question several times, said the man, pointing to his head. Look at that. Pansy couldn't help but be stunned. See what? The fat man replied without a word of humor. I was thinking the same thing. Chow. Pansy was so angry that he didn't want to care about this mixed-up fatso anymore, and turned his face to look at Uncle Wu-san and the others. But they were also seen to have a worried look on their faces. Aining even widened a pair of beautiful eyes and looked at the entrance of the robber's cave in silence. Not only did she come to King Lu's palace this time, but she got nothing. He also lost the lives of a dozen or so of his explorers, which can be described as a loss of a wife and a soldier. Originally, she could have just left quietly at this point and returned to Judka's side. However, perhaps she was vaguely worried about Suemo in her heart, so she chose to stay here. Of all the people present, only little brother sat in place, his face still having a calm expression. Although he was also looking at the location of the theft hole, he didn't seem to be too worried about Suemo. Master Su will be fine, Xiao said in a deep voice after glancing at Pansy. The crowd heard him, and though none of them said anything, however, they all felt little brother's confidence in Suemo. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the entrance of the robber's cave. The crowd turned their heads at the sound of. However, he saw Suemo walk out from the robber's hole. Uncle Wu-san and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise as they all stood up from the ground. Master Su, you really came out. Ning even jumped up directly from the ground, and when a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Suemo, the eyes were actually filled with excitement and leaps of joy. It's amazing that he actually came back from that horrible place all by himself. Chapter 27, Capital Panjiayuan, the first time to see the gold-touching trio. After resting briefly in the camp, Suemo left the place with Uncle Wu-san and the others. Back to the guest house in that little mountain village. In the guest house, Uncle Wu-san and the others asked Suemo about the situation under the Hygra cypress tree. And asked Suemo if he had seen the ghost seal. Suemo just shook his head. This thing, the ghost seal, he definitely wouldn't give it to Uncle Wu-san and the others. When Xiao Xiao heard Sumo's words, although he was just silent. One pair of eyes, however, was always watching him silently. When Uncle Wu-san and the others left, Xiao quietly found Suemo again. You really haven't seen the ghost seal? Suemo looked at little brother and smiled bashfully. I have the ghost seal. I can give it to you if you need it. But I think it's better to keep it with me for now. Little brother looked deeply at Suemo and said after a moment of silence. I may ask you for this ghost seal in the future, and I hope you'll give it to me then. Knowing that little brother would use this ghost seal when he needed to open the bronze door, Suemo nodded. When the time comes, I'll be there with you. Xiao Xiao nodded and then left Sumo's room. The next day, Anin quietly left without a trace. She's been following Jude Cao, and this trip to King Ru's palace has yielded nothing. Must go back and report to Jude Cao. The reason why he stayed in the camp was just to see if Suemo was alright. Suemo then bid farewell to Uncle Wu-san and the others and prepared to turn around and head to the capital. The system suggests that if he wants to ascend to the human immortal martial way, it would be necessary to continue to raise the Qilin bloodline in one's own cultivation, and the key thing to raise the Qilin bloodline was in the Jingjie ancient city. So, he was going to go to the capital, and if he could meet Huppa One and the others. Just find a way to join their expedition. Hearing that Sumo was preparing to go to the capital, Wu Tianjin immediately remembered the Dijinya who had handed him the topography fragment of the Warring States palindrome. By the way, Uncle San, the Dijinya who gave me the topography of the palm book last time. Isn't that from the capital? When Uncle Wu San heard Wu Tianjin mention Dijinya, he laughed. This guy's an old fox, but this guy's a native of the capital, an inveterate owner of Panjiayuan. If Master Su wants to go to the capital, it's really much easier to go to him, so I'll give him a call to say so. Kapatul. A car drove from the front gate all the way to the neighborhood of Dajie, and stopped at the entrance of an alleyway. The 3 young people, 2 men and a woman, came out of the car and stopped in front of a courtyard in the Hudong. Old Hu, is this the place Dijinya was talking about? I think so, he did say 25 Gold Bar Alley. These 3 people, however, were none other than Hu Ba-yi and Wang Kai-xian from the Golden Touch Trio. And then there's Shirley Young, who's just recently returned from overseas. Old Hu and the 2 of them had just returned from the northeast not long before Professor Chen found them. Wanted them to lead a team to the western region to search for the ancient city of Jingjia buried thousands of years deep underground. For this trip, they sought out Daikanya to gather many expedition supplies. When Dijinya heard that they were going to the west to explore the ancient tomb of Jingjia, he then recommended to them a person who. He said that this man was unpredictable and that with him on the expedition, this time there would be no harm done. Hu Ba-yi and Fatty Wang both knew that this man Dijinya was talking a bit exaggeratedly. But someone who could make him praise him like that must be an expert in moving mountains and pouring buckets. Anyway, the 2 of them were novices at touching gold, thinking that if they were really expert at it, maybe this trip could go much smoother, so he brought Shirley Young here at the address given by Dijinya. When he came to the door, he saw that the door to the room was locked, and it seemed that there was no one in the yard at all. Wang Kai-xian couldn't help but scratch his head. Feelings that the main man is not there, and that this is a big deal. We rode our bikes all the way here from Panjiayuan. Habechi thought for a moment and said, why don't we wait, maybe we'll be back in a while. Shirley Young, however, had gotten a little impatient. If you're not at home, forget it, we don't have to find this guy on this expedition anyway. As he was talking, he suddenly saw a brand new Volkswagen, driving all the way from the mouth of the alley. Hu Ba-yi and Wang Kai-xian's gazes were immediately drawn to the car. Both of them have just come into contact with pouring not long ago, and they don't have much silver in their hands at all. For the car only envy the part but simply cannot afford to buy, this will see this body black shape very tough car, cannot help but drool. Just then, however, the car stopped beside the 2 men, and the door opened in a young man dressed in a black suit with a slender and robust body but a rather elegant and handsome appearance walked down. But it was none other than Sumo. When Sumo arrived in the capital, he paid a visit to Dijinya. And to him sideways inquired about Hu Ba-yi and Wang Kai-xian, only to know that these 2 guys are not ready to go to the western region now, but he came at the right time. He then decided to settle down in the capital first, and when Professor Chen and his expedition was organized, find another way to join. When he came out of King Lu's palace, he took quite a few bright weapons in his hand and put them in the system space. This would be enough to shock the other party by casually leaking out 2 items to Dijinya. After taking out 2 pieces of Ming ware and exchanging them for some money, Sumo then bought a small courtyard in this gold bar Hudong as his shelter in this tomb raiding world. Then another car was purchased as a substitute. It's just the day after I bought my car. Who knew that as soon as Hu Ba and Fatty Wang and Shirley Yang had come to the door? As soon as Sumo took a look at the image of these 3 people at the door, he guessed the identity of the 3 people. With that, he said with a slight smile, are the 3 of you here to see me? Both Hu Ba-yi and Fatty Wang couldn't help but be stunned, and then they were pleasantly surprised. Feelings that you are Master Su. It turns out that you are so young, Master Su, the big gold teeth put you said. Sherry Yang looked at Sumo with an even more surprised and skeptical expression. She had also heard Dijinya talk about Sumo, but she hadn't expected Sumo to be so young and handsome. Before Sumo came to the capital, Uncle Wu-san called Dijinya, talking about Sumo as a god. And when Dijinya talked to Hu Ba-yi and Fatty Wang about Sumo. However, it is a few more layers of rendering and boasting, simply blowing him up as if he were a god in the world, the 2 men, although there are a few refused to believe that Yet they all felt that since this Master Su was so capable, he must be somewhat older. Who knew that once they met they would realize that they were a few years younger than the 2 of them? Come in and talk. Sumo opened the courtyard door and let the 3 people in. As soon as they saw the tranquil and tidy environment in the courtyard, both Hu Bai and Fatty Wang couldn't help but nod their heads. Master Su really knows how to enjoy himself, living alone in such a quiet and elegant courtyard. After Su Mo invited the three to sit down, he poured a cup of tea for each of them. If the two of you are going to find that Jingjie ancient kingdom, Mr. Su will be able to help. Hearing his words, before old Hu and Fatty Wang could speak, Shirley Young, however, had shown a questioning expression. Mr. Su, on what basis do we believe that you can help us find the ancient city of essence? Su Mo smiled faintly at Sherry Young. Because, I'm the real mountain-moving Taoist. What? Upon hearing this, Shirley Young's beautiful eyes instantly became rounder than an egg. You say you're the mountain movers? Chapter 28 Heavenly Star Feng Shui Technique, Purple Micrographic Ideas. The identity of the mountain-moving Taoist, Su Mo had already decided to borrow it from the first time he met Uncle Wu San. Because, the mountain-moving Taoist was originally a divine dragon in China. Since the partridge whistle decades ago after the Bottle Mountain suffered a setback far away overseas, moving mountain lion is almost extinct in China. Although Shirley Young is Partridge's own niece. But because Partridge Whistle has been completely disappointed in the matter of finding the dust beads, and is not prepared to let their own offspring to do the mountain passer, so it is even more simply to her rarely mentioned. Therefore, Su Mo, the fake mountain-moving Taoist, even in front of Shirley Yang, the real mountain-moving heir. That's not false at all. Shirley Young looked at Su Mo, her pair of big eyes blinking somewhat incredulously for a few moments before. Suddenly, he blurted out. Hook grabbing and kicking the pole inverted bucket filling the big top, the moon far colorful bag cannot be. Dare I ask this top Yuan Liang where he has divided the mountain armor and dismantled a few mound doors? Two cuts, but both Hu Bai and Fatty Wang said directly froze. These two sentences are the black cutouts for the moving of mountains and the pouring of buckets. Shirley Young's point is that she herself is also a master of moving mountains, so you can't fool me. Since you say you're a mountain-moving Taoist, where do you rob graves? And what kind of tomb mechanisms have been dismantled? This would be the equivalent of Pan doing, and Shirley Young, though she had no idea of the mover's jutsu abilities, But these hackneyed cuts are the ones that will, and if Su Mo is at all an imposter, all it takes is these two sentences to reveal himself. Su Mo heard it but smiled faintly. There is no Genryo, carrying firewood on the mountain and burning fire at the bottom of the mountain, a craft passed down from our ancestors. Seeing that Su Mo replied with a set of cuts as well, Shirley Yang's expression stuttered, and then she said. A river has two banks of scenery, the same mountain carries firewood and burns fires at the bottom of the mountain, and the partridge split mountain armor, the Harrier unlocking the Chiu Men, much has been done to reach the treasure hall, nowhere to find the dragon tower. That means we're all passed down from our ancestors. I don't know anything about feng shui grave detection. I didn't find any dragon buildings myself. Su Mo looked at her with a smile and said. The 5 lakes gather at the dragon house. To pluck the star, you need to invite the Kixing hand. Burning the incense of the dragon and the phoenix, as you wish. The technique used was the mountain-moving technique. Shirley Young couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when she heard this. Standing up directly, his voice was a little shaky. You really are the mountain-moving Taoist. Her grandfather had told her something of the past, just before he died. As well as some of the curses carried by the mountain-moving Taoist, taught her part of the skills of the. That was why she was considered to have the legacy of the mountain-moving Taoist. But in reality, even though she was an heir to the mountain movers, she really didn't know much. Now Shirley Young has unexpectedly met another fellow member of the moving mountain Taoist lineage in the country. But he was surprised and happy, but there were still a few doubts in his mind. Su Mo knew that she was bound to still have doubts in her mind, which was normal. After all, his own identity as the heir to the mountain-moving Taoist was originally a fake, and he could only enter the expedition if he first gained Shirley Young's trust. He smiled faintly, and the lid of the teacup in his hand suddenly flew up, flying to a height of 3 meters before falling down. Immediately after a flash of silhouette, Su Mo suddenly leapt up directly from the chair. Twisting his body in the air, he kicked out, his whole body's strength instantly running through his toes, instantly kicking violently at the little bumpy spot on the lid of the cup. Bang! With a soft sound, the raised point of the cup lid was actually instantly pierced by Su Mo's kick. Leave a round hole in the center. This kick, however, was once again skillful and astonishing. Hubeichi has been in the military for a long time and has seen some masters. Naturally, he was able to tell that the strength of Su Mo's kick was very skillful and the point of attack was very precise. Wang Kaixian naturally didn't understand, he only thought that Sumo was actually able to kick a round hole out of a teacup. The rest of the lid of the cup is intact and really appalling. Shirley Young, however, instantly recognized that this was none other than the untold secret of the mountain-moving Taoist. The quixotic kickboxer. Kuei-Shing kick fighting emphasizes sudden force into the tip of the foot, and the target of the attack is very skillful and precise. Otherwise, when Partridge Whistle was in the Bottle Mountain, he wouldn't have kicked and shattered that Corpse King's large vertebrae. To know that a kick infused with the force of the whole body, kicking off the Corpse King's large vertebrae is certainly difficult. But to kick in the air flying out of the teacup lid of the raised position is already very difficult, and will be raised directly through the position of the kick. The other parts of the lid is intact. It's simply unbelievable. Sumo's kick, but it was not much stronger than her grandfather Partridge Whistle's. Shirley Young stood still, her eyes filled with shock and joy. That's right, Master Su, you are the mountain-moving Taoist, this kick is certain. Since Sumo's identity as a mountain-moving Taoist was confirmed, Shirley Young then clapped her hands and formally invite Sumo to join the expedition. The three of them then took Sumo to the archaeological team and met Professor Chen. Shirley Young introduces Sumo to Professor Chen, saying that he's an expert he found from the private sector. And there's some history with his side. With Shirley Young's endorsement, Sumo naturally had no problem at all joining the archaeological team. However, for the two leaders, Hu Bai and Wang Fati, Haoigwa seemed to have some misgivings. Because these two guys didn't look like decent people at first glance, especially Wang Kaixian, who didn't have a bit of decency. It carried a kind of oiliness that was unique to the kind of stubborn masters in the capital, which made Haoigwa a little less able to accept it. This little Mr. Su will have no problem joining the archaeology team. But Mr. Hu and Mr. Wang don't know any knowledge of exploration or archaeology yet? Hu Bai and Fati Wang were introduced to Professor Chen and Shirley Young by Dejinya. But Haoigwa's words in the archaeological team are also very heavy, so when he heard Haoigwa's question, Hu Bai had to speak eloquently. Professor Hao, I enlisted as a company commander, and I've had real combat experience. And into the snowy desert. Hu Bai wasn't scared at all, because his seniority and ability were there. The most crucial thing is that my family's ancestors have some affinity with antiques and grave exploration. I was also fortunate enough to learn some feng shui geomancy, the art of tianqing feng shui. Before Hu Bai could finish, Haoigwa couldn't help but seem a little surprised. Celestial star feng shui technique? Do you really know it? Habeichi gave a subdued smile. The so-called celestial star feng shui, which means that the stars in the sky correspond to the Earth's veins and mountains. As the saying goes, the difference between heaven and earth is 84,000 miles, and the heart and kidneys of a man are 8 inches away. He then spoke a few shallow words to Haoigwa about some of the mysteries in the heavenly star feng shui technique. Naturally, something so highly specialized as this cannot be faked. Both Haoigwa and Professor Chen couldn't help but freeze when they heard it, and were even a bit mesmerized for a moment. On the side, while Sumo was listening to Hu Bai's eloquent speech and constantly pondering the mysteries in the heavenly star feng shui technique, instead, there seemed to be a flash of light in his head. You have listened to the mysteries of the celestial star feng shui technique, and have gained comprehension in the area of celestial star feng shui. Pioneered the idea of the purple microscope. Chapter 29, Yellow Dragons Flying in the Sky, Black Sandstorm in the Desert. The idea of the violet microcosm can be realized by contemplating the stars of the sky, the Big Dipper, the stars of the violet microcosm. That is, to achieve a heart like a mirror in the unity of heaven and man, by which to absorb the essence of the sun and moon in heaven and earth, and to continuously consolidate the cultivation. At the same time, the idea of the purple microcosm can also be realized through the Earth's veins, mountains, stars, sun and moon. Find the connection between the two and even the spiritual veins of heaven and earth. Hearing the beeps coming out of his mind, Sumo couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. Unexpectedly, just listening to Hubba once talk about the star of heaven feng shui technique, surprisingly, he himself had comprehended the idea of the purple microscope. Not only can this purple microcosmic conceptualization enhance one's cultivation through contemplation, you can also perceive and visualize the location of tombs and even the spiritual veins of heaven and earth by visualizing the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers and earth veins. But it was stronger out of the sky than any celestial star feng shui technique. The idea of Taiyin Quanxi allows you to visualize all kinds of bizarre objects and explore their origins, whereas the purple microscopic viewing thoughts can explore where the spiritual veins of heaven and earth are buried. With these two kinds of viewing thoughts, one's trip to the Jingzhe ancient city this time. Naturally, it's a no-brainer. Knowing that Hupa I's celestial star feng shui technique requires at least one more sky star as a reference. Whereas Sumo's purple micrography idea didn't even need stars, even in the endless Gobi beach that didn't have the slightest sign of mountains or rivers. As long as there are sun, moon and stars in the sky, you can also find the veins of the mausoleum by observing the weather. That would be divine. Over here, Haoigua nodded his head happily after hearing Hu Baiyi's words. Comrade who looks young, but he has great skills. This Tianqing feng shui technique is indeed a very wise feng shui secret technique of our Chinese nation, and it will definitely be of great help to our archaeological operation this time. Speaking of this, he looked at Fatty Wang with some doubt. This comrade Wang Kaixian, but I wonder if he has any special overpowering abilities? If not, I don't think it's necessary to take part in this operation. After all, this archaeological operation goes to the very difficult and dangerous desert Gobi, and one less can also bring a lot less supplies. Upon hearing Haoigua's words, Wang Kaixian was instantly furious. Looking down on your fat master, are you? For your information, I went to the desert to fight bandits back in the day. Killed the out of numerous bandits in the Nia Oasis and personally captured a lot of equipment and loot, believe it or not. Saying that, he then waved a jade pendant that his old man had gotten from eliminating bandits from the Nia Oasis back then in front of Haoigua and Professor Chen. As soon as he took out this jade pendant, Haoigua and Professor Chen's eyes immediately seemed to be glued. Even Shirley Young looked at the jade pendant and stared at it closely. It seems that this jade pendant is an object of great importance. Sumo, however, knew that this jade pendant of Fatty's was precisely the one that came from the Jingzhe ancient kingdom. There are also 10 weird ghost cave characters carved on it, which will be taken out, but it is exactly askew. Sure enough, Professor Chen immediately clapped his hands. Decided to ask Sumo Hu Bai and Fatty Wang to join the archaeological team together. 10 days later, this one, carrying much equipment and supplies, the archaeological team that gathered Professor Chen Haoigua as well as a group of archaeological college students such as Sa Dipping changed to the eastern foothills of the Kunlun Mountains. The crowd entered the Darim Basin from Qinghai, Tibet. Soon came a small town on the edge of the desert. In the town, Professor Chen found a guide through the local political talisman, The guide was an old, dry, and thin Viennese man in his 50s, whose name was Enliman. Enliman is really just a nickname, which in Viennese means a living map of the desert. The old man's real name is Esketi, Emeti. He frequented the desert, had a camel caravan on his hands, and this time the archaeological team went deep into the desert end. But it was only with his camel caravan that he was able to penetrate deeper into the site of the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Jingzhe. No, it's the windy season. This is the time of year to go into the desert. Hude, his old man is going to descend. When Enliman heard that he was going to the desert, he was shaking his head like a rattle. Hubei, as the leader, had to be soft on him, saying that it was a task entrusted to him by his country. He has to do it even if he doesn't. Just take them to the desert, find the ruins. He'll be given a large sum of money when he returns from the desert. After softening the blow, Enliman had no choice but to agree. After talking it over with Enliman, the people prepared many more dry food and drinking water and many other supplies in the town, and then they followed Enliman on his camel and set out on the road to the deep desert. When we first moved on, a few of the students on the archaeology team were still having fun, and were in high spirits the whole way. At one time they were commanding the camels like Enliman, and at another time they were singing and playing. Hu Bai and Fatty Wang sat on their camels and watched Satapang Yisen and the others play around. But it was a face of envy. Shirley Young was sitting on the back of a camel, her beautiful eyes looking deep into the desert, But he seemed to be carrying a heavy heart and looked a little depressed. Only Sumo, sitting on the camel always expression calm as water, can't see any ups and downs. Doesn't seem to care much about any of this. At this point, with the morning sun reddening the sky, the dunes and poplars were all covered with a brilliant haze, and the view looked breathtaking. Shirley Young couldn't resist pulling out her camera, ready to capture the scene as a souvenir. Sumo, however, could see that Enliman's eyes were staring at the sky, and there seemed to be some worry in his eyes. Enliman, the clouds in the sky are bleeding, and your Huda seems to be angry. Enliman couldn't help but be stunned at this, and his face really changed. With that, he took out a blanket from the back of the camel, knelt on it and began to pray. Satapang and the others couldn't help but look puzzled from the side. Master Su, what's the matter with Uncle Enliman? How come I heard you say something properly? Just start praying again. Suemo smiled faintly. There's going to be a sandstorm, everyone get on their camels quickly. Ah. Sandstorm? When Satapeng Yi-Isin and the others heard this, their faces changed drastically. The sandstorms in the desert are the most terrible, once they blow up and cover the sky. It leaves everyone disoriented and camels fleeing, and many expeditions have been buried inside sandstorms in the desert. Sure enough, Anikaman prayed and got up off the ground in a heap. Run for it. If you run any slower, you'll be buried by the devil in a hell of black sand and won't be able to get out. Hearing his words, Fatty Wang cursed in anger. Old thing, knowing that a sandstorm is coming and still worshipping God there without a second thought. The crowd hurriedly mounted their camels one after the other and picked up speed toward the front. Not long after, a huge yellow smoke, like a giant yellow dragon that covered the sky, It flew towards the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, they were all in the middle of the sandstorm. The yellow sand in the sky completely obscured the sky, the wind whistled and flew the sand and stones. The place where the people were seemed to have suddenly turned into the infernal purgatory made of black sand that Enliman had spoken of. The whole world became dark, and the only thing in his ears was the howling wind in the black sandstorm. Chapter 30 Ancient City of the Western Nights, Desert Marching Ants. The sandy sea is deep, and the night is like ink. The expedition dodges a sandstorm and arrives in the ruins of a small, unnamed city. Satapeng and the others had been so tired that their bodies fell apart. Professor Chen and Haoigua, the two older old guys, even sat on the ground and never got up again. Even Hubai and Fatty Wang were also breathing heavily. Good lord, this black sandstorm almost killed us. Fatty Wang still seems to be scared when he thinks about it. Shirley Young was also tired, but she couldn't help but look at Suemo. Suemo sat there, still with a calm expression and no waves in his emotions. Shirley Young couldn't help but show some curiosity in one of her eyes. Master Su, you. Suemo glanced towards her with a slight smile on his face. What's wrong with me? His smile was calm and warm, and Shirley Young, after seeing there was actually an instant feeling of relief and joy. She was surprised that she could feel this way just by seeing Sumo's smile. A heart even couldn't help but beat wildly for a few moments, and hurriedly and subconsciously hid a smile. I'm just surprised that you seem so calm all the time. Even the black sandstorm didn't seem to make you panic. Suemo smiled faintly. Aren't black sandstorms commonplace in the desert? He certainly wasn't panicking. It wasn't just the traveler's perspective that made him already aware of the black sandstorms he'd encounter in the Gobi Desert. What's more, because of such heaven-defying abilities as the purple microcosmic conceptualization, he had long since gained a different and transcendent perception of this world. At this time, Yi-Isin couldn't help but walk over. She and Shirley Young were the only females on the team, so it was only natural that the two would be close to each other. Hearing the conversation between Sherry Yang and Suemo, Yi-Isin's eyes were also filled with curiosity when she looked at Suemo. Yeah, this Mr. Su. Here, he just saw the clouds and knew there was going to be a black sandstorm. It's just too good. She wasn't used to calling Suemo Master Su, like Fatty Wang, Shirley Yang and the rest of them. So after arguing a little bit, still called Suemo as Mr. But for Anliman to go and pray to his Huda at that time is? Speaking of Enliman, Fatty Wang couldn't help but have fire in his heart. Exactly. This old man simply did it on purpose. At this moment, however, Anliman had sat down beside the camel around the sheepskin, With a look of an old god, hearing the words of Fatty Wang and Yi-Isin, he still smiled and said, Praying, naturally, is for Huda to bless us. If I hadn't prayed to Huda, how could we have escaped here in time? He's basically blocking both ends with that statement. Because you simply can't prove that his Huda didn't shelter everyone. Fatty Wang was choked with fire in his heart, and it happened that his stomach would ring up. Lifting his gun, he stood up. Master Fatty is too lazy to be angry with you. I see a lot of animals hiding over there, too. Let's see me hit 2 of them for the grill. Who knew that as soon as Enliman, who had always been old and calm, heard Fatty Wang's words? But electrified, he immediately jumped up from the ground and exclaimed. No! These animals have escaped in by the blessing of Huda. If you kill them, it would be letting down Huda's good intentions, and Huda would be descended upon at that time. Fatty Wang couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'll just shoot a yellow goat to eat, so that your Huda is angry too? Anriman's head shook like a rattle. No way. If you shoot them, they'll get scared and run away. Then we'll be devoured by the demons that set off the black sandstorm, and Hoodoo will definitely blame us then. He was very persistent, stopping Fatty Wang and resolutely refusing to let go. Hoopla 1 had to come out and play. Forget it, Fatty. The old man's right, too. When you shoot, you scare away all the animals that have already escaped in, and when they're all buried by the black sandstorm, you'll have killed more than 1 or 2 of them. We still have meat or something with us, just barely enough to eat. Fatty Wang had no choice but to sit back helplessly in the distance, muttering under his breath. Yard, this jerky hurts my teeth. They were carrying authentic Inner Mongolian jerky, which had a good flavor, but was very hard and firm. A couple of pieces every now and then is fine, but if you eat too many, the roots of your teeth are tired and raw. But it can't be helped. Adventure isn't tourism. The food carried was also easy to carry and store compressed cookies and jerky and the like, one tougher than the other. Sherry Yang watched Fatty Wang and Enliman fight and turned her face to look at Suemo again. Only to find that Suemo had disappeared. She couldn't help but be a bit puzzled, and got up to look for Suemo. Round a broken wall, only to see a solitary figure, sitting silently on top of the sand. The posture was calm and peaceful, like an old monk in meditation. As it turned out, Suemo heard Fatty Wang fighting with Enliman and didn't even bother to intervene. Turning around, he went to this secluded spot to meditate and regulate. The ruins of this ancient city are very secluded, and at this moment the black sandstorm has gradually subsided. The sky showed many stars. Suemo just wanted to try out his devouring transformation method here. Let's see if we can absorb more heaven and earth aura here to consolidate and enhance our cultivation. After watching his eyes, he felt the aura around him surging as if it were a night mist. It was slowly absorbed by himself into his body, and finally turned into Yuan Qi to gather in the Dantian. Just then, the sound of Shirley Young's footsteps came from behind her. Shirley Young walked behind Suemo and looked at him with great curiosity. She had been observing Suemo with secret curiosity all this way. Because although she was a descendant of the mountain movers, she actually knew very little about the mountain movers. The hand of Kueishin Kikdu that Suemo had revealed in the capital was many times stronger than what his grandfather had taught him. Coupled with the composure and self-possession that Suemo had shown along the way. The fact that he remained unperturbed in the face of the black sandstorm made Shirley Young even more curious about him. Master Su. Shirley Young couldn't help but speak after a moment of silence behind Suemo. Do you think there's any connection between this ancient city and the Jingjie ancient kingdom? Suemo looked back at her and replied with a smile. This is the ancient city of the Western Knights, built much later than the ancient kingdom of Jingjie. But there must still be some connection in it. At that moment, Professor Chen's voice sounded behind him. Mr. Little Su is right, this is indeed the ancient city of Western Knights. It should have been destroyed in battle during the Tang dynasty, but if you want to say whether it has any connection with the Jingjie ancient kingdom, it's really hard to say. Professor Chen and Hao Igwa and the others also came over. Satapeng Yiisen and a few of their students also followed behind. Turns out, they couldn't sleep either, so they were going to come out and look at the ruins of this ancient city. Just in time to see Shirley Young and Sumo here. Satapeng looked at a black statue not far away and couldn't help but say, "Teacher, look at this statue with such big eyes. Could it have something to do with ancient alien worship?" Once he heard him say that, Hao Igwa couldn't help but say, "Sa, you just don't like to take your studies seriously, all you think about every day is ridiculous and bizarre stuff. How could this statue be related to aliens? Our archaeology is a rigorous science, there is no room for nonsense." Satapeng was a little embarrassed at being rebuked and only to look down and silently go to the statue. As he was looking at it, he suddenly saw that in the gap below the statue, suddenly a huge black ant burrowed out. The ant was as thick as a little finger, and after crawling out of the hole in the edge of the stone statue, just crawled towards Satapeng. Satapeng saw this and hurriedly stomped it to death. But just as I trampled one, a few more ants appeared on the root of that wall over there. Yet each one was as thick as a little finger, and before long the ants were getting more and more numerous, their red and black bodies converging on. Surprisingly, it emerged from the wall like a tidal wave. No good, it's desert marching ants. Hubba couldn't help but let out a gasp at the sight. Chapter 31. The ants have become a spirit. In just a few seconds, the desert marching ants around them were already spreading all over the place. It flooded almost all around the area where the expedition was located. Many of the animals that had been hiding among the debris ran away in panic. But they were no match for the speed of the desert marching ants, and a few sandwolves and yellow sheep were soon covered in ants. These marching ants all have ant acid in their mouths. So many ants stinging together. Even elephants can't stand it. These sandwolves and yellow sheep quickly fell to the ground, and in no time their bodies were gnawed to reveal white bones. Desert marching ants are known to munch at a frightening rate. Satapang and the others were so scared that their faces turned white and their hands were at a loss, and Fatty Wang even hurriedly copied his gun and aimed it at the marching ants. Guns are useless, use a shovel. With a cry of fury, Haba took Wang Fatty Satapang and the others to copy the engineer's shovel and slap the marching ants crawling toward them. But the marching ants are so numerous that just now some animals were besieged and devoured by them. So couldn't care less about the expedition. But in the twinkling of an eye those yellow sheep and sandwolves were nothing but white bones. Even the feces of the organs in the chest cavity were swallowed cleanly. Countless desert marching ants quickly turned around and pounced towards the expedition. Use alcohol. Shirley Young suddenly remembered in her moment of crisis that she was carrying alcohol in her gear. These alcohols are used for living and cooking and heating, and as long as you use the alcohol to light it, you should be able to keep these tidal waves of marching ants at bay. With that, she pulled a couple of cans of solid alcohol out of her package and, throwing it towards a few places where the marching ants were dense, he pulled the trigger on them right afterward. Bang bang! With 2 pops, the alcohol canisters were directly knocked out, igniting a flurry of fire. The smell of charred marching ant carcasses filled the air all of a sudden. It smelled, however, with a particular burnt odor that was very unpleasant. Alcohol cans temporarily blocked out a large number of marching ants. Over there, Hubai and the others used the engineer's shovel to keep slapping, finally blocking the momentum of the marching ants' attack for the time being. But there are just too many marching ants. These guys have probably been thriving in this ancient city of the Western Knights for a long time, surviving mainly on the animals that take shelter from the black sandstorms. This will meet the expedition, but it is pouring out, as continuous as the tide. HU blessing. Anriman chimed in as he moved to untie the camel's rope. As soon as Hoopa saw that the old guy wanted to sneak off on his own, he immediately drank. Fatty, hit him in the hat. Okay. Fatty Wang has long looked at Anliman in a bad light. Raising his hand, he shot Aniraman in the head. A shot rang out and cracked Anliman's little hat. He sat down on the floor with a shiver of fear. Comrade Wang, don't shoot. Fatty Wang sneered. If you run again, I'll shoot you in the right eye with the next shot. Anriman hurriedly waved his hand. No running, I was looking at too many ants and helped you guys along first. Habechi, they are too lazy to break up with Anriman, as long as the guy doesn't dare to run. At this point the marching ants had been killed by a few cans of alcohol, but alcohol is something that burns so fast that soon a few of the fire spots of wine went out and more marching ants swarmed towards the group. Shirley Young saw that the marching ants were about to come around again and hurriedly went to pull out the alcohol canister again. At that moment, Suemo shook his head at her. Don't burn it. They don't carry a lot of solid cans of alcohol. If you burn it all down you won't even have clean water to drink, let alone cook and heat it. Suemo glanced at the marching ants in all directions and said in a deep voice. Everybody cover your ears. Everyone couldn't help but stare at his words. What's the point of covering your ears at this point? Hawaigwa couldn't help himself. Comrade Su, you. Shirley Young, however, immediately said. Professor Hao, listen to him, cover your ears. All of them had to cover their ears in disbelief. Instead, his eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at Suemo. Suemo saw that everyone had already covered their ears, and then he gazed and gathered his energy. Then suddenly, his tongue burst into spring thunder and let out a furious cry. Retreat! Boom! A power of the unicorn bloodline. Instantly, as the powerful internal strength of the Shaolin lion's roar radiated out, it was like a huge wave suddenly lifting up on the sea, spreading out in all directions. Though Sherry Young and the others covered their ears tightly. However, he was still able to feel the intensity of this sound wave vibration, and his eardrums were actually buzzing from the vibration. Professor Chen and Hawaigwa are older, and there is a relatively close distance to Suemo, and all of a sudden, they only felt a blackness in front of their eyes. Almost got shocked on the spot. And those desert marching ants instantly buzzed as if they were retreating to the back like a tidal wave. The power of the Qilin bloodline emitted by Sumo's roar. However, it made all these bugs that didn't have any spiritual sense at all instantly fearful, and could only retreat and hide behind the broken walls. The crowd saw this scene, but they couldn't help but be stunned. Just one angry shout scared off a million marching ants? What is this avatar? When Fatty Wang saw the marching ants retreating away, he slowly lowered his hands covering his ears. Couldn't resist a thumbs up. Bullseye, Master Su, this Buddhist lion's roar is too powerful. In the Three Kingdoms, Jia Nida had 3 roars. 1 for the river to flow backward, and 2 to break the Dangyang Bridge. The 3 drinks scared Xiahou Jie to death, scaring millions of Chao's troops back, but your roar is scaring away millions of marching ants. It's even better than Zhang Fei. His compliments were like telling a book, but they were very funny. The amused crowd that was in shock couldn't help but be amused. Sherry Yang looked at Sumo, her eyes were also filled with surprise and admiration. However, Sumo's expression remained grave at this time, his eyes fixed on the marching ants behind the wreckage. Unlike the corpse, those marching ants don't have any spiritual sense. Although they were temporarily scared off by the might of his Qilin bloodline, not all of them fled away and left. Although Hu Bai was also very shocked, he could see that these marching ants were only retreating temporarily. Can't help it. Fatty, cut the white talk, the marching ants are still there. As he was saying this, suddenly a crumbling wall in front of him collapsed, and a huge ant that suddenly crawling out from behind the broken wall. It's a marching ant queen with 6 huge pairs of translucent wings on her back. The body seemed to be the size of a calf, and one head was a foot in diameter, with a red and black body that looked very creepy. This ant has become a spirit. Fatty Wang couldn't help but let out a gasp. Everyone else's faces changed in fear when they saw the ant queen come out. However, after seeing this ant queen climb out, it suddenly lifted its wings and let out a clear cry. Ants don't chirp. The sound this queen makes is caused by wing vibrations. It seems to be how it contacts the swarming ants. With a clear chirping sound, the marching ants that had originally retreated suddenly swooped towards Sumo and the others like a tidal wave once again. Chapter 32, Catching the Thief First, Subduing the Ant Queen with Compulsion Control Technique. Seeing the marching ants pouncing again after the queen's shriek, Sumo's brows couldn't help but frown. This kind of marching ant is even more difficult to deal with than a corpse. Corpse crappers are the most mean objects, living for many years in the waterways of the catacombs, and possessing a certain degree of spiritual awareness. It has a natural fear of the power of the most masculine and strongest unicorn blood. But these marching ants don't have spiritual awareness, and they only take orders from the queen. The fear of unicorn blood wasn't as strong. Although Sumo scared them off with a roar just now, the ant queen let out a shocking cry. Only to have them come back with a vengeance. What to do? Shirley Young had been a little overwhelmed by the sight of the marching ants making a comeback. One hand reaches back to the package containing the alcohol canister. Yiasen saw Di Pang and the others were even more frightened. Hu Bai and Fatty Wang holding an engineer shovel were also pale, and their spines were wet with cold sweat. At this time, Sumo suddenly took an arrow step and instead pierced out towards the tidal wave of marching ants. Master Su! Shirley Yun let out a blistering cry, her face instantly turning white. The scene of the marching ants devouring the yellow sheep and sandwolves just now was witnessed by everyone. If so many marching ants surrounded Sumo, he was afraid that it wouldn't take a minute for him to turn into white bones. Hu Bai and Fatty Wang also changed their faces in shock when they saw this. Master Su, watch out! Amidst the shouts of surprise, Sumo's movements were not half a bit sluggish. In the twinkling of an eye, he reached the front of the tide of marching ants, and with both feet on the ground, he suddenly leapt up and, like a big bird, he instantly swept over a distance of more than 10 feet and jumped onto the ant queen. The ant queen, suddenly mounted, panicked and tumbled to the side. But just halfway through the roll, the body suddenly froze, lying on the ground motionless up. The surrounding marching ants seemed to sense the queen's danger and suddenly they all turned their heads and rushed towards Sumo. The black and red marching ants, like a huge sea of. In the twinkling of an eye, it was about to engulf Sumo, who was riding on the ant queen. But at this moment, the ant queen under Sumo suddenly vibrated her wings and let out a clear cry. The tidal wave of marching ants suddenly stopped, all lying down in place. This scene stunned everyone. Everyone couldn't help but wipe their eyes full of disbelief, staring intently at Sumo, who was riding on the ant queen in the distance. However, he saw Sumo riding behind the ant queen's neck, one hand firmly pressing down on the queen's head. The expression on his face remained as stoic as water. That ant queen, however, had become as tame as a tame pony, lying low on the ground, allowing Suemo to ride behind him. His wings fluttered gently, but he no longer made any movements of resistance. Around them, a large number of marching ants also converged around Suemo and the ant queen. None of them took another step forward, as if they were soldiers who had heard the general's order. They all stopped where they were. I'll be damned, what kind of divine power is this? Master Su. He actually seems to have tamed the marching ants? Is this the divine ability of the mountain-moving Taoist? This is too amazing. Oh my god, this Mr. Su is amazing. Is this a folkloric masterpiece? Fatty Wang and the others couldn't help but open their mouths wide, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Muttered marvels. Shirley Yang looked at Suemo, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with a stunning expression of admiration. The eyes seemed to be full of little stars. Yis and Sadi Pang and other students, at this moment is more like a fanboy fangirl. Eyes and face were full of amazement and shock at Suemo. Even Hao Igui and Professor Chen, the two old-timers. The eyes that looked at Suemo were even more filled with shock and incomprehensibility. Sumo's means, however, had gone beyond what they could imagine. An old man and Lyman even directly knelt down towards Suemo at this time. Allahu Akbar, Huda on high, this must be a miracle from you. Comrade Su must be an angel sent by you. Over here, Suemo jumped down from this ant queen after using the compulsion control technique to control it. The Buddhist lion's roar could only disperse the swarm of ants, it simply could not make the swarm retreat completely. The key point is still with this queen. Therefore, Suemo decided to capture the thief and subdue this ant queen. The compulsion control technique is not only capable of controlling parasites, but also simple-minded creatures like ants. And some of the abilities of the compulsion control technique were also similar to the reasoning behind the ant queen's control of the ant colony. Therefore, after he quickly rode through the ant colony to the queen, he directly used the compulsion control technique on her. This set proved to be effective. After jumping down from the ant queen, Suemo then sent a command to the ant queen through his mind. The queen shook her head before she vibrated her wings and let out a clear cry. The ant colony moved again. Countless marching ants turned around and crawled towards the other side of the ancient city. The queen vibrated twice more before crawling in that direction after the ants. In a short while, the huge ant colony left the area and disappeared without a trace. Everyone then put their hearts down, and when they looked at Suemo again, they were already astonished. Master Su, awesome, I, Wang Kaixin, am truly convinced this time. Fatty Wang first walked over in a few steps and gave Suemo a thumbs up. There's only 1.5 people in this world who can convince me, Wang Kaixin, and old who can only be considered half. You're definitely the only one. Habechi couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, feeling that he could only make Fatty Wang half submissive. Turning his head to look at Suemo, Hubae, however, was also convinced and nodded his head. Master Su, your methods are truly unbelievable, you can even control ants. I, old Hu, am also convinced. Hoop has been in the military for years and has seen a lot of dangerous war scenes and weird stuff. He has also been learning the 16-character Yin and Yang feng shui secret technique since he was a teenager, and has always been quite confident. But having seen Sumo's ability at this moment, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't convinced. Hearing the praise from the two, although Suemo only smiled faintly, his heart couldn't help but move slightly. Hubai and Fatty Wang are two guys who are still capable. Hubai is proficient in the 16 characters of Yin and Yang feng shui secret art, and for many years from the army as a company commander, personal ability should not be underestimated. And although Fatty Wang is very oily, and has a somewhat mixed personality, but he is also a master of the bold and careful shooting skill of a thief. If he accepted these two as his juniors, it would definitely only benefit him in the future. Moving mountains and pouring buckets is never a one-man job, even if it's Partridge Whistle, the mountain-moving Taoist. You also need to team up with Master Dusty to go to Blackwater City, and you need to take Old Yankee and Flower Spirit with you at Bottle Mountain. Other than that, it's nice to have 2 minions to help dig the robber holes. Now this archaeological team Hubai was the leader and guide, while Suemo was only in the capacity of advisor. When we turn around and enter the Jingjie Ancient Kingdom, the identity of the leader of this team, Suemo must carry out the establishment of the. This will allow this expedition to survive the crisis-ridden ancient kingdom of Jingjie and find what they are looking for. Thinking of this, Suemo smiled faintly at the two and said, some small means only, not enough to worry about. But old Hu, your heavenly star feng shui technique these. Instead, we can step it up. If you're willing, I can teach you a couple tricks. Chapter 33, Accepting Disciples Hubei and Fatty Wang, Prince Gumo's Tomb. Hearing Sumo's words, Hubei couldn't help but freeze for a moment, followed by a burst of surprise. Since coming into contact with the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret art, Hubei knew too well the power of this ancient secret art, the various studies in this remnant of the light 16-character Yin and Yang secret art. I'm afraid that even if he studied it for the rest of his life, he wouldn't be able to get through it. The Sumo in front of him, however, was already a man of God in the eyes of Hubei and Fatty Wang. Not to mention, who can do this ability to control the queen to drive away the ants? When he was in the Kunlun Mountains, if he had this ability, why let the ant colony comrades die horribly under the fire ladybugs? Thinking of this, Hubei immediately said, Master Su, are you really interested in teaching me? Sumo nodded and smiled. A man's word is his bond, and when I say I want to teach you a few tricks, I naturally mean it. Hubei was silent for a few seconds and suddenly bowed deeply to Sumo. Since you are willing to instruct Master Su, then I, Old Hu, will officially worship you as my master. Hubei is such a person, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Since Sumo was willing to teach him, and he truly admired Sumo's skills. At this moment, Sumo was willing to instruct himself, and he was going to call himself master and disciple. Age-wise, although Sumo was still a few years younger than him, this was not a problem at all. Between master and disciple, it is supposed to be the one who can do it. When Fatty Wang saw that Hubei had actually worshipped his teacher so dryly, after Zhang Dazue froze in some surprise for a few seconds, he immediately said, Master Su, since you've taken in Old Hu, why don't you take me in, too? We brothers have always been brothers in battle. Jiao is not like Meng is not like Jiao. Yes. Sumo smiled and nodded in agreement. When Fatty Wang heard this, he was overjoyed, then he also bowed deeply to Sumo. Both were born under the red flag, naturally they will not use the old-time kowtowing to pay homage to the teacher that set. This bow was already a representation of their respect and honor for Sumo, as well as their determination to formally worship the master. Professor Sherry Yang Chan and the others saw that Sumo was actually accepting disciples on the spot at this time. Both couldn't help but have a small smile appear on their faces. After this mess of marching ants, the crowd was already convinced of Sumo's ability. Nor did he feel that there was anything wrong with Hubei and Fatty Wang worshipping the master, instead he felt that they could definitely learn a lot of things by following Sumo. Only Fatty Wang paid his respects, but he couldn't help but scratch his head again. Not right, Old Hu, Master, he is the mountain-moving Taoist, we are touching the gold. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by a low voice from Hupa. Don't be ridiculous. It turned out that Fatty Wang was thinking that he and Old Hu should be considered as gold touchers. And Sumo is moving mountain Taoist, worship Sumo is not a string of sect inheritance well. As soon as Hupa thought that Professor Chen and the others didn't know about his identity as a gold-touching captain. Hurrying to interrupt Fatty Wang. Shirley Young, however, had already heard it, and with a slight smile on her face, pretending not to have understood, twisting his face to the side, he went to talk to Professor Chen and Haoigua. Sumo glanced at Fatty Wang and smiled. The so-called Golden Captain, the Mountain Movers, or the Unloading Rex, the Fashu, the Heavenly Officials. It's all just different heritage and techniques. It doesn't matter in this day and age, after all, many sects have been lost. Although I call myself the Mountain-Moving Taoist, what I know is more than just the Kung Fu of the Mountain-Moving sect. Having said that, he took the method of the purple micrographic idea about the connection between the sun, moon, stars and feng shui, told the Hoopla one. As soon as Hoopa heard it, he was enlightened, and he only felt that it was much more subtle than his own heavenly star feng shui technique, and hurriedly memorized all of it for careful consideration. Although Sumo was only talking about something like feng shui techniques in the idea of the purple micrography. Yet Hubei already felt benefited. Then, he taught Fatty Wang and Hubei the Kung Fu of the 5 animal play and Taijiquan. Fatty Wang knew nothing about mountain-moving Kung Fu, but he had some talent for learning martial arts. The 5 animal play and Taijiquan Kung Fu were taught just once, and he had already memorized the tricks of the trade. Sumo taught them the Kung Fu of meditating and regulating their breath again. This would also allow them to work their way upward to cultivate along the path of the human immortal martial path. Hubba pondered Sumo's teachings with a single taste, and after a long silence, he looked up to the sky, and roared. Master, what you have just said has inspired me greatly. I think that according to the method of celestial feng shui and violet micrography, we can tell that there must be ancient tombs underneath this ancient city. Sumo nodded. Can you see the general location of the tomb? Habechi then stood up and surveyed the sky with his compass for a while longer, following the arrangement of the stars in the sky. It was quickly determined that there were indeed tombs underneath the ancient city, and that the entrance to the mausoleum was near an ancient well up ahead. Fatty Wang burst into excitement and then called out to Hawaigwa and the others. Anraman, however, rushed to stop it. You can't. This is a sacred well in the desert. Huda is going to be upset if he moves around. Sumo heard this and twisted his head to look at Enliman. You just said I was an angel sent by Huda, and now I'm going down into the well end. Do you think Huda will still be upset? Enliman was dumbfounded. Shirley Young and Hubba One and Professor Chen and they conferred for a while. It was then decided to go into the bottom of the well and take a look. The crowd then packed up their gear and then Chu Jian and Wang Fatty and saw Dipeng 3 people from the mouth of the well to put the rope. Hubba One then grabbed the rope slowly down to the well. The walls of the well were so smooth that there was scarcely a place to land, and the Hubba slid all the way down to simmer 15 or 16 meters deep into the well, and soon discovered a stone door in the wall of the well. He hurriedly swung his flashlight upward, then drew his crowbar from behind him and pried the stone door open after. Bent down and dug in. Beyond the stone door was a tomb passage, and the air was not foul, seeing that there was no danger within. Hoopa sent a coded signal to the top as soon as he turned his head. Suemo then went down inside with Fatty Wang as well, and Shirley Yang followed afterward. The 4 of them walked forward along the tomb passage for about 50 to 60 meters, but in front of them, they reached another stone gate. After pushing open the stone door but saw that inside was a very spacious and dry stone room. The stone chamber was full of tired white bones, and around it were erected many stone pillars that. There were many air-dried human bones tied to the pillars. At this time, Professor Chen brought Satapeng and Chu Jian down inside as well. Seeing so many human beast skeletons here, both Chu Jian and Sa Dipeng couldn't help but turn a little pale. Careful, don't get stabbed by the bone stubble. Suemo just said lightly, then walked towards the front. Now that he had arrived at Prince Gumo's grave, he definitely had to go forward and explore it a bit. Let's see if there's anything to be gained. Holding the flashlight forward for a few meters, he couldn't help but stop abruptly. However, he saw that on the stone wall in front of him, there was a beautifully painted colorful mural. Shirley Young and Professor Chen's eyes were instantly drawn to the scene in the mural. The mouth couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. This seems to be a portrait of the Queen of the Psycheo. Chapter 34 Void Space, the Power of the Ancient Serpent God. This chamber was so tightly enclosed that the stone door was even covered with animal skins to insulate the air. Therefore, the murals inside the tomb are very well preserved, and the colors are still bright and gorgeous. Several murals in the front illustrate that the tomb's owner was a prince of Gumo during his lifetime. And Gumo is a vassal state of the Jingjie, and every year it dedicates a large amount of treasure, cattle, sheep, and slaves to the Jingjie. This Prince Gumo is known as the embodiment of the sun god, and he is not willing to be enslaved by the Queen of the Jingles. Just wanted to assassinate the Queen of Psycheo, but ended up discovering one of the Queen of Psycheo's secrets. Professor Chen was looking at the mural while explaining to the group that he soon came to the last mural, but suddenly froze. Only this mural shows Prince Gumo peering around a corner waiting for the moment to assassinate and the painting of the Psycheo Queen only has her back. She unveiled the veil with one hand, and the right one was instantly transformed into a shadow. People who have been seen by her disappeared. Professor Chen was also very surprised, and his eyes were fixed on the Queen of Jingjie in the fresco. A look of surprise and doubt. Shirley Young also saw the mural and couldn't help but say in shock. Is this Queen of the Essence a demon? Demons? Professor Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Shirley, what are your thoughts? Shirley Young pointed to the mural. You see, when this queen lifts her veil, those standing across from her become dotted lines of. I'm guessing this man could be a slave or an assassin, an enemy of the queen or a test subject. Hubba couldn't help but say as soon as he heard this. Miss Young, are you saying that this assassin saw the queen's face and just disappeared into thin air? Shirley Young nodded. I mean, this person saw the Psyche Queen's eyes and just disappeared. Habechi couldn't help but shake his head. Is there any mistake? How can a big living person be gone just by looking at it? To the side, Satapang and the rest of them couldn't help but shake their heads. Just by a glance from the Queen of Essence, the person directly turned into a shadow and disappeared. That's incredible too. Completely out of the realm of acceptance for the vast majority of people here. Shirley Young said after thinking and organizing her words. The legend of a queen was recorded by Venerable Xuanzang in the records of the western regions of the Great Tang dynasty. It is said that in the depths of the desert there is a country that dwells underground, and that the eyes of the queen of this country are connected to the passages of the underworld, and that by looking at her enemies, the opponent will then be sent to the underworld. The attire and costumes of the people in this painting are all characteristic of the ancient kingdom of Jingji. And this queen is obviously the queen of Jingjie, in connection with the records of the western regions of the Great Tang dynasty and the description in this mural. Apparently this Psycheo queen's eyes have some sort of magical power. Hearing this, Fatty Wang couldn't help but say. Since the queen is a demon, and anyone who gets a look from her is sent to the underworld, then her mausoleum must be untouchable, so what's the point of us going? Professor Chen smiled at this time and said. This magic of the Queen of the Essence is most likely meant to terrorize their enemies. That's why it was deliberately exaggerated. Prince Gumo was even said to be the incarnation of the Sun War god, and his tomb is nothing more than that. When the people heard this, they all felt that this was the truth. Fatty Wang laughed. That's right, even if this Psycheo queen is really a demon. But what's there to fear since she's dead? Shirley Young nodded and looked at the mural again. Judging from this mural, this Emperor Gumo, after seeing the ability of the Queen of the Jingjie, got a bit of a shock and then came back to Gumo. And as the legend in the Great Tang records of the western regions record, the Queen of Jingjie later came down with a strange disease. One life was lost. After her death, the nations and subjects enslaved by the Queen of the Psycheo soon rebelled and decimated the ancient kingdom of Psycheo. The coalition forces also want to destroy the Queen's tomb. But then a very terrifying black sandstorm suddenly appeared, engulfing the allied forces along with the Jingjie King city, and the Jingjie ancient kingdom has since disappeared into the vast sea of sand. It appears from several of the later frescoes that the prince did not give up, even though he failed to assassinate the. Returning home, he continued to prepare for the assassination, and then he met a soothsayer that. The soothsayer told him to put the poison in the flesh of the golden lamb that had been offered as tribute to the queen, and the queen did die violently after eating it. Shirley Young is really something, just looking at a couple of murals. He then explained the relationship between Prince Gumo and the Jingjie ancient kingdom, as well as the cause of the death of the prince and the queen, all of which were clearly explained. Even Professor Chen, who was on the side, nodded his head repeatedly, looking at Shirley Yang with an expression of relief in his eyes. While they were talking, Suemo had also been watching the mural of the Queen of Essence. As for what was going on with the Queen of the Essence, of course Suemo knew that her eyes had an ability to. The ability to pass a person or object into an imaginary space. But he couldn't possibly say it now without appearing to be too prescient, and Shirley Young and the others don't necessarily believe it. Therefore, he was a bystander, quietly admiring the Queen of Jingjie in the mural. Although this mural is slightly abstract, the image of the Queen of the Essence is still painted in a graceful manner. Just a backdrop looks beautiful. Across from her in a straight line, a man instantly turned into a shadow. The ancient kingdom of the Saikaku, the ghost caves, the imaginary number space, these are all real things. It is never a legend that is based on falsehoods or terrorizes the enemy. The Queen of Sperm is not a banshee. Her eyes, with an ability to move objects and transform space, were called boundless demon pupils. There are ancient gods in this world. Many kinds of ancient gods appeared between heaven and earth during the ancient times, except for the ancient tree of the ghost Feng, the door that devours space, beyond the ever-changing treasure flower, and dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, etc. Suemo and Zhang Qiling's Qilin blood came from the bloodline power of the ancient true god Qilin. And one of the ancient gods, a creature with a giant eye in its head, was the serpent god. This serpent god mind possesses the power of lineage illusion, connecting to the space of imaginary numbers. Can move any object through a spatial channel through the giant eye of the serpent god into void space. Thousands of years ago, the ghost cave people came to Zagrama, and took with them the giant eye of the serpent god. And as a result, they have mastered the power of the void space, and the Queen of the Essence is their representative. But at the same time, they're being affected by the side effects of the imaginary number space, All the clans have carried the curse of their birthright ever since. Looking at the mural and Sherry Yang in front of the mural, Suemo suddenly felt a fatalistic heaviness. At that moment, an aura seemed to flicker in his mind. That is to say, this ability of the ancient god to hallucinate the realm of imaginary spatial rows of numbers. It's something that can be mastered. It was as if he had gained a new realization. You have watched the Queen of the Essence's ability to teleport through imaginary space. Comprehended the primary ability of the boundless demon pupil, shifting shapes and shadows. A prompting tone suddenly came out from Sumo's mind. Immediately afterward, a tidal wave instantly flooded his mind. Chapter 35 Boundless Demon Pupil, Space Beats Water. Shifting shape, on the other hand, is the primary ability of the boundless demon pupil, which can briefly open spatial passages. Relocate yourself or others and objects through space to achieve distance. Hearing the beeps coming from his mind, a marvelous and joyful smile appeared on Sumo's face. In short, shifting is like hitting the ground running. You can think of the space a person is in as water, and imaginary space as air. And shifting is achieved by some kind of power to hit the water on the surface. A person in the water can't see to hit the water. All they could see was the ripples of the stones startling the water. Moreover, this is only a rudimentary ability of line realm illusion, which cannot keep a person in the imaginary number space for a long time. Only very briefly can you make the move over, and then you have to go back to the space in the water. It's like a stone that can only sink after hitting the water. According to the Buddhists, human eyes can be categorized into 7 realms. The first realm is the mortal eye, which is the eye of an ordinary person with normal vision. The second realm is that of the native eye, with eyes as sharp as those of a wild beast. Untainted by the world, one can see things that ordinary people cannot. The higher realm is the celestial eye, which can see the past and future of beings in both realms, such as the eye of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. Above the heavenly eye is the holy eye, which can clearly see the events before and after millions of kalpas, and the eye is boundless. Always see clearly the eternity of the beginning and the end. And there is another kind of eye, the magic eye. This kind of eye can see beyond space, and can even open up imaginary space. Summoning the things of the underworld. Also known as the boundless demon pupil. It is said that Dap, the demonic insect driven by the demon kingdom of Ghost Cave. That is to say, the kind of fire ladybug that Hubai had seen in the Kunlun Mountains back then that was capable of igniting infinite karmic flames and turning people into ashes was something that was summoned through the boundless demon pupil. And the true and most powerful power of the boundless demon pupil was the ability to perform realm illusion. Creating a space that wasn't originally part of the real world through the magic eye. It's like the scene in the city of Wicked Lohai. The comprehension that Sumo had gained now was like the Taoist's shifting shapes and shadows. While it may be just a short moment, it can move people or objects instantly. Feeling the power of shapeshifting, Sumo was pleasantly surprised in his heart while at the same time. The power of the boundless demon pupil felt even more of a sense of awe and anticipation. He also has a ghost seal in his hand. If the boundless demon pupil continued to gain comprehension, could it really be possible to summon in soldiers? By this time, Shirley Young and the others had studied all the murals in the chamber. When Hubai and Fatty Wang saw that there wasn't anything good in the burial chamber, only the joint coffin of Prince Gumo's husband and wife remained, they asked Professor Chen if he wanted to open it and take a look. Professor Chen thought about it and shook his head. We're here on a scientific expedition, with limited power in our hands. It would be bad if opening the coffin hastily causes the artifacts inside to be damaged. Keep this coffin for now and wait until later when you have the conditions to do so. Upon hearing his words, Hubeichi had to stop. Sumo didn't care, anyway, what he came to the Jingjia ancient kingdom for wasn't any bright weapons. Only Fatty Wang was very sorry and looked at the coffin with reluctance. The mind was still wondering if there were any bright objects in there. The crowd then left the crypt and before leaving, Professor Chen asked Satapeng and the others to bring down a few freshly peeled animal skins from above and closed the stone door as it was. After another day of rest and recuperation in the city of Western Nights, the archaeological party proceeded to set out southward. It soon entered the sea of black sand. There's no longer any vegetation to be seen here, not even the hardiest poplars in the desert. A sea of sand so boundless that not a single sign of life could be seen. During the break, Hoopla One asks if Anikaman has ever entered the place. Anraman shook his head. This is the yellow sand hell. Even Huda's old man doesn't want to come here. I've only been here once in a while. Hubba couldn't help but ask once he heard that he had actually been here. So what are you doing here? And Lyman had the grinning look of an old fox. That's what we'd be doing this time, if we hadn't met Huda's favorite white camel. And with Comrade Su, the angel sent by Hudi, I just wouldn't come if I died 100 times. As soon as Hoopa was angry at Anikaman, he turned his head and ignored him. But Anlaman was indeed a master of the desert, with 2 eyes like a shuffleboard, hardly able to make out traces of pokeweed sagebrush in a desert where no signs of life could be seen, and to spot veins of water along the plant's rhizomes. The water in the desert has a lot of salt and alkali in it, but after it is filtered and settled it is drinkable, But it was a solution to the archaeological team's problem. When camping for the night, Anlaman found a suitable place to stay by a sand dune. The group built a sand-proof wall next to the campsite, and then warmed themselves with a fire made of alcohol in preparation for rest. After a day of walking, even Fatty Wang, who liked to talk the most, was no longer willing to speak. All of them were sitting on the sand with tired faces. Satapeng and the others had also long since lost the excitement they felt when they first came to Gobi Beach. At the moment, each one of them had a waxy face with an exhausted expression. Yi Isan couldn't help but complain. Even if it's hot, this wind is blowing as if you've been drying bacon all this time. Don't even want to talk. And Lyman said with a smile. Little girl, this is only the very edge of the Black Desert. 5 more days of walking would be considered deep. I know friends who have gone into the innermost parts of the Black Desert. That's where it gets really scary. They say there's a land of dreams in the depths. Once inside you can see lakes and rivers and beautiful women and even some legendary beasts of burden. But they will never touch the edge of these things even if they die of thirst and exhaustion. It's all a trap laid by the devil to lure people to their deaths. But we have Huda's blessing, surely we won't have to encounter. What Lyman said was very amazing, and Satapeng Yiisin and the others were all mesmerized. Shirley Young pursed her lips. What Anlaman is talking about could be a mirage in the desert, or it could be a hallucination from dehydration. After saying that, she pulled up Yiisin. Xiao Yi, let's go over there and take a look. Knowing that they were probably going to the other side of the dune for convenience, Suemo said. You guys bring your flashlights and whistles, and if you need anything, blow your whistles fast. Shirley Young agreed and went to the other side of the dune with Yiisin holding hands. Fatty Wang then asked Hubai if he still had any wine. Habechi couldn't help but spit. It's just that bringing a barrel of wine won't be enough for you to drink, and you'll have trouble drinking water later, so just bear with me. Fatty Wang could only shake his head and muttered when he heard this, and turned around just to lay down his sleeping bag and sleep. Suddenly an eager, shrill whistle could be heard from the side of the dune. The crowd couldn't help but jump up in a hurry and run in the direction the whistle was coming from. However, Yiisin was seen sinking into the sand on the side of a dune. There is often quicksand in the desert, and once a person gets stuck in it, the more they struggle, the faster they get stuck. In less than a few seconds it will be engulfed in quicksand. Yiisin had already sunk in most of his body by now. Only the chest and above remained outside the quicksand, a face full of fear. Shirley Yang did not have any tools with her, so she can only drag Yiisin hard while lying on the edge of the quicksand, while blowing a whistle to call for help. Chapter 36 More Possibilities Without Shirley Young's Worship. When the group of people saw Yiisin fall into quicksand, they all panicked. Satapeng and the others were looking for ropes and preparing the engineer's shovel. Hubai also hurriedly undid his belt and tried to tie Yiisin's arms to drag her out. At this time, Suemo, however, walked over quickly and, walking directly to Yiisin's side, a hand grabbed her shoulders. Strange to say, that piece of sand had obviously sunk Yiisin's body down most of the way. However, it didn't collapse when Suemo walked over. Suemo grabbed Yiisin's shoulders and lifted her out with one hand. It's not quicksand, it's just that there's still space underneath the sand, and Xiaodia happened to step on it and got stuck. It turned out that Yiisin had just walked through here and happened to step on a broken stone slab underneath the place. The stone slab suddenly encountered weight, suddenly sinking, sucking her in like quicksand in an instant. Shirley Young, in her panic, also took it for quicksand. Plus Yiisin is located in the sinkhole space small to produce a suction, but a moment cannot drag it out. Whereas Suemo possessed the Taiyin viewing thoughts, he was able to see the mystery of this place at a glance. Therefore, he stood on the more solid place next to him and pulled Yiisin out as soon as he could. A bunch of people were in a false alarm, but their admiration for Suemo deepened another layer. Fatty Wang couldn't help but say, "Master, how could you tell at a glance that it wasn't quicksand?" Suemo smiled faintly. The quicksand can't be just this small, but a whole area of flowing subsidence. If Yiisin really stepped on quicksand, Sherry Yang would sink in too. Yi-san was in shock and nodded after hearing Sumo's words. Well, it looks like there are holes underneath where I just stepped, and it sure doesn't look like quicksand. As soon as Hubba walked over to where Yi-san had just sunk in and took a closer look. Then he took out his engineer's shovel and dug 2 handfuls, but he saw that there were indeed a few broken slabs underneath. There are traces of an explosion. He looked at the break in the slate and said, the broken stubble of the slabs appears to be a precisely directed blast. And not just any explosives. Hubei had military experience and was well aware of the effects of military explosives. A quick glance showed that the slabs had been blown up with military explosives. Apparently, it's been blasted by some team in possession of military explosives. There was space left underneath, thus Yi-san sunk in. Fatty Wang then picked up the engineer's shovel and cleared the sand out with Hubei. A hole was indeed revealed underneath. It's a stone tomb from the Wei and Jin dynasties, and the seams of the stones have been glued with hempfish glue. But most of the bodies in the coffins inside were gone, and there was only one coffin with a broken female body inside, but only the head was left. It looks like this place has just been burglarized in no more than 3 or 5 days. Habechi said with a frown as he looked at the messy tomb. These guys are using Russian-made military explosives. The methods are just as rough and vicious as those foreign explorers. Shirley Young and Professor Chen nodded as they listened. Here, because of its close proximity to the Sioux. Often, foreign explorers would sneak into the territory under various names or secretly to excavate various ancient tombs for profit. Their methods are so savage that they often leave nothing in their wake. A total destruction of monuments and artifacts. Professor Chen said with some pain. This Wei and Jin dynasty tomb is of great heritage value, unfortunately. Haligwa couldn't help but frown as well. Since these people have just been excavating for 3 or 5 days, but we came here with no trace of them at all. That means they've probably also penetrated deeper into the Black Desert and are heading towards the Jingjie ancient kingdom. It would be a disaster if we encountered them. The crowd couldn't help but be a little worried. These foreigners have military explosives in their hands, and they must have sophisticated weapons. Sumo and their archaeological team, on the other hand, only Hubei and Fatty Wang have guns in their hands, and Professor Chen and his team are a bunch of nerds who are old and young. In case he ran into one, he was certainly no match. Fatty Wang was giving a cold laugh at this time. Fear the hammer. Think of the fat master eye in the Naya Oasis. A gun still killed a group of bandits ass, really want to meet this gang of grandson, I and old who can make them eat and take a pocket. Not to mention we have Commander Yang on our side, and my master. Hearing him say that, the crowd was slightly more at ease. Other than that, everyone had seen Sumo's ability. He was able to tame even such a terrifying and bizarre creature as an ant queen. Those Sioux expedition people are naturally out of the picture. Suemo smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He knew that this Sioux expedition was also headed for the ancient kingdom of Jingjia. And yet, I wonder if he has already died on Mount Zagrama as in the original story. After returning to the camp, Suemo thought for a moment and called Fatty Wang and Hubei over. Since you worship me as your teacher, I will teach you the method of cultivation as well. Sumo's devouring transformation method, Fatty Wang and Hubei naturally could not learn it. However, the method of practicing exhalation to obtain cultivation vital energy in it was something they could learn. Although the speed would certainly be more than 100 times slower than Sumo's. However, as long as one studies diligently to meditate and exhale daily, one can also accumulate some Yuan Qi. Since Hubei and Fatty Wang have already worshipped him. Human immortal martial arts skills should also teach them some. We can't just let them learn some internal and external kung fu such as 5-bird play Tai Chi Quan. There's no point in practicing. Hearing that Suemo was going to teach his skills again, both Fatty Wang and Hubei couldn't help but feel happy. Hurrying to sit beside Suemo and listen carefully to his explanation. These two people are not stupid in the brain, Suemo just spoke once, they all memorized it, Soon after, he began to meditate and exhale according to the method taught by Suemo. Sumo turned his face to look at him and realized that Sherry Young was silently watching him, It seemed to be very curious, but it was just that he was in the way of teaching Hubei and Fatty Wang, so he didn't come over. Sumo thought about it and waved her hand with a slight smile at Sherry Young. Shirley Young pursed her lips and smiled slightly as she walked over. Master Su, you're teaching your disciple, it's not good for me to observe. Suemo smiled faintly. It's not that big of a deal, you learn it too, it's definitely good for you. Shirley Young laughed. Let's make a deal, even if you teach me, I won't worship. When she said this, she glanced at Sumo, but her face quietly reddened for some reason. The moon was as silver, and the sudden flush of scarlet on her face looked but delicate as a flower. It made Sumo look at it and couldn't help but feel a slight stirring in his heart. What does it mean when a woman blushes at the sight of you? How could Sumo, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, not understand? It suddenly dawned on Sumo why Shirley Yang was insisting on not worshipping her master. If she worships her master, she'll become Sumo's disciple. Moving mountain Daoist status as a fellow disciple coupled with the master and disciple restriction, there must be no more possibilities in the future, right? Thinking of this, Sumo looked at Shirley Yang, but met with a pair of beautiful eyes that she raised. Shirley Yang's cheeks suddenly reddened even more, like a flower suddenly blossoming in the moonlight. Chapter 37 Yuan Qi transits the body, Zagr Divine Mountain. After leaving from the stolen tomb, the archaeological team moved forward for another 5 days. During the rest of the night, Hubao Wang Fatty and Shirley Yang then follow Sumo taught the method of cultivation of spitting. 3 days later the three surprisingly has reached the realm of martial artists. Although it was only the primary stage of the human immortal martial way, considered just stepping into the threshold of the martial way. There was just an accumulation of Yuan Qi within the Dantian, but it was already very rare for ordinary people. It was evident that all 3 of them also possessed a certain amount of talent for cultivating the human immortal martial Dao. Shirley Yang insisted on not worshipping her master, but she was vaguely closer to Sumo. Along the way, without waiting for Sumo to speak, she would bring him food and water. There was a special closeness and concern in the action. Hubei and Fatty Wang saw it, but they both muttered darkly in their hearts. Feelings of this young commander no wonder refused to worship master, this is thinking about to be the 2 of them master's wife. However, at this point in time, Hubei had just met Shirley Yang not long ago. Naturally, he would not develop more affection like in the original, and seeing Shirley Yang and Sumo getting close, his heart was happy for Sumo. The crowd rode along on camels. By the time he reached the depths of the Black Desert, all traces of the Zidu Dark River were gone, and even the toughest of the pokeweed grasses that were hidden in the sea of sand were nowhere to be seen. Professor Chen and Hao Igua, both of whom were already old, arrived here blushing every day. The lips were dry like a riverbed that hadn't rained in years. Even Satapang Chu Jian and the rest of them, the young men. He was also groggy during the day while riding on his camel, as if he were a dying fish in a dry riverbed. However, after Hubao Wang Fatty and Shirley Yang cultivated according to Sumo's method. But it was much better than the others, not only could they bear the sun and the hot wind better than Satapang and the others. You can also trek all day and still retain your energy. Sumo, on the other hand, sat hunched over all the way. Not only was his face always as calm as water, even his eyes were still as bright as the morning star, and he couldn't see the slightest hint of fatigue. The procession moved forward for 2 more days, and there was no sign of the mysterious foreign expedition on the road, but on the 3rd day Shirley Yang saw the compass in her hand begin to spin around. Sumo looked at the compass that kept spinning in her hand. Knowing that the front had entered the magnetic range of the Zagr magnetic mountains, Shirley Yang took out the book of notes left behind by the English explorer and after flipping through a few pages, said, "This English explorer says in his notes. After he lost track of the Zagr Dark River in the depths of the Black Desert, he saw 2 huge black magnetic mountains that all compasses were rendered useless under the black peaks of the 2 black magnetic mountains as if they were 2 black samurai warriors left behind from ancient times, guarding a mysterious gate. Behind the mysterious gate is the Black Valley. In there is a mysterious ancient city that has been hidden for thousands of years." When she finished, she closed her notes and looked away frowning. "It looks as if we're not far from Mount Zagr." And Lyman, who had been sitting on the hump in a state of mental resignation, also suddenly came to life when he heard her words. "Yeah, I heard about it once from a friend who'd been to the Black Desert. Deep in the Black Desert are 2 sacred mountains, one black and one red, in which are buried the Prophet's lamas." Shirley Yang nodded, but her brow furrowed. If there really are these 2 great mountains nearby, it's possible that the Zagr Dark River was cut off underground by the magnetic mountain and then disappeared into thin air, but it's surprising that we can't see the mountain at all. As he was talking, suddenly there was a loud thud behind him. The crowd turned their heads, but they saw Yi Yisun fall headfirst from the camel's back. It turned out that Yi Yisun was already in the weakest physical condition, and after many days of trekking in the Black Desert, the body had reached the limit of what it could take, and the mind had been foggy for the last half day. This will, moreover, black out directly fainted. Shirley Yang rushed over to pick her up off the floor, and when she touched her forehead it was burning hot. No good, she's definitely dehydrated too much. Hu-Ba-Yi hurriedly took the bag of yogurt that he had been unable to drink and fed some to Yi-Sun. Shirley Young brought over some more medicine for her to take. After taking the medicine, Yi-Sun calmed down a lot, but was still in a coma. Suemo took a closer look at Yi-Sun with his Taiyin Guanyin. It was discovered that she was just dehydrated too much beyond her body's capacity to handle, and that's why she fell into a coma. This is equivalent to the body's self-protection mechanism after it has been overloaded with. It would then fall into a coma or dormant state, keeping the person from dying outright. Suemo then stretched out a palm and pressed it tightly against Yi-Sun's undershirt. He urged his body to ferry the full amount of Yuan Qi into Yi-Sun's body. This method of Yuan Qi transition came from the devouring transformation method. It's not the kind of martial arts mastery internal delivery that other people think it is. Rather, it is similar to a Qigong healing means. Simply put, it is to catalyze the other party's internal Qi and blood with Yuan Qi, helping the other party to recover quickly. After a while, Yi-Sun's waxy little face gradually gained some blood color. Breathing has also gotten steadier. Satapeng and the others were watching with jaws agape. Master Su is really powerful. It seems like we've only seen this kind of tactic in martial arts movies. This can't be supernatural powers. Hu-Ba-Yi and Fatty Wang and Shirley Yang have learned the breathing and exhaling method from Suemo. Nature knows what's going on. However, their gong methods were too shallow, so they naturally couldn't do Sumo's means. What the hell do you know, my master is using Qigong to help cure Xiao Yi. Fatty Wang said with a few moments of triumph. You guys see if Yi is breathing much more steadily. Chu Jian Sa Dipeng saw that Yi-Sun's signs had indeed stabilized a lot. The hearts were all impressed and envious. Suemo then asked Shirley Yang to lay Yi-Sun flat on the hump so that she could get rest on the hump. He then stared off into the distance. Beneath the purple microcosm, in the distance, at the end of heaven and earth, a black line appeared vaguely that an unusual person could not even see. That's Mount Zagrama. Suemo pointed towards that place. Mount Zagrama is right there. Speed up, everybody. There'll be a place to fix it up when we get there. The people heard his words, but already convinced, and then they all accelerated the speed, toward the direction Suemo pointed out. Sure enough, after another half-day's forward progress, the black ridge of Mount Zagrama, gradually, it appeared in front of everyone's eyes. So it turns out that Mount Zagrama, which Master Su could see from so far away. We won't be able to see it until then. What a god! Sa Dipeng and the others' admiration for Suemo at this time could already be said to be fivefold. As soon as Hu-Ba looked toward Suemo, he also had an expression of admiration and worship. From that far away, Sumo could see where Zagrama was. This, however, was not many orders of magnitude stronger than his heavenly star feng shui technique. Toward the latter part of the night, the group finally arrived at the bottom of Mount Zagrama. By this time, it was moonlit, and the two great black peaks of Mount Zagrama, it was like two huge black warriors under the moonlight, standing calmly in the boundless sea of sand. Chapter 38, The Creepy Corpse in the Valley, Seeing Aham and the Pure. The moon is like water, and the temperature among the Zagrama mountains at night has cooled down a lot. The cold wind blew from between the two black rocks with a sharp whistle, as if the devil were wailing from the underworld. Anriman looked at the black stone in the distance, fear written all over his face. Rolling over and jumping off the back of the camel, he dropped to his knees and began to pray. Fatty Wang couldn't help but taunt as he watched. Master Anriman, isn't praying at this time the same as improvising? Anriman, however, ignored him and prayed for a moment before standing up and saying, Blessed who, we're here at last, but I don't want to go in. Just stay here and wait for you guys. Suemo knew that he was trying to find another opportunity to sneak away, so he smiled slightly and said, Anliman, you said I was an angel sent by Huda. But when you get here you're not willing to go in with us, is it because you can't trust Hudi? Anriman froze for a moment, only to smile sarcastically a few seconds later. Comrade Su, of course I trust you, but this place is a bit scary. My old man doesn't want to go in there. Suemo smiled faintly. Don't worry, now that I'm on the team. Everyone here I will bring out in peace. His words were calm, but there was a confidence and candor in his voice. As the saying goes, a gentleman's promise weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. Everyone felt the weight of the promise in his words, and all of them couldn't help but feel a warmth in their hearts. Fatty Wang immediately said, Anraman, do you hear me? This is my master's promise. He says we'll be fine. It'll definitely go out in one piece. Shirley Young nodded back. Master Su is right, we are all on the same team. If we want to go in, we should go in together. If we're going to come out, we're going to come out one by one, so everybody don't fall out. Hearing their words, Anraman was silent for a long time and sighed. Well, come on, I believe what Comrade Su says. My old man will never think of anything else, let's go in together. It was only then that Anraman was completely dissuaded from trying to sneak away. Honestly, I'm ready to enter the Zagrama Valley with everyone else. Shirley Young breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Enliman's words. Turning his head to look at Yeeson, who was still passed out on the hump, he whispered to Suemo. The problem now is to find clean water in a hurry, and then we'll all recuperate and... Otherwise everyone won't last. If we can't find a clean water source again, not to mention the now sleeping Yeeson. It was Professor Chen and Hawaigwa, the two old men, who just couldn't hold out. Sumo nodded. Let's go into the valley first. The people then walked forward, and in a short time they stepped into the valley between two black rocks, But after arriving at the mouth of the valley, the camel refused to go forward, no matter how Enliman whipped it. They are all wriggling and refusing to go. Shirley Young frowned. Did something up ahead spook these animals? Habechi then took out a cold firework, tapped it and threw it in front of him. Just see the valley in front of both sides are dark strange stone, the ground is a yellow sand, but not even a plant cannot be seen, There wasn't anything unusual about it either. Habechi then took a few steps forward before throwing a second cold firework with force. This cold firework was thrown dozens of meters away, and the firelight illuminated But he saw that a white shadow was actually sitting under the dark mountain rocks, like a ghostly shadow in the darkness. There's a ghost. Kenshu let out a cry of fright. Fatty Wang, however, was a mixed bag and raised his hand, ready to raise his gun and shoot. Instead, Habechi held down the barrel of the gun with one hand. Don't fight, it's human. Habechi then walked over to the white shadow, but the white shadow was a dead body. This dead body was clothed in a white robe, and had a sand-proof turban tied around its head. It looked like an Arab outfit, but inside the white robe was an army green combat suit with a backpack on his back. It's not surprising to come across a body in the desert, but this male corpse was in a very strange state of death. He sat there with his eyes looking up at the sky, but his skin was a shade of green, glowing eerily under the cold smoke and fire. There are still dead people over here. Chu Jian let out an exclamation from the side. Suemo and Hu Bai they rushed over to look at it. But then I saw that there were indeed bodies by the rocks over there, and more than one of them. For male corpses, also dressed in white robes, lying on the ground, but in almost identical states of death. Eyes looking horribly up into the sky, a greenish tint to his skin, and a few submachine guns scattered around him. Fatty Wang picked up a submachine gun and looked it over before saying, "Wicked, it's even loaded. Did they meet some kind of enemy?" Hubba glanced nearby, but saw that there were indeed some shell casings scattered on the ground. Looks like it, but there's no bullet holes or anything like that on them. No blood either. At that moment, Enliman said in horror, "I see, they must have met the devil here, and these devils can't be killed by guns and bullets, and their guns are useless even if they are loaded." Habechi they couldn't help but frown at that. Anraman is deeply religious and interprets everything in terms of gods and ghosts. Favorably, Hu Bai they could not figure out the cause of death of these dead people at this time, not to mention how to refute him. At that moment, Hawaigwa suddenly sighed. These people must have been in some kind of danger to die here. Why don't we find a way to bury him? I hate to see these. With that, he reached out and prepared to move a body to bury it. Hu Bai suddenly realized that it was not good, and broke out into a loud curse. "Stop! You old fart, don't touch! Before the words are out of my mouth." Suddenly from the mouth of the corpse that Hawaigwa had moved, a long, black-colored snake sprang out. The snake was half a foot in length, and its body was as thick as a thumb. A strange and bizarre black crown of flesh was born on his head, and it suddenly popped out from the mouth of the dead body and ran towards Hawaigwa like lightning. The snake's mouth opened and bit towards Hawaigwa's arm. Hawaigwa didn't react at all, his face suddenly and instantly changed drastically, but his arm was still in mid-air. Seeing that the snake's mouth was about to bite his arm, suddenly a figure appeared instantly from his side. The lightning pinched the 7 inches of this long black snake. The crowd fixed their eyes on him, but it was none other than Suemo. Suemo pinched the snake's neck and said in a deep voice, Nobody move, this cockatoo snake is highly poisonous. This black cockle snake is none other than the infamous Jetsami Ahan of the Zagrama Valley. The toxin in its body is enough to poison an elephant, and once a person is bitten he can meet his death in a few seconds. The crowd couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as they panicked and took a few steps back. However, when Shirley Yun looked at Suemo, a touch of strangeness appeared in her eyes. When Hawaigwa moved the body just now, Suemo was beside another body several meters away from him. Just as Hawaigwa was about to move the body, he suddenly flashed to Hawaigwa's side with a flash from a few meters away. The figure was so fast that it only left a residual shadow on Sherry Young's retina. What kind of kung fu is this? Chapter 39. It's an adventure, Madonna's heart's early departure. What Suemo used just now was precisely shifting shadow. When he saw how moving the body, he knew he was in trouble. Immediately, he used shifting shadow to quickly reach Hawaigwa's side. If not for this, Hawaigwa would have already met the King of Hell as in the original. Sumo's fingers exerted their power, and with a click, he pinched and broke the neck bone of Jayunami Ahan. Then threw it to the ground to crush its triangular head with its crown of flesh with a single stomp. But over here he's just stomped the head off of this pure-seeing Aham. Several snake shadows suddenly popped out of the mouths of the other three corpses in the same manner. These monstrous snakes, with their black bodies and crowns of flesh on their heads, came out of the mouths of the dead bodies as if they were springs. The movement was astonishingly fast. If not for the fact that Suemo had already ordered everyone to retreat just now. I'm just afraid that at this point it would be difficult for everyone to avoid their sudden attacks. It's a good thing everyone had pulled away by this time. Hubai and Fatty Wang then copied the engineer's shovel and slashed at the two black snakes. Fatty Wang severed the neck of a Jetsami Ahan with a single shovel blow. But the snake's head suddenly popped up again on the ground and jumped towards Hawaigwa. At the critical moment, Suemo suddenly probed out two fingers and... But it was as precise as pinching a flea on the head of a snake. Click it. The snake's head was instantly crushed by his two fingers. Slap the snake's head. Suemo let out a furious cry. Hubai and Fatty Wang then changed their strategy, and the engineer's shovel in their hands changed from chopping to shooting. Within moments, the heads of the two remaining Jetsami Ahan were smashed to pieces with an engineer's shovel. Hawaigwa suffered 2 life-and-death crises in a row, and at the moment, his face turned green with fear. Sitting on the ground gasping for air, his whole body trembling, it took a while for him to catch his breath, barely squeezing out a trace of a smile and said, "Thanks to Mr. Su. Otherwise, my old bones would have to die here." Suemo glanced at him, and the expression on his face suddenly became cold and grave. "Professor Hao, Professor Chen, I have something I must say here first. You're all famous archaeologists in this country. Competence and learning do qualify as archaeological luminaries, but..." His voice became quiet and strong as his words changed. "This is not just an archaeological operation, it's an expedition, and there's no room for carelessness. Otherwise there's a good chance someone will die here. At the mouth of the valley I said that since I joined the team. Just do what you can to keep everyone safe and get you all back in one piece, and that's both what I'm trying to do for this team. It's also my small contribution to the cause of archaeology. But if we all want to go back in peace, we must never make any trouble. Much less a bit of inadequate sanctimoniousness. These dead bodies are nothing more than some foreign expedition. It was their destiny to die here. Your bodhisattva hearts are better left for when you return to the capital and meet those kittens and puppies. Here they will only bring you unnecessary trouble. From now on, all of you will listen to me on anything but archaeology. I won't let you move. You'll have to keep your hands and feet under control, even if it kills you. Otherwise I'd rather you didn't enter this valley right now." The reason why Suemo spoke like that. It was mainly for Hawaigwa and Professor Chen and the 3 students. These 5 men, in addition to having specialized knowledge of archaeological, the ability to survive in the wild is literally zero. Unlike at King Lu's palace, when, with the exception of Wu Tianjin, Uncle Wu Sandakue and Pan Zi all had a certain amount of kung fu in them, so Suemo didn't need to worry too much about their survival. And I'm afraid that this Jingjie ancient city is even more dangerous than King Lu's palace. However, the only people in this team who had the ability to carry the danger were Hubao Wang Fatty and Shirley Yang, and there was still the need to bring Professor Chen and a few of his weaklings. That's why Suemo said these words so gruffly. He must make clear his leadership position in the ranks, and completely overpower Hawaigwa and the others. Make them realize that they're not even except for a specialty like archaeology. When any situation arises, everyone must listen to Sumo, otherwise he really can't bring it. Much less guarantee the safety of these people. After hearing Sumo's words, Xu Jian and Sa Dipang were both silent. Hao Aigua's face, on the other hand, was a bit ugly. Professor Chen coughed and laughed. Mr. Little Su is right, although we old-timers have some knowledge in archaeology. But the survivability in the wild may even be negative. Old how you almost got yourself killed with your actions just now, all this compassion is indeed unnecessary. Hao Aigua sighed softly after a moment of silence. He's stubborn and old-fashioned, but he's not uninformed. He also knew that his compassion almost killed him just now, and Sumo even saved him twice in a row. If it wasn't for Sumo, his old bones would have been ruined here. Like these foreigners who were bitten to death by Jiaoshiahan, they became a dead body with a horrible expression and blue skin. I did get too emotionally involved, and Mr. Su was right. It's not just an archaeological operation, it's an expedition, and there are just too many risk factors. From now on, we'll listen to you in everything except archaeology, Mr. Su. Sumo nodded when he saw that Hao Aigua had heartily agreed to his conditions. On the side, Hu Bai and Fatty Wang quietly gave a thumbs up. Hao Aigua has always been a smelly, hard presence on the archaeology team. Even Professor Chen had to give him a few points of face. Xu Jin saw Dipang, they even saw him like a mouse seeing a cat, honest as hell. However, at this moment, when Sumo's words came out. This old codger is however behaving like a child who has done something wrong. Master Bull critic. Both Fatty Wang and Hu Bai were heartily praised. Shirley Young, on the other hand, quietly glanced at Sumo, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The expression in the beautiful eyes seemed to say, how true. Sumo smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. He only needed to clarify the leadership position of the archaeological team right now. Just let Hao Aigua and the others obediently listen to their instructions, not to reprimand Hao Aigua or pretend. The words he spoke at the mouth of the valley all came from his heart. Since he came to this archaeological team, he wanted to bring everyone back safe and sound. Including those who died in the original. Now that Hao Aigua has managed to get through the ghostly gate at his hands. Whether or not he could bring everyone out unharmed in the Jingjia ancient city next was up to him. Everyone then left the side of a few bodies and continued toward the front. Unconsciously, a morning light had appeared in the distance. The light gradually turned rose-colored on the black stone mountain, and finally turned into a blood red, and the boundless sand sea was like gold under this weird blood-colored morning glory. In the distance, the ruins of a huge city unfolded in front of all of them. The city is lined with buildings of brick and earth and stone, with countless broken walls of towers and walls, although most of the buildings have collapsed and weathered. But it is still possible to see the majestic weather it contains. The ancient city of the essence, here it is. Chapter 47 Layers of the Black Pagoda, 7 Levels of Faustian Feats. The distance from the past to the ancient city of Jingjia isn't too far. Sumo and the others soon arrived within the shattered ancient city. Yi Isin was still in a coma, but she had only gained some consciousness. Although Sumo's use of Yuan Qi to cross her body had sort of helped her out of danger, her forehead was still a bit hot. This type of dehydration is very aggressive and access to clean drinking water is essential. Sumo glanced at the broken walls in the shattered ancient city and said, such desert kingdoms are often built where underground rivers are close to the surface. Especially since there must be ample underground water resources in the vicinity of the king city, finding the king city should be enough to find underground water. Professor Chen nodded, and then Hao Aigua used their archaeological knowledge to. The general location of the king's city was quickly discerned. All traveled along the ruins to the middle of the ancient city, but there, except for the tilted and decaying black tower, there were no other buildings, not even decent homes, just a weathered dirt wall. Professor Chen thought for a moment and said, the royal city here was probably built underground. Let's look down from the black tower. Let's see if we can find the entrance to the underground palace. Sumo glanced at the neighborhood. His idea of the purple microcosm can only pass through the sun, the moon, and the stars. Or the chi view of the earth's veins to find where the underground palace mausoleum is located, but at the moment the sun has just risen is covered by a gray cloud. The ancient city was again full of yellow sand and broken walls, and it was impossible to find traces from all this weather. If you stand on top of the black tower, it may be possible to see the end of the geographic chakra through the Zhui Guan Sea. So Sumo nodded, and then led Hu Bai and Fatty Wang towards the black tower. At this time, Yi Isin finally came to his senses, but he was still only a little weak. Shirley Young then fed her some fresh water. After drinking the water, Yi Isen's condition was much better, although her spirit was still very much in a comradely state. But the danger to life is gone. With proper grooming, and after feeding with saline and other items, and she'll slowly recover. Suemo was afraid of an accident if they stayed down there. And Professor Chen and the others wished to enter the stone tower to have a look, so they all walked into the black stone tower together. Only the stone wall of the first floor in the tower was inscribed with many densely packed characters of ghostly caves. Between each layer of text there were also stone goats carved, which looked so strange that even Professor Chen and the others had trouble understanding it. On the second level, there was a stone statue of a man, no different in size from a normal human being, except for the shape of a high nose and deep eyes. Carrying the distinctive characteristics of the Westerners, the third level contains the giant pupil stone men like the ancient city of Western Knights. Satapeng couldn't help but be a little surprised to see the third floor. Professor, what is this tower for and why are there stone statues on every floor? Professor Chen thought for a moment and said. This black tower is supposed to show the status of the Ghost Cave clan. Each layer of stone statues represents a different level. The writing and the stone goats in this first level represent livestock, and if I'm not mistaken, there should be another layer underground, representing slaves and territorial evil spirits. The high-nosed, deep-eyed stone statues on the second level are the ordinary human of the Western lands. The giant pupil stoners on the third level are a kind of worship of the eye. Fatty Wang laughed. I can guess even at my level, the fourth floor must be the queen statue. With that, he grabbed the fourth floor. However, the scene on the fourth floor was from beyond everyone's expectations. The stone statues in this layer are very strange, snake-bodied and human-headed, but born with stout limbs. The hind legs were stout as beasts' ladders, but the forelimbs were humanoid, and in their hands they held sharp swords and shields, while their heads were the figures of fierce and vicious men. It looks like an angry Vajra in a Buddhist temple, but there are black hair bun-like orbs at the back of the head, just like the crown of fleshborn on the head of Jioshiahan. Professor Chen and the others came up and couldn't help but TSK at the sight of these stone statues. It seems that this layer represents the guardian deity of the ancient kingdom of Jingjie. It's close to the image of the black snake in the mouths of those dead bodies, so it should be a kind of snake god. Sumo nodded. Professor Chen was right about the weird stone statues on this floor. It is the Jokomi Iahan that guards the ancient kingdom of Saikyo, except that it is shown in this pagoda with a human face and a serpent's body. Fatty Wang laughed at Professor Chen's words. On the fifth floor, it should be the queen's statue. The crowd then came to the fifth floor, but were surprised to find that the fifth floor was surprisingly empty. Only the walls were carved with many secret texts of ghost caves. Hubai couldn't help but be very surprised and asked Professor Chen. Was this floor stolen by grave robbers? How come there's nothing on it? Professor Chen was also a bit confused and hesitated to say. Let's see if there's anything up there before we say anything. The crowd then made their way to the top floor. But in the center of the top floor stood a black throne, on which sat the statue of a woman. It looks like the dress is very gorgeous, but the face is also carved veil, completely unable to see her appearance. However, the image of this woman was exactly the same as the image of the Queen of Jingjie in the mural in the tomb of Emperor Gumo. Abechi couldn't help but look confused. How is it that this queen even has her own statue veiled? Is she afraid to show her true colors? Fatty Wang sneered. As I see it, she is just pretending, most likely ugly and afraid to meet people. But looking at the statue, this is still a good figure. Professor Chen looked carefully at the statue and said after a moment of deep thought. This seven-tiered black tower is clearly a manifestation of the rank of the Jingjie ancient kingdom. The queen is on the uppermost level of the stone tower, representing supremacy in the ancient kingdom of Saikyo. Fatty couldn't help but ask. Then why is the fifth floor empty? At this time, Suemo, who hadn't said anything, smiled faintly. It's imaginary number space. Hubai and Fatty Wang were again confused when they heard this. Professor Chen, Haoigua, and Shirley Yang have done some research on the Jingjie culture. After hearing Sumo's words, but he couldn't help but nod his head. Above the serpent-faced demon is the space of imaginary numbers. And the fact that the queen is above void space suggests that it is she who is in complete control of this mysterious power, and there's an eye at the top of the tower. It means the queen's power comes entirely from her eyes. The crowd couldn't help but feel a little hairy in their hearts when they heard this. Is there really an imaginary space in this world? And the Queen of Essence is able to control the opening and closing of the void space through her eyes? Suemo naturally knew of the existence of imaginary number space. His shape-shifting came from the realization of the imaginary number space. At this moment, he looked at the scene in the stone tower, yet there seemed to be some new realization in his mind. This kind of black tower together with the underground layer has 7 layers, and the ancient 7-level pontoon is extremely close. 7, a very mysterious number. There are 7 colors in the rainbow, 7 continents in the earth, and in Buddhism, there are 7 great circumferences in the I Ching Jing. And this black stone tower of the ancient kingdom of Jingjie is also 7 stories. Suemo looked at the scene in the stone tower, and an aura gradually flashed in his mind. You have viewed the 7-tiered black stone tower and gained a new realization, epiphany of the 7 levels of Faustian technique. Chapter 41 First Cycle, Grandmaster Realm. I Ching Jing, created by Shaolin's Dharma ancestor, is vast and profoundly rigid and flexible. The scriptures are divided into the first, the second, and the red, yellow, blue, white, and black of the 7 circumscriptions. Therefore, it is also known as the 7 levels of Feudal Kung Fu. The first weekday opens up meridian points throughout the body and can sense the magnetic energy that exists within cosmic space. The second circumference removes all impurities from the body, making the chi, blood, and physique more refined. Spiritual awareness is clear and chi is majestic. The third circumference, the red level, allows for faster absorption of heaven and earth aura, and more powerful yuan chi absorption. Accelerate the speed of cultivation. The fourth circumference, yellow level, can reverse chi and blood flow, reshape the physique, and transform the bones. The fifth circumference can once again reverse the flow of chi and blood, retempering the body so that it is as tough as iron. Swords and spears are invulnerable, and his physical strength can even reach the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, and he can break 100 pounds of boulders under one fist. Sixth weekday, white level. All 360 meridian points in the body can independently store yuan chi to send out strong chi, which can penetrate the body 3 feet away and injure people invisibly with the royal chi. Seventh weekly heaven, black level Faustian Kung Fu. After completion of the Kung Fu, the whole body is a place to hold chi. Heaven and earth aura inexhaustible, all the more body without a weak spot, the power is extraordinary. On the day the black level Faustian Kung Fu is perfected, it will be a half step to the martial god, and will be invulnerable to all poisons, without sleep or food. Traveling clouds and wind, the world is invincible. You have comprehended the 7th level Fudo technique, currently the first cycle of initiation. As a series of beeps fell, the countless silhouettes of people standing or meditating or practicing in various strange postures suddenly appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. These silhouettes, the gestures they made, however, were exactly the way of cultivation in the 7 levels of Faustus technique, and the way to perceive the magnetic field of the universe through Gongfu. With the comprehension of the 7 levels of Faustian Kung Fu, these gestures and methods of cultivation that all of them were born from Sumo's mind in a steady stream and were quickly branded in Sumo's mind. His entire body's chi and blood also seemed to become even more raging with the comprehension of the 7 levels of Faustian technique. Suemo felt the chi and blood in his body as if it were a river stirring, then he glanced at the crowd and said, "You guys stay here, I'll go up and check it out." There was no exit at the top of the 7-story black stone tower, though there was a modest air window on one side of it was 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Suemo leaped, then like a flying bird, he directly penetrated into the air window. With one hand on the top of the tower outside and a flip in the air, he jumped next to the huge black eye at the top of the tower. The view of the ancient city of Jingzhou is breathtaking. Suemo glanced around, then sat on his knees. Used the 7 levels of Faustian Gong technique to start condensing and gathering chi. As he concentrated on his chi, the chi flow in his body became even more surging and majestic. It was like a great river flowing endlessly, constantly washing away the surrounding chi points. A soft sound exploded from all over his body. After the chi and blood ran for weeks, the yuan chi contained within Sumo's dantian became more majestic. Physical strength also seemed to increase again with it. At this moment, he could easily emit several hundred pounds of force between a single lift of his hand and a single throw of his foot. The chi and blood kept rushing through the meridians around his body, and in the end, it impacted the 100 meetings point. Finally, there was a sudden boom in his head. The whole world suddenly became clear. Hearing, sight, smell, and other senses of perception all became more sensitive than before. At the same time, the world in his eyes had become as if it wasn't quite the same as before. The weather in the ancient city of Jingzhou, the chakra that became distorted under the influence of the magnetic mountain of Zagrama, He seemed to be vaguely visible. You have broken through the sovereign realm and reached the great sovereign beginning realm. Hearing the beep in his ears, Sumo couldn't help but feel an ecstasy in his heart. I didn't realize that, just by looking at the 7-story Essence Black Stone Tower. Just let yourself comprehend the 7 levels of Faustian Kung Fu. Although he was currently only in the first circumference, after possessing the 7 levels of Faustian feats. However, it allowed him to quickly quench his chi and blood to run the circumference again, breaking through the Zhongshe realm and reaching the beginning of the Great Zhongshe realm. The speed of this advancement was far beyond Sumo's own expectations. One's visit to the ancient city of Jingjie was indeed a worthwhile one. Just then, Fatty Wang's voice came out from underneath him. Master, how are you? Originally, Fatty Wang and Huba took a look at Sumo's delay in coming down when he reached the top. Unable to help but be a little concerned, he vocalized his inquiry. Sumo replied. You guys wait a bit, I'm looking for the entrance to the Jingjie King City. He had now reached the first circumference of the 7th level Fudo technique. This kind of kung fu was able to sense the changes in the magnetic field of the universe, together with the ability of the purple microscopic concepts, but it was just the right thing to use to find out where the entrance to the King City's underground palace was located. Thinking of this, Sumo then gazed towards the surroundings. However, they saw the power of the magnetic field chi veins twisting and converging on top of a stone hall in the distance. It emitted a strange glow as if it were iridescent. And right underneath a rainbow of colors, there was another place that was as dark as a black hole. It's as if it's deep. The iridescence was like a giant eye, radiating magnificent colors in the sunlight. Instead, that black hole was like a pupil, full of weirdness and strangeness. Sumo gazed at the black hole in the depths of the stone hall. He had already confirmed that it must be the entrance to the underground palace. Otherwise, there would never have been such a weird and deep aura energy. He then rolled over and grabbed the top of the tower before birding straight through the air window and back into the tower. Fatty Wang and the others couldn't help but be very happy to see Sumo return. How's it going, Master? Professor Chen and the others were also looking at Sumo with bated breath. Sumo smiled faintly. I've found the general location of the underground palace. Really? Shirley Young was instantly surprised, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. Professor Chen Haoigua and the others looked at Sumo, but with an expression of admiration. They also looked out of the air window of the Black Stone Tower for a long time, but they couldn't see anything at all. The vicinity of the King's City is littered with debris, most everything buried under the yellow sand of the. It would be extremely difficult for them to find the general location of the palace of the King's City unless they dug the place up with an excavator. But Sumo had only looked outside for a while, and had already found the general location of the underground palace. How could they not be impressed by such an ability? The crowd then went down from the Black Stone Tower and followed Sumo forward. Before long, they arrived in the middle of a temple. This temple is made entirely of Zagrama black stone. The stone door was also carved with the open mouth of a huge beast, with black stone and dark stone inside the mouth. On the floor, deep in the stone hall, there was also a jade eyeball. There were even natural red filaments in the jade, which were as well defined as the blood filaments on the eyeballs, and looked like real eyes. Shirley Young saw a notch in the jade eyeball that. Rather, it was extremely similar in shape to Fatty's jade pendant, so he let Fatty take out the jade pendant and try it. Fatty took out the jade pendant and laughed while installing it on his eyeballs. If this one matches, this eyeball is Fatmaster's, none of you can steal it from me. As he spoke, the jade pendant was fitted onto the eyeball, and the entire eyeball suddenly made a clicking sound that suddenly dislodged from the stone pillar. Fatty was caught off guard and didn't catch it, and the jade eyeball fell directly to the ground. It snapped into several pieces. The crowd couldn't help but be shocked, looking at the shattered jade eyeballs. All felt very sorry. However, Sumo looked toward the top of his head at this time. The moment the jade eyeball fell and shattered, he was able to feel an icy cold aura that suddenly appearing on the roof of the temple. Looking up, the expression on his face instantly became grave. An eye, as huge as a faceplate, appeared silently from between the darkened roofs of the temple. It was as if a giant was watching them eerily through the roof. Chapter 42 Giant Eye Snake Swarm, 16 Dragons of the Transparent Earth. Just as Sumo was looking at the roof of the shrine, everyone else saw the huge monstrous eye as well. All of them couldn't help but get creeped out and stepped backward. The huge monstrous eye, however, spun in the air and fell straight to the ground. It was only then that the crowd got a good look at what looked like an eyeball. But it was actually a translucent ball of flesh, wrapped in a greenish-white film on the outside and a dark mass in the center. So it looks like a giant eyeball. After the strange ball fell to the ground, the film on top of it suddenly broke open and hundreds of strange black snakes flowed out of it. These monstrous snakes were exactly the same as the ones the crowd had seen at the mouth of the valley. All of them were tens of centimeters long, with black scales all over their bodies and black sarcomas on their heads. But it was none other than the guardian of the ancient city of Jingzhou, the cockatrice known as the Jiaoshiahan. So many cockle snakes streaming out of the meatballs at once, tangled and twisted around each other, like a flowing mass of black liquid, they crawled towards the crowd, and covered each other in sticky liquid. It looks both horrible and disgusting. Fatty Wang panicked and lifted his gun and was ready to shoot when Suemo said in a deep voice, "Don't shoot, it's not working. There are hundreds of black snakes here, not to mention not that many bullets. Even if every bullet you fire hits the snake's body in a good and unproductive way, these snakes can pop their heads up and keep attacking even if they're chopped off 7 inches. And the toxins contained in the teeth are so horrible that it only takes a few seconds to poison a person to death. If random shots were swept past, someone would inevitably get bitten." After Suemo finished speaking, he took out a can of alcohol from his backpack and threw it towards the middle of the snake group. Fatty Wang then understood and raised his hand to fire a shot. Boom! With a popping sound, the solid alcohol was shattered by Fatty Wang's shot while it burned violently. Hundreds of black snakes were instantly ignited by the alcohol, twisting and dancing wildly in the flames. This kind of cockle snake sumo might be able to use the Buddhist lion's roar or the Qilin bloodline to roar until it retreats. However, there were simply too many of them, and once they were allowed to run to the Essence Earth Palace, they might instead continue to attack the crowd. So why not just finish them off with direct fire while they're still twisted and tangled together? It's kind of a one-off. After the solid alcohol was shattered by Fatty Wang's shot, it turned into a piece of flame burning in the snakes. Many of the black snakes in the middle of the group quickly burned to death, filling the air with a charred odor. Still, there were many snakes at the edge of the herd that were not caught in the flames and began to flee in all directions. Some even crawled quickly toward the crowd. Seeing this, Shirley Young hurriedly led Chu Qin and the others to slap the black snake with an engineer's shovel. After you shoot them, you pick them straight into the fire. But there were still too many vipers that weren't caught in the fire that, once dispersed, it swept towards the crowd like a tidal wave, and crawled extremely quickly, reaching Sherry Yang and the others in the blink of an eye. Shirley Young and the others swung their work shovels and kept swatting, but there were too many of the strange snakes couldn't stop it at all, could only step back. At this time, Suemo suddenly rushed to Sherry Yang and the others with an arrow step, and then with a full amount of medium chi, let out a roar. Retreat! With this roar, he did not use all his strength. After all, Shirley Young and the others were right behind him, and if he used the full power of the Buddhist lion's roar, it was likely to shock Sherry Young and the others instead. And people as physically weak as Yi Eason and Professor Chen and the others were likely to be roared out of their minds. Therefore, Suemo only used half of his power. The general power, however, has been considerable. A strong holy might of the Qilin bloodline instantly spread out with the roar. The entire temple seemed to tremble as the sound waves shook. And those black snakes seemed to feel the power of the Qilin's bloodline as a result. Instantly, like a wave hitting a reef, it scattered backward. At this time, Fatty Wang and Hubai rushed to bring 2 cans of gasoline. Much more gasoline was poured around the black snake, and then a fire was once again lit. In a short while, these snakes were surrounded by flames, but there was no more passage for them to attack. Hundreds of snakes soon burned to a crisp in the flames, and the air was filled with the stench of burnt. It smells very pungent. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sumo made a timely judgment and incinerated it directly with alcohol. Otherwise, once these black monstrous snakes spread out their attacks, these people from the archaeological team would definitely either die or be injured. This was the second time Suemo had performed the Buddhist lion's roar, so the crowd was no longer shocked. However, seeing that Suemo was able to repel the snakes with a roar, they were all very impressed in their hearts. Suemo then asked the crowd to check the surrounding area to see if there were any more black snakes that had escaped the net. At the same time, he was scrutinizing the roof. The roof was very smooth and flat, and there was no passageway in sight. But I don't know where this meatball-like huge snake egg appeared from. This look didn't matter, but he found something unusual within the temple. There are 16 stone pillars in the temple. Each of the giant stone pillars had a pattern of 6 eyes on its body, and the bases were all hexagonal, with very small symbols carved on each of the 5 outside sides. They are the hungry ghost, the goat head, the hojo, the giant pupil, and the serpent sphinx representing the demon. Hu-Ba-Yi took a closer look at these stone pillars and said to Sumo, "Master, as I look at the arrangement of the stone pillars, it's the same as the arrangement of the 16 dragons of the translucent earth. It looks like an organ." Hupa-1 possessed the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret technique, so from the rehearsal of these 16 stone pillars, seeing that it implies an array of organs that penetrate the earth's 16 dragons. Of these 16 stone pillars, only one was a true dragon through the earth vein. If we want to open the underground palace, only this stone pillar can open the mechanism. Although Sumo possessed the first layer of the 7 levels of Fudo technique and used it together with the purple microcosmic conceptualization technique, you can tell where the real earth dragon is by the magnetic field and the weather of the earth's veins. But this kind of organ is not something he is good at. This ancient metaphysical organ, in which certain traps are often implied, if once it operates incorrectly, instead, it is likely to be dangerous. He knew that Huba had studied the 16-character yin-yang secret technique for a long time. He was also quite knowledgeable about these secret organ techniques, so he nodded and said, "I can tell that there's a secret earth vein chi underneath that pillar, you can try that side first." Hupa couldn't help but rejoice at the sound of it. If Sumo hadn't seen the weather in that pillar, Habechi could only knock on the stone pillars one by one, recognizing by the sound whether there were any hollows in them. However, Sumo, through the ability of the purple microscopic conceptualization thought and the 1-7 levels of Faustian Kung Fu, a quick glance already showed where that real ground dragon was, but it saved a lot of energy. Habechi then walked over to the stone pillar, and after gently tapping on the floor tiles next to it with a small geode hammer. But sure enough, a hollow sound came out of it. He then called for Fatty Wang, then followed the mnemonic in the 16-character yin-yang secret technique and chanted in a low voice. Thousands of miles of searching for dragons, seeking left and right, with the yang and against the yin, 5 from 1. As they spoke, the 2 men turned the hexagonal stone trough, and after turning it a few frames, a soft grating sound could be heard coming from under the floor tiles, and immediately afterward the 2 hollow floor tiles sank down, revealing a dark entrance to the tunnel. Chapter 43, Thousands of Years Old, Fat Master I'm not interested in. Professor Chen and the others marveled at Hu-Ba-Yi's division of the gold into fixed points. Habechi said modestly, "This is nothing for me, not even close to master." He could tell at a glance that this stone pillar was the real location where the mechanism was hidden. Sumo, however, just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Huba-1's 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret is still very powerful. He had only learned a few hands of the art of dividing gold and fixing points, and he was able to open the mechanism from the 16 dragons of the penetrating earth, so it was evident that the wisdom condensed in this book was very powerful. Too bad he didn't have it on him, or he'd have brought it over and looked it over. I wonder how much comprehension there will be. However, now that Sumo had accepted him as a disciple, he would naturally have the opportunity when he returned to the capital. Habechi then shone his flashlight towards the tunnel. Below the tunnel was an inclined stone staircase, and the flashlight was of limited illumination. Only a few meters below could be illuminated, and further away was a deep darkness. Fatty Wang saw the flashlight irradiation distance as too short, then rubbed 2 cold fireworks thrown down. Instead, he saw what appeared to be a dark passage at the bottom of the stone steps. The crowd waited for the turbid air in the tunnel to dissipate, then slowly descended inside. Walking slowly along the stone steps, not long before the front really opened up, a tunnel appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The tunnel is entirely surrounded by western sky bricks, but the top is domed. It was filled with brightly colored murals with odd patterns. The mural depicts many eyes, large and small, open and closed in countless ways. It looks full of implications of the worship of the eye in the Psycho culture. Some of the murals clearly depict ritual scenes. Among them were those giant eye-like balls of flesh full of black monstrous snakes, to which the ghost caveman sacrificed some bound slaves in a cruel scene. The tunnel ahead was not very long, and there was only 1 stone pillar at the end of it looked surprisingly like a dead end. Hu-Ba-Yi took a closer look at the stone pillar and realized that it was the dragon's tail and the 16 dragons of the turbulent earth. Then, he used the dragon shaking technique from the 16-character yin-yang secret art to turn the stone pillar. When the dragon's energy enters the cave, yang is only converged by 1 meridian, and yin is not unfolded unless it is 5 points. Hu-Ba-Yi rotated the stone pillar with Fatty Wang while chanting silently under his breath. Although his voice was low, he did not avoid the Fatty Wang and Suemo next to him. Because Suemo was his master, whereas Fatty Wang was simply a straight shooter who had neither interest nor talent in these things. Soon the last frame of the stone disc was completed by the rotation of a wall made of western heavenly bricks in front of the crowd suddenly let out a rumble before it slowly opened to both sides. A grand and imposing main hall of the underground palace appeared in front of everyone. However, the throne and even the floor in the great hall were surprisingly made of jade. But much of the temple was damaged, and a few gerbils were crawling in the corners. Apparently, there's no problem with air circulation here, but the contents of the dungeon are very badly damaged. Some of the scattered armor and weapons of the Psycheo ancient kingdom were so decayed and broken that they shattered apart just by touching them with their hands. Fatty Wang couldn't help but look sad when he saw that a lot of the pottery and even bronzes here had been damaged. With that, he aimed his gaze at the jade throne over there. Old Hu, do you think this jade throne can be sold for $1 million if we carry it back? Abachi couldn't help but laugh. Fatso, you're falling for money, don't say whether you can move it or not, even if you can move it. This throne was sat on by the Queen of the Essence, and there may be her undead wandering around on it, so you're going to take her back with you when the time comes, aren't you? When Fatty heard this, he couldn't help but bristle. Forget it then, I'm not interested in this thousands of years old, Fat Master. The two of them are used to playing around and making gags wherever they can. But this joke of Hu-Ba-Yi scared Yi-Sen enough. She was already weak from just waking up, and with the oppressive air in the dungeon, At this moment, when he heard the words of Hu-Ba-Yi, he actually fainted again under the panic. Shirley Young couldn't help but glare at the two men. Can you two have some decency, you're still fooling around at this hour? Hu-Ba-Yi and Fatty Wang saw that they had gotten into trouble again, and they didn't dare to fight anymore. Fatty Wang looked at Yi-Sen and couldn't help but scratch his head. Good lord, this student Ji is also too weak, she's just like a weak, willowy sister Lin. One joke and you're stunned. Suemo glanced at Yi-Sen, then reached out and put a hand on her pulse. It was found that her chi and blood flow was still weak, and it was clear that the effects of dehydration were still severe. There isn't anything of value here, let's find the water source first. At this time, all the people have been the only Sumo's head, heard his words and then no longer linger in the main hall. Moving forward together. After walking for a while, Suemo heard what seemed to be the sound of gurgling water in the distance. There's water up ahead. His sense of hearing was far beyond that of normal people, so there was naturally no way for Hubachi and the others to hear it. The crowd walked forward another dozen meters after Hubba and others only heard a sound of running water, and then the admiration of Suemo deepened another layer. Moving forward along the sound of running water, the crowd arrived in a cave at the back of the main hall. The cave was very low to the ground, and extended all the way down in an incline for a long time, and the crowd went forward for a little while longer, and instead, they came to a ballpark-sized natural cavern with a small underground lake inside. The crowd has been trekking along, drinking from a minimum ration of water every day. At best, it would be enough for survival, and by now it was parched and his throat was smoking. When they saw that the water in the underground lake was very clear, they immediately ran over and prepared to drink. Shirley Young, however, rushed to stop the crowd. We don't know if the water here is poisonous or not yet, so don't rush. Suemo glanced at the lake, but he saw that there were actually small five-colored fish swimming vaguely in the lake. With live fish, the water is absolutely non-toxic and naturally drinkable. When the crowd heard Suemo say this, they could no longer care about anything else. They have flopped down to the water's edge and drank directly into the lake water, and in a short while they drank their stomachs. Yi-Sen was dehydrated and had no way to drink water directly, so Shirley Young took out salt from her backpack. Put it in water and mix it into a saline solution and give it to her. The crowd rested briefly at the water's edge for a while, and Yi-Sen also came to her senses after drinking the salt water. Having rested enough, all then moved forward along the water's edge. But I feel that the more I walk ahead of the water, the greater the gas, and after walking forward a few hundred meters, I saw a dark river across the front of the cave. This dark river, however, is the very same Zydok dark river that has completely disappeared from the surface of the earth. There's another giant cave on the other side of the river, connected to this side by a black stone bridge. In front of the cave on the opposite side of the stone bridge there was a gigantic gate of 1,000 pounds, suspended in midair by a chain the thickness of an arm. Underneath the gate is an unfathomable hole in the ground. From time to time there is a slight cold wind blowing out of the hole, with a light gust of wind, as if it were the sigh of a hungry ghost in the depths of the underworld. Nor do we know exactly where the bottom leads. Chapter 44, Sword Chopping at Jackpot Gate, Weird Space Under the Ramp. The crowd saw this gloomy, deep, as if bottomless, hole in the ground. All of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This can't be a ghost cave. Suemo couldn't help but be a little puzzled when he saw this cave that was just below the jackknife gate. In the original, there was no such hole in the ground that. So much so that he was a little confused from the perspective of a traveler. But through the Taiyin Guanxi and the 17 layers of Faustian Kung Fu, although the Yin Chi gathered here, but it's not bottomless, so I guess it should never be a ghost hole. But there's an extra cavern here, and with the jackknife gate on top. The other side of the bridge, however, looked extremely menacing. This jacklock is across the top of the cave, and the cave is much wider than the lock, Surrounded by extremely smooth and no climbing place, people naturally cannot drill through from under the gate, otherwise it will certainly fall into the cave. The 25,000-mile march is this close to being a shiver, and there's a gate right here. Fatty Wang couldn't help but curse. Professor Chen and the others were certainly clueless, and Hubba surely young looked at this jackknife gate. There was also a frown on his face and a complete lack of solutions in his mind. At this time, Suemo glanced at the chain above the jack gate and said, "You guys wait here for me." Shirley Young and the others couldn't help but be struck by the thought that such a menacing place. Could it be that Suemo could still think of a way? After Suemo finished speaking, but he took a few steps to the bridge, and after a long jump, suddenly jumping up to a height of more than 10 feet, he seized the edge of the jack gate directly in the air with one hand, and then with a flip in the air, it then tumbled right over the top of the jack-o'-lantern. The movement was as smooth and fluid as an ape through a forest, not dragging its feet at all. Shirley Young and the others were looking on in disbelief. Fatty Wang couldn't help but open his mouth wide and lose his voice in admiration. "Master, this kung fu is excellent." As he spoke, Suemo had already jumped above the jack gate. Suddenly, he drew the Frost Moon sword directly from his back. All these days he had been carrying the Frost Moon sword behind his back, wrapped in a black cloth that. Shirley Young and the others were curious but never asked what it was. At this moment the sword blade was suddenly sheathed from the dark space, but like a hook of cold moon suddenly leaping out of the dark clouds, the cold light instantly reflected within a few feet of the vicinity and glittered. Madaka! Suemo suddenly chopped down with a sword above the jack gate. It actually instantly chopped off the arm-thick chain that was crashing on one side of the jack gate. The jackknife gate gave a loud jolt and went askew on one side. However, Suemo did not pause in the air, and while his body swayed a bit with the jackknife gate, the Frost Moon sword in his hand immediately followed and chopped down again. There was another sound of gold and iron clashing, and the chain on the other side was also cut off by his sword. The entire jackknife gate in the air instantly fell. After a loud boom, the jackhammer gate steeply fell to the ground, emitting a huge shock. It tipped down toward the bridge, but right across the top of that deep, bottomless cavern. The crowd couldn't help but look in awe, and after Professor Chen froze with his mouth wide open for a few seconds, can't help but shake my head and sigh. It's a good thing there's Mr. Little Sue, otherwise we're afraid we'd have to look over our shoulders in such a predicament. Haoigwa couldn't help but marvel as well. Mr. Little Sue's tactics are truly superb. Seeing this scene, Zhu Jian saw Dipang and Yi Yisan, who had already regained his senses. All of them also had faces filled with expressions of admiration and awe. They were just about the same age as Suemo, but the ability that Suemo had demonstrated. But let them simply can only look at the ocean, cannot be reached. Sherry Yan looked at Suemo, her beautiful eyes full of little stars. To the side, Hubachi couldn't help but shake his head. "Commander Yang, this 10,000 Miko of yours is so worth spending on Master Su." Before coming, Shirley Yang promised to give Hubao Wang Fat and Sumo's reward is $10,000 each, so Wang Fat at this time to have these words. But at this moment, whether it's Fatty Wang or Hubai, or Shirley Yang herself, all of them felt that Sumo's body means, not to mention $10,000, or even $100,000, it would be too valuable. Sensei, it was more than $10,000 for Suemo to chop down these two swords. Fatty Wang couldn't help but heave a smile when he heard this. $100,000 are absolutely not enough, call me to say that Commander Yang can only give his body. He had seen Shirley Young's behavior toward Suemo before and it already seemed very intimate. That's why it was uttered. When Shirley Yang heard this, but her face couldn't help but redden violently, she couldn't help but glare fiercely at Fatty Wang. At this time, Sumo stood on the jack gate and waved his hand at the crowd. "There are no more problems, come over here." Hearing this, the crowd rushed over the bridge and stepped on the jack gates. Professor Chen and the others were full of praise when they arrived in front of Sumo. Huba Yi and Wang Fatty were beside them, but they seemed to have a look of honor. After all, now Sumo was their master, and his master's hand was so extraordinary. The faces of the apprentices also glowed. Shirley Young, however, seemed to have a somewhat hardened expression because of Fatty Wang's remark. Just glancing at Sumo, not pogoing, stepping forward to take a closer look at the narrow ramp behind the gate, taking a cold smoldering fire from his backpack, he lit it and dropped it. Cold smoke and fire rolled down the ramp for a long time before reaching the end. But by the time it stopped, the light was so small in the darkness that it was almost hard to see. That's too long a distance if there's a tomb passage behind the gate. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air once again. At that moment, Shirley Young suddenly frowned. "Have you noticed that there doesn't seem to be any sign of rats around here? From the moment we entered the essence of the Earth Palace, there were quite a few traces of rats all along the way. There were quite a few gerbils in the corners of the dungeon hall, and there were quite a few rat droppings next to that underground lake. But when you get behind this jackknife gate, you can't even see a mouse hair." Hoopla nodded a little. "I don't feel right either, with all the rat droppings along the way. It was clean as a whistle when we got here, and the hole in the ground under the gate must have been very dangerous for people, But those rats crawling along the edges are still no problem. But it's a little hard to believe that this place is so clean." The crowd was all a little heartened by what he said, and Fatty Wang couldn't help but look at Sumo. "Master." Sumo gazed at the bottom of the ramp. Through the power of the Taiyin Quan Si and the 17 levels of Faustian Kung Fu, he was able to tell that there was an extremely dark space below the ramp, as if it was a black hole down there, which contained an extremely terrifying power and magnetic field. But above the black hole, there was another thing that projected a magnificent, fantastical color that, as if it were a bizarre flower. If what he had guessed was correct, that flower was most likely the legendary corpse-scented magic yam. Beneath the flowers, another dark space, the energy in the space was surprisingly extremely similar to the black hole below. These horribly weird energies in magnetic fields, combining and entangling in the space below the ramp, it creates a very scary scene. Just one look made Sumo just feel a chill in his heart. Chapter 45, The Haunted Cave at the Bottom of Mount Zagrama. Just applying the Taiyin Quan Si and the 17 layers of Faustus Kung Fu, Sumo then sensed that the various forces within the space below were very strange, and it was feared that what was contained within them was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Sumo couldn't help but frown and take a deep breath. Below it has been the most mysterious place in the kingdom of Psycheo. It was also the place where the corpse-scented devil's taro heart and the ghost cave's sacred blood were hidden, and now that it was just short of the proverbial doorstep, there was no reason to retreat back halfway. Thinking of this, Sumo unfolded his brows and turned his face to look at the crowd. "It's a very weird space down there, but it's here. If I say that, I'll let you guys not be able to go in. You guys will definitely not agree. After all, the lifting of the mystery veil of the Queen of Essence is just one step away." Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but nod. Not to mention Professor Chen and a bunch of other scholars who have made archaeology their life's desire. There has also been hoping to solve the mystery of the family curse. Shirley Yang, is Huba Wang Fat two people if at this time cannot go in. Fear is also upset. "Well then, mark my words, when we get down there, I'm the only one any of you can listen to." Sumo looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice word by word, "Remember, it's to listen only to me." The crowd nodded, although they were a little unsure. Sumo then waved his hand. "Okay, everyone guys, just follow me and go in together." Chu Jian and Satapang both let out a cheer as they listened to the. Even Yiesin, who had always been very weak, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, and Professor Chen and Hao Igwa both looked uplifted and joyful. Only Shirley Young seemed to hear the unusual meaning that Sumo's words vaguely carried. Couldn't help but look at him a couple more times. After Sumo finished speaking, he turned around and led the way. The angle of inclination of the ramp behind the gate was not too steep, and the crowd made their way down for a long time, finally came to the end of the ramp. Ahead, however, there was no longer any way out, but a platform just below, On the platform stood hundreds of statues of giant pupilled stone men, but all carved out of Zagrama black stone, The lights looked as if they were a group of dark warriors, standing silently in the darkness, looking eerie. The edges of the platform are all steep cave walls, but in front of them is a huge underground cavern that even the powerful searchlight that Shirley Young had brought with her couldn't reach the end, as if it was a black hole with no boundaries or end. Habachi and Fatty Wang were lying on the edge of the platform, endeavoring to shine a searchlight down the. It was only then that I realized there was space underneath the platform. Below was a large flat area which was filled with a variety of burial objects. Pearl agate, pearl jadeite, bronze ware. There are all kinds of things, and they all seem to be in very good shape. It's not at all like the dungeon where it's all been damaged. Fatty Wang couldn't help but do a double take as he lay on the edge of the platform. Old Hu, we're rich now. So many treasures. We'll be rich if we get some. As soon as Hu Ba heard that Fatty Wang was babbling again in his excitement, rushing towards him was a slap in the face. Fatso, what are you talking about? We are here for archaeology this time. Do you know about archaeology? Only then did Fatty Wang realize that he had slipped up in his excitement and hurriedly closed his mouth. Professor Chen and the others were standing a little far away and didn't hear what he was saying. Shirley Young, however, took his words at face value. Shirley Young couldn't help the way frowning at Hubba 1. Old Hu, be honest, have you guys done any tomb raiding? As soon as Hoopa realized that Sherry Young had already noticed something, he said. Don't listen to Fatty Wang's bull, he just got greedy for a moment when he saw so many treasures. I'm not ashamed to say that my ancestor is the famous feng shui gentleman of the 10 miles and 8 villages, plus I'm a bit of an amateur hobbyist, so I just know a little bit about these things. Shirley Young listened and frowned. I hope so. We're here to explore and archaeologize, not to get rich. It's better not to move anything here if you can. Hearing her words, Fatty Wang couldn't help but say. Commander Yang, we've already worshipped Master Su and are considered the heirs of the mountain-moving Taoist. As far as I know, you seem to be a descendant of the mountain-moving Taoist as well, so let's not talk about anyone, okay? Shirley Young was dumbfounded. At this time, Suemo smiled faintly. Fatty, since you're talking about the mountain-moving Taoist, do you know that the mountain-moving Taoist went into the tomb and? Basically, you won't touch the bling. Fatty Wang could not help but be stunned. Master. Does not touch the gold and silver treasures, moving mountain Taoist pouring bucket figure what? Suemo smiled. The Taoist who moved the mountain excavated the mound for the secret treasure of pills inside. All that gold and silver and treasure is nothing more than a body. Fatty Wang couldn't help but freeze for a few more seconds, a look of disappointment spreading across his face. Although he worshipped Suemo, he didn't know much about the mountain-moving Taoist. At this moment, when he heard Suemo say that the mountain-moving Taoist did not pursue wealth, he could not help but be very lost. At this time, Suemo but whispered beside him. But, since we're here, it's okay to get rich along the way. The big stuff Professor Chen and the others can see, the small gold bead treasures you just take a few by the hand is. Hearing Sumo's words, Fatty Wang was immediately overjoyed and smiled with a big grin. Got it, Master. Over here, Shirley Yang thought Suemo was teaching Fatty Wang a lesson, and then she and Hu Ba Yi made a move together. After securing it using a climbing rope at the edge of the platform, the rope was dropped down. The drop between the platform and the lower space wasn't too great, just about 30 meters. Suemo grabbed the rope and landed below first, seeing that there was no danger nearby. With that, he shook his flashlight upward to signal. Shirley Young then led Professor Chen and the others down slowly, grasping the ropes. Fatty Wang had thick skin and strength, and carried Yi-Sin down to the bottom with him. After going down, the crowd realized that the place was deathly silent. Although the countless treasures were lying quietly, the crowd was looking at them surprisingly, not daring to move them at all. Hubba mounted the powerful searchlight in a trice, and the column of light shone forward and. But it was seen that this seemed to have been the bottom of Mount Zagrama, and that the place where the people were was a precipice, and that above the precipice, besides these funerary objects, there were also countless tall statues of giant pupiled stone men. And just in front of the bluff was a large circular hole. The cave was huge, 1,000 meters in diameter alone. A spiral downward staircase has been built around the cave wall, but there is no guardrail on the side of the staircase, which looks very thrilling. As soon as Hubba shone his powerful searchlight down, he realized that after the steps circled downward a few times, it cuts off after reaching a few dozen meters below. The cave is bottomless below, and a chilly wind keeps blowing up from the depths of the cave. There was also a whimpering whistle, as if it were the wail of an evil spirit from the depths of hell. An oppressive feeling of great darkness came from the depths of the cave. It was as if the cave was connected to the underworld. Chapter 46 Kunlun Divine Wood, Corpse Fragrance Magic Potato. Just then, a shriek was heard from Fatty. Everyone looked his way, but they saw the fat man standing in the middle of the cave entrance. Ahead, illuminated by the searchlight in his hand, was a stone beam hanging alone in the air. At the end of the stone beam was actually placed a section of huge wood, which was all of 2 meters in diameter. It appeared to be a section of a giant tree with many green leaves even growing from the trunk. A dozen or so chains were bound around the giant log, one end of which was connected to a stone beam that secured the giant log to the top of the stone beam. And the most amazing thing is that there is a huge green flower plant growing on the giant tree. The diameter of the flower branch is like a bucket, the petals are rolled together as if they were the size of a large bathtub, and the whole body is a kind of crystalline emerald green. The surrounding area was covered with large red leaves, but the color was as crimson as blood. The crowd couldn't help but be stunned at the sight of the giant tree and the flowers and plants on the wood. Habechi couldn't help but lose his voice in awe. This is the Kunlun Divine Wood. I've only heard my grandfather talk about it too. Professor Chen couldn't help but be filled with shock as well. This sacred wood of Kunlun is said to never dry out, even when left out of the soil and sunlight. Although it will not continue to grow, the wooden body can still remain active, and the body will be able to be put into it for 10,000 years without decaying. Could it be that the corpse of the Queen of the Psycheo is in this sacred wood? Professor Chen was very excited and walked forward while talking, but he didn't pay attention to the gravel under his feet. One twisted his ankle. Hubai they rushed to help Professor Chen up, he twisted this time is not light. The ankle swelled right up. He sat down on the ground and couldn't be bothered to cry out in pain as he blurted out. Don't touch that flower, it's a corpse-scented devil's tongue. The fat man couldn't help but wonder a bit. Gramps, if you hadn't told me, I'd have thought it was just a big taro. Why is there something evil about this thing? Professor Chen sat there holding his ankle and said. This corpse-scented konjac is said to have been originally born in the country of Hujishan. Can only grow in ancient tombs and other places where the yin qi is extremely strong. It is said to be able to keep the corpse from decaying. This thing is very peculiar, don't destroy it. Abechi couldn't help but ask. If this flower is so strange, why do you say it is dangerous? Professor Chen shook his head. Legend has it that there is an evil spirit hidden in the flower of the corpse-scented konjac, and that once this thing has grown, the living must never approach it. You mustn't touch it. After the crowd heard Professor Chen's words, when they looked at the corpse-scented magic potato again, there had been a few moments of awe in his eyes. It was as if this strange and magnificent huge flower really hid evil spirits in it. Suemo hadn't made a sound while the few people were talking. Only gaze and gather thoughts to look at the ghost cave and the Kunlun Divine Wood in corpse-scented devil's taro. He simultaneously utilized the power of the Tang conceptualization method, the purple microcosmic conceptualization method, as well as the power of the first level of the 7 levels of floating slaughter technique. Perform a visualization of the ghost cave Kunlun sacred wood as well as the corpse-scented devil's yams. While the crowd was talking, he was seeing things that many people could not even see through the human eye. The huge ghost hole was like a black vortex in Sumo's eyes. The magnetic fields and forces were twisted, and finally entangled in this massive vortex. But the Kunlun Divine Wood on the stone beam is like a C-pin. It suppressed the force in the air, and at the same time drew some power from the vortex in a steady stream. Through the mind of the Taiyin, Suemo was able to see a thread and a wisp of thin and weak red threads not visible to ordinary people, as if they were threads of blood being sucked by the Kunlun Divine Wood from the ghost cave. It constantly nourished the Kunlun Divine Wood and the corpse-scented devil's taro on it. The magnetic field and power emanating from the Kunlun Divine Wood is very stable, and the corpse-scented devil's tongue in it, it's like an energy amplifier. The petals are all in the closed stage at the moment, and if they open up, but I don't know what kind of scenario. As Suemo was thinking, suddenly Chu Jin saw Di Pang and Yi and walked towards the Kunlun Divine Wood. Hu Ba Yi and the others couldn't help but stare and hurriedly called out. What are you doing? Get back here. However, Chu Jin's trio seemed to have never heard of it, and continued to walk forward slowly. Xiao Chu, Xiao Yi, you guys come back quickly. Hao Igwa also couldn't help but get a little anxious and hurriedly shouted at the three. However, Chu Jin's trio continued to walk forward without looking back. Hu Ba Yi and also Fatty Wang hurriedly ran over, wanting to pull Chu Jian and the others. Yi Sin's body was still weak, and after being pulled by Fatty Wang's hand, Suddenly his eyes closed and he fainted again. And after Chu Jian was grabbed by Huba's shoulder, he suddenly turned around and smiled very weirdly at him, and raising his hand, he raised his flashlight and slammed it down hard on his head. Huba, many years of military, the body is far more than normal, the reaction is also not slow. Seeing that Chu Jian raised his flashlight and smashed it over, he then grabbed the flashlight in his opponent's hand, and at the same time, he grabbed his chest with a hand. Yelled, "What are you doing?" Instead, a wry, silly smile appeared on Chu Qin's face, dropping the flashlight in his hand and suddenly, he took the engineer's shovel from behind him and slashed at Hupa with one head. At the same time, Satapeng copied the engineer's shovel and chopped down hard on her when she was pulled by Shirley Young. As if possessed by a demon, the two men became frantic at the same time. The scene was one that caused both Professor Chen and Hao Igwa to be shocked. Hubeichi and Shirley Young hurriedly backed up, dodging the engineer's shovels in the hands of the two men. Chu Jian and Satapeng, however, then called it quits and took the engineer's shovel and headed for the ghost cave. Looking at the stance of the two men, they were actually going to jump down towards the ghost hole. Chu, Sa, come back. Professor Chen's face turned white with anxiety, struggling to get up and shouting anxiously under his breath. However, Chu Jian and Satapeng were not the least bit moved, and continued to walk towards the ghost cave. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had reached the edge of the ghost cave, just one step away from falling into the abyss. At that moment, a silhouette behind the two suddenly flashed like a meteor, instantly arriving beside them. But it was none other than Suemo. Suemo was gazing at the corpse-scented devil taro and the Kunlun divine wood. At this time, Chu Jian and Satapeng and Yi Isin had a problem. He hastily utilized his shift shadow, instantly changing his position to be behind the two men. Tu directly grabbed the two men's undershirts and jerked them backward. Chu Jian and the two of them were immediately pulled backwards by him and flew out backwards, skimming the ground for a few meters before falling on top of the platform. Both men fell to the ground, but then quickly got up, with obsessed, twisted expressions on their faces, and a low growl suddenly escaped from his mouth, and he raised the engineer's shovel in his hand and swung it wildly. These two are crazy. Seeing that the two men could not get close at all with their sapper shovels swinging, Fatty Wang hurriedly pulled his gun from his waist. Suemo said in a deep voice, "Don't move, they're mesmerized by the floral scent of the corpse-scented devil's tongue." Corpse-scented konjac? Flower scent? Hubai and the others couldn't help but be startled, and they all turned their faces toward the corpse-fragrance devil taro on the Kunlun divine wood. But I saw that the buds of the corpse-scented devil's tongue had actually unfolded quietly. The petals cascaded into bloom. By this time, the color on the petals had become as crimson as blood. The stamens in the center are a bewitching purple, and each thin stamen is as thick as a finger, like a bunch of weird, monstrous snakes. It danced gently in the wind blowing out of the haunted cave. Chapter 47 Bottleneck, Newborn, Sword-Chopping Corpse Fragrance Magic Potato. Habechi and the others only then smelled a very weird floral scent wafting through the air. The scent of this flower is so strong that when you take a whiff of it, the aroma seems to penetrate right into the marrow of your brain. The entire person felt like their divine sense was starting to get confused. Back up. Sumo saw the hubba they sniffed a mouthful of flowers also began to be confused. Hurry gave a deep, angry cry. This angry cry carried the power of the Qilin bloodline, and instantly made Hubai and the others feel much more awake. Quickly, he shook his head and stepped backward, holding his breath. Over here, Chu Jian and Satapeng raised their engineer's shovels and waved them around wildly for a while. It seemed to have caught the scent of the corpse-scented devil's tongue's flower again, and then it stopped waving and turned around to head towards the ghost cave again. Suemo penetrated behind the two men with an arrow step, both hands simultaneously struck a hand knife, slashing at the back of the two men's necks. Knocked them out instantly. You guys take them and Professor Chen and exit first and return to the platform above immediately. When Hubai and Fatty Wang heard that, they hurriedly carried Yi Isin and Chu Jian. Shirley Young's side also put Satapeng behind her back, but she turned her face to look at Suemo. What about you? Suemo shook his head. I'll stay and see if I can wait till I'm done here, if I can. It might be able to open the Kunlun divine wood and let you see the true form of the Queen of Essence. Hearing his words, Professor Chen and Hao Igwa couldn't help but nod their heads. They've come here so that they can catch a glimpse of the true face of the Queen of the Finest. If Suemo was really able to take care of the corpse-scented demon taro in the Kunlun divine wood, it would naturally be better for them to come back down to see what was in the Kunlun divine wood. You watch out. Surely Young then nodded and let Haoigwa hold Professor Chen. He himself, together with Hubai Wang Fatty, carried the 3 Chu Jian on his back, and quickly left the range of the corpse-scented devil's tongue's floral scent. A few of the men made it to the bottom of the platform in no time, and felt that the scent of the flowers was no longer around them. That's what stopped it. Over here, only the powerful searchlight was left behind, along with Suemo alone. Suemo waited for everyone to leave, but turned around and walked to the front of the Kunlun Divine Wood in a graceful manner. The scent of the flowers of the corpse-scented konjac is capable of compelling the mind. It even made the 3 of them, Chu Jian and Satapeng Yisen, disoriented, but Suemo had the power of Qilin blood, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of this kind of compelling floral fragrance. But how to open the Kunlun God's Wood? And how to obtain the 2 things he needed to enhance his Qilin blood physique, he hadn't thought about it yet. But the energy emanating from the Kunlun Divine Wood through the flowers of the corpse-scented devil's taro. At this moment, however, it made his heart skip a beat. Corpse-scented konjac seems to have spiritual awareness, and when it senses that someone is approaching, surprisingly, it was able to unfold its petals on its own, projecting and amplifying its power, unknowingly causing Chu Jian and the others to be struck in a very short period of time. However, this kind of spiritual power could perhaps also be absorbed through the devouring transformation method. Suemo then sat cross-legged in front of the Kunlun Divine Wood, concentrating and gathering chi, with his eyes looking at the nose, and his nose looking at the heart. The devouring and transforming method runs. In the air, the aura of the Kunlun Divine Wood was rapidly released through the corpse-scented devil's taro, and was sucked up by Suemo using the devouring transformation method. In the blink of an eye, a faint purple aura appeared on his body. Under the strong searchlight, his body was as if the imperial star Ziwei had suddenly appeared in the night sky, a powerful force that had existed before the eternal era enveloped his entire being. The petals of the corpse-scented devil's taro trembled rapidly in the air, as if sensing the flow of aura and devouring of. It seems to want to close its petals in a hurry. The floral scent in the air also became disoriented, like a turbulent current in the unseen air, non-stop spinning and flying. Even the sound of the wind in the haunted cavern became strange and tumultuous, like the sound of water in a mass of turbulent water, making panging and cumbersome strange noises. In the distance, Hubai and the others heard the turbulent winds and saw the purple aura on Sumo's body. Both couldn't help but be stunned. What is he doing, Master? He seems to be meditating. Why is his body a little purple? Sherry Yang's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Suemo in the distance, her eyes filled with confusion and marvel. Is this the mastery of the mountain-moving Taoist? Why had Grandpa never told himself about it? Professor Chan and Haoigwa couldn't help but shake their heads in awe as well. This little Mr. Su. He looks as if he were meditating and toning. Surprisingly, his body exudes an aura like that of the violet star. His methods are truly diabolical. At this time, Sumo's eyes were slightly closed and he completely used the violet micrography idea to the power of the Tang contemplation as well as the power of the first level of the 7 levels of Faustian Kung Fu, contemplated the power of the neighborhood. At the same time, the power of the devouring transformation law helped him to continuously devour the surrounding auras. A tidal wave of aura surged into him through the corpse-scented devil's tongue. The floral scent even soaked him all over. A clear sound like the striking of ancient chimes resounded incessantly in his mind, At the same time as each sound rang out, his chi and blood ran a circumference. At the same time, he was completely enveloped by this foreign fragrance, and his mind became incomparably clear and transparent. The chi and blood rushed and kept running around the circumference of the sky, once again impacting every odd point in his entire body. As his chi and blood operated, the majestic breath in his body became more refined and cohesive. And condensed the firstborn in the dantian. An air mass as if it were a baby gradually formed. Yuaning is the purest gas formed after the cultivator condenses yuan qi and keeps refining it. It's not a real baby, but a state in which the body's qi and blood are cohesively molded, as if the body were returning to its original state. It is like a pure and innocent baby that is between the dantian. And with the formation of the yuaning, the qi and blood in Sumo's body ran more smoothly and ragingly. The speed of running the circumference was even faster. Boom! A boom erupted from the depths of his soul, instantly blowing the hairs around his body. You have reached the Grandmaster bottleneck. As the tone fell, the purple aura on Sumo's body seemed to coalesce and take shape. In front of him it was as if he had transformed into a huge purple giant, nearly 10 feet in height, towering morosely, radiating a haze of light under the glow of the searchlight. In the distance, Sherry Young and the others had looked dumbfounded. Under the light of a powerful searchlight, the purple giant stood tall, illuminated by the... It's like an iridescent dream. And that corpse-scented devil's tongue on the Kunlun divine wood, at this time the petals even fell off in pieces, the crimson red like blood color on the petals also dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and gradually grayed out like corpse cloth. Roar! The purple giant suddenly let out a tremor, as if it were a low roar. Even at a distance of a few dozen meters. Hubai and the others were all shaken by this tremor and fainted, while Professor Chan and Hao Igwa even fainted directly. In a daze. Shirley Young and the others were only confused to see that purple giant suddenly grabbing a sword like light shadow out of the air. It was a huge sword that was more than 10 feet long, and the light of the sword was like lightning from the sky. Toward the corpse incense magic taro flower fluttering spinning like a snake like stamens on the ruthless split down. Chapter 48, Sword Chopping Demon Flower, Obtaining Corpse-Scented Konjac Heart. This purple giant was the power of the Yuanshan released under the condensation of Sumo's Yuaning. When Sumo had reached the Great Master bottleneck, the body in within the Dantian continuously condensed and purified. When it finally condenses into a Yuaning, the power of Qi and blood can also be released outward, transforming into a Yuanshan to condense Yuan Qi. Or even replace yourself in delivering an attack. It's not true that the firstborn is the firstborn, and the first spirit is the first spirit. Like a man and his shadow. And while shadows are infinitely magnifiable with light, so are genjutsu. Sumo was sitting cross-legged on the ground at the moment, but his Yuanshan was already more than 10 feet long. In his hand, he condensed Yuan Qi into a huge sword and chopped down hard towards the corpse-scented devil's tongue in front of him. Chop! The Yuanshan giant sword cut through the air with a loud bang. A biting sword Qi instantly stirred the space with a huge tremor. At this time, the stamens of the corpse-scented devil's gem suddenly violently branched out like a swarm of snakes. And radial all open outward, stamen end is like a snake's head like standing upright in the air, aimed at the purple giant's position. Boom! An undercurrent of energy suddenly surged wildly. Previously, Sumo had already passed through the Taiying Guanyin and the one-weighted floating skill. Saw the magnetic energy of the Kunlun Godwood and the Ghost Cave. The Ghost Cave below was like swirling turbulence, while the Kunlun Divine Wood had been absorbing the power of the Ghost Cave. And the corpse-scented devil's tongue on the Kunlun Divine Wood serves three purposes, physically speaking. For one thing, it was able to keep the corpse of the Queen of Essence within the Kunlun Divine Wood from decaying for 10,000 years. The second is the ability to compel people with the scent of flowers. All those who try to rob the tomb will be confused, and in the end, they can only kill each other or even jump into the ghost hole themselves. The third point is that it's the equivalent of an amplifier once the flower has bloomed. It was able to instantly amplify the power in the Kunlun Divine Wood. As the stamens unfurl, an undercurrent of energy instantly acted like a loudspeaker made from a copper bell used by the landlady in Kung Fu, instantly amplifying the power in the Kunlun Divine Wood by dozens of times. Countless energies surged wildly, as if a tidal wave was heaving towards the purple Yuanshan shadow. In an instant, the purple-shadowed Yuanshan was mottled and shattered by the impact of this energy undercurrent. The huge sword in his hand was even more rapidly dissolving like a pile of sand in a current. Right at this moment, Sumo suddenly let out a furious cry and his body instantly leapt up from the ground. A dragon's roar rose into the sky as his figure leapt out. The pale and clear sound echoed throughout the space. The frost moon sword was drawn from behind him, and with a flash of lightning his person. In an instant, he passed through the tidal wave of power, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was in front of the corpse-scented devil potato. The sword's light was like an electric light breaking through the air in an instant. Chop! The flower disc of the corpse-scented devil's taro was split open by the frost moon sword, and a strong floral fragrance instantly overflowed out in all directions. Filled the space. The stamens in the disc, however, were like a swarm of snakes twisting towards Sumo's arm. The crimson, blood-like stamens twirled around his arm. However, Sumo utilized his entire body at this moment. What was shattered by the impact of the power released by the corpse-scented devil's taro was only his Yuanshan power. And his true power was in the Yuaning within his Dantian. As long as the Yuaning was not destroyed, he would always be able to utilize maximum power. Though the stamens were all wrapped around his arm, he was as bent on cutting through the thorns as he was on cutting through the thorns. The arm powered through the stamen and slashed the blade down hard. The disc of flowers made a soft sound and finally cracked into two halves under the blade of the sword. The blade of the sword still slashed downward, completely splitting even the arm-thick stems of the flowers. It directly cleaved to the root of the Kunlun divine wood below. Then, Suemo twisted his wrist and the sword blade instantly staggered. Chomp! The flower stems were cut and broken off directly by the sword blade. The corpse-scented devil's yam fell at once and the stems of the flower discs actually dried up and withered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the aroma in the flowers was soon replaced by a pungent stench. It was a stench similar to that of a rotting corpse. The transition between fragrance and odor was so rapid that Suemo was smoked and wrinkled his nose. Amidst the pungent stench of the flower disc of the corpse-scented devil's taro unexpectedly shattered apart piece by piece like rotting flesh and blood. But was cut open half of the flower disc, but revealed as small as a pill body red like fire things. Corpse-scented konjac heart. Corpse-scented konjac condenses the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to produce the thing. With extremely strong spiritual power, swallowing it will result in bloodline purification as well as cultivation growth. Through the mind of the Tyene, Suemo could tell at a glance that this was the corpse fragrance magic potato heart he was looking for. He then poked out his left hand and pinned the corpse-scented devil's taro heart in his hand with his index and middle fingers. Though the air was filled with a pungent stench, However, this corpse-scented konjac heart exuded a faint fragrance, and was like a spiritual spring in a space full of stench. Suemo then unhesitatingly stuffed the corpse-scented konjac heart directly into his mouth. I don't know what else I'll encounter next, so let's eat it first. As the corpse-scented devil's taro heart entered his stomach, it was as if a spiritual spring of water flowed out of his body. Instantly the whole person became clear and transparent. The blood in the body also seemed to become purer. At this moment, he seemed to feel that his whole body, sinews, bones, flesh and blood, and even the vessels of his organs, it all seems to be able to be clearly visible. A ball of clear light penetrated straight down from the sky's spiritual cap, reflecting him incomparably from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Suemo knew that this was the light of a life lamp of the person at the beginning of the origin. The devouring of the corpse-scented devil's taro heart had actually caused his life flame of the beginning to become incomparably pure. Not only did it make him feel more, but it also made his entire body's bones, skin, flesh and even blood become clearer and more pure. You have obtained the corpse-scented konjac heart, Kirin bloodline enhancement in progress. A beep suddenly rang out of his head. As the tone fell, the blood in his body surged rapidly, and constantly running through all the veins in the body and quenching in the midst of the running. A little bead of sweat kept on producing from the skin, and the sweat even carried a hint of cloudy odor. Those were the impurities that his body's blood had brought out of his body as it quenched and sublimated. Suemo couldn't help but feel an ecstasy in his heart. Just got the corpse-scented konjac heart, though. His own Qilin bloodline had already been quenched and enhanced. However, if one wanted to elevate the Qilin bloodline to Qilin's sacred blood, one more thing was needed. Ghost Cave sacred blood. However, this ghost cave was so deep that it had no bottom, yet where did one find the ghost cave sacred blood? Suemo frowned at the ghost cave in front of him and finally placed his gaze on the Kunlun divine wood. Beneath the Kunlun divine wood, countless red silk threads that normal people can't even see. From the turbulent eddies of the ghostly cave it continued to rise and enter the Kunlun divine wood. The ghost cave sacred blood, if it really exists, may not be inside the ghost cave. Instead, it was in the Kunlun god wood. Thinking of this, Suemo then tightened his grip on the frost moon sword and took a step towards the Kunlun divine wood. However, he had just taken a step forward when he heard a sudden huge tremor in the Kunlun divine wood. Bang! It's as if someone's been angrily pounding on the Kunlun god's wood from the inside. Across this divine wood with a diameter of more than 2 meters issued a warning painful rebuke to Suemo in general. Suemo couldn't help but have his heart skip a beat. Is the Jedi Queen still alive? Chapter 49 Knocking in the Coffin. The Queen of the Psycheo is still alive? This loud bang sort of shocked Suemo. I feel that these guys, including King Mu of Zhou, King Luzhen, and Jing Jie, are all monsters who can't die. Even after thousands of years in a coffin, they are still immortal. How else would it be able to be in a coffin and still make a hammering sound? Suemo gazed at the Kunlun divine wood. However, the entire Kunlun divine wood was completely invisible with not a single gap. Unlike a coffin in the traditional sense, this is simply an intercepted section of tree trunk that. I don't know how the Sijin did it, I can't see any gaps between the trees at all. Did the Sijin queen cut the trees open and then hollowed them out, and then let the tree grow back after you lay yourself down in it? He then used the Tang viewing thoughts to visualize the Kunlun divine wood. But the power and magnetic field condensed by the Kunlun divine wood itself is too strong. There is no way to find the scene through the view. Suemo then gave up and, raising the frost moon sword in his hand, he chopped down towards the chains bound to the tree. Doesn't matter if you're alive or not, much less if you're sending a warning. Now that I'm here, there's no way I'm going back empty-handed. The ghost cave's sacred blood must be obtained. Madaka. The frost moon sword chopped a chain into 2 pieces with a single stroke of the sword. After the Kunlun divine wood then gently trembled for a moment, another loud shock suddenly came from within. It seemed that the queen of the essence lying inside had been angered by Sumo's actions. Tap the coffin again to give a warning. Suemo, however, just snorted coldly and raised the frost moon sword once again. Look out! Professor Chen suddenly let out a shout from behind him. It turned out that as the corpse-scented devil's taro was chopped off from the Kunlun divine wood by Suemo, the strong floral scent in the air shifted to the stench of rotting corpses, and then these 2 very different scents dissipated with the cold wind blowing from the haunted cave. Professor Chen and the others in the distance had also come to their senses. Professor Chen couldn't sit still any longer when he heard the first loud tremor emanating from the Kunlun divine wood. Both he and Hawaigwa couldn't help but be shaken. A knocking sound surprisingly came from inside the Kunlun divine wood. Is it possible that the queen of the Psycheo is still alive? At this time, Chu Jian saw Di Pang and Yi Sin had also awakened. They all couldn't help but look at each other when they saw themselves lying here. What's happening to us? Yeah, why are we lying here? Fatty Wang skimmed his lips. You almost all just died, not from killing each other. I'm afraid I'm going to have to jump into the ghost hole myself. If it weren't for Master Su, you wouldn't be able to save your lives even if you had 9. Chu Jian they only then figured out that they had been confused by the fragrance of the flowers of the corpse-scented devil's tongue. Almost died over there. Professor Chen heard a knocking sound from the Kunlun divine wood. He hurriedly let Hawaigwa and Chu Jian help him stand up, and then he walked over towards Sumo's side. They were afraid of accidents on Sumo's side and also followed Professor Chen. At this time, just as Sumo chopped off a chain, the Kunlun divine wood once again wore a knocking sound. When Hawaigwa and the others heard the knocking, they were all shocked and jaw-dropped. Is it possible that the Queen of Sperm is really not dead? For these thousands of years, she had been lying quietly in the Kunlun divine wood. At this moment, as Suemo chopped off the corpse-scented devil's taro, and then chopped off the chain that bound the Kunlun divine wood. Did she bang on the coffin in anger as a warning? Professor Chen hurriedly shouted for Suemo to stop. Suemo looked back and saw them walking back again and couldn't help but frown. Why are you guys coming over here again? Didn't I tell you guys to stay over there? Oh little Su, are you stopping first? Professor Chen held up the thick old glasses on the bridge of his nose and said. Knocking sounds are coming from the coffin, the Psycheo Queen can't still be alive, can she? If we open the coffin rashly, in case we cause damage to the Queen of Jingjie inside, our sin will be great. Suemo smiled and said. Elder Chen, are you sure that the coffin is the knock from the Queen of the Essence? Professor Chen was dumbfounded. Now that the Kunlun divine wood had not been opened, and it was not yet known whether it was the Queen of the Essence who had sent out the knocks or not. Since we're all here, if we don't open the coffin and take a look, all of us will die in peace in our lives. Open the Kunlun divine wood and take a look, and if the real body of the Queen of the Jingjie inside has not decayed. The big deal is that we will restore the Kunlun divine wood again, so that it is still lying quietly here is. Hearing Sumo's words, Professor Chen pondered for a long time and finally reluctantly nodded. He and Hawaigwa are both old enough to have spent their lives studying the Jingjiao culture. At this moment, he had already reached the coffin of the Queen of Jingjie. If he didn't open it and take a look, he was afraid that he would never have the chance to come over again in his life. That's a real dead giveaway to close your eyes. And Shirley Young returned to the country in order to investigate the Queen of Jingles and the Ghost Cave. To find a solution to their own curse. If the coffin of the Queen of Jingjie was not opened, there was naturally no way to talk about how to undo the curse. The solution proposed by Suemo was already the optimal solution for everyone. Seeing that Professor Chen stopped talking, Suemo then raised the frost moon sword in his hand again. Towards the remaining chains slashed down again. Clank, clank. After a series of several sword cuts, the dozen or so chains binding the Kunlun divine wood had all been chopped off by Suemo. Suemo stood next to the Kunlun divine wood and carefully looked at the bark texture on the divine wood. Finally, he did see an imperceptible gap between a section of bark. It was a slit as thin as a silken thread, and looked as if it had been dissected back in the day after the tree grew and healed again, leaving only this almost indistinguishable line. If it wasn't for Sumo's eyesight being far beyond normal, he would not have been able to spot it between the mottled bark. Sumo then stabbed the Frost Moon sword along the lines. Although the body of the Kunlun divine wood was tough, the Frost Moon sword was originally a divine weapon that cut iron like mud. The sword blade pierced into the tree but didn't stop it in the slightest. After Sumo stabbed the sword into the tree, then he cut along the line that had dissected the tree that year. Within moments, the tree was cut along the grain by him. In the process, Shirley Young and the others were left with their hearts thumping in their chests. While his eyes were staring at Sumo's sword blade, his hands were tightly gripping various weapons such as engineer shovels, and the inside of his palms were almost wet with nervousness. Hu Bai and Fatty Wang saw that Sumo had already cut the tree apart. Then he took Chu Jian and Satapang up to hold the upper part of the tree, and then counted 1, 2, 3, and pushed together. After an extremely dull thud, the lid of the coffin made of Kunlun divine wood was then moved open by the four people, Hu Bai and Fatty Wang and Chu Jian Sa Dipang. Instead of lifting the lid of the coffin straight up, the four men slowly deflected it to one side. The gap on the other side gradually widens. Sumo stood on that side with his eyes fixed on the gradually enlarging gap. Soon, the gap between the lid and the body of the coffin was already a palm width wide. Suddenly, a black figure passed out from between the sacred wooden coffin's end. However, like a black lightning bolt, it went straight through the gap. Instead, it was a black cockatoo snake as thick as an arm, with a weird fleshy crown on its head. Chapter 50 Net Seeing the Sacred Blood of the Ghost Cave and the Flesh Crown of Ahan. This cocklesnake was several times bigger than the one Sumo and the others had seen before. The body alone was as thick as an adult's arm. The coffin had just opened a slap-wide end. It then suddenly pierced out of the coffin made of Kunlun divine wood, and the snake's mouth opened up towards the nearby Hu Ba with a single bite. The snake's mouth was open, its fangs were sharp, and the venom contained within was feared to be instantly enough to kill an elephant. And Hu Bai was moving the coffin lid. At this time the reaction was naturally much slower. In a flash of lightning, Sumo suddenly struck out like electricity and instantly grabbed the neck of the cocklesnake. After the cocklesnake was caught by his 7 inches, its body quickly went through the inside of the coffin. Wrapped around Sumo's arm, the strangulation force it generated was actually hundreds of pounds. If an ordinary adult was wrapped around his arm, he was afraid that he would be able to strangle the bones of his arm in an instant. But Sumo at this time was already a heavy Faustus Kung Fu. His arm bones were as tough as iron and stone. And how could it be strangled by this cockatrice? Sumo gritted his teeth and applied his strength, and a light sound of grating and snapping suddenly sounded between his palms. The neck bone of this cockatoo snake was actually pinched off directly by him. The cockatrice's body went limp as soon as its neck bone was broken. From the time pure seeing Aham appeared, to the time Sumo pinched its neck bone, the whole process was less than a minute. Everyone, including Habechi, turned white with fear. At this moment, they saw that the strange snake had been thrown into the ghost cave by Sumo, but they all had a stunned expression. Habechi let out a long breath. Holy, it's a good thing Master is here, or else I'm afraid I'd have to stay here forever today as well. Fatty Wang also had a fat face as pale as paper and patted his heart. Good lord, it scared me to death. Luckily Master stepped in just in time. Professor Chen and Hao Igwa were also pale with an expression of fear. There's even this kind of strange snake inside the coffin. What a defense! The knocking sound just now, could it be from this snake? Shirley Young frowned at the Kunlun Godwood coffin. It's amazing that this snake was able to exist in a coffin for thousands of years. I don't know if the Queen of Seizures is still around. The same questions existed in the minds of all the people. It's amazing that this snake was able to survive for 2,000 years in a coffin, so it can't just not eat or drink? Could it be that it survived by eating the corpse of the Psycheo Queen? Sumo, however, shook his head. Other people couldn't see it, but he knew in his heart that this Kunlun divine wood was above the ghost cave. It had been absorbing the energy from the ghost cave non-stop. Those threads of blood that he saw floating out of the ghostly cave through the Taiyin Quan Sea. After entering the Kunlun Godswood, it will inevitably be absorbed by the Jyoshi Ahan. In other words, this snake relies on the nourishment of the Kunlun divine wood and the holy blood of the ghost cave. It would have survived for 2,000 years. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. This ghost cave sacred blood, although it can be seen through the Taiyin viewing thoughts, However, it cannot be seen from an ordinary person's perspective. It is extremely subtle, almost like a spider's thread, and can only be perceived through special abilities. And the Kunlun divine wood itself had no bloodstains. So where does the holy blood of the ghost cave end up? Could it be, it's on this Jyoshi Ahan? Thinking of this, Suemo looked towards Jokumi Ahan. But after seeing this, Jokumi Ahan's neck bone shattered, his whole body had been completely paralyzed. The entire 2-meter-long snake body all drooped down, only the snake's head was still supporting, only because Suemo still held it 7 inches tightly. So it's impossible to make an attacking gesture. Its triangular head is crowned with flesh, but unlike the common cockatrice, as if it were an ancient man's dollar bill, but in the center was a semicircular bulge. The whole crown of flesh was black and purple, while that semicircular projection was of a blood-red color, crystal clear, as if it were a ruby with a tantalizing luster. Could it be that the essence of the ghost cave sacred blood is condensed in this crown of flesh? He then used the tying cannon to look at the crown of flesh on the head of Jyoshi Ahan. Pure seeing Ahan's meat bun, containing the essence of the holy blood of the ghost cave. Swallowing it will give you a powerful boost to your bloodline cultivation. Sure enough, it's here. Suemo couldn't help but feel a surge of ecstasy in his heart. It turns out that the so-called holy blood of the ghost cave is an energy release that. And while the Kunlun divine would absorb the energy of the ghost cave sacred blood on the stone beam, it not only kept the corpse of the queen of the essence from rotting and decaying. It is likewise nourishing the Jyoshi Ahan who protects the queen in her coffin. This pure-seeing Ahan Snake King has been nourished by the holy blood energy of the ghost cave for 2,000 years. The crown of flesh was already full of ghost cave sacred blood essence. The ghost cave sacred blood that Suemo needed to raise the Chilin's bloodline in cultivation was within its flesh crown. Suemo then drew the frost moon sword from his back, and the tip of the sword directly pierced through the crown of flesh on top of pure-seeing Ahan's head. A drop of crystal bright red blood dripped down from the crown of flesh. Suemo, however, then opened his mouth and caught the blood drop. The blood droplets were small, but when they landed on Sumo's tongue, but it was as if a giant bomb had suddenly been dropped in the water. Boom! A loud sound suddenly rang out from the depths of Sumo's soul. Sumo's blood flow rate suddenly increased by several times, and the muscles and skin of his entire body steeply became blazing hot. The skin turned even redder to the naked eye. It was as if a piece of pig iron had been steeply heated by thousands of degrees in a furnace. Habechi and the others were terrified at the sight. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Shirley Yun was also pale with fear and hurriedly went to her backpack to rummage for medicines. "This snake's blood is poisonous, quick." Professor Chen Haoigwa and the others were even more frightened. "Come on, do something." Suemo only felt hot at this moment, and the temperature in his body almost exploded. But he knew that this was all a reaction triggered by swallowing the ghost cave's sacred blood, and seeing the crowd panicking. He hurriedly waved his hand. "It's not poisoning, you guys, don't panic." He then threw the body of Jokimi Ahan directly into the ghost cave. 100-footed worm dies but never falls down, and this net-seeing Aham viper, even if it cuts off 7 inches. Snakeheads are also capable of jumping up and injuring people, and the only way to get rid of them once and for all is to throw them into a ghost hole. After dropping the pure-seeing Arhat, he forced himself to endure the burning and severe pain in his body and said in a deep voice, "This snake blood is exactly what I need. At this moment I am not poisoned, don't be afraid guys. There should be no more danger in the coffin, so you may open it carefully and I'll take a break on the side." After saying that, he turned around and walked down the stone beam, and went to sit down on one side of the platform with his knees crossed. Concentrating and gathering his thoughts, he barely managed to withstand the impact that this ghost cave sacred blood brought to his body. When the people heard him say this, and saw that there was not a trace of poisoning in his actions, turning to the side, he meditated, and only then did he let go a little. After Hubai and Fatty Wine looked at each other face to face, they said, "The strange snakes in the coffin are gone. Master, he's resting. Why don't we open the coffin slowly?" "Good. We can't rely on Master for everything, let's open the coffin first and take a look." "Shirley, you stand guard with your weapon while we continue to open the coffin." Shirley Young nodded, and then drew the pistol short from her belt and held it in her hand. Eyes fixed on the coffin. Hubai and Fatty Wang did it again and slowly opened the Kunlun Divine Wood. Chapter 51 Kirin's Sacred Blood, the second weekly day of Faustian Kung Fu. Just as Hubai and the others were preparing to open the coffin, Suemo, on the other hand, gathered all of his mind and soul. "Sit there and meditate and tune in. The impact brought about by this ghost cave's sacred blood was far superior to that of the corpse-scented devil's taro heart. It was even greater than the impact he felt earlier when he swallowed the Kirin exhaustion to obtain the Kirin bloodline. The ghost cave's sacred blood is the Kunlun divine wood, absorbing the energy of the ghost cave for 2,000 years. Then through the wooden body, it nourishes the pure seeing aeon, which is absorbed and quenched by the pure seeing aeon and finally coalesces into a bit of essence in the shinyan of flesh. It's just a drop of blood, but the blood purification and enhancement that comes with. But it was far beyond Sumo's imagination. At this moment, the speed at which his blood was running had steeply accelerated by several times. The heart had become almost too much to bear the load, so that every beat was like a huge hammer striking the chest, bringing out a deafening roar. At this point, every inch of muscle and bone in his body, every cell. It was as if they were all being stabbed by thousands of steel needles, and this extreme pain made him almost unable to bear it, letting out a low moan. At the same time, the metabolism in his body accelerated once again, and he was sweating profusely, and so much so that the clothes on his body were already drenched in sweat. Wisps of white gas rose from the top of his head, as if hot water were boiling. The impurities in his body were quickly expelled by the blood flow and then traveled outside his body with his sweat. At the same time, the whole body lingered with a strange fragrance, although not as strong as the corpse-scented devil's tongue. But this light, if any, fragrance seems to intoxicate the mind and soul when you take a whiff of it. Not far from Professor Chen and Hawaigwa Yiisen, they also vaguely smelled the aroma. Looking back to Sumo's position, his face was filled with shocked expressions. "What's wrong with this Master Su?" Satapeng said in surprise. All along the way they had been very impressed with Sumo. Surprisingly, he unknowingly called Sumo as Master Su instead of Mr. Su or Comrade Su, just like Hubai and them before. Yiisen sniffed the iffy aroma wafting through the air, but his face was an expression of intoxication. There seems to be a scent wafting off of him, not like body odor, not like the scent of flowers. It's indefinable, but it smells good. Professor Chen and Hawaigwa, however, couldn't help but look at each other. This Mr. Little Su is truly a strange man. I always feel that he is full of mystery. Shirley Young says he's inextricably linked to his family. It seems that he must be of the moving mountain Taoist lineage as well, except that his abilities seem to be much more advanced than the legendary partridge whistle from back in the day. He just drank the snake's blood, this will seem to be practicing. The crowd is uncertain. But looking at Sumo, they all guessed that he seemed to have gotten some kind of realm enhancement, so they all just whispered in low voices and didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of disturbing Sumo's cultivation. Sumo had already endured the most painful and difficult moment. The physical pain gradually diminished. And the immense pain he just endured. It was precisely the paroxysm of pain that the Qilin bloodline in his body had to go through during the process of quenching and sublimation, and under this severe pain, every single flesh and bone in his entire body had been quenched once again. A jade-like luster gradually appeared on his skin, the skin became more delicate and tougher between the textures, and every inch of muscle and bone became like iron. At the same time, the meta-infant inside him grew once again, from the original only the size of a peach kernel, a little bit of essence, quickly converge and expand as the size of a fist. The outlines of his features are vaguely recognizable, and this is the very image of him at the beginning of his genesis, It was also a sign that the Yuan Qi in his body was at its peak of purity. The flow of blood in his body gradually slowed down and however, his Qi and blood were already surging and raging like a great river, and every time he ran his circumference it brought him a great lean on his vital energy. At the same time, the Qilin bloodline in his body became more refined, becoming pure without a trace of impurities. You have obtained the holy blood of the Qilin, and as a result, you have gained an innate longevity body, and your lifespan has been increased by 100 years. Ageless, disease-free, and painless, the power contained in the blood can be invulnerable to all poisons, and snakes, insects, rats and ants will be deterred by the smell of it. You have broken through the Grandmaster bottleneck and reached the Martial Saint primary. Your 7 layers of Faustus technique has been raised to the second circumference. As a series of beeps fell, Sumo's eyes slowly opened. At this point, he felt his eyesight clearer than ever before, and the entire world became visible in his eyes, and even the dark places that were originally invisible had been able to be seen clearly at this moment. His entire body's strength had once again increased by at least several times. It seemed to be able to generate thousands of pounds of force even when he raised his hands and threw his feet. At the same time, the Yuan Qi in his body had become more pure, and was able to use it as he wished. With just a thought, the power of the Genjutsu could be taken out of the Guanjiao. Feeling the changes produced in himself, Sumo couldn't help but feel an ecstasy in his heart. After obtaining the Ghost Cave Sacred Blood and the corpse-scented Devil's Taro Heart, the gains one obtained were indeed very powerful. Surprisingly, he had broken through the Grandmaster realm in a matter of moments and reached the Martial Saint Primary. Human Martial Saints, who can condense the power of Yuanshan to get out of the Guanxiao, and contain true power between their fingers and palms. Even picking leaves and flying flowers can hurt. Therefore, right now, Sumo's realm had already reached the peak of the earthly martial way. Further down, there is the triple realm of fading mortality, human immortality, and seeing God unbreakable. But the road ahead is definitely getting tougher. The Martial Saint realm, then, was divided into 3 stages, primary, intermediate, and advanced, with bottlenecks on top of them that needed to be transcended. The hard work it takes to go beyond the earthly martial arts, as well as the wondrous encounters and extraordinary things that need to be obtained, I'm afraid there will be even more. To know the way of cultivation, this is to go against the sky. Want to win the sky half a sun achievement to see God is not bad. The path that needs to be traveled is even more difficult. Those earthly beings such as the yellow-bearded willow and white ash cultivate on their own, often through hundreds of years of hard work. Even if the cultivation is about to reach perfection, it needs to go through the heavenly fire and thunder tribulation. Although man is the eldest of all living things and the easiest creature in the world to cultivate. But it also requires a lot of ups and downs and hijinks. When the Martial Saint realm reaches the fading mortal realm, I'm afraid that there will be more calamities and hardships that one needs to face. He was just thinking about it when suddenly he heard a boom from the stone beam. But it was Habachi who lifted the lid of the coffin of the Kunlun divine wood with all their strength. Immediately after that, Hu Bai and Shirley Yang, but they suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise. Seems to have seen something particularly horrific. Professor Chen and the others saw the coffin lid open and hurriedly walked over to watch it as well. But at a glance they all changed their faces, their eyes filled with shock and incredulity. But then I saw a space dissected in the heart of the Kunlun divine wood. A woman dressed in jade lay flat inside, with no burial items around her. The mask that this woman wore on her face had been uncovered by Hoopa One, but her hair was like a waterfall, a face as white as jade, lips like dotted cherry blossoms, and features of unrivaled beauty. And the reason why the crowd let out a gasp of surprise was because of the appearance of this Queen of the Essence under her mask. Surprisingly similar to Shirley Young. The more you look at the contours of your features, the more you look at the corners of your eyebrows and mouth, the more you look alike. Shirley Young was opposite her across the coffin, and surprisingly, as if looking in a mirror, It's just that one is dressed in a modern archaeological getup and the other in a crystal and jade suit. These two, like they've been through 2,000 years of reincarnation. The same person standing above the long river of history looking at each other across the water. Chapter 52, Shirley Young is the Queen of the Essence? 2,000 years of reincarnation. Hu Bai and the others instantly had their heads blown up when they saw the appearance of the Queen of the Essence. The mind goes blank. The shock and dismay left everyone almost speechless. Even Shirley Young herself was so shocked that she stood woodenly in place and her mind went blank. After a while, Fatty Wang couldn't help but open his mouth wide. What a living hell, how does this queen look exactly like Commander Yang? Could they be the same person? Don't be ridiculous, how can it be the same person? Although Hu Bai said this with his mouth, his heart was also filled with doubt and fear. It's amazing how much the two look alike, after 2,000 years. If Shirley Young changed into this jade dress and lay in the coffin, it would be a living and breathing Queen of the Essence. How is that possible? Professor Chen and the others were even more stunned beyond words, so much so that they suspected that they were old and blind. After removing his glasses and giving them a hard wipe, he was even more shocked when he put them back on. This. Sumo had also walked over by now. Seeing the Psycheo Queen lying in the coffin and then looking at Shirley Young, his heart was also filled with shock. These two are so much alike. Although Shirley Young carries the genes of the Ghost Cave people in her, it would be excusable to say that after a few thousand years it looked somewhat similar to the Queen of Jingjie, but the facial contours and skin and hair all seem to be a one-to-one restored replica, which would be too outrageous. At this moment, everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. Stunned, scared, desperate, nervous. All sorts of extreme emotions instantly flooded the mind, so much so that no one knew what to say. It was at this moment that the Psyche Queen's eyelashes suddenly seemed to flutter. The movement was so subtle that Hoopla I and the others were completely oblivious to it. Only Shirley Young, who had been staring at the face of the Queen of Seizures closely in shock. It was only with Sumo, who possessed the Tang viewing thoughts and the purple microcosmic viewing thoughts as well as the flotation technique that had already reached the second circumference, that he discovered this action in a very short period of time. Shirley Young suddenly let out a gasp. But before she could utter the second word, the Psycho Queen's eyelids suddenly fluttered once again, and in a second it snapped open. It was a pair of eyes that had no whites at all, and the entire eye was dark as a black hole. As the Psycho Queen's eyes opened, Sumo then felt a huge power suddenly released from her eyes, raging like a dark tide, spreading out like a mountain. Retreat! Sumo immediately let out a loud shout and pulled Professor Chen and the others around him behind the stone beams. Hu Baiyi and Fatty Wang still don't know what's going on. However, he also felt a powerful force suddenly pounce on his face, and then he heard a loud shout from Sumo and hurriedly and subconsciously ran towards the back of the stone beam. But Shirley Young, at the moment the force struck, the entire person suddenly flipped 180 degrees directly in the air, instantly becoming head down and hanging upside down in the air. A force from the void space of the Queen of the Essence, like an unseen tentacle of darkness that, in an instant, her entire body was suspended upside down. At the same time, the body of the Queen of Essence suddenly rose leisurely from the coffin. Her body barely bent to raise her hands at all, even the position of the knees did not see a bit of bending, just straight and suddenly stood up from the coffin. And then, the Queen of the Essence and Sherry Young's bodies were hanging upside down, one standing in the coffin, The two faces were yearning for each other in a positive and negative way. Ah! Shirley Young let out an exclamation of surprise, and then suddenly seemed to lose consciousness. A powerful attraction seemed to have arisen between her and the Queen of Essence, It drained her mind of all thought in general. Whereas the darkness in the eyes of the Queen of the Essence seemed to be fading a little, a glimmer of white light actually appeared at the edge of his eyeballs. These two are like the yin and the yang, this shore and the other shore, and once there's a touch between them, then they attract and devour each other until they become one. At the same time, a raging tide of darkness suddenly gushed out wildly from the Kunlun divine wood, Instantly it seemed to fill the entire space above the stone beams, as if it were a huge black eggshell, It wrapped up the Kunlun divine wood as well as the two of them, the Queen of Jingjie and Sherry Yang, within the divine wood. What happened? Professor Chen couldn't help but let out a gasp. As soon as Hoopa copied the engineer's shovel, he tried to rush forward, but just as he reached the stone beam, he was then knocked directly to the ground by the dark force that was completely invisible to normal people. You guys get out of there! Sumo's eyes were fixed on the Queen of Essence and Sherry Yang, his right hand then drew out the Frost Moonsword. In a hushed voice. This time retreat to the platform above and go back first. He had no time now to see what was going on, through the Taiyin Quan Si. Knowing only that if things are allowed to go on, one of Sherry Young and the Queen of the Essence will probably disappear completely. Or fully integrated as a whole. Habechi and the others froze for a moment, glancing at Sherry Yang and the Queen of Essence, and then said, "Master, watch out." With that, the two pulled Professor Chen and the others towards the platform at the back and ran. By this time, although they couldn't see exactly what was happening, but he also knew that the situation must be very critical, otherwise Sumo would never have let them retreat all the way to the platform behind them, or even leave here first. If they continue to stay here, they wouldn't be able to help, not to mention that they would definitely split Sumo's heart. Professor Chen stumbled out a few steps and looked back at Sumo. Sherry's all yours, you. Be careful. Sumo nodded with a grave expression. By this time, a dark force had completely enveloped the stone beams above the strange winds kept blowing out from the ghostly cave below, emitting a burst of mournful and strange sounds like ghosts crying. The entire space was even enveloped by an extremely gloomy and cold aura. Sumo gazed at the Psycho Queen and the upside-down Shirley Young. With that, he took a step towards the stone beam. Immediately afterward, a purple aura penetrated straight out from his body, coalescing into a human form in the twinkling of an eye, But it was a giant that was more than 10 feet long and tall. This was precisely the power that Sumo's Yuanshin had condensed from his out-of-body experience. As the purple gas giant appeared, a divine beast loomed over it, sheep's head but wolf's hooves, body like a moose, tail like a swimming dragon, dragon scales all over the head with 2 horns, lips with whiskers and beards with a pearl in his mouth, his body is red as fire. But it was none other than a divine beast Kirin. This was precisely the combination of the Qilin sacred blood and the out-of-body Yuanshin, condensing all the power of the Yuan Qi and Bloodline. As the Qilin and the purple Qi Yuanshan converged, the purple Qi Yuanshan size became even more enormous. His body was 3 feet long, and in his hand, he raised a huge sword, and his sword Qi was like a rainbow, penetrating straight into the air. Under the sword's awnings, it was aimed right at the one released by the Queen of the Essence and the Kunlun Divine Wood, wrapped around the dark power that was like an eggshell above the stone beams. As Sumo's thoughts turned, the giant sword in the purple Qi Yuanshan's hand stabbed straight down. Boom! There was a loud bang. The black eggshell encasing the stone beam was instantly broken by the rainbow-like giant sword in one fell swoop. The giant sword pierced right through this dark force It pierced through Siju's chest and abdomen from underneath Shirley Young's head, and then stabbed into the Kunlun Divine Wood behind her. Chapter 53 Overthrow, Snake Tide. Suemo had already reached the second circumference of the Faustus technique at this time, and his cultivation level had also reached the martial saint primary. The power of the Yuanshan that was condensed was even more powerful than the previous devouring of the corpse-scented devil's taro heart. Not to mention that he had already upgraded his bloodline to Kirin's sacred blood. The power of the Yuanshan had even condensed the holy might of the Qilin. This giant sword of Yuanshan power stabbed out. It actually instantly pierced through the Queen of Essence and the Kunlun Divine Wood together. The Queen of the Sperm Jade suddenly let out a mournful wail. The pierced part of the body released a dense black gas, while a piece of blood unexpectedly flowed out from where the Kunlun Divine Wood was pierced. Suemo at this time but quickly took an arrow step forward and instantly penetrated above the stone beam. One grabbed the upside-down Sherry Young. The space amidst the dark power was like a quagmire where no substance could be seen. And Shirley Young was hanging upside down in the air, as if she had fallen backwards into a quagmire. Although Suemo had the strength of 1,000 pounds when he raised his hand, he surprisingly felt very hard even when dragging her around. Suemo gritted his teeth and transported his strength, grabbed Sherry Yang's undershirt, and stomped his legs on the stone beam with force. At the same time, he catalyzed the Yuanshan purple Qi. The giant sword in the purple Qi giant's hand suddenly drew away from the Psychic Queen's body. A sword cut across between her and Shirley Young. Boom! There was another pop. Suemo took Sherry Yang and leaped backward by more than 10 feet, completely out of the range of the stone beams. Shirley Young fell out of the air and into Sumo's arms. At this time, the pierced heart of the Kunlun Divine Wood was dripping with blood. Blood and water crashed downward along the stone beams. The body of the Psycheo Queen in the coffin swayed and suddenly fell straight backward. That sword of the purple Qi Yuanshan didn't just pierce through its body. It also seemed to destroy the power in it outright. While over here Sherry Young has her eyes closed tightly and seems to be in a coma. Suemo hurriedly put his hand on her pulse. Her pulse was still stable, it was just that when the Queen of the Essence met her across the sky just now. It seems to have done her so much damage that she is now unconscious. Just then, a rustling as if it were a rush of rain was heard in the darkness, and from within the ghost cave came what looked like countless animals climbing upward along the walls of the ghost cave. Sumo hurriedly put Sherry Young on her back, then strapped her to herself with a harness Then he held the Frost Moon sword in his palm. By this time, there were already countless strange snakes with black scales all over their bodies, climbing out of the ghost cave. The smallest of these monstrous snakes is only a dozen centimeters long. The largest is as thick as a child's arm and more than a meter long, each with a crown of flesh on top of its head and bloodshot eyes. Countless monstrous snakes kept coming out of the ghost cave like a tidal wave, entangled and piled up in one piece of. It quickly climbed to the top of the stone beam, drowning the Kunlun Divine Wood and the Queen of Essence like a tidal wave. By now, Hubba One and the others had climbed to the platform above them. Hearing a sharp rain like rustle behind him, he rushed back to look. At a glance the crowd couldn't help but be shocked. Habechi exclaimed in haste. Master! Professor Chen and the others were also busy shouting. Master Su! Mr. Su, come back here! Suemo looked back at them and exclaimed. You guys go, get out first! Although these cockatrice snakes were numerous, Suemo had enough power to protect himself. So there was no fear in his heart. He couldn't leave yet, because the secrets of the ghost cave and the Queen of the Essence were still confusing to him now. Why did the Queen of the Psycheo suddenly rise from her coffin? And why is it squarely opposite of Shirley Young, and why did Shirley Young suddenly pass out? What else is in the ghost cave? All of these things were completely unanswered, and even if Suemo used the Tang viewpoint idea or the violet viewpoint idea, nor is it possible to discern its true cause. Hu Bai and Fatty Wang saw Suemo say this and had to grit their teeth. Let's go first, don't drag Master here. Not bad. Master isn't afraid of those weird snakes, he has his own reasons for staying. We'll slow him down here instead. Seeing this, Professor Chan and the others had no choice but to grit their teeth and nod their heads. Following Habechi, they quickly headed outside. Over here, the snakes had gotten more and more numerous, and the Kunlun divine wood on the stone beam had been completely flooded by the snakes. Even the body of the Queen of the Essence in the coffin was already full of black snakes, and more black snakes began to spread outward along the stone beams and the edges of the haunted cave. The Queen of the Psycheo never moved a muscle after she fell into the coffin. As the drops of blood continued to fall from the Kunlun divine wood, the trees originally verdant, lifelike leaves. Surprisingly, it gradually withered away. And the original white as gelatin face of the Queen of Essence became yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, shriveled. When Suemo saw this scene, he couldn't help but be very surprised. It looks like the Queen of the Essence is indeed dead. It's just that Shirley Young's appearance caused her to suddenly swindle up and somehow connect with Shirley Young through the power of her eyes. But because she was dead, her eyes could no longer emit the power of the void space. Was her look across the room with Shirley Young more like a transfer of energy or power? And after the Kunlun divine wood was pierced by Sumo's purple Chi Yuanshan sword, it caused the ghost cave's sacred blood of the wooden body to leak out, so much so that the body of the Queen of the Essence also began to decay rapidly. Suemo was thinking about it, but he saw that the snakes gradually became more numerous, and many of them piled up and entangled. It surged like a tidal wave, driving the Kunlun divine wood and the corpse of the Queen of Essence on the stone beam to start moving as well. The stone beam itself was not wide enough to. The snakes quickly brought the Kunlun divine wood to the edge of the stone beam under the surge. Suemo took a bad look and then charged towards the stone beam. Now that Shirley Young is still in a coma, and there's no telling what kind of connection the Queen of Essence has with her. So Suemo wanted to drive away the snakes and leave the Kunlun divine wood behind. With a single bound he rushed near the stone beam and... At this time, the snakes seemed to sense the power of the Kirin's holy blood in his body, and they all branched their heads and let out threatening hisses. Suemo brewed up all his chi and let out a furious rebuke towards the snakes. Retreat! There was a commotion in the group of snakes, and those closest to him retreated backwards. But the crowded snakes instead accelerated the deflection of the Kunlun divine wood. The Kunlun divine wood quickly moved to the side of the stone beam, and it looked like it had already fallen nearly halfway down. Suemo gritted his teeth and swung the frost moon sword in his hand and was trying to kill a bloody path. Suddenly, he heard Shirley Young's somewhat weak voice behind him reach his ears. Don't! Let's get out of here! Suemo looked back, but saw that Shirley Yang had already come to her senses. Her face was still a bit pale though. However, there was no color of infatuation in her beautiful eyes, and she was obviously very clear in her mind. Suemo couldn't help but feel happy. It's good that the person is awake, it means that the Queen of the Essence was looking at her from across the room just now. It didn't suck in her genjutsu consciousness or anything like that. At that moment, there was a sudden boom on the stone beam, and the Kunlun divine wood, under the surging of the snakes. Falling from the stone beams, he turned his eyes and fell into the darkness of the ghostly cavern. Shirley Young watched as the Queen of the Essence fell into the abyss, along with the Kunlun divine wood. The beautiful eyes, however, could not help but be filled with sadness. And as the Kunlun divine wood fell, an extremely morose and cold aura drifted out of the ghostly cave. The entire space was filled with an extremely strange aura. Even the aura of Sumo's Qilin bloodline was suppressed by this aura. There was a sudden surge of more snakes inside the cave, and the monstrous snakes seemed to have become even more frantic, and even after smelling the scent of Qilin blood on Sumo's body, he still charged forward recklessly. Chapter 54 Memory of the Sperm Queen. In the blink of an eye, the snakes had already flooded almost all of the platform beyond the ghost cave. Even the road Suemo came from was covered with snakes. Suemo was carrying Sherry Yang on his back at the moment, and didn't want to cause any more trouble at all. Then he turned and ran towards a small cave not far away. He carried Shirley Young on his back for a few leaps and jumped inside that cave. It was a chasm formed between the bellies of the mountains, just a man's height, and Suemo knew that this place could lead outward to the ground, so he continued along the rift. Rustling sounds kept coming from behind, the snakes chased after Suemo. Black as a tidal wave. Suemo saw that the snakes were chasing extremely fast, then he brewed his middle chi and let out a roar at the entrance of the cave. Retreat! This Buddhist lion's roar, full of the power of the Kirin's sacred blood. The whole cave was buzzing with vibrations, and even though Sherry Yang had covered her ears tightly, her eardrums were still rattling from the vibrations. The snakes were shocked by this roar and retreated. Like an ebbing tide, it clattered back to the mouth of the cave. Seeing that the snakes were no longer chasing, Sumo continued to carry Sherry Yang forward. Just after taking a few steps, Shirley Young suddenly said behind her, "Just put me down, I can walk on my own." It turns out that Shirley Young just lost consciousness and fainted when she was hung upside down by the Queen of Psycheo. However, his body did not receive any damage, and at this time, he felt that his energy had recovered a bit, and then he let Sumo put himself down. Sumo then untied the rope that bound Sherry Yang to herself and placed her on the ground. "What happened just now when the Queen of the Essence suspended you upside down in the air?" Shirley Young said after a moment of silence. "I gained some of her memories." Sumo couldn't help but be shocked at hearing this. Shirley Young glanced at Sumo and said, "You know, I dreamed about this haunted cave before I came here. Even dreamed about the Queen's coffin and the chains on it, and was even able to dream that there was something lying on top of the coffin, just couldn't see it clearly in the dream. Now that I think about the dream, that lying on the coffin of the huge thing is likely to be the corpse incense magic potatoes. A voice called to me in my dreams to enter the haunted caves of Mount Zagr. But when I did meet the Queen and gained a part of her memory, a lot of things seem to be coming through to me now." Speaking of this, Shirley Young couldn't help but sigh, her eyes filled with feelings of sadness and pain. Sumo listened silently from the side and didn't say anything. In the dark, he seemed to have guessed some kind of connection between the Queen of Essence and Shirley Young. As they were talking, a square stone house suddenly appeared in front of the two. The stone house wasn't very big, only maybe a few square meters or so. A huge ancient stone box was placed on the ground, looking dusty and dull and very ancient. On either side of the stone box sat two other people on their knees, their bodies long since dried out. The skin had all turned a grayish-brown color, and it looked like it had been dead for at least 1,000 years. Shirley Young looked at the pattern drawn on the stone box and suddenly said, "It is written in the records of the western regions of the great Tang dynasty that two saints are buried in Mount Zagr. These two can't be the people mentioned in the book, can they?" Sumo glanced at the two sentences of dry corpses and shook his head. "It's not quite befitting of the late saint that this crypt is so humble. And this kind of tomb in the middle of a rocky mountain is not at all in line with feng shui, only saying that since the first saint. No matter what clan one comes from, one is bound to be buried in a place of excellent feng shui, but there is a murderous cave under the mountain here that cannot possibly be used to bury a sage." Shirley Young nodded and looked down carefully at the pattern on the stone box. But the stone box was inscribed with several designs, the first of which depicted a child pointing to the sky. Many people below have taken shelter, and the second and third paintings depict tornadoes as a plague, respectively. The houses, people, cattle, horses and livestock were all blown to death, but those around the child were obviously guided by him and escaped the wind. The fourth painting, on the other hand, was engraved with a very bizarre pattern. There are 4 people in the painting, and one of them is in the process of opening the stone box. Shirley Young frowned. It seems to be a prophetic painting of the 4 men who will enter this place. Open the stone box, and one of these 4 is an evil spirit. But this prophecy does not seem to be accurate. Sumo couldn't help but sneer when he heard it. Prophecies aren't always accurate, there's only you and me here, where are the evil spirits? Unlike the original, due to the appearance of Sumo's. The only 2 people who had arrived in this cave were Sumo and Sherry Yang, while Hubai and the others took Professor Chen and left the Jingjie Queen's dungeon the same way they had come. Haigwa Satapeng, who originally died in the original, is unharmed. And because Yi Isin had been rescued, he shouldn't be able to die this time. And because of Sumo's appearance. The fragrance of the flowers of the corpse-scented konjac did not reach the point of compelling people to death either. Therefore, Sumo's appearance was tantamount to changing the entire storyline. After saying that, Sumo directly made a move to pull open the second layer of the stone box. Hidden within the stone box was an ancient book made of sheepskin, but the book was all in Ghost Cave script. Sumo then handed the book to Sherry Yang, who flipped through it and then said, "Here is a record of the history of the founding of the ancient kingdom of Jingjie, and the origins of the Ghost Cave. Yet it's very similar to the memories I received of the Queen of the Psycheo." After saying that, she told Sumo about the Queen's memories she had received. In ancient times, there was a sacred mountain in the west, the same Mount Zagr. Originally 4 tribes lived here. Later on, people found a cave in this mountain, which was so deep that No one has been able to get down there, and everyone wants to find out what's in the hole. So a high priest ordered a jade eyeball to be created in hopes of figuring out the haunted cave through the power of the true gods. The high priest held a great sacrifice, and by sacrificing the jade eyeball, with the power of the true god to see through the eyeballs what is really going on underneath the haunted cave. But the jade eyeballs brought disaster instead. First, the high priest was suddenly blinded in both eyes. And died soon after. Then, from the haunted cavern, there appeared many strange snakes, such as had strange eyes on their heads. There was also a human-headed snake god with 4 limbs, which would hatch huge eyeball-like snake eggs and produce hundreds of monstrous snakes at once. If this monstrous serpent is allowed to multiply, all 4 clans of the Zagr mountains will perish. So the 4 clans passed out 2 holy men who killed the mother snake and led their people to clean up all the snake beasts. Then the tribe migrated to the far east to escape the plagues of the. And the Zagr mountains welcomed a new tribe, and that tribe was the Sejin. The queen of the Sejin was born with ghostly eyes that could see into the underworld. That she could summon black monstrous serpents through her jade eyeballs, and use these means to conquer a dozen nearby countries. Including the country of Emperor Gumo, which we've been to. Chapter 55 in Long Bloodline, 9 Dragon Bones. Shirley Young held the parchment and said slowly to Sumo. Things were indeed as Sumo had suspected, the queen of the Jingjie was indeed dead. However, her state was more like the female corpse puppet in the cave of accumulated corpses in Ruwang Palace, still carrying the memories of her life, but her physical state was dead. After her death, her people preserved her body with the sacred wood of Kunlun. Blessing her coffin with corpse-scented devil's taro and pure seeing aham, while the Kunlun divine would can draw on the power of the ghost cave sacred blood to constantly nourish her body. To keep her body from decaying for 10,000 years. She used a special method to preserve herself before she died, and turned into a female corpse puppet. Meanwhile, nourishing his body with the Kunlun divine wood was actually waiting. Waiting for a reincarnation of 1,000 years or more. After the fall of the Saikoku kingdom, the ghost cave people were scattered all over the place. But every ghost cave clan member carries a curse that an eyeball pattern is born on the back of anyone who approaches the ghost cave. Those affected by the power of the ghost cave will have their bloodlines changed. It's a condition hidden in the genes that can't be gotten rid of, even after millennia. If we want to get rid of this curse, we can only do as the original says. Finding the jade eyeball's phoenix gallbladder, or bead, and placing it back in the ghost cave is the only way to completely remove the curse. This reincarnation that the Queen of Sperm is waiting for. It's that after a few thousand years a member of the clan who looks especially like her will hear the call to return to the ghost cave, and then she'll use the power of the ghost cave's sacred blood, instill your own memories into this person's mind and replace them. Then she could be reborn in some sense. That person is Shirley Young. And this thing came from the seer inscribed on that stone box. It was only due to Sumo's outburst that this transmission or infusion of memories was prevented. The Queen of the Essence Jedi was also pierced through her body by Sumo's Yuan Shin power and fell into the ghost cave along with the Kunlun divine wood. Shirley Young had only gained a portion of the Saikyo Queen's memories. Speaking of which, a tear appeared in Sherry Young's eye. This is probably our destiny. Sumo listened, but smiled coldly. I don't believe in fate. Shirley Young heard it, but couldn't help but show a surprised expression. In her opinion, Sumo was the heir of the mountain-moving Taoist, and not only was he proficient in the art of feng shui. And with great skill, how could such a person not believe in fate? Sumo shook his head and faced Shirley Young with a slight smile. You may not believe much of what I'm saying. Because my destiny was never in the order of this world in the first place, and my arrival has actually affected the destiny of many people in this world. It was his own identity as a traveler that he was talking about. But he couldn't possibly tell Shirley Young Ming, because this kind of fact was too bizarre and hard to explain. But the reason why Sumo said he didn't believe in fate was because after he came to this world, it does change a lot of things. How Aigwa and Satapeng, for example. They were supposed to be dead. But because of Sumo's appearance, they had now followed Huba Yi and the others out of the underground palace. And Yi-Sin was originally supposed to die, but she was saved by Sumo after she experienced dehydration. The body is now recovering. So what is the established destiny? This world would have a traveler like Sumo, so a lot of things just could be changed. This includes the fate of Shirley Young. Speaking of which, Sumo suddenly took Shirley Young's hand. Shirley Young's body suddenly trembled slightly as he took his own hand and However, it did not have any intention of refusing. Instead, it raised its head to look at him with a pair of beautiful eyes, and the expression in its eyes looked very complicated. Both the sadness and pessimistic despair of feeling one's destiny. There was also the joy and adoration that was truly revealed at this time after being pulled by Sumo's small hand. Believe it or not, stay with me. Let's move on. I'll find a way to change everyone's destiny. Sumo looked at her eyes that seemed to be bottomless and said very solemnly, I will lead you to the Dusk Pearl and then change the fate of all of you. Sherry Yang's heart trembled and she couldn't help but jump into Sumo's arms. Sumo embraced Shirley Yang, although there was the joy of a soft and warm embrace. But there was a simultaneous flash of light in his brain. You felt the uncertainty of the inexplicable fate of the. It also experienced that all of the destiny godheads can be changed, and comprehended the power of bloodline sublimation. The power of bloodline sublimation, which can change one's own bloodline through some external factor. Sublimate the Kirin bloodline again. Though the unicorn is a divine beast, it was born of the answering dragon. Therefore, the host's Qilin bloodline can continue to sublimate, elevating from Qilin's sacred blood to Yinglong bloodline. Yinglong, also known as the Yellow Dragon, is the god of thunder and rain in China, and is in charge of the mountains and rivers in all seasons. For the sake of the giant god who reigns over the creation of the world and the destruction of the world is one, the ancestor of all the ancient gods of the world. Sublimating the Qilin bloodline into the Yinglong bloodline allows the host to accelerate his own cultivation. The speed of reaching the realm of seeing God unbreakable will be even faster. Hearing the tone in his ears, Sumo couldn't help but feel his heart jump. It turned out that one's bloodline could continue to sublimate, elevating from Qilin blood to Yinglong bloodline. Legend has it that when Nuwa was mending the sky, Yinglong drove for Nuwa and delivered the book of Hichu and Luoshu to Fushi. Helped it create the Bagua diagram and even taught Yendi and Shinong. And the Yellow Emperor Warchiyu, beheading Chiyu's dragon Gungchen, is the Yinglong transformed. Later, Yinglong reappeared when Dayu ruled over the water. He also helped Dayu to suppress the water god Wuziki under Turtle Mountain, and used his tail to row the river, helping Dayu to divert the water of 100 rivers into the Yellow River and finally into the East China Sea. And the Dragon Gate was opened by Yinglong. In other words, Yinglong is the ancestor of the ancient gods of the world. Only by upgrading to the Yinglong bloodline could one truly reach the realm of seeing God unbreakable. Even beheading all the various ancient gods hiding in the shadows. Upgrading to the Yinglong bloodline, when one achieves seeing God unbreakable, one is naturally able to live forever. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but feel his heart stirring. It's just that he doesn't know how he can raise his bloodline, yet. Elevate the Kirin sacred blood to the Yinglong bloodline. Legend has it that when Yinglong opened the Dragon Gate, he scattered the 9 dragon bones in his body all over China. As long as you find these 9 dragon bones and reach the end of the world, you'll be able to enhance your own bloodline and sublimate into the Yinglong bloodline, reach the realm of seeing God's immortality. 9 dragon bones? The end of the world? When Sumo heard these 2 words, he couldn't help but be filled with confusion. The sky is more than 1,000,000 miles away. But where to find those 9 dragon bones? As he was thinking, Sumo suddenly had a flash of light in his head. Dragon Ridge. He remembers the original story, where Hubble One and the others first saw the dragon bone, It's that ancient tomb in Longling, Shaanxi. Perhaps the dragon bone in the Dragon Ridge was one of the 9 dragon bones that Yinglong had scattered throughout the world. Chapter 56, Returning to the Capital, Dragon Ridge Lichuanlai's doorstep. After a brief stay in the stone room, Sumo and Shirley Young. With that, he continued to follow this rift in the Zagrama Mountains, and soon the front became narrower and narrower. Soon the front had become almost impassable, but daylight could already be seen in the cracks. Sumo then used the Frost Moon Sword to split the mountain rocks and brought Sherry Young to climb out from the gap in the rocks. But it turned out that the rift wasn't too far from the entrance to the underground palace, and the 2 of them then returned to the shrine, But they saw Hoopa Ai and the others sitting there waiting for them, all of them, however, safe and sound. Even Yi-Sen, who originally died in the original before stepping out of the underground palace, only looked weaker at this time, but there was no problem with his body. Sumo's heart was suddenly relieved. He had originally made a promise to everyone that. He said that he would take everyone away peacefully, and at this moment, seeing that everyone was alright, his heart was naturally very relieved. Hubai and Fatty Wang saw Sumo and Sherry Yang unexpectedly appear from outside the temple. But it was a surprise and a delight. Master, why have you appeared from outside the temple? We were worried, but we didn't think you guys would come out from outside. Professor Chen and the others were very happy when they saw Su Mo and Sherry Yang emerge unharmed. Mr. Su, Sherry, I'm glad you're okay. It's still Master Su who's great. Su Mo smiled. It's good that everyone's fine. The Essence Palace can't go down there for the time being. That place is now flooded with snakes. We'd better find a way to leave in a hurry. Before he entered the temple, he could see that the setting sun had become a blur in the sky. A red cloud occupied most of the sky, and the wind was wrapped in a lot of fine sand. Apparently, another black sandstorm is on the way. On the way, Anliman used to say that this wind meant the end of days. Once it blows over, Zagrama will also be destroyed. It's hard to say if Zagrama will be destroyed, but the black sandstorm really hit. The sand dunes covered the ancient city of Psycheo in the valley of Zagrama once again, and everyone was in trouble if they were buried here. So all of them then got up and headed out the door. Just stepping outside, he saw Anliman driving the camels out. When Fatty Wang saw this, he was furious and cursed. Anliman, you old bastard, what you said to my master before was a full body fart, wasn't it? Anliman turned around to see the crowd coming out and hurriedly squeezed a smile on his face. Comrade King, the black sandstorm is coming, and the end of Zagrama is in sight. My old man has waited so long for you guys, I can't just watch a black sandstorm bury me. Su Mo didn't bother to break it up with him at this point. After all, the signs of the black sandstorm had already appeared. Anriman is justified in trying to escape at this point. The crowd then hurriedly climbed onto the camel, and when all were seated on the back of the camel, Anriman drove the camel and started running out the door. The camel caravan, after a period of recuperation and replenished with water. Physical strength had been almost recovered, and at this time, at the urging of Anliman, spreading his hoofs in a wild run, in no time at all he was running out of the valley with the crowd. Just in the process of running, but the sound of the wind behind them has been into the general of thousands of horses chasing the dust and sand had swept in, and with the dimming light of the setting sun, the whole world had become pitch black. Anriman discussed with Sumo and Hupeichi. A sand-proof wall was then dug in place under a dune, and then all the camels formed a circle, and Anliman again blindfolded them with a blanket. Prevent them from running away in fear. Luckily for us, the center of this black sandstorm is right where the Zagrama Valley is. And the crowd, after running all the way, had escaped the area of the eye of the storm, and were on the outskirts of the black sandstorm, though they were also being blown around in misery. But the danger of being buried by wind and sand is gone. It was not until the next morning that the black sandstorm subsided. Su Mo stood on top of the dune, but he could no longer see the black shadow of Zagrama mountain. Apparently, this black sandstorm has buried him to Zagrama. If the crowd hadn't escaped from there in time, I'm afraid this would have been buried inside the sand. Find the Daphne beads again and return to Zagrama. I'm afraid we'll just have to wait for the storm to blow away the sand that's burying the mountain again. The crowd couldn't help but sigh as well. This archaeological expedition is like a dangerous nightmare. The dream woke up, but everything had been covered up and disappeared. All of them then departed, ready to leave this desert. On the way back there were no more sandstorms, and although there was no lack of wind and shelter along the way, but it was a lot smoother than it had been on the way in. After 10 days, the crowd finally left the desert and returned to the town. After a few more days of recuperating in the town, Professor Chen and Yi Isan had also basically recovered about as much as they could, and the crowd then set off again, taking the train back to the capital after leaving the basin. Along the way, Shirley Young and Su Mo felt even closer, although the two of them did not really have skin-to-skin contact. But the closeness and understanding between each other had risen to another level. Hu Bai and Fatty Wine looked at them, but they both smiled heartily when they looked at each other. This teacher's wife, it seems that Shirley Young is determined to be the one. After returning to the capital, Sherry Yang stayed at the Archaeological Institute with Professor Chen and the others. Su Mo also returned to his own residence. Hu Bai and Wang Fatty did come every day. They really took Su Mo as their master. Every day, you have to ask for a visit. Su Mo saw that they were always consistent with themselves, so he often taught them things as well. The two of them had gradually refined their cultivation and meditation efforts, and after a few days they had reached the bottleneck of a martial artist, just one step away from being elevated to the warrior realm. This day Su Mo has nothing to do, follow Hu Bai and Fatty Wine to Panjiayuan to stroll around. After Hu Bai and the others returned to the capital, they still set up stalls in Panjiayuan every day. After all, neither of them has a formal career. In Panjiayuan, stalls can support the family, but also to increase the experience of the experience. Maybe even trade for some rare treasures. Suemo sat in front of their stall and chatted with them for a while. He was about to turn around and take a look at Dejinya's store when he suddenly saw in the distance a man in his 30s with dark skin, dressed in what looked like a very rustic and. The man with a broken purse still in his hand was looking at them timidly. The man stood for a moment at the base of the wall, as if hesitating for a long time, and then he came toward them. Somewhat timidly, he asked, "Master, do you accept antiques?" Habechi then pulled out a cigarette and handed it over, smiling. "Old folks, what good stuff do you have? Take it out and look at it first so we can decide whether to take it or not." The man smoked the cigarette, but still seemed very hesitant and timid. The broken purse was in his hand, but he was afraid to open it. Suemo looked at him but couldn't help but smile. "What's your name, homeboy?" The man grinned a little coyly. "I'll call Ali-chan to come." Upon hearing his name, Suemo couldn't help but feel his heart jump. Nice guy. He's on his way to Dragon Ridge one of these days. But I didn't want this Li Chunlai to come to my door by himself. Chapter 57 Dry Bone Pile Driving, One Embroidered Shoe. Seeing that the visitor called himself Li Chunlai, Suemo knew that he had run to the capital from Gulan County, trying to get out of that embroidered shoe. Seeing that the time had come to noon, and that this Li Chunlai was too coy and timid to speak, Suemo then said, "Since it's dinner time, I'll treat you to dumplings stuffed with mutton in sour soup. We'll talk more slowly at the dinner table." Li Chunlai actually had not eaten since he got off the train, and had long been hungry in the front and back of his chest. When he heard that Suemo had invited him to eat mutton soup, he gulped. "Dumplings stuffed with mutton in sour soup, that's a good feeling, so let's go eat and talk about it." Fatty Wang, on the other hand, said cheerfully, "Master's treat, that's a good feeling." Hubei then collected the stall with Fatty Wang, turned around and brought Li Chunlai, followed Suemo into a lamb dumpling restaurant near Panjiayuan. Entering the dumpling restaurant, Hubei then found the boss's wife. He and Fatty Wang often ate here. Being well acquainted with both the boss's wife then took the four men to the storeroom behind the kitchen. Just set up a table here. Suemo asked the boss's wife for a few bowls of dumplings stuffed with mutton in sour soup, and a few more stir-fried vegetables. All four then sat down. Li Chunlai has not eaten since the morning. This time the soul was hooked away by the smell outside. One eye just looked out at the stove. Habechi couldn't help but lose his smile. "This old man, what are you selling? Can you bring it out this time?" Fatty Wang also said. "That's right, you're selling some kind of embroidered shoes, don't be coaxing us, right? If it's not something good, we'll be AA for this meal." Li Chunlai didn't understand what AA meant, but he did understand that Fatty was if there was no good stuff. Just don't invite him to dinner, so he skimmed. "Why isn't it a good thing anymore?" "I'm still waiting to sell it for money and take it back to get a daughter-in-law," Hubba said with a smile. "You haven't gotten a wife yet, and it so happens that all three of us, master and disciple, are bachelors as well. You're from Shaanxi, aren't you? I've always heard that a woman from Miri is a man from Sueda. If it's really a good thing, you might be able to get a milquetoast daughter-in-law when you get back." As soon as he heard that he was asking for a daughter-in-law of Mibi, Li Chunlai immediately came to the spirit. The auntie of the Miri is like a window flower with a red lattice, not to mention how pretty she looks. If I could really get a daughter-in-law from Miri, then I would have lived my life in vain. As we were talking, the boss's wife had already brought over 4 bowls of dumplings and sour soup. Li Chunlai has long been hungry and panicked, also ignored the dumplings just cooked out of the mouth as still hot, holding up the bowl and swallowed up a big mouthful. It didn't take long to eat a bowl of sour soup dumplings with only the juice left. When Suemo saw him in this posture as if he was a hungry ghost who had been born. With that, he smiled and pushed his bowl of dumplings in front of him as well. "I'm not hungry yet, so why don't you eat my bowl first?" How embarrassing that would be. Li Chunlai's mouth is polite, but the action is honest, took Sumo's rice bowl and started building again. It wasn't long before another bowl went down. Maybe it was the 2 bowls of dumplings that cushioned him. He was already much more grounded in his mind. Also coupled with Suemo Hubei, they look very relatable. Li Chunlai has already had a lot more trust in them, after eating Sumo's bowl of dumplings. He then opened the broken purse and took out the embroidered shoe that was in the bag. As soon as Hubba took the shoe for a closer look, But I saw that this was exactly what ancient women could only wear up after they had their feet wrapped, and the toe of the front shoe was like the tip of a bamboo shoot that was less than a grip. The green brocade upper was embroidered with peonies in red, blue, and gold thread, and even the soles were of sandalwood, with a compartment in the center, but it was used by the ancients to put spices. These shoes were worn on the feet of ancient beauties, and it was called a step by step. But at a glance, Sumo could see that the shoes carried a sinister aura and said, "Chunlai, old man, it seems to me that you're being a little sneaky with those shoes. I'm afraid the original owner of this thing isn't well to die for, or is a bit sneaky, is he?" Li Chunlai, however, couldn't help but be shocked. "Brother, you're not very old, why are you so godlike? How can you tell at a glance that there's something sneaky about going through this thing?" Fatty Wan laughed. "Older brother, this is my master, don't look at him as young, but he's skillful and the eyes can see through to the gods. And don't call him brother, or you're taking advantage of us." Li Chunlai couldn't help but freeze for a moment, quite a bit more surprised. Sumo, however, shook his hand and smiled. "Let's ignore all that and just tell me where the shoes came from." Li Chunlai smiled a little embarrassed. It's a long story. It also starts with the fact that it hasn't rained for a year at my place. It turns out that it hasn't rained in Li Chunlai's village for a long time. A blind fortune teller came to the village and said that he had to drive a dry bone stake to get rain. This dry bone staking, also known as drought beating, is a custom found only in the central Shanxi area. Legend has it that the Yellow Emperor had a female named Drought Demon. When the Yellow Emperor was on an expedition to Qiyu, the ordered Yinglong attacked in the field of Jizhou. "Qiyu, please wind and rain master down the sky rain." The Yellow Emperor's troops and horses therefore difficult to move. The Yellow Emperor ordered Drought Demon to appear in the battle, and there was indeed a great drought after the Drought Demon appeared in the battle. All the magic powers of the wind and rain masters were ineffective, and the Yellow Emperor thus defeated Qiyu. For this reason, Drought Demon was made the god of drought. The people even thought that the Drought Demon was the spiritual power left by the Drought Demon on earth, and that if the corpse was not broken 100 days after death, not an inch of grass would grow on the tomb, and the grave also seeped water outward. It would mean that the dead in the tomb were transformed into drought demons and would cause a great drought. The beating of the dry bone stakes is the dragging out of such graves of the dead who have been transformed into dry drought demons and beating them with a leather whip. Another fire will unlock the drought demon's aura and beg for rain to come down. The people of Li Chunlai's village then followed the blind man to the drought demon, but really found a deserted grave in the east end of the village. After opening the coffin, a strange stench puffed his nose like into the salted fishes ravine. A female corpse in the coffin is even better preserved, with clothes and jewelry intact. There was a little monster with green hair all over her head. It looks like a little monkey a couple inches long. A few bold villagers then hammered the little monster to death, and then lashed it with a whip. The thing had a thick black aura coming out of its body as soon as it was whipped, and eventually the body was so smashed that no more black aura came out. The blind man told the villagers to burn the coffin along with the little monster, and just as he finished the sky was dark with clouds. Yet it is about to rain heavily. The villagers will believe in the blind man's words. Just leave Li Chunlai here to burn the coffin and the little monster's body. Li Chunlai then held a pile of firewood to set the coffin on fire, and seeing that the coffin burned to half, suddenly rain fell and doused all the fires. Li Chunlai originally saw the gold jewelry on the female corpse and became greedy. At this moment, see the fire were doused by the rain and no one else. They thought of the female body on the gold jewelry and other things to take a few pieces back. At this time, a jerk named Ma Dare came to the village, snatched all the jewelry on the female corpse directly, and on the way out, only threw Li Chunlai this embroidered shoe that he had not yet had time to burn. Li Chunlai couldn't beat Ma Bold, so he could only watch him take all the stuff. He only took back an embroidered shoe himself. Who knows that the next morning, Ma Bolt's entire family of 4 died. He also had a daughter-in-law and 2 dolls all disemboweled, with all 4 hearts missing. A shocking case happened in the village. The police from the county came, but there was no result in the investigation. Li Chunlai carrying this embroidered shoes also dare not tell others. They quietly ran to the capital, both to hide the wind of this matter. I also want to offer this embroidered shoe for some money to spend. He heard that there are collectors of antiques in Panjiayuan in the capital, so he ran all the way to Panjiayuan. He happened to meet the 3 of them, Sumo and Huba E Wang Fatty. Chapter 58 Preparing for Dragon Ridge, a deep embrace with Shirley Young. After listening to Chunlai Li's story, Sumo then knew that the fortune-telling blind man was none other than Chen Yulu, who was blind and living in the countryside. This Chen Yulo carries a human skin map of King Xian's tomb. And the Dragon Ridge side should also have one of the 9 dragon bones that Suemo wanted to collect. It seems that this Gulan County, one must still make a trip. When he thought of this, Suemo made a wink to Hubai and it means that looking at this shoe is not bad to accept it. Also Count Li Chunlai did not run a trip to the capital for nothing. As soon as Hubba understood, he smiled at Li Chunlai. Chunlai, old brother, your embroidered shoes are nice, but it's a pity there's only one of them. If you can get a pair together you can still sell them for a good price, but if you only have one, the price is much less. When Li Chunlai heard this, he became a little nervous. Big brother, how much do you think these shoes could be worth? Habechi couldn't help but hesitate. If it were anyone else, the price given by Hubba one would have been a lot less, for sure. But this Li Chunlai, honest a farmer, from Shangshi Gulan all the way to the capital is not easy. Huba one also of compassion. He thought for a moment and then said, these shoes can be sold for up to 700 in Panjiayuan, seeing as it's not easy for your old brother to come to the capital. I'll take it for 600. When Li Chunlai heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim with some surprise. What did you say? 600? Habechi couldn't help but be a little puzzled by his thoughts and frowned. You think it's too little? To tell you the truth, I'll add up to 50 more, I'm afraid I'll lose money if it's more. Hubai and Fatty Wang went to the countryside to join the army back then. So there has always been a kind of class feeling with the peasant brothers, and the price he gave has indeed been considered to be the end of the line, and if he gives more, he will really lose money. Li Chunlai, however, hurriedly waved his hand. That's a lot. I thought it was worth 200 or 300 at most. Habechi thereupon paid Li Chunlai $650, and bade him put the money away. Don't lose it on the way back. Suemo then talked to Li Chunlai about Gulan County and his neighborhood. Li Chunlai then talked about a Longshan County near their home, which was a state burial area with more ancient tombs than he could count. Suemo knew that what he was talking about was the Dragon Ridge, so he secretly made a note of it in his heart. Soon, Li Chunlai was full of food and drink. Clip the broken purse carrying Hubai gave him $650, smiled and walked away. When he left, Fatty Wang couldn't help but say, Master, you were just asking him about ancient Blue and Dragon Ridge, could it be that you want to go over there and reverse the fight? Suemo smiled faintly. I do have that in mind, I wonder if you guys would like to go? Fatty Wang and Hubai had already worshipped their masters, and these two also had some skills in their bodies. Besides, moving mountains and pouring buckets is never a person's job, not to mention other things are digging rubber holes to carry rammed earth. These jobs, it is impossible for one person to do. Therefore, Suemo wanted to bring the two of them along on this trip to the Dragon Ridge. When Fatty Wang heard this, he excitedly slapped his thigh. Master, I was thinking of going with you to pour a fat bucket. To tell the truth, the last time we went to the western region we did not get anything, although the master you told me that while Professor Chen they do not pay attention can take a little small. But when we left, because of the danger behind us, we were so focused on running for our lives that we didn't take a single bright weapon. This time, with you in the lead, master, and without all these old. We must get more of the good stuff. Suemo smiled. Well, then, you guys get your stuff ready, like some kind of yin-yang shovel workman shovel. Black as hooves, black dog's blood, whatever you can bring some, we'll leave when we're ready. The yin and yang shovel, the engineer shovel, is used for backstabbing, and the black donkey's hooves, the black dog's blood, is for warding off evil spirits, Although Suemo naturally couldn't use these things, Hubai and Fatty Wang could inevitably use them, so he asked them to bring them as well. After the three of them decided to go to the Dragon Ridge, Suemo turned around and went to the archaeological courtyard. Shirley Young was in the archaeological courtyard, seeing Suemo come over but with a worried face. It turns out that Professor Chen has been in poor health ever since he returned from the west. He was already old, and he had suffered a lot from the boat trip to the west, plus he had smelled a lot of bad luck in the ancient tombs. When he returned to the capital, the old illness returned and Shirley Young took him to the hospital for a look around and there was no particularly good treatment. So Shirley Young was ready to take him to Pretty Country for a doctor's appointment, and when she saw Sumo arrive, Shirley Young had a smirk on her face, but there was still worry and dismay in her eyes. I was just about to come to you. I'm going to take Uncle Chen to Pretty Country in the next few days to see a doctor. I'm afraid I'll have to leave the capital for a while. In the Jingjie Earth Palace, Shirley Yang's true feelings jumped into Sumo's arms. In her heart, however, she was already in love with him. It's just that at the moment, Professor Chen is not well. It was surprising that she hadn't spent much time with Suemo at all in the past few days in the capital. She's always been independent and strong, and to outsiders she's just a strong woman in her own right. But only she knew how much she actually relied on Sumo in her own heart. Although Sumo looked young, he was like a big mountain in front of her. It was leaning against him that gave her a feeling of complete ease and relaxation. At this time she had to leave the capital again, so seeing Sumo was a little hard to let go. Sumo smiled. As it happens, I'm going to take a trip to Shaanxi in the next few days, when you come back from taking Professor Chen to see the doctor. Let's just meet again in the capital. Shirley Young was slightly surprised and said after a few seconds of silence. Did you go to Shaanxi? To visit the tomb? Sumo nodded. Both of them sort of know each other's backgrounds, and were all heirs to the mountain movers and shakers. It's no better than covering up and hiding. I'm going to look for one thing, and for an instant I might look for someone. The thing Sumo is looking for is the dragon bone. The person he's looking for. Naturally, it is the Chen blind man, Chen Yulo, who has been displaced to Gulan County at this moment. Shirley Young nodded. I know what you're capable of, anyway, just be careful in everything, and wait for me to come back from the pretty country. After she finished speaking, her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Sumo, but there was some flavor of desire. Sumo smiled faintly and suddenly unfolded his arms to directly embrace her in his arms. He knew Shirley Young was used to being strong and independent. Except for that time in the stone room when the true feelings took the initiative to jump into his arms, after that, there had never been such an intimate action. And the way she was lusting after Sumo this time, naturally, she wanted to be more intimate with Sumo. And yet I can't wipe my face away. Since you won't take the initiative, I'll just take some. Shirley Young's body seemed to stiffen a little in resistance as she was taken in his arms, But a second later the body suddenly became soft and naturally pressed her face against Sumo's broad chest. The two just held each other wordlessly for a while, and neither seemed to have any intention of separating from the other. Just then, but behind him came the voice of Dajinya. Master Su. Yo! I've come a bit unlucky here, you two go on, I didn't see anything. Chapter 59, You're the one who can control this. As soon as Sherry Yang heard Dajinya's voice, she immediately broke free from Sumo's arms. Sumo looked back, but saw that Dajinya had already retreated to the door of the room, and couldn't help but say without a smile. Come in, it's about time. Only then did Dajinya walk in with a smile on his face and a few fruits in his hand. I heard that Elder Chen was sick, so I came over here to take a look. Who knew it was a bit of a bad time to come? As we were talking, Hubai and Fatty Wang came in from the back of the room. The situation just now, but the two of them also saw it. At this moment, Fatty Wang slapped towards the body of Dajinya. It's all Dajinya's fault, he ran over here in a hurry, I told him to slow down, but he didn't listen. It turned out that Sumo had asked Hubai and Fatty Wang to prepare the things needed to go to the Dragon Ridge. The two of them have also purchased quite a few things after searching around and... However, a few things that were urgently needed such as black as hooves and other things were not easy to find, so they found their way to Dajinya's place. As soon as Dajinya heard that the two of them were going to the Dragon Ridge, he immediately became interested. Deadly begging the two to give themselves a hand. Although this big gold teeth ancestor in moving mountain unloading ridge touch gold hair mound even Guanshan Taibao do not have any relationship, but also counted on the inverted bucket family. Just to Dajinya his father's generation because of the young was a mouthful of corpse gas sprayed, after half a lifetime have got asthma, cannot go down to the grave. Only in Panjiayuan to get a face to buy and sell antiques. By the time he reached Dajinya's generation, though he had often heard many stories of inverted. He himself has never really been down the tomb. So when he heard that Fatty Wang and Huba wanted to go down the tomb, he begged the two men to take him to open his eyes. Fatty Wang and Huba certainly did not dare to agree, so they pushed the master to nod to do so. Therefore, Dajinya carried fruits on the pretext of visiting Professor Chen and also came to the Archaeological Institute. Sumo pondered for a moment, then nodded his head and agreed. For one thing, he came to the capital, and Dajinya helped a lot. Secondly, in the original, Dajinya followed Hubeichi and the others to the Dragon Ridge, and taking him with him this time is also a way of fulfilling one of his wishes. When Dajinya heard this, he immediately smiled with joy and stood up. Thank you, Master Su. Why don't you take me in, too? I, Dajinya, have admired capable people all my life, and I can learn a lot by following you. Sumo, however, shook his head and smiled. Forget about worshipping the master, if there's something you want to do, just say something, we're all old friends. The reason why Sumo took in Hubai and Fatty Wang was because they really had brains as well as talent. But Dajinya this kind of even if, not only weak and no talent for down fighting, Taken also cannot teach him much. Seeing Sumo's refusal, Dajinya was not much disappointed. After all, to worship the teacher is just his whim, belongs to Abjujub no Jujub hit 3 pole, can't worship that's nothing. Anyway, Sumo brought himself along on this trip to Dragon Ridge. Shirley Young frowned in silence for a moment when she heard that they were going to Dragon Ridge together. Sumo, there's something I've been wanting to say for a long time. Although we Taoists dig up graves for the sake of Taoism, digging up people's graves is always against heavenly harmony, and when you go to Gulan's side, it's better not to touch those bright weapons if you can. When she said that, Hubba One hadn't had any. Fatty Wang and Dajinya then got a little less comfortable, but in the way of Sumo's face the two did not say anything. Sumo listened but smiled slightly. Surely, in ancient times, those of the royal courts, in order to still enjoy riches and honor after their deaths. Often, it is not enough to bury gold and silver treasures with the tomb, but also to sacrifice living people and even some children with the tomb. The grave of such a person is nothing even if it is dug up, much less against heavenly harmony, and it really should be said that it is against heavenly harmony. These people who are buried with the living deserve the wrath of God. Besides, those gold and silver treasures have been buried underground for thousands of years, it could be considered a waste. Might as well bring them back to earth and realize the value they deserve. But don't worry, with me here, the damage to the tomb will naturally be put to a minimum. If there are any valuable ancient documents, I will take good care of them. This time I'm going to Dragon Ridge. I'm mainly searching for an object that's vital to me. Bright weapon treasures and whatnot aren't in my eyes. Sherry Yang couldn't help but sigh quietly when she heard Sumo's words. Forget it, I can't talk to you, just be careful, I'll go and talk to Professor Chen. Back to you I should go too. After saying that, she turned around and entered Professor Chen's hospital room. Seeing her walk away, Fatty Wang couldn't help but spit out his tongue. Master, it's still you who has to be there to restrain this. This master's wife. Hubba One laughed as well. Fatty is right, your words just now, master, really made too much sense. To be able to dumb her down as well, we just don't have that in us. Instead, Big Goldie gave a thumbs up. It's still Master Su. He's open and reasonable. Even Commander Yang, who has eaten foreign bread and drank foreign ink in the pretty country, can only be inferior. Sumo waved his hand and smiled. Cut the crap, you guys get ready, let's say goodbye to Professor Chen and the others. Get ready to leave tomorrow. The crowd then entered the hospital room as well, and after saying goodbye to Professor Chen and Shirley Young, then they turned around and went back to their homes. The next morning, the 4 of them came together to the train station to take the train to Gulan County. At this time the roads of China were not yet very smooth, and after the 4 had arrived at Chang'an by train, and then take the car across the Yellow River to the ancient blue, bumpy road to the evening before the Yellow River ferry. It was amazing that there was not a single ferry in sight by the ferry at this point. At this time the sky was still drizzling, and they were dressed very thinly. The evening wind blew 3 people feel a little cold. Fatty Wang then took out beef jerky 2 pots out of the bag. Ready to take a couple sips of beef jerky with it to take the chill off. Although Sumo did not feel cold, he saw the turbid waves of the Yellow River in the distance. Like a giant yellow dragon wrapped in mud and sand rushing down, but the momentum is extremely majestic, the heart cannot help but give birth to a few points of bravado. With that, he took a painful sip of the white wine that Hubeichi handed him. After a mouthful of wine, the bravado in his chest could not help but rise a few more points. Sumo could not help but stand on the ferry, toward the rolling Yellow River then sang. The Yellow River is far away from the white clouds, a lonely city with 10,000 feet of mountains, and the Chang flute has no need to complain about the willow. The spring breeze does not pass through the jade gate. He sang the cadences to the tune composed by the very same singer he had heard before crossing over. At this moment in the Yellow River sounds like a great feeling, a cavity of coldness. Listening to Hubei and Wang Fatty also feel the heart surging thousands of times. Hubeichi then followed Sumo's example and roared as he stood by the ferry, singing, however, the very tune of the albatross. Fatty Wang and Dajinya don't know how to sing albatross, much less that Sumo song. Then he pulled his voice and roared at this Yellow River. This burst of roar, but will all the way to the embarrassment of the wind and cold or roaring fly away. The 4 looked at each other but they all couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, however, a boat was seen in the distance drifting down the river. Hubba couldn't help but laugh once he saw it. Sure enough, when you get to the Yellow River you have to roar twice, and this boat comes over on its own ears. Chapter 60 Iron-Headed Dragon King, One Husband to the Other. As soon as Fatty Wang Huba saw the ferryboat coming, he quickly waved his arm for the other party to stop the boat. But when the boatman at the bow saw them, he kept shaking his hand, as if to say that the boat was not a ferry. There's no way to bring anyone. At this time, Dajinya directly took out $200 bills and waved his hand towards the boatman. The boatman took one look at the boat, and indeed turned the boat around and headed this way toward the ferry. Fatty Wang couldn't help but curse in anger. Motherer, what class-feeling helpers are not as good as the old man's head? Big Gold Teeth grinned. Master Fatty, these days it's not about money, it's only about fate, the fate of $100 bill. After the boat stopped at the ferry, Fatty then went over to haggle over the price. Turns out the boat was a freighter hauling parts downstream, and the only people on board were the boatman and his teenage son. Fatty quickly negotiated with him for $200 to drive them to the vicinity of Gutian to disembark. The cabin was literally filled with machine parts. There was no place to get off the boat. Suemo and others had to sit on the deck in the drizzle, but the rain was not too heavy. Suemo and Hubao Wang Fatty have internal protection, it is nothing at all. Only Daikanya blushed a little in the drizzle. Master Jean, you say you're letting the blessings of the capital go unchecked. Why did you have to come here to suffer this foreign offense with us? Fatty started poking fun at Dajinya again as soon as he was free. Big Gold Teeth grinned. At least Master Jean, my ancestors are also a family of inverters, although I have not made a big name for myself. Yet he had also accumulated some family fame in the capital. Master Jean, although I've seen a lot of bright weapons, I've never been in a real fight in my life. If I don't meet with you, I'm afraid I can't close my eyes even after I die. I'm sorry for my ancestors. Blah blah blah. The fat man heard him say the word death and immediately yucked at him a few times. Dodgy, you can't talk any nonsense on this yellow river. Don't you see that other fishermen boatmen don't even bother to turn over and eat their fish? As he was talking, suddenly the boat jolted as if it had hit something in the river. The boatman rushed over to check the bow to see what had hit. By this time the ferry had reached a point in the middle of the river where there should be no reefs, But that huge jolt just now seemed to have hit something quite small. The boatman was looking over the bow of the boat, when suddenly the boat shook again with a jerk and this time the vibration was even greater than the one just now, and shook the boatman to the soles of his feet, and his body suddenly lost its center of gravity. The man lunged toward the river. Just then, there was a sudden tightness behind him, but he was grabbed by his undershirt from behind, and then it was taken back by a strong force. The boatman looked back, but it was Suemo who jumped behind him in time and pulled him back with a hand. Thanks. The boatman was shocked and hurriedly thanked Suemo. Suemo, however, had a face as heavy as water, one pair of eyes staring at the water, and said in a deep voice, "Go back to the helm and steer the boat carefully." The boatman agreed and hurried back to the cockpit. Over here, Sumo's eyes were fixed on the water, but he had already drawn out the frost moon sword behind his back. Fatty Wang and Huba Yi and Dajinya hurriedly ran over. Master, are you onto something? What the hell did you just hit with those two strikes? Suemo smiled coldly. It's just an Ironhead Dragon King, how dare you make waves here? Ironhead Dragon King? Habechi and the three of them couldn't help but be shocked. As he spoke, he saw a strange and huge figure suddenly appear on the river in the distance. The thing looked to be about the size of a truck bed, and was covered in a sort of grayish, iron-green hue that in the river it would pass for a huge reef if you didn't look closely. After it had appeared in the river, its strange red eyes glanced toward the ferry end. Then it plunged into the water with a jerk, instantly bringing out a great whirlpool in the water, and, looking in the direction in which it dived, but it was the ferry that was running. Look out! Suemo instructed Huba three people, turned around and rushed into the cabin with an arrow step. There were many bundles of thin steel pipes in the hold, each one 4 or 5 centimeters thick, 2 or 3 meters long and short. Suemo pulled out 2 of the thin steel tubes and used the frost moon sword to cut the tips directly and obliquely. Turning around, he once again took 2 steps across the bow. He moved quickly, turning to get the steel pipe and sharpening out the tip again, then back to the bow of the boat. The total time spent was just over 10 seconds, but it was blindingly fast. By this time, the strange figure seemed to have rushed forward to the bow of the ship and it brought out a ripple on the water, and even though it was charging against the current, its speed was surprisingly fast. Sumo raised a steel pipe and looked at the location of the ripples. Toward the surface of the water just below the surface was thrown with full force. The steel pipe was like a javelin, instantly shooting underwater with Sumo's jackhammer force. It was gone in an instant, and immediately afterward a great splash was suddenly seen on the surface of the water. Surprisingly, the color of blood floated out of the water splash before it quickly disappeared. Obviously, Sumo had just stabbed that thing with that steel pipe. Sumo's eyes, however, remained fixed on the water, although the river was murky and unclear. He couldn't see the shadow of the monster at all, but he possessed the Tang viewing method, so he was naturally able to see where the monster was through the water splash. He saw where the monster was and once again threw the sharpened steel pipe hard. This time, the force he applied was more than 1,000 pounds, and the steel pipe instantly shot into the water like an arrow. Boom! The surface of the water suddenly exploded into a huge wave that instantly rose up several meters and hit the bow of the ship in the twinkling of an eye. Huba, Fatty Wang, and Dejinya were holding on to the railing of the boat. But still by the wave hit seems to be shaken, especially the big gold teeth, by the wave of the beat almost in the hands of the hold cannot fall into the water. Fortunately, Fatty Wang next to him pulled him in time. Instead, Sumo held the frost moon sword tightly in one hand, and his eyes were fixed on the water. The left hand did not even grab the guardrail, in the bow of the ship stood tall, but as an ancient general who guarded the city alone, that aura of awe-inspiring arrogance was something that made Dejinya and the rest of them marvel. As the huge wave broke, a strange figure suddenly appeared on the water in front of him. But it was the same strange fish that had just surfaced. The thing suddenly appeared on the bow, but it seemed a little larger than what we had just seen. A single head was a foot high, black and dark looking as if it were raw iron, but its body was covered with 7 layers of green scales. Each scale was the size of a faceplate. But it was none other than the iron-head Dragon King in the Yellow River. When the boatman saw the iron-headed Dragon King appear, he was so scared that he shivered all over. Hurry up and fall to your knees at it. Master Dragon King, I have offended you, please spare our lives. I'll be sure to. When I get to shore. Sumo heard the boatman's prayer, but he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Fear the hammer, it's not like this thing can't be killed. When the crowd heard Sumo's words, they fixed their eyes on him again. But I saw that this iron-headed Dragon King had 2 steel pipes sticking out of its head, and one of them was impartially stabbing right into its left eyeball. But it was already a third of the way down. It turned out that the 2 sharpened steel pipes that Sumo had just thrown, one stabbed at the head of the one, however, went straight through the brain from the eyeball, but it stabbed this iron-head Dragon King into a serious injury, forcing it to float to the surface of the water. Chapter 61, Old Sao with Omen, one set after another. This iron-headed Dragon King was pierced through the eyeballs by Sumo with a steel pipe, and the tip went straight into the brain marrow. At this point, it's been seriously injured. It surfaced, and with one monstrous eye that seemed to glance with hatred at the man on the prow of the boat, Then he turned around and rammed the boat head-on. This ram is raging, seems to be bound to knock the boat over in the Yellow River. The crowd panicked when they saw the iron-headed Dragon King charging over violently. Fatty Wang didn't even have a gun by his side at this time, but even if he did, he couldn't do anything about it. The head of this iron-headed Dragon King was as hard as iron. Sumo's first steel pipe with the force of 1,000 pounds only pierced through its shell. Neither of them had injured the medulla oblongata, and the second steel pipe pierced the eye socket with precision before seriously injuring it. If you hit it with a gun, I'm afraid it's no different than scratching an itch. Hubai and Dejinya all changed their faces greatly. The boatman in the cockpit even turned the rudder in a panic. However, the river was turbulent, coupled with the iron-head Dragon King coming extremely fast. It was also very difficult to turn the boat around to avoid it at this time. At this time, Sumo suddenly said in a deep voice, "Everybody cover your ears." Once Fatty Wang and Huba heard this, they hurriedly covered their ears. Dejinya was still stunned and was slapped on the head by Fatty Wang. "Hurry!" Dejinya hurriedly covered his ears as well. At this time, Sumo had already brewed up all his breath. There was a sudden roar at the iron-head Dragon King who was slamming towards the bow of the ship. "Get out!" This roar was like the roar of hundreds of lions on top of a mountain, roaring in unison. With the endless might of the Kirin's holy blood. And at this time, Sumo had already reached the martial saint beginning realm. However, it was this Buddhist lion's roar and the unicorn's holy might that was almost to the extreme. A wild and strong sound wave power instantly shook the entire ship. And above the surface of the river, it was even shaken by Sumo's roar that caused a wave to swing up. The iron-headed Dragon King, which had slammed over, suddenly lurched in its roar and It was like hitting an invisible iron wall. Instantly the body trembled, then the only remaining strange eye rolled over and then it fell sideways and belly flopped into the river. Sumo's roar had actually shattered its already injured brain marrow, instantly killing it. Previously, Sumo's steel pipe had stabbed its brain marrow, and at this point, it was actually at the end of its strength. This Buddhist lion roar by Sumo was the one that aggravated the damage, shattering all of its brain marrow. The body of the Ironhead Dragon King floated on the river for a few seconds with its white belly turned over. It then sank into the river. And Huba King Fat, also Big Gold Teeth, 3 people, standing on the boat all shocked, dumbfounded. A single roar took out the Ironhead Dragon King? That's incredible too. Especially Dejinya, the way he looked at Sumo was simply like observing a heavenly god. This. Master Su was simply a heavenly god coming down to earth. Fatty Wang and Hubai put down their hands covering their ears at this time. Although they were also shocked in their hearts, they had seen Sumo perform the Buddhist lion's roar before in the western region. So the degree of shock in his heart was slightly lighter than Dejinya's. Seeing the dazed look on Dakin's face, the two were both amused and amused. Master Kim, see? This is our master's technique, awesome. It was then that Dejinya came back to his senses, but he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and his face then piled up a big smile and ran to Sumo's side to give him a pat on the back. Master Su, you are truly a god. A single roar scared this Ironhead Dragon King to death. This means, this ability. It's almost like the gods of heaven have descended to earth. In ancient times, the Yanman Zhangyita gave a roar, bellowed for Chao's soldiers to fall back, and bellowed for 2. He drank 3 times to break the bridge at Dangyang, and was praised in a later poem, saving Zhao Yun in front of the Changban slope, the drinking off Cao Cao's million-strong army. His name is Zheng Fei and his initials are Ida, a reckless man for all time. Today there is Master Su standing proudly above the bow of the ship with a steel spear piercing through the Dragon King's iron armor. The second shot blinded the Dragon King's divine eyes, and a roar shattered the heart and liver of this iron-headed Dragon King. But then the Zhangyita of that year, I do not know how much stronger, call me to see Master Su. This is the means of all ages. Hubai and Fatty Wang were beside each other and couldn't help but look at each other when they heard Dejinya's horse's ass. Good lord, this Master Kim is the master of ass kissing. It's called an old cell with an omen, set after set, when it comes to kissing ass. The Ironhead Dragon King was shocked to death and sunk to the bottom of the river by Sumo's Buddhist lion roar. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the boatman maneuvered the ferry to Gutian County in no time. When we got to the dock, the boatman said he didn't want any of the fat man's money. The eyes that looked at Sumo were like looking at a descending heavenly god. Sumo smiled. Take the money you deserve it. Only then did the boatman receive the fat man's money and thanked Sumo again in a row. Sumo and the others bid farewell to the boatman and turned around to find a guest house in Gutian County. It's been a long journey, with rain and wind and an iron-headed Dragon King. All of them were soaked to the skin with their clothes, and at that moment, when they could easily have a resting place, hurrying all to take a hot shower and change into a clean outfit. When Sumo finished his bath and changed his clothes, but he saw that Dejinya had already bought the wine and food and put them on the table. As soon as he saw Sumo come out, he said with a smile on his face, Master Su, you've had a hard journey, quickly sit down and eat something hot. It's just that the restaurants are closed at this time of year, and there's nothing good, so you make do with what you've got. At this time it was already more than 10 o'clock, Gutian is a small county, the street restaurants have basically closed. Dejinya could only buy some instant noodles, ham sausage, peanuts and rice, chicken legs, old white dried or whatever at the store, but this kid ran to buy something while Sumo was taking a bath. This attentiveness is very rare. Fatty Wang couldn't help but flirt. Master Jean, why are you so diligent? Are you still thinking of letting my master take you in? Big Gold Teeth grinned. I know that I have ordinary talent and I'm old, so Master Su definitely won't accept me. But I, Goldtooth, have always admired capable people since I was a child, and today, if Master Su hadn't made a move to get this Ironhead Dragon King killed, I'm afraid we'll all have to go down to see the Dragon King. These drinks and dishes are nothing. Anyway, all the guys have to eat after working hard all the way. I didn't contribute much, so buying something is my contribution. Hubai nodded, then invited Sumo to sit down. After sitting down, the 4 of them drank old white wine and ate what Dejinya had bought. Dejinya then asked about the origin of this Ironhead Dragon King. Asked Sumo how he knew that this thing was called the Ironhead Dragon King. As he was talking, a passing old man next to him heard Dajinya talking about the Ironhead Dragon King. Then he couldn't help but look surprised. How many of you saw the Ironhead Dragon King on the Yellow River today? Before Dajinya could speak, he was stopped by Sumo's eyes. Sumo smiled. We encountered it on the river today and almost had a boat knocked over by it, but luckily it made it across safely. Instead, the old man couldn't help but let out a gasp. Several of you are really lucky. This Ironhead Dragon King is not an unusual thing. I don't know how many people have died in its mouth on this Yellow River. Chapter 62 Fishbone Temple, The Inverted Man, Tain Guanin Kanglongling. Upon hearing that this old man also knew about the Ironhead Dragon King, they then invited him to sit down and talk about it in detail. This old man's name is Lu, and he's a chatterbox who loves wine. He sat down and drank old white wine with Sumo and the others, and then talked about the legend of this Ironhead Dragon King. This thing is, in fact, a fantastically large, huge fish. The boat runners call it the Iron-Headed Dragon King, and it only comes out when there's a big flood, but you can't see it at normal times. Fatty couldn't help himself. You're also speaking in a mysterious enough manner, old sir, as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Old Lu heatedly smiled. I've actually seen the Ironhead Dragon King in this river, back when I was a kid. There's an Ironhead Dragon King stranded at the water's edge, only half-sized, with a body the size of a truck. At that time there were many other common people who said it was the descent of the Dragon King, and they gathered around to burn incense and pray. There were a lot of other people trying to get it back into the river, but before anyone could do it, the guy died. The people in the neighborhood were afraid that this Iron-Headed Dragon King rotting by the river would cause a plague. Then the flesh and entrails of the fish were burned in sacrifice to the river god, and all that was left was a huge rack of bones. The big guys don't know what to do with this skeleton, and then along comes an out-of-towner. He paid the people to build a fishbone temple out of this fishbone. Habechi couldn't help but say as they all listened in curiosity. This kind of fishbone temple is also found over there in Samshatsui, and they're all built from the skeletons of extremely large fish. I didn't realize there were any in this great northwest. It is said that the temple built by the skeleton of this Ironhead Dragon King must be very spiritual. The incense must be strong too, right? Old Lu could not help but let out a sneer. Don't mention it. This temple of fish bones is a funny thing to talk about. If the people encountered a drought to ask for rain, it is not good to ask for rain, but the drought is even worse, so it did not take long for the temple to be deserted. No one among the common people goes to offer incense anymore. Plus this fishbone temple is built inside the Longling Pass. The roads are very difficult, and this temple is afraid it's all collapsed. When Sumo heard this, he knew that this fishbone temple that old Lu Tu was talking about was simply a front. The man who paid to help build the fishbone temple was no businessman either, but a grave robber. He paid for the people to build the fishbone temple, simply because he discovered the tombs there at Longling. Therefore, the temple of the fishbone was used as a cover. You should know that unusual Dragon King temples are built on the banks of rivers and water. What kind of person builds inside a deserted mountain? Sumo came to Shanxi in order to find this ancient tomb hidden in the Dragon Ridge. Since he already knew about the Fishbone Temple, then as long as he found where the Fishbone Temple was located, he would naturally be able to find the ancient tomb hidden underneath the Fishbone Temple. Thinking of this, Sumo smiled. Master Lu, a few of us came here to travel and pick up the scenery, and we heard you say that this Fishbone Temple is quite peculiar. Just want to go over and take a look. Do you know the exact location of this temple? Old Lu Tu then gave the exact location of the Fishbone Temple, as well as the route on how to get there was told to Sumo in detail, then added. Just go to the Fishbone Temple and look around, but don't go inside the mountain range. The terrain there is very treacherous, and in many places it's been hollowed out underneath by groundwater impacts, and there's only a crust of hard earth on top of it. Once you step in and fall in, you can't get out. We locals call it the Dragon Ridge Maze. The caves down there seem like a maze. And it's haunted, so you should be very careful. Old Lu Tu drank his face full of red light, instructed the crowd a few words, and went back to his house to rest. Hubba couldn't help but ask once he was gone. Master, you asked old Lu about the Fishbone Temple. Could it be that there is something good over there? Sumo nodded. This temple of the Dragon King was built in the Wild Mountains, which is obviously a means for the inverts to cover their ears. Call me to see that there must be a big tomb down there. Big Goldie nodded back. Just now, old Lu said that there's a big tomb from the Tang dynasty underneath this Dragon Ridge. Could it be that this businessman who paid for the repair of the fishbone temple was running to obtain this great tomb of the Tang dynasty? Sumo said. I think so, let's go over there tomorrow and find out. Hearing that there was a great tomb of the Tang dynasty underneath the Dragon Ridge, both Fatty Wang and Dejinya were very excited. Especially Dejinya. His ancestors were conquistadors. But to his generation is a tomb have not been, and every spring asthma to commit disease, although the heart of these legends of ancient tombs is very eager, but the tomb is a very good, but the tomb is a very good, but the tomb is a very good. But never got to see it. Today, Sumo's tactics took his breath away, thinking that with a godly man like Suemo leading the team, together with Hubao Wang Fatty the two gold-touching lieutenants, it is sure to be able to return home with a full load. After a general deliberation, the crowd randomly turned off the lights and rested, and early the next morning, the four of them then left the guest house and bought some more dry food and water and white wine and other foodstuffs from the street, and then set off towards the Dragon Ridge. But at this time the roads in Shaanxi were not clear, and the four men traveled all the way first by automobile, finally simply walk, all the way to inquire to the Dragon Ridge, but the sky has become dark. The four of them then went to a small village below the Dragon Ridge to find a place to stay for the night. The head of the household, an elderly couple, was puzzled by the sight of four people all carrying luggage. Fatty then piled on a smile and said, Grandpa, Grandma, we're all veterans, here to visit our comrades in arms. You find a room for the night and we'll pay for the room and food. With that, he took out the money and shoved it into the old lady's hand. The old couple didn't look like bad people to them, though Big Gold Teeth was a little stumpy looking. But Sumo's tall stature describes handsome eyes like a star, sort of pulling up the average face value of the four people, plus Hubai is also quite majestic and heroic. With that, he agreed flatly to vacate a room for them. The old lady also went to the kitchen and scrambled eggs and branded a few pot helmets for Sumo and the others as dinner. When we chatted over dinner, we realized that the old couple had only one son. At first it was in the Dragon Ridge sheep grazing fell under the earth shell, to the present body cannot be found, so that the old couple can only rely on each other now. There's not even a pensioner left. As soon as Hubba they listened to the heartache, he took out a lot more money and gave it to the old couple. The old couple excused themselves, but finally accepted it, even saying that they had met a good man. After finishing his meal, Suemo came to the courtyard and at a glance, he saw a stone tablet placed in the courtyard. The monument looks very old, only half of the remnants of the monument remain, There was still half a mutilated and tattered beast's head at the top, and the writing on the tablet had long been indistinguishable. Although there was only half of the beast's head, Suemo still saw that it was the head of the Lulynx beast. It is a kind of auspicious beast protecting the mausoleum. Legend has it that it is a spiritual beast from the western heaven, and its call is like immortal music. The ancients used to carve them on the stone monuments before the mausoleums, and there was a pair of them every 1 mile in front of the mausoleums for 18 miles. From this, it seems that this place should not be far from that great Tang dynasty tomb. Suemo then unfolded the Taiyin viewing thoughts and looked towards the Dragon Ridge behind the stone monument. At night, the stars were few and far between, and the huge Dragon Ridge looked like a huge old dark dragon in the starlight, coiled between the mountains, a dragon head but lurks between the valleys, as if it has been dormant for 1,000 years. Chapter 63, The Golden Abacus, a stone door in the depths of the cave. The next morning, Suemo and the others had arrived at the Dragon Ridge's coiled snake slope. If this is a feng shui land, I'll go back and burn that 16-character Yang feng shui secret art. As soon as Hubba looked at the fishbone temple in the distance, but he couldn't help but feel good and laugh. This temple of fishbones was built in the midst of a ravine, with rolling hills on both sides, cut by thousands of years of wind, very majestic and sinister mountain range, the wind just blowing from the ravine, with a whimpering whistling sound, sounds like a ghost cry. The mountain beams were littered with caves of various sizes that looked black and deep. Such terrain in feng shui is indeed never a place to build a temple. Fatty and Dejinya looked at the fishbone temple in the distance, but they were a bit puzzled. This is not a good stop, the wind is whistling, the wind of feng shui is not there. It's just a bit short of water, but there should be water inside this ravine when it rains, almost like it's feng shui land. Hubba shook his head with a single smile. Building a temple is not like building a tomb, it can never be built just anywhere. It must be a place where the starry peaks are open to the eye and backed by the mountains. Have you ever seen even a small shrine like a land temple built inside a ravine like this? Suemo shook his head. The guy who built the fishbone temple wanted nothing more than a cover-up. It's naturally impossible to rationalize from the feng shui form, we'll see when we enter the temple. With that, several people walked to the fishbone temple. But I saw that the fishbone temple was indeed built from the skeleton of the Ironhead Dragon King. The head of the fish is the roof of the main hall, while the mouth of the fish is the temple door. The fat man used the engineer's shovel to knock on the fish's mouth, but it made a sound as if gold and iron were clanking together. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Master, you managed to pierce its bones on the river. How on earth did you do that? Suemo smiled faintly. If you follow me and cultivate diligently, one day you will be able to do the same. After saying that, Suemo turned around and walked into the fishbone temple. Now that it's been pretty much decided that this fishbone temple is something the inverts use to hide behind. So the robber's hole must be in the temple. As soon as Huba and Fatty Wang went in, they started looking for where the entrance to the robber's cave was. But I saw that the clay statue of the Dragon King in this temple had long since collapsed. Only the base of a coral disc remained, and Hubai and Fatty Wang then went to move the altar of God, but the altar of God was surprisingly built very strong. Although the two of them exerted all their strength, the altar and the small half of the idol on it remained motionless. Fatty Wang instantly temperamental gas up, swung up the sapper shovel to the altar is a flurry of smashing. The result was that only the mud on top of the altar was smashed off, but the white stone base underneath could not be smashed at all. At ease. Suemo patted Wang Fatty's shoulder, and only then did Wang Fatty, the irascible wild horse, seem to be on the reins. It was much quieter. Suemo turned around and walked behind the altar, but he saw that the back of the altar was very narrow between it and the wall. There was only room for one person to stand. He bent down and felt under the base of the altar of God, then probed and tapped there. Bang bang. The base of the altar of God did make an empty sound. Habechi and Dejinya were instantly delighted. Surely there is a door. Suemo knocked over it with his hand and knew that although the back of the base of this altar of the gods looked no different from the rest of the world, but it was a layer of yellow mud pasted on the outside, and behind it was a thick wooden board, which was simply used to hide people's eyes. He then kicked out. Bang! The wooden boards and the yellow mud glued to the outside crumbled at once, revealing a dark hole in the ground. Fatty Wang instantly turned his anger into joy. It's still, Master, you can tell where the underground cave mechanism is at a glance. Suemo smiled faintly. There's no such thing as a trap, it's just a blindfold of wooden boards glued with yellow mud. Habechi rushed over to clean out the hole with an engineer's shovel, but saw that the hole was not so small, however. Fatty Wang's physique drilled in with ease. This robber's hole was dug with a real effort, and the round places were dug as neatly as if they had been drawn with a compass. And the shovel marks on the walls of this cave, one next to the other, this is a master. Suemo naturally knew that, speaking of this person who borrowed the fishbone temple to make a robber's hole. It's really got some connection to Hoopla 1. This man is Abacus Jin, the second disciple of Zheng Sanchuanzi back then. Hoopa I's grandfather's second master. Abacus is from a merchant family. He knows how to pin a weapon in a strange way. On weekdays an abacus made of gold is never out of hand, and the beads and frame of the abacus are engraved all over with the art of heavenly stems and earthly branches. Specialized in calculating the 5 elements and 8 gates of feng shui techniques. However, at this time, Suemo naturally did not want to speak plainly to Hubai, because it was troublesome to explain. It also looks like he's too much of an avatar for a traveler. Let's go back in when the bad luck inside dissipates. Fatty then took out beef jerky, chicken legs, white wine and peanuts from his backpack. Right on top of the altar of God 4 people open to eat. Anyway, this Dragon King temple is simply fake and not half as spiritual as it should be. Naturally, you don't need to be jealous of anything. As he ate, Dejinya couldn't help but feel strange in his mind and said, there are hollows all over this pansnake slope, so why does this backslider have to go to all this trouble? What about building a fishbone temple here for grave robbing? Wouldn't it be better to just find a cave and dig in? Suemo shook his head. It's a very confusing hole here, and there's definitely some weird stuff in there. It would be far too dangerous to dig in through the caverns underneath those earthen shells. I was at the old couples last night looking at this Dragon Ridge situation. Like an old dragon hovering and lying between the mountains, the fishbone temple is between the bodies of the old dragon. This backslider is looking at the exact location of the tomb. Then the fishbone temple was built here, and then a slanted hole was punched right through the side to get in. When Dejinya and the others heard Sumo's words, they couldn't help but be very impressed with this inverted man's ability. In those bygone days, the mere ability of feng shui techniques to It can be said to be a generation of supreme masters to be able to judge the specific location of the ancient tomb visible on a vast expanse of coiled serpent slopes. Habechi thought for a moment and said, "This robber's hole strikes between many caverns, and there should be air enough, only the space below is narrow. The four of us will increase the concentration of carbon dioxide when we go in, so let's just go in with a couple gas masks." Suemo thought for a moment and said, "It's a good idea to take a few with you, but it seems to me that the space down there must be enormous. Air-wise it shouldn't be a problem." After a few people had eaten and drank, and also conferred, with that, he entered the hole in the ground along the robber's hole behind the altar. This hole in the ground is really tilted to the side and punched out. The direction in which it was struck was the very ridge of coiled serpentine slopes on one side, in which wooden frames were fastened at intervals, and made very strong and sturdy. Rather, there was no need to worry at all about the risk of the robber's hole collapsing. Hubba walked at the head of the line with a candle in one hand, and after walking some distance about, in front of them was a stone gate blocking the way. "Holy, why is there a stone door here?" Chapter 64. The Black Mistletoe leads the way, half-finished Tang tomb. Just ahead of Hubba 1, a huge slab of stone suddenly appeared, seal off the entire area from top to bottom for a dozen meters. This thing seems to have appeared out of thin air. There's no trace of it up ahead. Arrived here suddenly appeared, but let Hubba 1 they were very puzzled. The fat man said with some exasperation after touching the front, "Master, old Hu, something's not right." It turned out that 3 robber holes had unexpectedly appeared in front of it. There's only been one hole in the wall. Because the inverts simply didn't have that much energy to excavate so many robber holes, and even if they wanted to cover their ears they didn't need to do so in the depths of such a hole in the ground at all. As soon as Hubba went over to look at it, he realized that these 3 robber holes plus the stone door that, like a crossroads, the difference being that the robber's hole directly in front of it was as neatly dug as the one before it. The other 2 robber holes were much more scattered and rough. All 3 couldn't help but be very puzzled. 3 ways, 1 dead end, which one is the right one? It's really a ghostly days. I didn't expect to be able to come across this kind of thing here. Dajinya suddenly took out a bunch of pendants at this time, but they were all Buddha Bodhisattva goddess of mercy. There's even a Taoist amulet, the Cross of Christ. Brothers, put one on all of them, I always felt something was wrong. Fatty couldn't help but taunt. Master Kim, you believe in quite a full range of things, it's like a big collection of religions in your case. With so many gods and Buddhas blessing you, are you walking with the wind in your sails? There's no such thing as too much faith. Dajinya, however, was not angry and grinned. Put one on, it always works. Habechi, however, couldn't help himself and waved his hand. Pull yourself together, we have master. The 3 gags were a great way to relax the somewhat tense atmosphere. Suemo, however, didn't say anything, his eyes were fixed on the stone slab in front of him. He has read the original and knows that this tomb is a Western Zhou tomb set up a Tang tomb. As a result, a labyrinthine pattern was formed, which moreover seemed to be caught in a kind of temporal chaos. An abacus ended up dying in this ancient tomb. It is evident that none of these 3 paths is a path to life. Thinking of this, he crossed between Hubechi and Fatty Wang and walked in front of the stone slab. This slab was very thick and heavy, with a height of more than 10 meters, and an estimated weight of several thousand pounds. Although Suemo had now reached the martial saint primary level, it was somewhat difficult for him to move this stone slab away with his strength alone. What's more, there's no telling what's behind the slab. Maybe it's an organ trap, maybe it's another giant stone slab. It would be just as well if it were another huge slab of stone, but if it were an organ trap, if he poured all his strength into moving under the stone slab and touched the mechanism behind it, by then even a peak martial saint would find it hard to carry it off. Thinking of this, Suemo couldn't help but be a little difficult. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the depths of the robber's cave. The sound seemed like something was crawling towards them. Listening to the movement, it seems that this thing is not small in size. Hubai and Fatty Wang, they all heard it too, and suddenly their faces changed slightly. Hands clenched around the engineer's shovel. Soon the rustling came nearer. A dark behemoth suddenly came out fearfully from a nearby robber's hole, 8 red eyes on a grotesquely huge face, like 8 little bright red lanterns. Suddenly appearing in the darkness was what made everyone break out in a cold sweat. It was a huge sphinx spider, covered in a dark, iron-like color, The back, however, battled with a white pattern that looked like a human face, and in the pattern it looked surprisingly clear in the outlines of its 5 senses. But it was a human-faced blackjack. These sphinxes are held spiders that live in underground caves, and are not only huge. Moreover, it carries a strong poison, and it is best at injecting the toxin into the opponent's body after tying up the prey with the spider silk. Once a person is hit by its toxin, he or she will immediately become rigid and unable to move. At the same time, it injects a digestive fluid into the body of the animal or human, melting the internal organs and turning them into a drink that can be sucked up at any time. This coiled serpent slope is full of hollows, into which many a beast or man has plunged. It became food for the Sphinx, the son of the old couple who were lodging at the foot of the slope. It's likely that it was plunged into a hole and was eaten directly by one of these things. In the blink of an eye, this human-faced blackjack crawled close to Sumo. Hubai and Fatty Wang immediately shivered in fear, and then copied the engineer's shovel to pounce on them. "Don't move!" Sumo, however, suddenly drank in a deep voice. With that, he stretched out a hand to this human-faced black mistletoe. Compulsion control. Sumo's compassion control technique couldn't help but manipulate the parasites. It can also control this simple-minded insect class. This human-faced black jackal is still an insect class, despite its huge size. Just like the ant queen he encountered in the Western Night Ancient City, Sumo was using the compulsion control technique to control it to summon the swarm of ants. As the compulsion control technique was issued, the head of this human-faced black mistletoe bobbed a little. It seemed to resist for a few seconds, then it slumped down and put on a very docile face. Seeing this scene, Dajinya, however, couldn't help but be shocked and jaw-dropped. Master Su can even control such a terrifying spider. No wonder they don't believe in anything but the master as soon as Hoopa says so. After Sumo controlled this human-faced blackjack, he turned his face and gave a faint smile to Hubai and the others. "Well, now we kind of have a guide. In this hole in the ground." Although Sumo could see some of the ends of the ancient tomb floor caves through the Tang viewing method, the three robber caves plus the chaotic caverns in them. The chaos of the magnetic force in it, however, caused him a lot of trouble as well. Now that we have the human face of the black quail to lead the way, but it will be much more convenient, this thing is simple-minded, As long as he controlled it with the compulsion control technique, it would be much easier to let it bring himself to the ancient tomb. The human-faced black mistletoe shook its head, turned around, and crawled towards the front. Sumo then took Hubao, Wang, Fatty and Dajinya. 3 people followed it forward. After passing through 2 caverns connected to the robber's cave, soon the human-faced black mistletoe led them to an underworld hall. Fatty Wang couldn't help but rejoice. It's still Master who has the means to find a guide here. As soon as Hubba looked toward the underworld temple, he couldn't help but frown. How come there is nothing in this underworld hall? However, this underworld hall was not small, it was about 200 or 300 square meters. But the temple is empty, neither burial artifacts, even the coffin and other things are not. It looked like it had been emptied. Only the 4 walls of the underworld hall, carved with many murals. Dajinya ran to the mural and scrutinized it for a long time, but he couldn't help but slap his thigh in chagrin. This ancient tomb is not right. How does it look like a half-finished product? Hubba one. They ran over to take a look. But I saw that the mural in front of Dajinya was really half-finished. Apparently this Tang tomb was only half-built, no wonder there were no burial artifacts in it. Not to mention the coffins of the dead. Chapter 65 Inside Lois, Ghost Coffin, Ghost Face of Maze Mound. This temple of the underworld is empty. But it made Huba, a big gold tooth, and Wang Fatty were surprised and confused. Since ancient times, the underworld hall has been a place for the coffins of the dead. But the temple of the underworld in front of us has neither funerary objects nor coffins, but only a few murals that are still unfinished, just like a half-finished product. This picture was a sight that made Hubai also look puzzled. The 4 of them then moved forward, but they saw that the entire front hall of the underworld palace was built like a palace. But while many important parts were unfinished, and in some places the shelves erected during the construction remained, the stone doors of the dungeon had been sealed, and the stone bars are even welded with iron juice between the seams. There was a very small fountain, surprisingly, on the floor of the front hall of the dungeon. The spring was surprisingly still gurgling out. Master. Hubai couldn't help but look confused, feeling that this ancient tomb was completely beyond his understanding. Judging from the shape of the dungeon, which is entirely of a royal and noble class. It was at least a big tomb for a king, but it was simply half-finished. This is clearly an inner lois, commonly known as a coffin chung. It is extremely suitable for burying women, but why is this place even empty? When Suemo heard Hubai's question, he just smiled lightly. Quite simply, because this tomb is simply half finished. Something went wrong during construction, so it was simply chosen to be abandoned. Daikanya said. That's not right, Master Su. If it had been built in the course of a war, it might have been abandoned. But from the situation of the front hall, it seems that the whole construction process was aborted very calmly and unhurriedly, not only sealed the underground palace with iron juice bars and stones, but also seems to be not ready to continue in the future. What's this about? Of course, Suemo knew that this was because this Tang tomb had encountered a Zhou tomb during its construction. Hence the formation of 2 tombs in one cave. 2 graves in one hole. It's a big no-no in ancient burials. That's why the Tang people chose to stop building the Zhou tomb directly after discovering it below, sealing the dungeon with strips of stone and iron juice and abandoning the tomb. But at this time, Suemo didn't want to talk too much to Hubai and the others. Not only because it was hard to explain many things, but also because Suemo actually felt that there were many mysteries shrouded in the entire tomb. In ancient times, there were many masters of feng shui techniques, and in the Tang dynasty alone, there was a generation of masters such as Li Chunfeng. It would be a bit of a stretch to say that we can't tell that a Zhou tomb was buried here first. But why would the feng shui master put the Tang tomb here if he already knew there was a big tomb here? Then there must be some unspeakable secret. Suemo was just thinking, when suddenly he heard a shriek from Fatty. Have a ghost. Suemo and Hubai followed the fat man's gaze toward the front, but they saw that in the southeast corner of the underworld hall, right where Habechi had just placed the candle, surprisingly, there seemed to be a person standing. The light of the candles was very faint in the underworld hall, and the corners of the walls flickered in and out of the candlelight. And Fatty's flashlight couldn't even illuminate that location, plus the 4 of them were far away, so the figure looked blurry and hard to recognize. Habechi was startled, and then he thought there might be some fellow inverts. Having also entered the place by following the robber's hole, he immediately said aloud with a cut. The black folding and searching dragon lifts the treasure cover, moving the mountain and opening the hill. There is a cave, the stars suddenly open, the northern dipper gathers the southern light. The meaning of these words is that we are all peers in the gold touching and dumping business, and there's a first come, first served. We're latecomers, we don't dare to take the tiger by the horns, we'll leave later. But Huba, a few cuts finished, the other side is surprisingly not the slightest reaction. Suemo sneered. Scare yourself, there's no such thing as ghosts. He took an arrow step and jumped over with it, but before he could get close enough, the candle suddenly went out and then the weird silhouette suddenly disappeared. Dajinya sat down on the floor with a frightened thud. People light candles, ghosts blow lights. He was also intimidated by all the bragging that Hubai and Fatty Wang usually did. I've only heard of people lighting candles and ghosts blowing out lamps, and not touching gold when the rooster crows and the lamps go out, so when I see the candles go out I think the other side is some kind of evil spirit. A puff of ghostly air blew out the candle, thus making his legs weak with fear on the spot. Blow a chicken. As soon as Hubba saw Dejinya's demeanor, he couldn't help but curse in anger. The candle is so short, it's normal for it to go out, don't scare yourself. While the two were talking, Suemo had already arrived at the southeast corner of the underworld hall, but he saw where there was any ghostly shadow there. But there was indeed a stone relief of a human face carved on top of a huge stone coffin. This stone coffin is very huge, it's a zhang hiding, 7 feet wide. The whole body is made entirely of boulders, and all around and on the lid of the coffin there is a huge human face carved in relief, with the 5 senses in clear outline. It looks indescribably grotesque and weird. What a living hell, there was clearly nothing in this underworld hall just now. Hubba a Wang Fatty they came over to see this stone coffin, but could not help but be very puzzled. When they entered this underworld hall just now, it was still empty without a single thing inside. How come a stone coffin suddenly appeared here when you turned your face? What the hell is that? After Dejinya was scolded by Hubeichi, this time he walked over boldly, After taking a closer look at the stone coffin, he said. It's not right, the decorative patterns on the top of this stone coffin all look like something from the Western Zhou dynasty. It's not something that should be in a Tang tomb at all. Hubeichi thought it was strange too. That's right, how could there be a Western Zhou stone coffin inside this Tang tomb? And we clearly saw nothing here just now, so how did it suddenly appear here? Suemo was also puzzled in his heart. This ancient tomb in the middle of the Dragon Ridge Tang and Zhou tombs are intertwined, so it's like a labyrinth. The magnetic field and energy in the tomb was completely misplaced, and even through the tie-in observation method he was unable to discern exactly what was going on there. Fatty couldn't help but curse. Seeing as how this stone coffin is so simple, there must be nothing good in it, either. Why don't we get out of here first? Haba indicated the same with a single nod. Master, why don't we just go back the way we came? Suemo just nodded and didn't say anything. He knew there had to be more to this tomb than just this mystery. But in the immediate future, there was only after jumping out of this underworld hall first. The four of them then jumped down the robber's hole in the middle of the Stygian temple. But only after jumping down did they realize that something was wrong. The original one was at an oblique angle of 45 degrees, but after the four of them jumped down the hole at the moment, surprisingly, it's flat ground down there. As soon as Hoopa shines his flashlight in all directions. But found all around Lu's very strange and peculiar human face petroglyphs, but not at all the previous cave. But the faces were both large and small, and the faces all looked very strange, a twisted, grotesque face with a surprisingly different expression on all of them. Joy, sorrow, sadness, anger, shock, fear, sorrow. All kinds of different expressions, all kinds of different weird faces, like a bunch of evil ghosts in hell, Watching the four on the tomb wall. Chapter 66 Hanging Soul Ladder, Ghost Mound, Secret Organ Formation Technique. Daikanya couldn't help but feel a pang of weakness. Master Su, old who? Is very wrong here, or we still go back? The four of them then returned to the underworld hall where the stone coffin was placed, but Dijinja shone his wolf's eye flashlight towards the front of the stone coffin. But he couldn't help but let out a gasp. What a living hell! Why is there an extra stone staircase in front of us? Fatty Wang used the flashlight to shine forward, but saw that the front actually do not know when there is more a stone step. Each level of the ladder was stacked with large stone strips, and the flashlight couldn't shine at all any further. The light looked like it had been swallowed by a blanket of darkness. As soon as Hoopa saw this stone staircase, he couldn't help but not be able to calm down as well. What a living hell! A robber's hole has become a tomb passage. Inside the Tang dynasty's underworld hall there's actually a Western Zhou stone coffin, and there's this weird stone staircase next to the coffin. I suddenly feel like everything I've learned before isn't enough to explain it. Suemo thought for a moment and said. Now this temple of the underworld is entirely in the form of the Western Zhou. The steps in front of the stone coffin should lead to the upper level of the ancient tomb. Let's walk along here first. Hubai then agreed, and Fatty Wang and Dijinya followed the two to the top of the stone steps. The four of them walked upwards for a few minutes before Suemo suddenly stopped. No! Just as he went up the stone steps, he saw a crescent notch on the edge of the second section of. Then every 23 steps there would be a gap in the same way. And all had been walking along this stone staircase for about 5 minutes. But surprisingly, he hadn't gotten out of the stone step maze yet. Suemo couldn't help but feel a little cold in his heart. Sure enough, this was the hanging soul ladder maze as described in the original. Hubai was bold and careful, and had also already seen that the crescent-shaped gap in the stone steps was not right, so he said. Master, these stone steps look like a labyrinth. How come we seem to be spinning in circles? Fatty Wang, on the other hand, sucked in a breath of cool air. We're not running into a ghost wall, are we? If we can't get out of here, won't you die here? As soon as Dijinya heard this, his face collapsed. My mother, what then? If I die here, my 80-year-old mother and my 18-year-old lover, all of them will not be able to see Speaking of which, this grandson actually did squeeze out a few tears. Fatty Wang couldn't help but say. Man up and shed some cat piss, like a man. Habechi thought carefully and said. Master, I have an idea, I don't know if it's right. Suemo nodded. You say. Hoopla together. We seem to have arrived at a ghost mound. When Fatty and Dijinya heard this, their faces turned a little white. Ghost mound? Isn't that a haunted grave? No wonder it's haunted, it's not finished. You guys hear me out. Habechi exclaimed as he was exasperated by them. Ghost mounds, not haunted. Don't be a asshole. I mean, this Western Zhou tomb is like a ghost that. The ghosts clinging to this unfinished Tang tomb were like some kind of ghost ship phantom car. This tomb contained coffins surging, and was therefore looked upon by both the Tang dynasty and the Western Zhou dynasty. But the Tang dynasty discovered this ancient Western Zhou tomb after they had repaired the tomb halfway through, and may have even been frightened by some of the things that were in this tomb, So it just stopped being built. When he finished speaking, Fatty Wang and Dijinya but still had a baffled expression on their faces. Old Hu, sensei, whether it's a ghost mound or haunted, do you have a way out? Hibachi, however, couldn't help but shake his head. Although he had read the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret art, and having studied some of the recluse scroll leaves therein, he also guessed that this stone staircase was probably the hanging soul staircase contained in the book, but have no idea how to crack it. At this time, after Suemo gazed and thought for a while, he said, "You guys stay where you are, I'll take a look first." Having said that, he told Hoopa 1 and 3 to stay where they were, himself down the upper flight of steps which appeared as a crescent-shaped mark, and then, after passing the 23 steps beside Hubba I et al., reached the crescent-shaped mark below. There he gazed at it with his Taiyin kanji, and instead, it was found that the energies and sense near the mark's appearance were almost identical. That is, not every 23 steps is a space that. The spaces here are all connected, but there must be some kind of ancient recipe coded between a few of these stone steps that. It's also something that absorbs energy and light, which is why people can't tell which way they're going here, so much so that they're spinning back and forth. Suemo then stood on the steps where the crescent moon pattern appeared and looked upward, his gaze going to the farthest point. Look up to the first level of stone steps above that appear to have a crescent moon pattern. Suddenly, an aura flashed from his mind. You discovered the special wonders of the hanging soul ladder, and thus comprehended the secret art of the ancient organ trap formation. As the cue fell, a special image of it suddenly appeared in front of Sumo's eyes like a walking lantern. All kinds of ancient chi gate formations and trap mechanisms evolved based on chi men bagua formations, as well as various ancient texts such as the I Ching Hichu Luoshu, all appeared in front of Sumo's eyes and were quickly branded in his mind. In less than a minute, he then reached a whole new level of comprehension of the various ancient Chinese organ traps as well as the secret art of formations. I see. Feeling the profundity of the ancient secret art of organ trap formations, Suemo couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face. Seeing a smile appear on his face, Hubai and Fatty Wang felt a sudden relief in their hearts. Well, Master laughed, he must have a solution. Suemo then beckoned to the three of them. Everyone follow me and don't look at your feet. Hubai and the three of them then hurriedly came behind Suemo and followed him forward along the stone steps. However, this time Suemo was no longer walking along the side of the stone steps where the crescent moon pattern appeared. Instead, it was very dim from the other side and was not following the refraction of light at all. Taiji gives birth to the 2E gives birth to the 4 elephants, and the 4 elephants give birth to the 8 trigrams. Every 8 steps, Suemo turned his feet around and jumped 2 steps forward from the other side. Hubei and the 3 of them, Fatty Wang, followed him and jumped 2 steps forward. Then turn and walk on the other side of the steps, stepping forward for a while before stepping forward 8 steps from the other side. After walking like this for a while, But sure enough, there was a previously completely unnoticed fork in the dimly lit side of the stone steps. This fork in the road is completely hidden in the darkness that. Just now, Suemo only focused on looking at the crescent markings in the world and paying attention to the flow of the aura and magnetic field with the Taiyin observation method. And yet, surprisingly, he didn't notice the hidden fork in the road either. It was really worthy of being called the hanging soul staircase, it was really like a maze. When Suemo saw the fork in the road, he then took Huba 3 people to turn that way. But sure enough, he arrived in the middle of an underworld temple. Above this underworld temple was the dome-like roof of the tomb, but it was in exactly the same form as the Tang tomb, However, in some places, the boundaries are blurred as if there was a bug in an online game, and a tomb wall has appeared at the edge of the top wall of the. It was as if the apparitions of several ghosts had appeared in one person at the same time. This spectacle of the ghost mound, however, made Hubai and the others all inhale a breath of cool air. Chapter 67 Giant Human Faced Black Mistletoe, 1000-Year Inner Elixir. The various strange sights in this spectral mound, like a mysterious space shrouded in layers of mist, It puts Hoopla and others off. A hanging soul ladder had already caused them to almost lose half of their lives, and at this point, if they were to break into this maze again, I'm afraid it's better to kill them. With a sharp glance, Hoopa saw at once that there was a robber's hole in the side of the tomb wall in front of him. The typed-out look was very neat, but it was exactly the same look typed out by the inverted predecessor who built the Fishbone Temple. Go through here, I don't want to go back in there. Fatty Wang and Dejinya also nodded their heads in a hurry. Suemo glanced toward the wall of graves before the wall and realized that the magnetic field there was chaotic. There wasn't any treasure light or anything like that either. Apparently, it was also a confusing area of Western Zhou tombs overlaid with half-finished Tang tombs. There was nothing valuable at all, and the dragon bones were definitely not there. According to the original, there's room down there. Maybe it's inside this robber's hole that Abacus made. Thinking of this, Sumo nodded. Let's talk about going in through this robber hole. As soon as Huba received Sumo's permission, he then drilled headlong into that robber's hole. Fatty Wang and Dejinya were also busy drilling in, but they didn't want to see the chaotic scene of the overlap between Zhou's tomb and Tang's tomb for a moment longer. The four people suddenly became Sumo walking at the end. This cave is connected to a cavern, which is unfathomably deep. As soon as Hupa encountered the cave in front of him, he immediately dared not go any further. This hilly slope below the groundwater impacted by the unfathomable depth of the cavern, If you fall, you're bound to die. He was looking for a way out, when suddenly he heard a strange noise coming from in front of him and immediately raised the wolf-eye flashlight to the front of the past, a light but could not help but shocked out of a cold sweat. But then I saw what appeared to be someone standing inside the cave in front of me. A large face that looked bloodless in the light of a wolf-tooth flashlight looked incredibly creepy. Huba a moment scared back a few steps, and collided with Fatty Wang could not help but say. Old Hu, what the hell? There seems to be something up ahead again. When Dejinya and Fatty Wang heard Hubai's words, they hurriedly shone their flashlights together towards the front. The light was on, but it was surprising to see several eerie faces appear in the darkness. The three men were all scared and their hair stood on end, and Dejinya's legs even went limp and collapsed on the ground. The next thing he felt was a tightening of his ankle, and a strong force dragged him toward the front. Master Su, Master Hu, Master Fatty, help. Though Dai Jinja has various amulets around his neck, such as a crucifix, a Buddha, and a Bodhisattva. But it was Sumo and the others who shouted at the critical moment. As soon as Hooper realized that he was being dragged forward, he hastily lunged forward and grabbed his arm, But the opposite side turned out to be extremely strong, pulling them both along as they slid forward. Fatty Wang hurriedly shone his flashlight towards the front carefully. But I saw that the front is not a human face, it is clearly a few huge human-faced blackjacks. These human-faced blackjacks were very large, the smallest was the size of a calf. The big ones have a torso of nearly 2 meters long, and with their 8 long legs, they are at least 3 or 4 meters long. No wonder the face behind that one looked so ghastly in the dark. Master! Habechi and Daikinya were being dragged and slid forward, and in their panic they couldn't even stop them by using an engineer's shovel. Had to cry out for help. Sumo was walking at the end. When he heard the three people's voices were not right, he immediately rushed forward and quickly rushed out of the thieves' cave. As soon as they saw a few giant sphinxes appearing in front of them, and Hubai and Dejinya were even being dragged around by the spider silk. Hurrying with an arrow step through to the two men, he probed and grabbed a handful of the spider silk on Dejinya's leg. This spider silk wasn't too thick, but the mucus on it was extremely sticky, and after Sumo grabbed it, the sliding momentum of the hoopa or two was stopped by him. Before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard a furious cry from Sumo's mouth. However, he saw Sumo grabbing the spider silk and surprisingly dragging the largest sized sphinx towards him. This sphinx was the largest, at about 4 meters in size. However, Sumo directly grabbed the spider silk and dragged it towards his side. It also seems to sense the danger, and keeps spitting out spider silk from its abdomen. At the same time, he took long steps forward and crawled quickly, as if he wanted to get out of harm's way in a hurry. But at that moment, Sumo suddenly rushed toward it with an arrow step. In a matter of moments, he arrived behind this giant human-faced black mistletoe, and at the same time, a cold light flashed in his hand. Chop! The frost moon sword viciously chopped down and the sword immediately severed the narrowest spot right in the middle of this giant sphinx's torso. A stream of green, sticky pus and blood immediately gushed out from within the torso of the human-faced black mistletoe. The fishy odor filled the space. The other several human-faced blackjacks immediately let out a flurry of agitation. It seemed to feel the death of its kind and became fearful. Sumo suddenly let out a roar at this time. Get out! This roar contained the power of the holy blood of the Qilin and the Buddhist lion's roar. It immediately scared a few sphinxes into turning around and running away in the twinkling of an eye. Sumo coldly grunted when he saw these sphinxes escaping, turning his face towards the human-faced black mistletoe that he had decapitated. As the saying goes, 100-footed insect is broken, but not broken. Although this human-faced blackjack was chopped into 2 pieces from the torso position, its forelimbs were surprisingly still wriggling. Sumo then stabbed his sword at its head position. The human-faced black mistletoe's severed forelimbs burst into convulsions, and in a short while they were no longer moving. However, he was stabbed through the medulla oblongata by Sumo and completely died. Sumo glanced at this human-faced black jackal. It's amazing how big this thing can grow. I also don't know how many years I have survived in the chaotic and intertwined caves under this dragon ridge, and there should also be something like oxen and dog treasure present in my body. He then used the Tang viewing thoughts to take a closer look towards the human-faced black mistletoe's body. At a glance, he saw that there was indeed a bit of precious light flickering within the chest cavity of this human-faced black midge. Sumo then dissected the location where the precious light was flickering with a sword. But really found a body green, as if the size of a pigeon's egg beads from there. However, it was the inner elixir of this human-faced black jack. The inner elixir of the human-faced black jack, nurtured for 1,000 years by the human-faced black jack. After devouring it, you can gain longevity and bloodline growth, as well as an aura of awe that will make your face go black. Seeing the information floating in front of him, Sumo couldn't help but feel happy. Coming into this dragon ridge tomb, there are all sorts of mazes along the way. This will finally see some gains. He then placed this inner elixir to his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. This inner dan wasn't too big, and it didn't take much effort to swallow it, and as soon as the inner dan was in the belly, Sumo then felt a stirring of the blood veins in his body, and the speed of blood rushing was steeply accelerated by a lot. And there seemed to be an additional aura of darkness about him. It was an aura that was enough to make even the creatures of the underground cave feel chilled. Chapter 68 Black Mistletoe's Nest, Abacus Dry Corpse. This way. It took Hubai and Fatty weighing 7 hands and 8 feet to untie the spider silk wrapped around Dejinya's ankle and neck, and the three rushed to Sumo's side. Master, you scared off all these big spiders? Sumo nodded. It's just some bugs hiding in the darkness, let's leave it alone for now. After saying that, Sumo raised his hand and shone the wolf-eye flashlight in his hand towards the front. Instead, I saw in front of me a triangular-shaped hole, and the area around it was full of spiders' threads that. Obviously, this is where these human-faced black jacks are entrenched. How about 3 people saw the hole was full of spider silk, but could not help but heart all shivered. So many spiders, there must be no shortage of big spiders inside. Master, why don't we not go in? Sumo, however, shook his head, lifted his leg and took a step towards the front. Habachi and the 3 of them had to follow him toward the front as well. Entering the cave, but seeing that the triangular-shaped cave in front of him was actually a man-made building, Inside, it's all built by hand. The space within the building was the size of 7 or 8 houses. The surrounding area was not only covered with many cobwebs and spiders, there were also many corpses that had been captured and sucked by the human-faced black mermaids, among which there were both animals and human beings. Fatty Wan walked over and used an engineer's shovel to pick apart the human corpses. These humanoid corpses are wrapped in spider silk as if they were wrapped in a humanoid package, peeling off the spider silk above but seeing that the body inside still retains the miserable state before death. Each and every one of them had a twisted face, and it was obvious that they had suffered extreme pain before they died. Fatty Wang was so angry that he picked up his lighter and lit it towards the spider silk next to him. These spiders with black faces are extremely flammable. Combined with the fact that the wood inside the cave's man-made structures was all very dry, the cave soon burned to the ground. Many of the small spiders hiding behind the spider's silk were instantly burned into fireballs, struggling and crawling in the flames. Habachi couldn't help but curse. Fatso, why are your hands so fast? We're still here. You're not afraid we'll all turn into roasted pigs too? Fatty Wang also saw the tragic state of these people's deaths. Thinking that the son of that old couple below the Dragon Ridge must have died here as well, coupled with the fact that when they came here, they had a bellyful of evil fire from the hanging soul staircase that they had no place to vent. That's why the flame was lit directly. At this time, when he saw the flames burning into the cave, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Luckily, there's a lot of space here, and wood buildings and spider silk burn fast. It didn't turn the entire cave into a sea of fire. Instead, a huge human face suddenly appeared in the midst of the fire and, surprisingly, it was a few times bigger than the giant sphinx blackjack that was killed by Sumo before. Hubai and the others were suddenly horrified when they took a look at it. I thought to myself, is it a giant sphinx that isn't afraid of fire? But then I saw the giant human face gradually reveal itself completely from the flames. However, it was a huge bronze tripod, on top of which was carved a huge weird human face. Fatty saw the bronze tripod, but he couldn't help but look at it with both eyes. Mother, after coming here for so long, I've finally seen a bright artifact that. I'm afraid this is worth quite a bit of money if you carry it out. Hubba said with a smile. Don't tell me you can't carry this thing out, and even if you could. The front foot just sold over their strips, only afraid to lock you up. Western Joe bronze that is a national treasure, caught as hitting the target. Fatty Wang cursed. Yards, it's so hard to see something as good as that and not be able to take it. I'm going to see if there's any treasure in there. Saying this, and ignoring the fact that there were still flames burning all around him, he took a step towards the bronze tripod, but halfway there, he stepped on a corpse that had been sucked dry by the black mistletoe, and stumbled and almost fell. The dry corpse had been dead for an unknown period of time, and one face still retained the painfully twisted expression it had worn before its death. The mouth was wide open, but the eye sockets were two black holes, looking extremely terrifying. Fatty Wang cursed the bad luck, and just wanted to kick the dry body to the side. Toes but kicked behind the body of something, but could not help but eke sound, bent down from behind the dry body, pulled out a cloth bag out. This is a rough cloth pouch commonly used by people walking in the past. It is also the kind of thing that is carried on the shoulder of the two cloth bags of 1,000 households, and after Fatty Wang pulled out the cummerbund, he shook out all the things inside. There were 7 or 8 candles in the cummerbund, and a stack of characters that. There's even a couple of old German-made dry cell batteries, a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, and a black donkey's hoof. As soon as Hoopa saw them, however, he couldn't help but be shocked. This one seems to be an inverted old-timer. Ho ho ho! Fatty Wang said, and surprisingly touched a gold-touching talisman from the dry corpse's arms. This is exactly what an absolutely authentic groper carries with him. A touchstone talisman made from the claws of a pangolin. Under the light, the touching talisman was black and transparent all over, and shimmered moistly in the light. The front end looks sharp and pointed, and the claws are inlaid with gold threads in the center, paling into the style of a ground-penetrating pattern. There is also an ancient seal script on it, but it is exactly that. Touch of gold. Habechi was instantly alarmed. It is said that only 6 of these gold talismans have been handed down, but 3 were lost during the Ming dynasty. Only 3 of them are still in circulation, one of which is in Shirley Yun's possession, and 2 of which Jinya had once given to him and Fatty Wang earlier. But it was later found to be a fake. At this moment, with this real touch of gold talisman. It's what shows how ridiculous the 2 fake ones from Dakin look. As soon as Hubba held this gold-touching talisman, his fingers couldn't help but tremble a little. It's really the old-timer of our gold touchers, but I don't know who this person is. Sumo sighed. Speaking of which, this person really does have some affinity with you. He is your grandfather's second master, Gene Abacus. As soon as Hoopa heard it, he couldn't help but be shocked. His grandfather's master's name was Sun Guofu. He is the 3rd disciple of Zhang Sanqianzi, an old master in the inverted bucket line in the late Qing dynasty. Zhang Sanqian has been fighting all his life, and he's very good at what he does. He even unearthed the 16 characters of the heavenly trigrams in an ancient mound, and combined them with the dragon-seeking technique and other ancient secret arts, wrote the 16 characters of the secret art of Yin and Yang, the strange book. It's a wonder of a generation. Zhang Sanqianzi only had 4 disciples. The eldest disciple, Flying Crash, who was later known as Monk Dust. The 3rd disciple is Sun Guofu, the master of Huba's grandfather, the 4th disciple Iron Mill Head, and the 2nd disciple is this golden abacus that Suemo was talking about. Huba thought Suemo was extremely trustworthy, and when he heard Suemo say that this dry body was Gene Abacus, his face became extremely grave, and he knelt down beside the dryad and kowtowed 3 times to it. Then he carried Abacus's body behind his back. Master, since this is my grandfather's second master, Abacus, then I'll have to take him out for a good burial. Suemo knew that Hubai was very sentimental and righteous. This was also the reason why Suemo had accepted both him and Fatty Wang without hesitation before, and he nodded at that moment. Chapter 69, Tai Chi Feng Shui Bureau, Yin and Yang 6 Nuns. At this time, the fire had gradually become smaller, and the flames near the bronze tripod had all been extinguished. Suemo then turned around and walked over to the copper tripod. This bronze tripod sits on top of a stone platform that. The spider silks covering the copper tripod were all burned to ashes at the moment, but the tripod was still burning with flames inside and emitting heat from it. Suemo stood at the edge of the copper tripod, but he couldn't help but be suddenly stunned. He possesses the Taiyin Quan Si, the twofold Faustian Kung Fu. It was natural to be able to feel the flow between the magnetic field and the energy within this cave. Although throughout the Longling tombs, due to the overlap of the Zhou and Tang tombs, the entire magnetic field and energy is messed up, but the magnetic field within the space here is not messed up at all. The The overall magnetic energy all converged in one place, and the center of this energy field was the stone platform where the bronze tripod was located. Suemo then used the tie-in viewing thoughts to carefully look at the entire space here. The cave is circular in shape, and the overall energy is one of an upward momentum of. But when it reached the stone platform, it started to gather downwards. Suemo couldn't help but think of the coffin chung inside the underworld hall. The magnetic field in that underworld temple was chaotic, but the overall energy was downwardly directed. Only the coffin surge, also known as the inner hidden loess, surges upwards. These two places were one yin and one yang, one up and one down, but they were exactly the mold of a Tai Chi diagram. And the hanging soul ladder in the center, which connects the two places, is the passageway that circulates between the Taiji and the two yin and yang. Suemo couldn't help but have a flash of light in his heart, and a crisp beep suddenly sounded in his mind. You perceived the relationship between yin and yang in the Dragon Ridge ancient tomb and comprehended the yin-yang 6 nani proficiency. As the tone fell, the yin-yang 6 nani arithmetic surged in Sumo's mind like a tidal wave. In just a few seconds, he had comprehended all of them proficiently. He looked around, his eyes glowing steeply. I know. The entire Dragon Ridge ancient tomb, with its labyrinthine pattern, was but gradually clearing up in his eyes. Hubaa Wang Fatty and Dejinya on the side but listened to some puzzled. Master says he knows, what does he know? I don't understand it either, but it's like he's seeing things. What's wrong with Master Su? The three of them were all a bit unsure, but they saw Suemo walking down the stone platform with quick steps. Quickly ruffling the spider silk that had been burned to black ash in one corner of the cave, he identified a stone pillar from the corner. This stone pillar is not regular, located in the corner is even more entangled by spider silk. If not for the fat man of fire burned, the spider is even more difficult to find. Suemo found the stone pillar and then held it with both hands and turned it for a week. This stone pillar, although its roots were located at the bottom of the cave, was really able to turn with force. As Suemo turned it, a grating light sound came out from the ground below the stone pillar. There are organs. Habechi couldn't help but let out a gasp. Dejinya and Fatty Wang were also stunned with their jaws dropping. In such a dark and weird cave, Suemo even saw where the organs were at a glance. Habechi, however, hurried over. Do you need help, Master? Suemo nodded and pointed in the east, west, and south directions. The three of you go there and look for it. There should be 3 of the same stone pillars as well. When you find it, you all turn counterclockwise at the same time for half a week. Fatty Wang and Dejinya hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Turning around, he and Habechi each looked for a direction, but sure enough, they found 3 stone pillars there as well. The 3 men grabbed the stone pillars at the same time, then shouted at the same time. 1, 2, 3, turn. The 3 of them grabbed the stone pillar and turned it counterclockwise for half a week at the same time. As the 3 stone pillars rotated, the copper tripod above the stone platform suddenly sank downward. Habechi and the others couldn't help but be surprised and confused. Master, what's going on? Suemo smiled coldly. If what I'd guessed is correct, this is a feng shui place set up by Li Chunfeng. It's for breaking the game. Breaking? Habechi and the others couldn't help but be even more confused. Suemo said. You'll find out later. After saying that, he turned around and walked to the stone platform, grabbing the bronze tripod and pressing it downward. The copper cauldron had already sunk about 2 feet, and under Sumo's pressing, Yet again, it sank downward, and after sinking several feet, a dark tunnel entrance was revealed directly on the stone platform. Habechi and the others couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. There really is something inside here. But how come the entrance to this tunnel is on the tripod? Suemo sneered. This is Li Chunfeng's design, as he used the feng shui formation to break the game, even if he entered the game with his body. Thus the entrance to the tunnel was placed on the tripod, thus showing that he had no choice but to enter the tripod. Fatty Wang and Dejinya are somewhat unable to understand, but Hu Ba-yi seems to have heard some glimpses. Throughout history, the Chinese have used tripods to refer to rivers and mountains, inherently asking the world to say. Suemo said that this is a feng shui bureau set up by Li Chunfeng, used to break the bureau. Li Chunfeng was a feng shui master of the Tang dynasty, favored by the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and the feng shui bureau he set up was naturally about the Tang dynasty. Master, do you mean that this is simply a feng shui bureau set up by Li Chunfeng? Sumo nodded. If what I have guessed is correct. This is where Li Chunfeng deliberately had a Tang tomb built. Daikanya couldn't help but frown at that. Master Su, this is where I have some doubts, with Li Chuanfeng's ability to. It should have been able to tell that there was a Western Zhou tomb here, so how could he have done it on purpose? Suemo smiled faintly. The construction of the Tang tomb was a sham. His intention was to build a feng shui bureau here. You've seen the Lois before, and you know that it's a very suitable place to bury a woman, and it's a place to gather the qi of the Dragon Ridge. But there are coffins surging to hide the prevalence of yin qi, and if anyone buries their female relatives here, the women of future generations will certainly be able to benefit greatly. Hearing this, Dejinya and Fatty Wang still couldn't understand what Suemo wanted to say. Hubba 1, however, seemed to have heard some of the offshoots. Enter the tripod, hide the Lois within, Taiji Feng Shui Bureau. He muttered under his breath and suddenly had a flash of light in his head and slapped his thigh. Master, could this Feng Shui Bureau be about the martial queen? Sumo nodded. I'm just guessing, we'll have to go down there to find out if that's the case or not. Dejinya and Wang Fatty heard the two conversing, but they couldn't help but be confused and couldn't help but ask Hubai. Old Hu, what did you tell Master? What Taiji Feng Shui Bureau? How come it's related to Wu Zetian again? Habechi hemmed and hawed, but there was some sparkle in his eyes. We'll find out later when we get down there. Master is so smart. Surprisingly, we were able to find out this ancient secret from here. If our guess is good, this must be the place that Li Chunfeng used to sabotage Wu Zetian's fortunes, a feng shui bureau that continues Li Tang's national fortune. And this Tang tomb was simply built by Li Chunfeng, who deliberately guided the Tang people to build it. Chapter 79 Coiled Dragons, the Door of Life Beyond the 8 Trigrams. As he spoke, Suemo saw that the entrance to the tunnel had been open for a long time. The foul and evil chi inside had pretty much dispersed, and with that, he jumped straight down through the entrance. Habechi and the others hurried to follow. But it was seen that this tunnel was still slanting at an angle of 40 degrees downward within the direction is towards the side of the cave. This point is with Suemo expected good. If this is a feng shui bureau of Tai Chi and Tu Yis, this is the young fish formation eye of the Tu Yis. The coffin chung in the underworld hall over there is the eye of the yin fish formation, and the key to the feng shui bureau lies between the yin and yang fish. Inside the tunnel, there's nothing like a maze or a ladder. After all, the design of this place is to do with feng shui to break the situation, before the hanging soul ladder is already clever enough, plus the entrance to the passage within the yang fish formation is extremely hidden. Must know the yin and yang 6 non as well as organs and mazes of the art in order to open, so here is completely no need to make a show of being mysterious. After walking forward for tens of meters, the front came to a circular cave. This cave is not very large, designed exactly according to the pattern of the circle of heaven and earth, with a dome-shaped roof above it. Below that was a stone room in a quadrangle. Only, while one side of this stone chamber was smooth and level, the other side had a wall of tombs, too. It seems to be an overlap between Western Zhou and Tang tombs. And right in the middle of the stone room, there was a round stone ball that. Under the ball are coiled 9 coiled dragons, 9 dragons coiled and entwined under the stone ball, the dragon heads together upward opening their mouths. It looks very beautifully carved. Below the stone ball, there was even a stone tablet with many words carved on it. Because no one had ever entered this place, the writing on the stone tablet was still very clear. As soon as Hubba walked over and wiped the dust off the tablet, he read it. Since the second year of Gaozu Wuda's reign as Taizong's counselor, I have not made an inch of merit with the gods of the earth and grain. Only to assist the great Tang with what I have learned in my life, I should not have acted against the heavens when I was already in my old age. This inscription, however, was indeed erected by Li Chunfeng. This Li Chunfeng is a strange man of the great Tang dynasty. This man is a Taoist priest, well versed in astronomy, arts, mathematics, I Ching, Yin and Yang. He lived through the late Sui and early Tang dynasties, and served as an official during the 3 dynasties of Tang Emperor Li Yuan, Tang Emperor Li Shimin, and Tang Emperor Li Ji. He was well versed in divination, and it is even rumored that he and Yuan Tiangang jointly wrote the ancient book Pui Bei Tu. From the description in the inscription, it seems that this feng shui bureau was built in the first year of Xianheng in the era of Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty. It was the same year that Li Chunfeng died. Li Chunfeng discovered through divination that Empress Wu was in danger of substituting for Tang, and he was quite worried. It so happened that Empress Wu's mother, Madame Ronghua, died that year, and Empress Wu then ordered Li Chunfeng to find a suitable burial place for her mother. Li Chunfeng searched for a tomb with an inner lotus in the middle of this dragon ridge after a visit. If Empress Wu had buried her mother here, it would have been a great help to her in taking over the reins of the Tang dynasty. When Empress Wu found out about it, she was really pleased, and then ordered Li Chunfeng to supervise the construction of the mausoleum. But halfway through the digging, it was discovered that there was another Western Zhou tomb here. Double tombs in one hole have always been a taboo for the ancients, not to mention the mother of Empress Wu. Therefore, the construction of this mausoleum was rushed to an end after half of its construction, and the craftsmen sealed the entrance with stone and iron juice, then buried the mausoleum and left it. But in reality, this is simply a ploy by Li Chunfeng. The reason he asked Empress Wu to build a mausoleum for her mother here was to create a feng shui bureau here. Although the mother of the Empress Wu was not buried in it, she had already built half of the mausoleum, plus that half of a Western Zhou tomb. Then Li Chunfeng builds the hanging soul ladder between the two tombs. Then with the other side of the coffin chung to create the Yang fish formation created a Tai Chi Yin Yang Feng Shui formation, and finally built this stone room between the Yin Yang formation inside the stone room with 9 coiled dragons circling the stone ball, absorbing the aura in the Yin and Yang formations. To achieve the purpose of Yin and Yang balance so as to strengthen the Li Tang fortune, to prevent Wu Zetian to overthrow Li Tang Xingzhou Tang. And after Li Chunfeng had done all this, he knew that he was acting against heaven. It will certainly be subjected to the wrath of heaven, so it left an inscription here, describing the merits and faults of his life and the purpose of building this feng shui bureau. After creating this feng shui bureau, Li Chunfeng but really also in this year suddenly got a serious illness. And then it died. According to the Tang dynasty archives, the Jiku Jie calendar, Li Chunfeng died swiftly. Tang Emperor Li Ji also issued the recovery edict, reinstating Li Chunfeng as the imperial historian. After Hebeiqi and Dejinya stumbled through this inscription, and yet, they all couldn't help but come to a realization. No wonder this Western Zhou tomb overlaps with the Tang tomb. It is no wonder that the construction of this Tang tomb ended in a hurry after only half of its construction. And the craftsmen even discarded it by sealing the entrance with a stone bar. It's no wonder that there are no longer any burial objects in Western Zhou tombs. But it turns out that this is simply a feng shui mystery formation created by Li Chunfeng more than 1,000 years ago. Fatty Wang listened to Dejinya and Hu Baiyi's explanation, but grinned. Since this old man Li Chunfeng has built a feng shui bureau here, he must have left something worthwhile behind. I've heard that he and Yuan Tiangang wrote down the pushback diagram. If we can find the original pushback book here, it would be worth a lot of money. Suemo shook his head and laughed. In my opinion, the chances of finding the original pushback book here are lower than your chances of hitting the jackpot. After all, Li Chunfeng's intention was to build a feng shui bureau here to trap Wu Zetian's qi, and in addition to the things needed for the feng shui bureau, there won't be any other treasures. Fatty Wang heard it, but he couldn't help but feel greatly disappointed. Got. This trip to the Nemo lantern is not called lantern, play pills for nothing. Suemo smiled faintly and didn't say anything. For Fatty, this trip could be a wasted one. But for him it will never be a wasted visit. Since Li Chunfeng created a feng shui maze here to trap Wu Zetian's qi, then surely you will put things here that add to Li Tang's qi. This stone ball was coiled with 9 dragons, and there might be a dragon bone hidden in it. After all, ancient emperors considered themselves to be true dragons, absorbing the dragon ridge's qi with their dragon bones, and yet it couldn't be more appropriate. Suemo then walked over to the stone ball. A closer look was taken at the stone ball and the 9 coiled dragons on it. The stone ball appeared to have a very smooth surface, as if it had been carved entirely in one piece. Not a single grain could be seen, and not a single gap could be seen between the relief coiled dragon below and the stone ball. But Suemo knew that since Li Chunfeng had placed this stone ball here, it must not be simple. In the end it must still be cracked by the art of yin and yang hexagrams. He thought carefully, then moved his hand to pinch one of the 9 coiled dragons. Taiji gives birth to the 2 instruments, the 2 instruments give birth to the 4 elephants, and the 4 elephants give birth to the 8 trigrams. And this stone ball above the 9 coiled dragon location is completely in accordance with the Dry, Can, Burgundy, Jin, Sun, Li, Koan, to 8 trigrams orientation arrangement. Only this coiled dragon that Suemo pinched was outside the 8 trigrams. It looks like where the life gate is located in the 8 formation diagram. Chapter 71 Hunting Heavenly Instrument, First Dragon Bone. As this dragon's body was pinched by Suemo and slowly slid upward by half an inch, the stone ball inside really issued a click 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 a light sound, and then saw the stone ball as if it was now a crack. Click it. With a crunching sound, the stone ball unexpectedly cracked completely from the center, revealing what was inside. But it turns out that this thing is not a stone at all, but with glutinous rice juice mixed with mortar casting. It looked as if it were stone after years and years, so it was no wonder you couldn't see that there wasn't a trace of it on the surface. After the stone ball completely shattered apart, a bronze armillary sphere appeared inside. The armillary sphere, an instrument used by the Chinese Buddha to observe celestial events. It is made based on the theory of the Hun 10, and the celestial bodies are measured with the corresponding celestial coordinates. The earliest armillary sphere was made by Lok Ma Te during the Han dynasty. Li Chunfeng of the Tang dynasty designed a very precise and perfect zodiac armillary sphere, but it has long since ceased to exist. What appeared in front of the four of them at this moment was precisely the armillary sphere made by Li Chunfeng. The ancient theory of the muddy heavens, which holds that the muddy heavens are like the son of a chicken, the celestial bodies are like projectiles, and the earth is like the yellow of an egg. While Li Chunfeng this armillary sphere, in full accordance with the armillary sphere, up can observe the stars, down can see the sun and shadow scale, the design is extremely subtle. And between the rings of the armillary sphere, there is one representing the earth, the big as an egg-like orb. When Suemo looked at it with his Taiyin viewing thoughts, he saw that the orb contained a precious light within it. And there was a clear chi lingering in its midst, like the shadow of a dragon in the void, coiling around the vicinity of the orb. The keel is right here. Suemo couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart, then he reached out and squeezed the orb. The orb really does open up, and closes with threads from the center position of the. Suemo pinched the orb and turned it a few times before opening it, but there was indeed a dragon bone inside. This dragon bone is definitely different from those excavated tortoise shells or animal bones. Instead, it was like a section of a snake's spine, crystalline as jade all over, yet with a faint greenish color on the surface. Suemo took out the dragon bone, but found that it was extremely light in his hand. It didn't seem to weigh much, and on the surface it was even tougher like iron, and even cooler. As expected, it was worthy of being the bone of Yinglong, and it was very different from mortal objects just by touch. I don't know where this Li Chunfeng got it. Surprisingly, it was placed inside this space where the Western Zhou and Tang tombs are intertwined, and in the center of the armillary sphere in the Taiji Yin-Yang Fishbone Shui formation, absorbing the aura of the entire dragon ridge. Congratulations on obtaining one of the 9 dragon bones. Hide it on your body or in system space. It can absorb heaven and earth aura faster and gain the effect of accelerating the recovery of physical strength and energy. After collecting all 9 dragon bones, you may re-temper your bloodline physique and elevate the Kirin sacred blood to the Yinglong bloodline. Hearing the sudden beeping sound in his mind, Suemo couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, and then with a flip of his hand, he just put this piece of keel into the system space. At this time, Hubai and the others were still all staring intently at the dragon bone in Sumo's hand. But suddenly realized that Suemo had already disappeared with a flip of his hand, but it was faster than a magic trick. All 3 of them couldn't help but stare, and Dajinya couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Master Su, this bone. Suemo turned her face to look at him and blinked. What bones? Dajinya's face couldn't help but change slightly. That's the piece you just had in your hand, that's gotta be good. I was just about to say bring it over here and look at it, why is it suddenly gone? Suemo smiled faintly. Master Jean, I think you must have spent too much time in the catacombs, so you're seeing things. What ah? Dajinya couldn't help but be a little anxious and hurriedly pulled a hand on Fatty Wang. Master Fatty, do you think that just now Master Su had a piece of bone in his hand that looked like jade? Fatty Wang blinked at him, looking confused. What bones? I don't see them. You. Dajinya was speechless, and turned to ask Hubeichi again. Master Hu, did you see a dragon bone in Master Su's hand just now? Hubeichi shook his head, looking incredibly serious in his expression. Master Jean, you must have been blind just now. Dajinya's face went a little white with anger, and froze for a few seconds, but his face recovered. He figured it out. This dragon bone was a must for Suemo. Who is Suemo? It's a skill that's out of this world, able to shake the Iron-Head Dragon King to death with a roar. Someone who could even control the human-faced black moss inside the sunless underground cave. Who dares to fight him for what he wants? What's more, Hubai and Fatty Wang are both his disciples. Seeing that Master directly put away the dragon bone, he would naturally help Suemo. After thinking about it, Dajinya immediately piled on a smile. Master Su, you guys are right, just now it must have been my eyes that were blurry, so I misread it. However, this armillary sphere is a good thing, if we move out even if we can't sell it. You can also get a lot of prize money for dedicating it to the Palace Museum and make a name for yourself. Hubeichi frowned. This was put here by Li Chunfeng, to break Wu Zetian's qi. I don't know if I can move. Suemo smiled faintly. How many years have passed since Wu Zetian died? This feng shui bureau is no longer useful. You can move it if you want, but I think it would be easier for you to take it apart and move it. However, this is considered a national treasure. After all, it was cast by the hands of Li Chunfeng, the heavenly master of the great Tang dynasty. This is the only one in the world. It is impossible to sell it. In case this national treasure falls overseas, we will be the sinner. When the time comes, if you get caught, you're going to end up in jail, if not on target. I think it's better for Master Jean to offer this up and get a good name for it. As soon as Hu Ba knew what Suemo meant, this thing could be called a national treasure. If sold and straight overseas, it would be a loss to China, and both Hu Bai and Fatty are inverted fighters, so if offered by them, there must be some things that can't be said, and instead you get the cops on your ass. And it would have been more appropriate if it had been brought back by Dakin to be offered to the state. Dajinya is in the antique business and has his own store in Panjiayuan. When the time comes, if we just say we got it accidentally from a private citizen, there won't be any problem, but we'll get a good reputation instead. He even made more connections with the capital's antique circle as a result. Hu Ba pair of money and other things outside the body is not particularly concerned about. Also particularly agreeing with Sumo's proposal of not losing national treasures overseas, he said. Well, then, let Master Jean hand this over when the time comes. It's a good thing Master Jean didn't accompany us on a trip for nothing. Daikanya nodded in genuine delight at the sound of his voice. Thank you, Master Su, you've let me do all the good things, but brother won't lose out on you, either. I'll be sure to thank you all properly when I get back. All four of them determined to bring back this armillary sphere made by Li Chunfeng himself to the state. With that, Haba disassembled this armillary sphere piece by piece with one hand in the order of assembly, and then loaded it into his backpack for Fatty to carry behind his back. Chapter 72 Weird Coffin Shop, Old Cadre in the capital city. Fatty couldn't help but mutter under his breath as he carried the armillary sphere on his back. Dude, I feel like we're here just to hang out. Master Jean can still get a good reputation when he goes back, Master. He glanced at Suemo, but he didn't even dare to mention that piece of dragon bone again. Turning his face, he glanced at the abacus dryad behind Hubachi. Old Hu, you fished out a second master, and I'm the only one who's ing carrying this thing. Neither can exchange money, there is no reputation, completely for others to do the dowry. Hubba said with a smile. There's definitely nothing good left here, Fatty, if you're still not satisfied. Why don't we go to Li Chunlai's place and take a look, maybe we can get something good. When the fat man heard this, he was really a bit moved. The embroidered shoes that Li Chunlai got from a coffin are worth hundreds of dollars. And since the Shanxi side is the hometown of Qin and Han, it can be said that ancient tombs are everywhere, so maybe there's something there, too. When the time comes to get some bright objects back, this trip won't be worth it. Thinking of this, Fatty then stopped spitting and carried the various parts of the armillary sphere on his back end. Then he followed Suemo outside. The four of them went out along the robber's hole from which they came, no longer passing through the ladder of hanging souls, but it was much faster. It wasn't long before he came to the previous robber's hole, and then climbed back inside the fishbone temple along this robber's hole. When I came out again, but it was well into the latter part of the night, it felt like everyone had been inside the hole in the ground for almost a day. They then rested inside the temple of fishbones, and when the day had lightened, then he went back down to Longling the way he had come, and then took a bus to Gulen County, where Li Chunlai was. Gulen County is not far from Long Ridge, and it takes only a small half-day by car to get there. The four of them got off at a town called Shabadian, and further on they had to walk. The four of them got out of the car and were about to have some lunch in town before heading to where Li Chunlai was. Suddenly two people came in front of them, but an old man and a young man, the old one still wearing a red sleeve band, looking serious, and the youngest was only 7 or 8 years old and held a wooden stick in his hand. This old man and young man walked up to Suemo and the others, and after scrutinizing Suemo and the others very vigilantly, they rode. What do you do? Fatty Wang and Huba they couldn't help but stare. Passing through, why? The old man said in a deep voice. Our stone tablet shop is under martial law lately, outsiders are not allowed to stay, so you guys should hurry up and leave after you finish your meal. Habechi they heard, but couldn't help but gasp and laugh. Martial law? You're the one who ordered martial law, aren't you? Fatty Wang couldn't help but laugh in a flirtatious tone. Boss, we're good citizens, what are you doing? We're from the capital. You know, martial law isn't optional. How dare a town like yours impose martial law to drive away passers-by? Be careful, I go back to report up. When the time comes to investigate, then cannot stand. This old man is just a farmer here, how can he know so many things? As soon as I heard Hubei they came from the capital, that is the foot of the capital city of China, in case they really report up can be bad. Thinking of this, the old man's aura really softened and he squeezed out a smile on his face. So it's a comrade from the capital, something happened on our side. I'm not the one who said the mayor said outsiders are forbidden to come in so that there won't be any problems. Hubba listened to them one by one and couldn't help but inquire curiously. This old man, however, is also a straight man. Was Hubei and Wang Fatty a few words set? Just tell the whole story. It turns out that there's a coffin store in this monumental store. Legend has it that the owner of the coffin store would shoot the coffin whenever there was no business, and as long as there was a good death in the vicinity of the coffin, then people would come to the door to buy the coffin. This legend has been around for many years and many people believe it. A few days ago the owner of this casket store died suddenly, and he had no children. Plus the legend of the dead coffin shooter is so scary that unusual people don't even dare to approach him. So by the time anyone realized he was dead it had been days and the body had stunk up the street. The people saw that the old shopkeeper was dead, and that there were coffins readily available in the coffin store. It was then decided to place the old master's body in a coffin for burial. Who knew that as soon as the coffin was moved, it was discovered that there was a tunnel underneath it. The town's militia platoon leader is bold, holding a torch to go down to check, but the results of a look but scared almost wet his pants. He said that the hole in the ground down there is very deep, and that it's so gloomy inside that it's like the netherworld. He only dared to go halfway before he dared to go any further, only to see a stone bed over there with a stone box on it. The village people saw that the stone box looked like an ancient artifact, and then they dared not move it again. Then they immediately notified the county, and it just so happened that the county had an archaeological team in, led by a man named Professor Sun. They then rushed to the tablet store and told the townspeople to keep order and not allow idle spectators to gather around. As a result, when it comes to this old man's mouth, it's martial law at the Stonebriar. And it's strictly forbidden for outsiders to stay anymore. It's true that you're holding a chicken feather as an arrow. As soon as Suemo heard it, he knew that there were some mysteries in this coffin store, and according to the original story, that Chen Yulo, who has fallen into the jungle and become a blind fortune teller, seems to be in this neighborhood. Chen Yulo was hit by a poisonous miasma in Yunnan, and had to destroy his own eyes to escape with his life. A generation of unloading rich thief leader finally ended up drifting rivers and lakes rely on people divination fortune-telling day, but also sad and lamentable. As far as Suemo knew, there was a human skin map of King Xian's ancient tomb on Chen Yulo's body. And the second dragon bone is probably hidden in the tomb of King Xian. When he thought of this, Suemo wanted to go over to the coffin store, but looking at the old man's appearance, it seems they won't be allowed near the coffin store. Suemo was thinking of a way out, when suddenly he saw two people in front of him running over in a hurry. It's bad, something happened to that old cadre from the capital, I'm afraid he died in the hole in the ground. When the old man heard this, his face changed drastically. Suemo had an idea and pulled the old man. Boss, we're from the capital too, and we know this Professor Sun. Can you take us there? Maybe we can go over there and contribute. The old man's heart was flustered, but he couldn't care less about discerning the truth of what Suemo said. The four of them were from the capital anyway, so they might actually be able to save that old cadre. He then led Suemo and the others to the coffin store there. But I saw many people gathered outside the coffin store, but they were all talking there, and not many of them dared to go in at all. A couple of militia-looking men were standing near the front of the store, looking anxious as hell. A militia platoon leader was there yelling at the top of his lungs. And no one dares to go down to save that old cadre. As long as we save that old cadre, I'll reward him with $10. $10 is a lot of money in the Shanxi countryside these days. But the onlookers were looking left and right, and none of them dared to take this huge sum of money. Just then, Suemo suddenly blurted out. Comrade platoon leader, I'm from the capital, and I know this Professor Sun. Let's go down and see.